Chapter 1. Douluo Mo. Mower, what brings you here so suddenly today? Douluo, engrossed in the meticulous preparation of his potions, was startled by the sound of his door creaking open. Upon glancing up, he was greeted by the sight of his 6-year-old grandson, causing a surge of joy to blossom in his heart. He held a deep affection for this beloved grandson, who, despite his tender age, exhibited a remarkable degree of understanding and obedience, far surpassing that of his peers. Grandfather, tomorrow I am to awaken my martial spirit, and my father sent me here, personally, to invite you. Douluo Mo yawned, clearly still groggy from sleep. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I lost track of time while concocting my potions. By the way, where's your father? It's quite heartless of him to send a little child like you on such a journey through the sunset forest to find me. Douluo set aside the potion he was working on, his brow furrowed in concern, before rising to embrace Douluo Mo warmly. My father is waiting at the door. He lacks the confidence to face you himself due to his insufficient mastery of poison techniques. So he sent me ahead as a forerunner, Douluo Mo replied, his face lighting up with a smile as he playfully tugged at Douluo's beard. You honor, why are you still outside? Come in. Douluo channeled his soul power, projecting his voice with such resonance that it traveled several miles away. Hee, grandfather, please accompany me tomorrow for the awakening of my martial spirit, Douluo Mo said cheerfully. Of course I shall go. How could I possibly miss my beloved grandson's awakening? Little Mo, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, savor your grandfather's culinary skills. Douluo chuckled as he set Douluo Mo down at the dining table, affectionately ruffling his hair. Douluo then took it upon himself to prepare 2 delectable dishes for Douluo Mo. Before long, Douluo's son and Douluo Mo's father, rushed into the small dwelling. How could you allow little Mo to venture into the sunset forest alone? While there may not be any particularly formidable soul beasts, the forest is teeming with poisonous creatures and venomous insects. As soon as he entered, Douluo was met with a scolding from his father. Before he could even steady himself, Douluo had pulled him into a corner and began to reprimand him. Life is indeed better when one has a grandfather to protect them. I wonder what kind of martial spirit I will awaken tomorrow. Douluo Mo mused silently as he enjoyed the meal prepared by Douluo, feeling a twinge of nervousness in his heart. He had traversed into the Douluo continent 6 years prior, gaining familial bonds he never possessed in his past life parents, a sister, and a grandfather. In his previous life, Douluo Mo had been a young Taoist, discovered by his master at the foot of a mountain and raised in seclusion. At the age of 18, upon reaching adulthood, his master instructed him to descend the mountain and seek his own path. However, he slipped on the winding path and fell into a bottomless abyss. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn as an infant. Due to his silence at birth, his father named him Douluo Mo, a stroke of good fortune that spared him from being renamed. Grandfather, my father hasn't eaten, either you both should join me for a meal, Douluo Mo observed as he noticed Douluo's face flush from his father's scolding. Fearing repercussions upon returning home, he felt compelled to intervene. On account of little Mo, I shall spare you from reprimand today, Douluo declared, immediately donning a cheerful expression in response to Douluo Mo's plea, exemplifying the undeniable bond between a grandparent and grandchild. By the way, where will little Mo awaken his martial spirit tomorrow? Douluo queried as he picked up his chopsticks. We'll head to Tiando City for the awakening. We are already at Sunset Forest, which is merely 100 miles from Tiando City. After we finish our meal, we'll set off. The carriage is ready outside. Douluo replied respectfully, keen to avoid further scolding. Indeed, Tiando City is a suitable choice. However, I wonder if that old fellow Salas will be present. If he is, I can't persuade him to assist in Little Mo's awakening. Douluo mused, contemplating the prospect as he lifted his chopsticks. Rest assured, grandfather, our family possesses a heritage martial spirit. Unless something unexpected occurs, I am confident my martial spirit will be the Azure Scale Serpent, with innate soul power no less than level 6, Douluo Mo stated, swallowing a mouthful of food with ease, harboring his own secret. Ah, our family does indeed have a heritage martial spirit. Unfortunately, your father did not inherit it. I hope it will pass down to you, enabling your innate soul power to exceed level 8 and awaken the Azure Scale Serpent Emperor martial spirit. However, little Mo, do not feel overly pressured. Your sister is already a prodigy. With her protection, you can live a stable and secure life, Douluo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Douluo. Douluo had not inherited his father's formidable talent for cultivation with an innate soul power level of only 4. He possessed a common martial spirit, the blue-eyed serpent. Thus, now nearing 30, he had only reached level 32 in soul power. Douluo had already surpassed Soul King at that age, explaining the frequent reprimands directed at Douluo Yuan. It's all right even if I awaken a martial spirit devoid of soul power. Grandfather, you will take care of me for life, won't you? Douluo, though mentally mature, was still but a 6-year-old in body, finding solace in the ability to rely on the adults around him. Of course, moreover, our little Mo is destined to awaken the Azure Scale Serpent Emperor. How could he possibly lack soul power? Douluo reassured him, affectionately tousling Douluo's hair. Then I shall rest easy. My goal isn't lofty, I merely wish to surpass level 5 in innate soul power, Douluo replied, stealing a glance at Douluo Yuan seated across the table. With Douluo present, Douluo Yuan dared not express his frustrations, channeling his anger instead into his meal, competing against the rice in his bowl. The atmosphere at the table remained harmonious, and soon the three had finished their meal. Douluo Yuan cleared the table while Douluo took Douluo outside to board the carriage, awaiting Douluo Yuan's return. Before long, Douluo Yuan emerged from the wooden cabin, skillfully guiding the carriage away from the sunset forest. This was no ordinary carriage, it was drawn by a gale horse, a gift Douluo had tamed from the sunset forest and presented to Douluo on his 3rd birthday. The trio sped along, finally arriving at the base of Tiando City before nightfall, successfully entering its gates. I believe this is my first visit to Tiando City, Douluo remarked, raising an eyebrow. Douluo Yuan steered the carriage to the largest inn in Tiando City, where Douluo personally carried Douluo down and into the establishment. Douluo Yuan, meanwhile, begrudgingly maneuvered the carriage to the back courtyard, for the gale horse was not easily handled by just anyone. Douluo led Douluo to the top floor of the inn, deftly producing a key to unlock the room, a gift from the Tiando royal family, to Douluo. Grandfather, could you please light an incense for tranquility? I fear I may have trouble sleeping, Douluo requested, then leaped from Douluo's arms to wash up before retiring early. After Douluo had settled into slumber, Douluo, with a swift motion, appeared atop the inn, surveying his surroundings before taking flight towards the direction of the Spear Hall. Chapter 2. Azure Flame, Serpent Emperor. Little Mo, rise and shine. Soon, you will awaken your martial spirit. It's time to get up, Douluo Yuan called as he entered the room without knocking. I've been awake for ages. Douluo, positioned by the window, practicing his soul power, quickly retracted his energy into his dantian upon hearing Douluo Yuan's voice, opening his eyes. He had been practicing the Changchun Gong, a Taoist technique taught by his master in his previous life. Although this practice was quite ordinary, it bore no tangible results in the era of decline back on Earth. However, things were different in the Douluo continent. Just a day after his birth, he successfully gathered the atmospheric energy, a feat he had failed to achieve in 18 years on Earth. He had harnessed the innate energy present at birth as a starting point to continue his cultivation. Yet, having peaked at birth, he had made no advancements in the 6 years since. Nonetheless, having read the original story, Douluo understood that this stagnation was due to the absence of soul rings. He persevered, rising at dawn to practice Changchun Gong with unwavering determination. Indeed, it's time to depart. Last night, I visited the Spirit Hall. Salas is not present, but today, the one awakening your martial spirit will be a Vice Hall master named Xiao Lai, a level 69 Assault-type soul master. Douluo casually strolled in from outside. Level 69? Grandfather, that's fantastic. Douluo exclaimed as he sprang up and hugged Douluo's neck, grinning widely. While level 69 may not seem particularly high, he has previously awakened 3 martial spirits with full innate soul power, which is why I consented to his involvement in your awakening. Rest assured, today our little Mo will surely awaken a remarkable martial spirit, Douluo said, patting Douluo's head with a smile. Father, you're spoiling little Mo too much, Douluo Yuan remarked with a hint of jealousy, as he, being Douluo's biological son, had never received such indulgence. This is indeed my beloved grandson, Douluo exclaimed, cradling Douluo as he exited the room. Father, I am still your biological son, Douluo Yuan replied with a wry smile. Dear daughter-in-law Wanya, I pay my respects to you, esteemed father-in-law. A woman clad in a flowing gown greeted Douluo with a graceful bow at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. Mother, Douluo immediately leapt from Douluo's embrace into Wanya's arms. Greetings, grandfather. A whimsical little girl sprang forth from behind Wanya, throwing herself into Douluo's embrace. My precious granddaughter, has anyone been bullying you at the academy lately? Fear not, for your grandfather is here, I shall poison them. Douluo chuckled as he held Douluo close. They wouldn't dare. Besides, my skills in poison are quite formidable, Douluo retorted with a proud lift of her tiny fist. Grandfather, what are you thinking? With an elder sister like that, No one will dare to court her in the future, Douluo Mo teased, sticking out his tongue from when Yashold. Humph. Considering today is the day you awaken your martial soul, I shall refrain from punishing you. Douluo Yin scoffed, turning her head away from Douluo Mo. Typically, the two of them enjoyed bickering, with Douluo Mo often conceding to Douluo Yin. All right, let us hasten to the spirit hall for your awakening. I have specifically instructed that little Mo should be the last child to awaken today, Douluo Bo declared, leading the way as he carried Douluo Yin into the spirit hall. With one hand, Douluo Yuan took Douluo Mo from Wunya, while his other hand clasped hers, following closely behind Douluo Bo into the spirit hall. The spirit hall in Tiando City, though slightly smaller than the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, was still grand in scale. The awakening ceremony was held in a side chamber of the spirit hall, which, despite being a secondary room, was several times larger than Douluo Mo's own home. I have the honor of meeting Lord Douluo. The individual before them was Xiao Lai, the vice master selected by Douluo Bo to oversee Douluo Mo's awakening. Xiao Lai was a robust man with a fierce demeanor. A long scar marred the left side of his face, giving him an intimidating appearance. Yet before Douluo Bo, he behaved with the meekness of a kitten. There is no need for such formalities. Where shall we be seated? Douluo Bo gestured with a wave of his hand, indicating that Xiao Lai need not be overly courteous. Thank you, Lord Douluo. Your seats are in the private room at the front, Xiao Lai replied, bowing as he led Douluo Bo to a small space partitioned by screens beside the awakening array. Let us proceed, Douluo Bo said, ushering the group into the temporary private chamber. The privileges of a title Douluo are truly immense, Douluo Mo remarked with a bitter smile as he leapt down from Douluo Yuan's embrace and seated himself upon a chair. The spirit hall of Tiando City was not only vast, but also adorned with a magnificent awakening array. The core was embedded with 6 black gemstones, surrounded by countless other gems that assisted in the awakening process. Typically, those who came to awaken their martial souls were nobility, resulting in the sides of the awakening room being lined with chairs for the waiting aristocrats. Douluo Bo, being a title Douluo with a poison capable of swaying the outcomes of wars, drew the spirit hall's utmost efforts to court him. Thus, a separate small chamber was designated for his use within the awakening room, shielded by screens. It was not that no one had inquired about this arrangement. With a mere mention of poison, Xiao Lai had effectively deterred any potential questions. A title Douluo was not to be feared, but one who could wield poison was a different matter entirely. Before long, a group of individuals had entered the awakening room, each taking their seats. Notably, all present were nobles of the Tiando Empire, as not a single commoner was permitted entry. Welcome to the Spirit Hall for the awakening of martial souls. I am Xiao Lai, the Vice Master of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. Though my soul power level is only at 69, please rest assured that I have previously overseen the awakening of 3 children with innate full soul power. I hope today to witness the emergence of a 4th and 5th child with innate full soul power. Without further ado, the first child to awaken is from the Elephant Armor Sect, Hu Yin Gaoming. Xiao Lai gestured toward a child from the Elephant Armor Sect. What followed was the tedious process of martial soul awakenings, with these children hailing from various sects and noble families, ensuring a certain quality to their martial souls. Prior to Douluo Mo, 21 children had awakened, 6 at level 7, 8 at level 5, 4 at level 4, and 3 with innate soul power at level 3. In a typical small town, such a number would prompt an immediate investigation by the Spirit Hall, but here in Tiando City, where most of the children were offspring of spirit masters, such innate soul power levels were deemed normal. Next to awaken his martial soul is Douluo Mo. He is also the last child to awaken today, Xiao Lai announced, glancing at the list. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This was none other than Douluo Bo's grandson. Little Mo, it's your turn, Douluo Bo said, affectionately patting Douluo Mo on the back of his head. Here I go, Douluo Mo exclaimed, leaping from his chair and confidently making his way to the awakening platform, easily positioning himself at the center. Let's begin. Douluo Mo closed his eyes and extended his arms, addressing Xiao Lai. Very well, Xiao Lai replied, taken aback by such confidence. Typically, children would require a few words of encouragement before beginning their awakening process. Xiao Lai placed his hands upon a crystal ball that activated the awakening array, channeling his soul power into it with fervor. The surrounding gems ignited in a brilliant display, forming a luminescent barrier. Within, the 6-pointed black crystal created a hemispherical dome that enveloped Douluo Mo, projecting beams of light that were absorbed into his body. Hiss! A sound reminiscent of a serpent's flicking tongue echoed from behind Douluo Mo, and soon, A colossal green serpent engulfed in emerald flames materialized behind him. As the serpent's apparition dissipated, Douluo's pupils transformed into slitted orbs, reminiscent of a snake's gaze. Is this my martial soul? Douluo tilted his head, observing the vanishing serpent apparition. At that moment, many spectators rose from their seats in astonishment. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could signify that this child was destined for greatness. The emerald flame serpent, Douluo exclaimed, his shock evident as his hand trembled uncontrollably. However, he quickly composed himself, as his reactions remained concealed behind the screens, unseen by others. Young Master Emo, please come this way for a test of your innate soul power level. Xiao Lai, startled by the sudden appearance of the giant serpent, realized this was a sign of celestial phenomena. It was clear that Douluo's innate soul power level was not to be underestimated. He also contemplated the necessity of further enticing Douluo, for securing such a talent would mean the Spirit Hall gained both a master and a prodigy. Douluo followed Xiao to the crystal ball used for testing innate soul power levels. Pressing his hand against the orb, he began to fervently channel the soul power coursing through his body into it. In an instant, a vibrant green light erupted, enveloping the entire awakening chamber in an ethereal glow. This signified the pinnacle of innate soul power. Xiao, astonished, remarked that he had previously tested other children with full innate soul power, yet none shone as brilliantly as Douluo ha. Thank you, young Master Emo. I have once again awakened a child with full innate soul power, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Douluo family, Xiao said with a smile. Bowing respectfully to Douluo, I am delighted to have awakened another child with full innate soul power today. However, all the children scheduled for awakening have now completed the process. I hope that your children will greatly enhance their cultivation and soon attain the rank of title Douluo. Xiao continued, bowing to the other parents and their children, announcing the conclusion of the day's awakenings. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, the parents began to take their children home. Douluo, his expression filled with joy, embraced Douluo and hoisted him onto his shoulder, laughing as they exited the Spirit Hall. While other nobles might have approached to offer their congratulations, Douluo's notoriously irritable nature deterred them. Who could tell if a poorly phrased congratulatory remark might provoke his wrath? Thus, no one dared to approach him. However, Douluo was naturally aloof, and the absence of congratulations suited him just fine. Douluo, Winya, and Douluo quickly followed behind Douluo, and the five of them departed the Spirit Hall together. Home, Douluo declared, but as soon as he boarded the carriage, his expression turned grave. Chapter 3. Douluo's first soul ring. Before long, the Douluo family's carriage left Tiando City, and shortly after exiting the city limits, Douluo instructed, Yuan, you and Wenyu along with Yinzi should return home first. I will take Mo to the Sunset Forest to search for a soul beast and assist him in absorbing his first soul ring. With that, he effortlessly lifted Douluo and leapt from the carriage, hovering in midair as he gave Douluo a few words of guidance. With his words still lingering in the air, Douluo tucked Douluo under his arm and transformed into a streak of green light, soaring towards the Sunset Forest. Douluo's speed far surpassed that of the carriage. What would take 8 hours by cart, he soared to the Sunset Forest in merely half an hour. He landed gracefully in his own courtyard, striking an impressive pose. Upon his arrival, Douluo leaned against the wall and retched, unsure if it was the dizziness of flight or the noxious aura emitted by Douluo that caused his discomfort. Regardless, he expelled the remnants of last night's meal and this morning's breakfast. A hearty laugh escaped as he mused that if his little Emo were to achieve the rank of title Douluo and soar through the skies daily, there would be plenty for him to regurgitate. Douluo entered the house and fetched a glass of water for Douluo. Completely oblivious to the peculiar stench emanating from his own body due to the cultivation of toxic soul power, which intensified alarmingly when he utilized his soul energy. Grandfather, your expression seemed rather grim just now. Is there something amiss with my awakened martial soul? Douluo rinsed his mouth and steadied himself, feeling that there was nothing left to expel before he posed his question. I regret allowing you to awaken your martial soul at the Spirit Hall. Your talent may far exceed my expectations, Douluo sighed. Is it possible that the Spirit Hall could target you? Douluo, having regained his composure, inquired. It was unlikely in the past, but that does not guarantee the same now. Your potential will surely attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. Previously, I was merely a title Douluo they sought to win over, and alone, they dared not touch the Douluo family. Now, with you, a 6-year-old destined to become a title Douluo, I fear they may turn their sights upon us, Douluo explained with furrowed brows. carefully articulating his concerns. Will they also target my parents and sister? Douluo pondered seriously, a frown creasing his brow. Not while I am here. Tidal Douluos are not to be feared. What is truly alarming are those lurking in the shadows. Though the spirit hall is powerful, I am no pushover either. The poison formation outside this small abode is beyond the capabilities of even a limit Douluo to breach. My primary concern is your safety, Douluo declared, lifting his cup as he spoke. Perhaps we should relocate the family to the Sunset Forest. I am worried about potential troubles, Douluo suggested, his brow knitted in thought, recalling that many novels depicted villains capturing the protagonist's parents to threaten them. That makes sense, but there is no rush. I will take you to hunt a soul beast shortly. Once you absorb your first soul ring, I will immediately relocate your father, mother, and Yenzi to the Sunset Forest to keep our family safe from prying eyes. Douluo contemplated, weighing Douluo's words before nodding in agreement. Very well. It is settled then. Next, I shall consider what type of soul beast you will require. Douluo, while stroking his chin, retrieved a comprehensive tome on poisonous soul beasts from beneath the bed. Xiaomo, the martial soul you have awakened, is a variant of the emerald scale serpent. However, its mutation leans from pure poison towards a dual attribute of poison and fire, representing a favorable transformation. This kind of mutation has appeared thrice in our family's history. Yet their innate soul power levels were rather modest, at 2nd, 6th, and 7th ranks. Nevertheless, your martial soul may differ from theirs. It even imposes a sense of bloodline suppression upon me. Perhaps your martial soul merely resembles that of the Emerald Flame Serpent King, yet it is, in truth, a superior bloodline. Douluo brushed off the thick layer of dust on the book, having not perused it for several years. It was evident that your martial soul possesses both poison and fire attributes, and thus, there should be numerous compatible soul beasts for you. It seems that the search will not be overly arduous. With a swift glance through the book, Douluo closed it and lifted Douluo into the air. Soaring towards the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, the contents of the tome remaining a mystery. After all, Douluo's first soul ring could only be a few centuries old at most, making it futile to hunt a soul beast that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Thus, they could only venture to the periphery. As Douluo descended, the overwhelming pressure surrounding him quickly dissipated. Otherwise, even a mere hint of his tidal Douluo aura would send soul beasts scattering for miles. Is this what soul beasts are? Douluo remarked, observing the bizarre array of creatures within the Sunset Forest. Indeed, these are soul beasts. However, most here are merely 10-year-old beasts. I fear that venturing deeper would lead us to century-old soul beasts, which may exceed the limits of your first soul ring, Douluo replied with a smile, stroking his green beard. Then, grandfather, what species of soul beast do you intend to select for my first soul ring? Douluo inquired, tilting his head upward. That depends on the path you wish to pursue. Do you lean towards poison or fire? Douluo countered with a question of his own. Could I not pursue both? I desire my soul power to embody both poison and fire attributes. Douluo hesitated, recognizing the formidable strength of both powers, which made choosing between them quite challenging. You are indeed ambitious. However, such a path will demand considerable effort. Yet, with your talents, ascending to tidal Douluo is imminent. So I believe you can cultivate both attributes simultaneously, Douluo chuckled, shaking his head in amusement at his grandson's aspirations. For it would be a disservice to waste such a remarkable gift. Grandfather, do you have any thoughts about my first soul ring? Douluo pressed, as prior to today, he had never even encountered a soul beast, let alone select one suitable for himself. Not really, Douluo responded somewhat awkwardly. Then what was the purpose of perusing that book? Would it not have sufficed to travel directly from the Heaven Do City to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest? Douluo pressed his hand against his forehead, offering a wry smile as he uttered, it holds no significance. Soul beasts are such a matter of chance. Who knows what one might encounter? Whatever appears, one shall absorb. It is fortunate if merely 30% of the species depicted in that book remain alive. I see it as a mere nostalgia, a reminiscence of my lost youth. Douluo, with a resigned gesture, looked at Douluo, the old rascal. Grandfather, you have won, Douluo said, his spirits dampened as he regarded Douluo. If this conversation continued, he feared he might succumb to exasperation. Resolving to disengage from Douluo, Douluo chose to stroll quietly through the soul beast forest, simultaneously searching for the soul beast he required. Here, he encountered an array of bizarre flora and fauna he had never seen in his past life. Flying pigs, bamboo that scurried along the ground using its roots as legs, rabbits that spat at the sight of humans, and raccoons with 3 eyes, alongside roosters aflame with fire. Suddenly, Douluo let out an unexpected cry, swiftly leaping onto a tree and effortlessly grasping a small purple snake. From his perch, he proudly raised the serpent toward Douluo in a display of triumph. Humph! What is there to boast about when a tidal Douluo captures a century-old soul beast? Douluo retorted with an irritated glance at Douluo. This snake, the jade whisker purple flame snake, possesses a noble lineage. Such creatures are rare on the Douluo continent. Its age is approximately 300 years, making it an ideal choice for your first spirit ring. The snake appeared lifeless in Douluo's grasp, limp and subdued, being adept in poisons. Controlling the small serpent was a trivial feat for him. How do I kill it? Douluo inquired, perplexed, as he accepted the jade whisker purple flame snake from Douluo. Here, take this dagger, Douluo said, retrieving a dagger adorned with numerous gemstones from his soul tool and tossing it to Douluo. True to their family's legacy, the weapon, resembling a serpent rather than a conventional blade, was fitting. With a slight chuckle, Douluo brought the dagger closer to the jade whisker purple flame snake. Douluo finally had the opportunity to observe the small serpent closely. The creature was merely the length of Douluo's arm, adorned with shimmering, purple scales that glistened brilliantly. Its face was accentuated by 2 long, pure white whiskers, which exceeded the length of its serpentine body. How adorable! In an unexpected turn of events, Douluo suddenly lost the desire to strike. At that moment, the small serpent violently wriggled free from Douluo's grasp at its vulnerable spot and lunged towards his face. Just then, a flash of green light erupted, and the serpent was sent crashing to the ground, foam escaping its mouth, evidently rendered unconscious by Douluo's poison. Hurry up! This creature is quite rare. It's the only one in the setting sun forest, Douluo remarked with irritation, lamenting that his grandson was too benevolent in his nature. Subsequently, Douluo acted decisively, plunging his dagger directly into the serpent's vital spot. His strength proved overwhelming, pinning the creature firmly to the ground. The small serpent, though lifeless, continued to thrash about for some time before finally settling down. Gradually, a yellow soul ring materialized in the air. Absorbing a soul ring does not require excessive complexity. One simply needs to remain calm, unleash their martial spirit, and draw the soul ring into their essence. Douluo perched upon a branch, imparting essential advice to Douluo regarding the nuances of soul ring absorption. Douluo sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as he began to circulate the Changchun Gong. The ethereal shadow of his martial soul, the Emerald Flame Serpent King, manifested behind him once more. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The soul ring of the jade-whiskered purple flame serpent seemed to be in a hurry, rushing towards the Emerald Flame Serpent King the moment it appeared, displaying none of the restraint typical of a soul ring. The process of absorbing the soul ring became remarkably effortless. Ordinarily, the absorption would be hindered by the lingering emotions of the soul beast at the time of its demise, which would affect the speed of absorption. However, for Douluo, everything progressed as smoothly as if he were absorbing a mere phantom soul ring. And the subsequent conversion of soul power was even simpler. The soul ring directly assisted him in absorbing it, imparting the finest soul skill to Douluo. The instant the transformation of soul power was complete, Douluo's internal soul power surged forth, breaking through to level 18. It appears I have underestimated the grade of little Mo's martial soul, Douluo remarked in astonishment as he observed the scene before him. Well, grandfather, is absorbing a soul ring always this easy? Douluo exclaimed, rising to his feet, feeling extraordinarily invigorated. Don't speak. What soul skill have you comprehended? Release it and let us see, Douluo said, covering his face in distress as he recalled the difficulties he faced during his own first soul ring absorption. Purple Spirit Bomb. Douluo opened his eyes, raising his left hand, where a fireball the size of a fist materialized. With a casual toss, it struck a nearby tree, which was thick enough for 2 or 3 people to encircle. The impact created a human-sized crater in the trunk, confirming that the trees of the Douluo continent were indeed rather unfortunate. That looks promising. Long-range attack, safe. The power is significant. However, having reached level 18, it's time to contemplate the matter of the second soul ring, Douluo mused quietly, nodding in agreement. Chapter 4. Consuming Celestial Treasures. Little Mo. I am preparing to step out for a while to arrange the relocation of your parents and sister, as well as to transfer the Douluo family's medicinal business to the Sunset Forest. During this period, you will need to remain here and focus on your cultivation. Douluo sat upon a piece of withered wood, contemplating his words. Understood, grandfather, Douluo nodded in agreement, recognizing that his soul power cultivation could now continue, necessitating an acceleration in his training. Moreover, cultivation is not solely about elevating your soul power level. While that is indeed significant, it is equally important to continually utilize your martial soul. This will deepen your understanding of it and enhance your synergy with your martial soul. Therefore, starting tomorrow, you should practice your first soul skill daily against the wall. Once your soul power is depleted, proceed to cultivate your soul power. This approach will allow you to gain a more nuanced understanding of your martial soul, which will be immensely beneficial for your future battles, Douluo advised, nodding in affirmation. That earthen wall outside your room? Douluo expressed his skepticism. Moments ago, he meticulously recalled any object in the vicinity that could be deemed a wall. The only structure that came to mind was a mud wall erected outside Douluo's courtyard, yet it stood only as high as a person and appeared precarious, as if it could topple with a mere push. Are you even listening to me? With your soul power, that wall wouldn't pose a challenge even after a century of effort, Douluo remarked, playfully delivering a light slap to the back of Douluo's head. Fine, I understand. I'll practice tomorrow, Douluo replied, rubbing the back of his head in resignation, though he did agree with Douluo's assertion, recognizing that combat prowess transcended mere soul power levels. By the way, I have some fundamental books on toxins in my room that introduce various poisons and medicinal substances. Memorize as much as you can, but under no circumstances should you conduct experiments while I'm away. Remain diligent at home, for I wouldn't want you to meet an untimely demise at your own hands, Douluo admonished with a hint of annoyance. Got it, Douluo retorted, rolling his eyes inwardly, pondering that since Douluo would be far away, he wouldn't know if Douluo tampered with his substances. All right, I shall escort you back to the cabin, and then I will arrange for the family relocation, Douluo stated, once more lifting Douluo and transforming into a streak of green light as they delved into the sunset forest, returning to the small cabin. Little Mo, I want to be back for about a month or two. By then, your parents and sister will return with me. So you will need to take care of yourself during this period, Douluo said after a moment of contemplation, having no doubts about Douluo's survival skills despite his tender age of 6. No problem, trust me, Douluo replied, patting his chest with excitement, eagerly anticipating the prospect of living independently. You must memorize those 3 books in this month. When I return, I shall test your knowledge, Douluo added, ruffling Douluo's hair and pointing to the 3 books he had previously produced. Rest assured, how much can those books be? I can memorize them in a couple of days, Douluo scoffed, recalling how swiftly he had absorbed texts in his past life. Though he had only encountered a few Taoist classics on the mountain and a solitary cultivation method, leaving him with a mind cluttered with seemingly useless scriptures. Indeed, you've always been clever. I trust you to manage here alone. I won't linger any longer. I must take my leave, Douluo concluded, tousling Douluo's hair once more before turning to exit the courtyard. Grandfather, travel safely, Douluo called after him, watching as Douluo transformed into a green light, disappearing into the horizon. Hee, this little courtyard is now all mine. Douluo was filled with exhilaration, bouncing joyfully on the ground. He had long coveted the courtyard belonging to Douluo, yet it lay deep within the sunset forest, perilously close to the eye of ice and fire, rendering it far too dangerous for him. Otherwise, given Douluo's affection for him, the courtyard would have surely been bestowed upon him much earlier. However, with Douluo's departure, this quaint courtyard now rightfully belonged to Douluo. After awakening his martial soul in the morning and hunting soul beasts in the afternoon, he returned home as the sun dipped below the horizon. After entering the room, Douluo reached out to activate the soul guiding lamp, instantly illuminating the entire chamber as if it were broad daylight. The power of this lamp was quite substantial. After all, Douluo was a titled Douluo, and acquiring a superior soul guiding device was rather effortless for him. There should be a considerable number of books here belonging to my grandfather. I need to find some that I require for my recent studies. Upon expressing his thoughts, Douluo commenced his search, methodically retrieving books from the shelves in Douluo's study, utilizing a ladder to reach the higher volumes. Titles such as the 36 Methods of Poisonous Death, Comprehensive Guide to Poison Compatibility Manual for the Cultivation of Toxic Substances, and a compendium of 180 poisons indicated that I had quite the scholarly endeavor ahead of me. Douluo gazed ruefully at the stack of books he had unearthed, which towered even higher than himself. A thorough cleaning will commence tomorrow. Observing the thick layer of dust that had settled on the shelves, he resolved to tidy up the room for Douluo, considering he might reside here for the next 2 months. At that moment, Douluo suddenly noticed a hidden compartment atop the bookshelf, typically imperceptible to the eye. Now, however, covered in dust, the edges of the compartment were faintly visible. This must have been sealed away for many years. Perhaps my grandfather had forgotten about its existence. Douluo pondered, stroking his chin and furrowing his brow, deliberating whether to open it. Ultimately, curiosity prevailed. Douluo withdrew the serpentine dagger from his waist, delicately lifting the blade's tip to pry open a minuscule crevice. However, this gap was exceedingly small, and it was only after numerous attempts that he finally managed to unveil the hidden compartment. Inside lay a yellow wooden box, thickly coated in dust. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted from within the box, causing Douluo to hesitate momentarily. Having come this far, it would be remiss not to unveil its contents. With a determined grit of his teeth, Douluo exerted force with both hands to pry open the lid. A rush of exquisite aroma enveloped him as he beheld the treasure within, a pale violet, glass-like magnolia flower with 9 petals, devoid of stem or leaves, radiating an enchanting beauty that evoked deep yearning. What could this be? Douluo could not resist reaching out to touch the exquisite bloom. The moment his finger made contact with the petal, it disintegrated into a fine purple powder, seeping from his palm into his dantian. "Oh no, I've stirred up trouble," Douluo exclaimed, immediately assuming a cross-legged position and fervently channeling his Changchun Gong. An immense surge of spiritual energy erupted within his body. Fortunately, the gentle and resilient nature of the spiritual energy cultivated through his practice sustained his meridians, preventing them from being overwhelmed. Yet, the discomfort was palpable, as his abdomen swelled noticeably. "I can't let this continue," Douluo declared, altering his hand positions to absorb the influx of spiritual energy. At that moment, a peculiar disturbance occurred in his dantian. A faint crackling sound resonated from within. Suddenly, a fierce suction emanated from his dantian, not targeting the spiritual energy within him, but rather his own essence. Following this, the energy derived from the magnolia flower was drawn in. This suction exhibited a peculiar selectiveness, opting not to directly absorb the energy from the flower, but instead accelerating the absorption of the spiritual energy cultivated through his Changchun Gong. What once felt like the pace of a bicycle transformed into that of a rocket, propelled by this newfound force. Douluo was rendered speechless by shock, and he dared not engage in any other actions. He meticulously focused all his thoughts on controlling his soul power, striving to prevent the accelerated technique from collapsing and avoiding succumbing to madness. An hour later, Douluo collapsed directly onto the ground, the pull of energy having vanished, and the soul power within his body dissipated. Gradually, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. As Douluo's thoughts sank, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 5, Martial Soul, the Winting Furnace. Shortly after Douluo fell into unconsciousness, a faint black mist began to emerge from his body. This ethereal darkness gently lifted him, allowing him to float serenely within the confines of the room. Subsequently, a denser wave of black gas surged forth from Douluo, enveloping his form entirely. The thick mist churned and gradually coalesced into an ancient, substantial alchemical furnace, with Douluo nestled within it. Suddenly, the furnace began to draw in the surrounding soul energy, channeling it into Douluo's body. Once more, he was compelled to activate his eternal spring technique, transforming the incoming soul energy into nourishing essence that gradually revitalized his fainted state due to soul energy depletion. As the soul energy continually replenished Douluo, he felt a profound sense of relief emanating from his very soul, prompting an involuntary exclamation and a gradual awakening. "Where am I? Have I traversed realms again? No wonder they say curiosity killed the cat. Alas, my grandfather, father, mother, and sister will surely mourn for some time." Douluo's eyes widened as he sat upright, but the surrounding darkness obscured his vision, leading him to believe he had perished once more. With a sigh, he remarked, "Wait a minute, that's not right. The soul energy within me still lingers, and it has nearly restored itself." However, as Douluo reached out to feel his surroundings, he discovered the frigid steel walls. He knocked on them, producing a resonant sound, indicating that the exterior must be hollow. With a flick of his wrist, a sphere of violet flame materialized in his palm. Bathed in its dim light, Douluo finally discerned his location. He was enclosed within a spherical space, seemingly crafted from metal. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a plethora of intricate inscriptions etched into the metallic surface. Eager to understand their significance, he attempted to stand, but the cramped quarters forced him to bend low, an uncomfortable position that compelled him to sit once more. However, as he settled back down, his hand trembled, causing the violet fireball to tumble to the base of the furnace. Boom. The furnace seemed to contain some combustible material, and the violet flame ignited it. As the violet flames dissipated, a surge of black fire erupted from the furnace's bottom. Good heavens, is this to incinerate me? Douluo realized the peril and began frantically striking the furnace walls in search of an escape. After a moment, he discovered that the temperature of the black flames was not as perilous as he had feared. Yet, an astonishing transformation occurred. The inscriptions on the furnace walls began to rise, swirling into the air, and as the flames morphed into a cloud of black gas, they entered Douluo's ears and invaded his mind. I feel faint again. This was the final thought of Douluo before his unconsciousness. He had fainted twice that day, almost gaining experience in the art of fainting. The black flames transformed all the inscriptions on the inner walls of the elixir furnace into dark vapors, which seeped into Douluo's mind through his ears. At the moment the last character flowed into his consciousness, the black flames vanished, and the obsidian furnace disappeared, causing Douluo to collapse to the ground with a resounding thud, the sound suggesting a rather severe fall. However, Douluo seemed oblivious to any sensation. He had completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh heavens, my head feels so heavy. How could this happen? I recall feeling as though I was being roasted. Why is my memory so chaotic? Curiosity truly killed the cat. Douluo rubbed his head, sensing a disarray in his recollections, flitting from one memory to another. Is this my grandfather's room? After uttering those words, he rose from the ground, just as the sun ascended to its zenith in the sky. I am utterly exhausted. With that, Douluo sat back down on the ground. He had been unconscious for 2 days and 1 night. And the day prior to his fainting spell had been a whirlwind of events, first awakening his martial soul, absorbing his first spirit ring, encountering the mysterious purple magnolia, which led to a surge of soul power within him, and then fervently practicing the Changchun technique to the point of overexertion. Even an Iron Man has his limits. Nevertheless, 2 days and 1 night of unconsciousness had somewhat replenished his energy. Let me examine my body. With that thought, Douluo sat upright, closed his eyes, and began to probe the condition of his body using his soul power. His soul energy was abundant, yet he remained at level 18. His meridians were intact, brimming with vitality, and there were no hidden injuries. But wait, what's this? There appears to be an additional martial soul. Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment as he abruptly exited his meditative state. Douluo trembled as he extended his hand, a surge of soul power enveloping him, and a fist-sized black alchemical furnace materialized in his grasp, adorned with exquisite designs of birds, beasts, and landscapes. Why did I not awaken this a few days ago? Could it be that I possess dual martial souls? Douluo pondered, tilting his head as he gazed at the furnace in his hand. But wait. Both martial souls are present here, which means I truly do have dual martial souls. A sudden surge of confidence welled up within him. This furnace feels somewhat peculiar. It seems so familiar. Douluo furrowed his brow, observing the furnace resting in his palm, a wave of recognition washing over him. Isn't this the furnace at the entrance of my family's temple? The patterns are identical, and it seems to be called the winning furnace. Could it be that what my master said is indeed true? Startled, Douluo instinctively hurled the furnace away. As it left his hand, it soared with the wind, transforming into a towering 2-meter-tall furnace, now perfectly resembling the one from his past. His master had once told him that they belonged to the Taoist alchemical sect, and that the furnace at the entrance was a treasured relic of their lineage. Yet, who would believe that such a precious artifact had been left exposed to the elements? Nearly claimed by scrap collectors on several occasions? However, they could not come to an agreement with his master regarding the price, and the matter was ultimately dismissed. Is this now my second martial soul? Douluo mused, tilting his head in confusion. He then reached out to touch the furnace, attempting to channel his soul power into it. Suddenly, a burst of crimson flames erupted within the furnace, startling Douluo, causing him to retreat several steps. However, with a mere thought, he commanded the flames to extinguish, and they promptly obeyed. He then began to play with the flames, manipulating their size with delight. Does this consume so much soul power? I've only been at it for about half an hour, and my soul power has been completely depleted. Moments later, the furnace, having lost its source of soul power, dissipated into a wisp of black mist, returning to Douluo's body. Right? I recall being trapped within a pitch-black spherical space. It felt just like being inside this furnace. However, with my soul power now exhausted, I can only await its restoration before I can summon my martial soul once more and investigate further. After concluding his thoughts, Douluo temporarily set aside his study of the furnace. Chapter 6. the Book of Heaven and Earth and the 9-Turn Pill Codex. By the way, I must also look into the variety of that purple magnolia flower I just absorbed. Its potent effects make me suspect it is akin to an immortal great herb. Douluo recalled the image of that exquisite purple magnolia flower in his mind. Thus, he resolved to seek information regarding this medicinal herb from Douluo's collection of books. Although Douluo surmised that Douluo likely had no records concerning celestial great herbs, he found himself with no alternative means of uncovering details about this flower. If there were any documentation of it within Douluo's tomes, it was likely that Douluo had already consumed the flower himself long ago. Suddenly, a piece of information surfaced in his consciousness. The 9-Jade Celestial Orchid, a celestial-grade flower cultivated over 9,999 years, 3,000 years to sprout, 3,000 years to grow, 3,000 years to bloom, and after 999 years, its petals would fall as medicine, while its branches and leaves turned to ash, leaving only the petals for medicinal use. Consuming it raw could alleviate all internal injuries, rendering one immune to myriad toxins. It could also store medicinal power within the body for the purpose of healing injuries and promoting the enhancement of cultivation, potentially saving a life up to 9 times. Furthermore, it could be refined into the 9-Turn Resurrection Pill, with effects potent enough to revive the dead and restore flesh to bone. It ranked 17th on the celestial grade herb list. What on earth is this? Douluo was rendered speechless, perplexed as to why such knowledge had emerged in his mind, knowledge he had never possessed before. Douluo promptly closed his eyes, realizing with astonishment that his body harbored 2 tomes. One was the Heaven and Earth Pharmacopoeia, and the other, the 9 Revolutions Elixir Compendium. Whence did these volumes originate? After merely 2 days and nights of slumber, his body had accumulated such treasures. First, he awakened his second martial soul, and now 2 additional books had manifested. Upon sensing these tomes, Douluo discerned they did not reside within his dantian, thus indicating they were not martial souls. The Heaven and Earth Pharmacopoeia contained information on 99% of the world's medicinal substances. With intent, Douluo commenced perusing this divine manuscript. Each herb's description was extraordinarily detailed, encompassing not only its medicinal properties and compatibility, but also the elixirs that could be concocted from it. Douluo did not take the time to read attentively. Instead, he quickly flipped through the pages of the book. After half an hour, he had barely finished a third of the first section, for the tome was exceedingly thick. The Heaven and Earth Herbal Compendium is divided into 3 parts. The first part introduces fundamental spiritual herbs. The second details the precious elixirs born from the essence of heaven and earth, and the third showcases extraordinary items that embody the quintessence of the universe. In addition, Douluo opened the 9 Transformation Elixir Manual with his thoughts. This book was noticeably much thinner than the Heaven and Earth Herbal Compendium. Yet he discovered that only the first page was legible. The remaining pages were shrouded in darkness, rendering their contents invisible. As he pondered why he could not access the other pages of the 9 Transformation Elixir Manual, a stream of information flooded his mind. He recalled his unconscious state in the alchemical furnace, where dark flames infused his consciousness with words, leading to the appearance of these 2 volumes within his dantian. It seemed that fortune was smiling upon him. In the Douluo continent, not only was material for alchemy abundant, but his home was also located right behind the ice and fire Yin-Yang. A sudden wave of optimism washed over Douluo as he envisioned a future filled with countless elixirs and an avalanche of golden soul coins raining down upon him, shimmering brilliantly. It is worth noting that the profession of alchemy does not exist in the Douluo continent, rendering many precious materials virtually unwanted, even by soul beasts who do not consume them. This was paradise for an alchemist. Thus, he resolved to practice the purple spirit bomb in the morning, restore his soul power by noon, and study the art of alchemy by night, striving to master the craft before his grandfather's return. Douluo licked his dry lips and murmured to himself. Douluo lifted his gaze and glanced outside. The sun was nearing its descent, and today he had embarked on the pursuit of alchemical mastery. Douluo closed his eyes, beginning to sense the 2 tomes within his body, commanding the 9-Turn Dan spectrum to unveil its cover and turn to the first page, revealing the sole visible formula. Huangjing Pill, a first-grade elixir, primarily comprises huangjing, ginseng, soft water willow leaves, bayou flowers, fufeng grass, and earth cocoon. It requires gentle fire for a quarter of an hour, followed by intense heat to form the pill within another quarter. Its efficacy lies in assisting cultivation and enhancing the speed of refinement. To unlock the contents of the next formula, one must successfully concoct the Huangjing pill with 90% potency. First, I shall seek some medicinal herbs to hone my skills, Douluo Mo declared, promptly opening the storage where Douluo kept the herbs. However, upon entering the apothecary, Douluo Mo was taken aback. The names of the herbs in the Douluo continent did not correspond with those in the celestial pharmacopoeia, presenting a considerable dilemma. Yet, when faced with challenges, one must seek solutions. Thus, Douluo Mo resolved to temporarily abandon his plan to refine pills. To master alchemy, one must possess a certain understanding of the properties and names of the herbs. Consequently, Douluo Mo conceived a plan. He would first locate Douluo's records on the medicinal substances and then recall them in his mind, allowing the celestial pharmacopoeia to directly transmit the information about these herbs into his consciousness. He then procured a thick notebook, commencing to document the names of the herbs in the Douluo continent alongside their corresponding names and properties in the celestial pharmacopoeia. To genuinely enter the realm of alchemy, relying solely on the celestial pharmacopoeia to discern the properties of herbs was insufficient. He needed to enrich his mind with more knowledge. Moreover, the 9-turn-dan spectrum would only allow the unlocking of another formula upon successful refinement of the current one. Ultimately, if Douluo Mo aspired to become a master alchemist, he would need to develop some elixirs on his own. Thus, from the afternoon until the late hours of the night, Douluo Mo diligently transcribed an entire volume of medicinal information. Although he copied a substantial amount of information throughout the night, it was but a drop in the ocean compared to the vastness of the celestial pharmacopoeia. Therefore, Douluo Mo's workload remained daunting in the days to come. Douluo Mo stifled a yawn and opened his notebook, where he discovered 3 types of herbs suitable for the concoction of Huangjing pills, gently folding the pages. A total of 7 medicinal ingredients are required for the creation of the pills. I have already identified 3, Huangjing, Baiju flower, and earth cocoon, leaving 4 more herbs to be sought after. Douluo Mo pinched his chin, diligently recording the formula and the names of the herbs. I am so weary, at last. I can take a break today. After uttering this, he yawned once more, tidied his books, notes, and the formula before retreating to his room, where he lay down and finally drifted off into a restful slumber. Chapter 7. The refinement of Huangjing pills. The following morning, as the sun ascended above the horizon, Douluo Mo opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to cultivate his soul power through the Changshun Gong, a habit cultivated over his past and present lives. After silently practicing for an hour or two, Douluo Mo finally opened his eyes and rose from his bed. He gathered some provisions and dried meat, roasting them quickly before consuming them in haste. Douluo Mo had no time to squander in the kitchen, opting for simplicity. Though still growing, an occasional lackluster meal would suffice. After finishing his morning routine, Douluo Mo changed into his training attire and stepped outside into the small courtyard of Douluo's grandfather. You did say to throw fireballs against the wall, but if I end up damaging it, please do not hold it against me, he remarked with a slight pout. Although Douluo assured him that the wall was highly resilient, Douluo Mo remained skeptical of its durability. With a flicker of thought, a violet fireball materialized in his hand. He positioned his shoulder, elbow, and wrist accordingly, and with a swift motion, the fireball was launched. Boom. The sound echoed, but the impact was minimal after all. Douluo Mo's soul power was merely at the 18th level, incapable of delivering a formidable blow. The earthen wall, however, stood unmoved, with not a speck of dust disturbed. Indeed, it was a testament to Douluo's craftsmanship, exceedingly sturdy. Then I shall hasten my efforts, Douluo Mo declared, extending both hands as 2 fireballs began to coalesce within his grasp. One after another, they were unleashed with force upon the wall. Yet, due to the inadequacy of his soul power, it was not long before Douluo Mo found himself completely depleted of energy. Douluo Mo let out a sigh. Today's quota of soul power had been completely depleted. Feeling as though he could extract no more soul power from within his body, he silently returned to his room to continue translating the names of medicinal herbs and memorizing their properties while simultaneously recovering his soul power. Alas, what splendid fortune he had! Within just 2 days, he had translated the names of all the ingredients necessary for concocting the Huangjing pill. It seemed that his practical lessons in alchemy were finally about to commence. Having just finished reviewing the information on one herb, he closed his eyes, and the compendium of celestial herbs immediately relayed the details of this particular ingredient back to him. To his delight, this herb was the final component required for the creation of the Huangjing pill. Previously, he had already identified the names and information of the other 3 ingredients necessary for its formulation, and now, all 7 herbs were gathered. With a decisive slap on his thigh, Douluo proclaimed that he would gather the herbs and commence the alchemical process that very evening. Douluo rose abruptly and dashed towards Douluo's apothecary, where he commenced the meticulous gathering of medicinal herbs according to their designated names. This time, Douluo prepared an ample quantity sufficient for 2 to 3 concoctions before emerging from the pharmacy. Fortuitously, most of the herbs within the apothecary were toxic, making it quite a challenge to assemble the ingredients necessary for crafting Huangjing pills. In addition to the herbs, Douluo also discreetly acquired a small scale from the pharmacy. Finally, Douluo arrived in the courtyard, preferring to avoid the perils of igniting a fire indoors. Should the dwelling catch flame, it could pose a grave danger, potentially engulfing the entire forest in flames. The first step was to weigh the herbs. Douluo utilized the small scale he had procured to accurately measure the weight of each herb, setting them aside for later use. The second step involved heating the furnace. Douluo had already comprehended the usage of this martial spirit, and thus he directed his soul power towards the alchemical furnace. Although at level 18 he lacked the ability to project soul power externally, his unique martial spirit allowed him to establish a soul power conduit between himself and the furnace, enabling him to activate it without risking burns. Suddenly, a vivid red flame erupted within the furnace and even from a distance. Douluo could feel the intense heat it radiated, indicating that it was no ordinary fire. In a short while, the surface of the furnace began to emanate a scorching warmth, suggesting that the interior was sufficiently heated. The third step was the alchemical process. Douluo recited the incantation and, following the instructions detailed in the formula, sequentially added each herb into the furnace. The blazing flames did not incinerate the herbs. Rather, they gradually transformed them into a liquid concoction. Within moments, a kaleidoscope of colorful liquid was suspended in the furnace, continuously subjected to intense heat, yet it remained steadfast, showing no inclination to solidify. Indeed, alchemy was a marvel. Douluo observed in awe as the typically easily ignited dried herbs melted into liquid form, with such high temperatures failing to evaporate the mixture. The fourth step was to solidify the concoction. Douluo completed his incantation, clasped his hands together, and then thrust forward, channeling a surge of soul power into the furnace. The flames within the furnace appeared to respond to the infusion of soul power, surging dramatically and fervently scorching the liquid mixture, which began to gradually solidify. Visible to the naked eye, it rapidly transformed into a spherical pill, rolling within the furnace. After all, crafting Huangjing pills was a rather straightforward endeavor, requiring no elaborate alchemical techniques. The final step was to extract the pill. Douluo held his breath, striving to maintain steady hands as he gently maneuvered the pill from the furnace's outlet. Extracting the pill involved transferring it from the furnace to the external environment, seizing the moment it emerged to ensure a harmonious fusion of soul power and the medicinal essence, thereby enhancing the pill's efficacy. Alas, he found himself devoid of soul power. Engrossed in the art of alchemy, Douluo became oblivious to the depletion of his soul power, only realizing its exhaustion when it spiraled out of control within him. Yet, he refused to succumb to despair, mustering his remaining strength to extract soul power for refining the elixir. In a fleeting moment, as the pill emerged from the furnace, a surge of ambient soul power rapidly infused it. Subsequently, a soil-colored pill rolled out, landing in Douluo's palm, emanating an enchanting fragrance that was utterly captivating. However, the exertion had taken its toll, and he collapsed to the ground due to the overextension of his soul power. The first-grade Huangjing pill, with a potency of merely 40%, bore the marks of an inexperienced hand. The uneven extraction of soul power had led to an overflow of aroma, rendering it subpar and incapable of progressing to the next stage of refinement. Is it truly remarkable? Can it even be critiqued? Douluo mused, scrutinizing the pill in his grasp. Indeed, the pill's surface was marred with specks of black, a testament to the irregular distribution of medicinal potency caused by the erratic release of soul power. It seems I possess a certain aptitude for alchemy, he chuckled to himself, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the pill. After a brief respite, Douluo rose from the floor and rummaged through Douluo's drawer, retrieving crystal vials suitable for storing elixirs. He carefully placed the pill inside and sealed it tightly. I shall replenish my soul power and resume my studies tomorrow, he declared, returning to his bed to recuperate. Chapter 8. Douluo returns. Wait a moment. Isn't the Huangjing pill meant to enhance soul cultivation? Should I not sample it? Douluo furrowed his brow, grasping the vial containing the pill and contemplating its contents. What I have crafted, I shall consume. With a resolute bite, he uncorked the vial, tipped it to release the pill, pinched his nose, and tossed it back, allowing it to slide down his throat into his stomach. He remained uncertain of its toxicity, even if he had forged it himself. Why doesn't it dissolve instantly upon tasting? A poor review. Douluo abruptly questioned the veracity of the novels that described pills as dissolving effortlessly, for the one he ingested was rather firm. At that moment, the pill began to gradually release its medicinal properties, a gentle flow of soul power dispersing from his stomach to his limbs. Lacking the violent ferocity of the soul power imparted by the Jiu Yuxian Lan, instead exhibiting a serene and compliant nature. Douluo, with unwavering determination, directed his 5 hearts towards the heavens and commenced the intricate practice of the Changchun technique, absorbing the soul energy emanating from the elixir. Unlike the soul energy drawn from external sources, which proved challenging to refine, this particular essence, in conjunction with the Changchun technique, significantly accelerated his cultivation progress. This phenomenon likely elucidates the principle by which the Huangjing pill enhances soul energy cultivation. Moreover, the Huangjing pill also serves to nourish the meridians. Albeit this effect is less pronounced, merely an ancillary benefit, the medicinal properties of the elixir lasted for a mere hour, after which the potency of the Huangjing pill was entirely dissipated. Once Douluo ceased his practice, he opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The efficacy of this pill surpassed his expectations remarkably. It yielded an enhancement in cultivation effectiveness by a notable 10% compared to his usual practice. Upon reflecting on the quantity of soul energy he had recently cultivated, he found a stark contrast when compared to the soul energy produced during his previous training. Evidencing a clear improvement, the Huangjing pill, despite its relatively low grade, had indeed provided a commendable boost. However, it could not rival the potency of other elixirs that might double the cultivation speed, for such outcomes would be deemed extraordinary. Douluo raised his gaze to the window, observing that the moon had only just ascended into the night sky. Thus, he resolved to concoct another batch of elixirs before retreating to slumber. Summoning the Wenyang furnace, he commenced the process from the initial step of warming the furnace to the final step of extracting the elixir. Everything unfolded with remarkable ease. And having learned from his previous experience, Douluo adeptly managed the release and consumption of his soul energy. Consequently, he did not encounter the same deficiency of soul power that had plagued him during the extraction of the last elixir. Everything proceeded astonishingly smoothly. Perhaps I am a genius. Douluo cradled the elixir in his hands, sitting on the ground with a foolish grin. The Huangjing pill, with a potency of 50%, did not meet the activation criteria. However, this was inconsequential. I had enhanced the potency by 20% after just 2 attempts. This means that if I refine it 2 more times, I could unlock the next elixir formula. Douluo remained unfazed by the failure to activate the next formula, as the substantial improvement in efficacy was undeniable. He felt a burgeoning talent for alchemy within him. Little did he realize that the Huangjing pill was among the least challenging of all elixirs, typically crafted by novice alchemists to hone their skills. A proficient alchemist could usually master the creation of such a pill in merely half a day. After meticulously placing the elixir into a vial, Douluo returned to his bed, clutching the bottle with great delight as he prepared to sleep. He remembered that in novels, practitioners often substitute meditation for slumber. If that were the case, wouldn't it grant several additional hours for cultivation each day? Just as Douluo nestled into his blankets, the thought of using meditation in lieu of sleep struck him. Resolutely, he sat up and, adopting a cross-legged position, commenced his practice of the eternal spring technique. As anticipated, engaging in this technique not only eased his mind but also alleviated physical fatigue, although it did not quite equate to the restorative benefits of true rest. The ability to cultivate while recuperating was indeed sufficient. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months elapsed without Douluo returning to the Sunset Forest with Douluo and the others. Throughout these 2 months, Douluo diligently crafted 2 Huangjing pills each day. However, dishearteningly, since the very first day when he succeeded in producing a pill with 50% potency, he had not surpassed 60%. His results hovered persistently below 50%, leading him to question his suitability for alchemy. Nevertheless, Douluo's success rate in pill production was nearly 100%, with no instances of failed concoctions or explosions occurring. With nearly 60 pills completed, alongside Douluo's earnest daily cultivation, his spiritual power level had recently broken through to level 19. with level 20 within imminent reach. Furthermore, through his relentless efforts, he had finally transcribed the entirety of the foundational volume of the Compendium of Heavenly Herbs. Next, he intended to delve into the chapter on rare resources, eagerly awaiting Douluo's return to petition for entry into the ice and fire duality to gather some precious materials. Additionally, he had made significant progress in mastering the purple spirit bullet. The time required to condense it had reduced from 5 breaths to 3, and its projection distance had doubled. Xiaomo, are you there? Grandfather has returned. At that moment, Douluo's voice resonated from outside, echoing loudly, indicating he was still some distance away. Finally, he was back. Douluo could hardly contain his excitement, nearly shedding tears, having spent 2 solitary months confined within a single room. Hesitant to venture outside amidst countless millennia-old soul beasts and 10,000-year-old soul beasts, the relentless monotony of transcribing notes, concocting pills, and cultivating had indeed been a tormenting existence. Douluo anxiously paced at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing around in anticipation, perched upon the wall in hopes of catching a glimpse of Douluo and his companions. At long last, through the thicket, he discerned several carriages gradually making their way along the narrow path toward the small courtyard, with the lead carriage being driven by none other than Douluo himself. They have finally returned. Overwhelmed with emotion, Douluo found tears streaming down his face. After a lapse of 2.5 months, he was finally reunited with the presence of living souls. Douluo and his companions gradually approached the small courtyard. Finally discovering Douluo, who was sitting on the courtyard wall, tears streaming down his cheeks. Mo, come over quickly and help move things. Your parents and sister will be staying here for a while, Douluo called out, disregarding the look in Douluo's eyes. All right, I'm coming, Douluo exclaimed joyfully, leaping down from the wall and scampering over to the carriage to assist with the moving. After a bustling afternoon, the group managed to organize all the belongings. As Douluo's courtyard was quite spacious and did not require additional small structures. Thus, Douluo helped Douluo and Douluo each arrange a room for their rest. Now, the entire Douluo family had settled into their cottage within the Sunset Forest. Chapter 9, Confession to Family. I have awakened a second martial soul, Douluo announced while sitting in the courtyard. What? The 3 of them exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished that their family could possess a twin martial soul, something that had never been seen in their lineage before. I remember when you awakened your martial soul, you only had one. How could you possibly have 2? Douluo furrowed his brow and questioned. I found a purple magnolia flower in your study, Grandpa. After absorbing it, my second martial soul awakened. Look, here it is. Douluo replied, extending his right hand to reveal a small dan furnace, the size of a fist, appearing in his palm, accompanied by a green snake silhouette behind him. Indeed, it truly is 2 martial souls, Douluo exclaimed in disbelief, lifting Douluo with astonishment at his son's remarkable talent. Douluo glanced helplessly at Douluo, recognizing what thoughts were swirling in his mind. Yuan, enough of the frivolity. We must focus on the matter at hand. First, check if Yin has fallen asleep. She's still young and maybe less discreet. It's best that only the 4 of us know about this, Douluo said, furrowing his brow thoughtfully. Understood. Douluo responded before getting up to check on Douluo. Their journey to the Sunset Forest had taken 3 days, leaving both Douluo and Wenyu somewhat fatigued. Not to mention the 8-year-old Douluo, who had fallen asleep early. Yin is sound asleep, father, Douluo said, now serious and no longer playful. This must be due to the purple magnolia flower that Mo absorbed. That flower contains immense soul power. I retrieved it from the medicinal garden long ago and never anticipated it would serve as a catalyst for Mo's second awakening, Douluo pondered, furrowing his brow as he considered how the soul power had stimulated Douluo, resulting in the emergence of his second martial soul. Oh, so that's how it is. Since you are a titled Douluo, well-versed and knowledgeable, will you personally guide Mo? When you inquired about Douluo, expressing her belief that Douluo's focus should be on cultivating soul power with his twin martial souls, rather than on poison techniques. Though I hold the title of Douluo, I fear that if I were to instruct Xiao Mo, it would squander his remarkable talent. Douluo pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Although he was reluctant to see his poison techniques fade into obscurity, he yearned for Douluo to pursue a path more suited to his potential. If Douluo were merely a martial soul, Douluo could impart all his poison knowledge to him, allowing Xiao Mo ample time to master both disciplines. However, with an additional martial soul, The requirement would not merely be more training time, but rather an increased need to comprehend the synergy and compatibility between the two souls, which would demand significant time investment. In that case, directing Du Guimo to study poison techniques would indeed be a waste of his exceptional abilities. Father, where do you intend to send Xiaomo for his studies? Du Guyuan glanced at Du Guimo and asked. I wish to send both Yen Zi and Xiaomo to a place where the committee head is a three-souled Douluo, who has served in that capacity for many years and possesses substantial teaching experience, Du Gubo replied thoughtfully. Although he did not know Ming Xinji personally, they belonged to the same era, and he had certainly heard of his reputation. Thus, sending Du Guimo to the Tiando Royal Academy would be safe, as the Spirit Hall had not yet descended into madness to the extent of directly challenging the two great empires. Indeed, Old Ming's expertise and teaching capability are sufficient to guide Xiaomo's training. Du Guyuan nodded in agreement. Sigh, grandfather, father, could you both allow me to finish? Du Guimo raised his hands in exasperation. The martial soul I awakened is accompanied by a cultivation technique, as well as a pharmacopoeia and an alchemical manual. On this path of cultivation, it seems no one can instruct me. I can refine pills to enhance my cultivation speed, and the time I save can be devoted not only to studying alchemy but also to mastering poison techniques. Du Guimo lamented that he did not require a teacher for soul power cultivation, and he needed to allocate time to learn alchemy, making external study impractical. Moreover, for Du Guimo, the four individuals present, including the one asleep in the room, were the closest to him. Apart from the matter of his transmigration, he could share everything else with them, especially the joy of helping them enhance their cultivation. What is this cultivation technique? Du Gubo asked, tilting his head in confusion, having never encountered such a term after years of cultivation. Well, it is a method that accelerates soul power cultivation. The technique in my mind is called Changchun Gong. I will transcribe it for you to see later. Du Guimo scratched his head, struggling to define the cultivation technique. I see. But do not share it lightly with others. We three must not do so either. Du Gubo cast a serious glance at Du Guimo and then spoke. It's nothing to worry about. This matter is not particularly complex, nor is it an esoteric technique. I will transcribe it shortly for you, your father, and your mother to examine. It may prove beneficial for your cultivation. Du Guimo earnestly replied, very well, but after we three have reviewed it, we must not share it with anyone else. Du Gubo turned his gaze towards Du Guyuan and Wenya. Du Guyuan and Wenya nodded in agreement. Wenya possessed a composed and gracious demeanor, and Du Gubo was not concerned about her revealing any secrets. However, he harbored reservations regarding his son, Du Guyuan. Despite Du Guyuan's lackluster talent for cultivation, he had forged numerous friendships due to Du Gubo's esteemed reputation. Thus, Du Gubo feared that one day, under the influence of alcohol, Du Guyuan might inadvertently divulge the secrets of this profound technique, prompting him to issue a stern warning. This technique involved a substance known as elixir, specifically crafted from herbs such as huangjing, hence referred to as huangjing pill. It could significantly accelerate the cultivation of soul power. I happen to possess a few, which you may sample, Du Guimo remarked, producing a crystal vial from his robe and tossing it to Du Gubo. Over the course of the past 2 months, he had concocted more than 60 elixirs, though some had been consumed during his own cultivation, leaving these 3 freshly crafted ones for today. Rest assured, this substance is non-toxic. I have ingested over 60 of them myself, Du Guimo continued to clarify. Du Gubo nodded and promptly swallowed the elixir, discovering it to be quite crisp upon biting into it. He then closed his eyes to sense the fluctuations of soul power within his body, and indeed, a surge of energy emanated from the pill. However, for someone with Du Gubo's immense reservoir of soul power, the potency of the huangjing pill was akin to a solitary droplet in an expansive ocean. Nevertheless, he could perceive its effects and sense the remarkable potential harbored within this elixir. If one such as Du Guimo, a mere level 19 soul master, could produce such results, what might be achieved if Du Gubo himself were to fabricate it? At present, I can only concoct this singular elixir. I must engage in further practice to acquire more recipes, Du Guimo earnestly stated. In light of this, you shall accompany your sister to the Tiando Royal Academy at the end of this year, Du Gubo said with a smile. Why must I? If I am to refine elixirs in the outside world, are you not concerned that others might replicate my methods? Du Guimo turned his head, puzzled by his father's insistence on sending him to the Tiando Royal Academy. Have you ever encountered a formidable warrior who honed their skills in seclusion? Without rolling in the dust of the world, who can attain such formidable prowess? Of course, your father is the exception, Du Gubo replied with a serious expression. though a smirk crept onto his lips as he glanced at Dugu Yuan. Father, if you wish to refer to little Mo, then do so without dragging me into it. Dugu Yuan said with an awkward smile, opting to fall silent thereafter. Very well then, but when shall my sister and I depart for the Tiando Royal Academy? Dugu Mo pondered Dugu Bo's words, finding merit in them, yet he resolved to accomplish one significant task before setting out for the academy. With 2 months remaining until the new students commence their studies, ensure that your father escorts you both to the Tiando Royal Academy thereafter. Dugu Bo regarded Dugu Yuan with an air of dissatisfaction. He found his son woefully inadequate. By the way, father, tomorrow could you venture outside the forest to procure some medicinal herbs for me? I am entirely out of materials for alchemy, Dugu Mo said with a mischievous grin. Very well, just provide me with the prescription shortly, and I shall procure an ample supply. Dugu Yuan nodded in agreement. Additionally, grandfather, I possess a notebook you might find intriguing. It contains information on some fundamental herbs that should aid your mastery of toxins. It is a legacy I have inherited. Dugu Mo added. He then swiftly returned to his abode to retrieve the basic compendium of herbal medicine, handing it to Dugu Bo. The section on rare treasures remained unfinished, necessitating Dugu Mo's completion of it before presenting it to Dugu Bo grandfather. Father, mother, I shall now transcribe the longevity technique for your perusal. I will return shortly. Dugu Mo declared before turning back towards his home. Intrigued, Dugu Boya, let us return to rest. Tomorrow, you shall stay behind to care for father and the 2 children, while I venture out to procure herbs for Xiao Mo, Dugu Yuan remarked. Observing Dugu Bo with a wry smile before embracing Wanya and retreating to his own chamber. In the study of Dugu Bo, the sole guiding lamp was ignited by Dugu Mo, who began to diligently transcribe the cultivation methods of the eternal spring technique for the benefit of Dugu Bo and the others. Chapter 10. The Shen Ding Body Refining Technique. Early the next morning, Dugu Mo emerged from the study, invigorated and refreshed. He had completed transcribing the entire volume of the eternal spring technique during the first half of the night, and, having replaced sleep with cultivation during the latter half, he had enjoyed ample rest. Grandfather, good morning. As Dugu Mo stepped outside, he noticed Dugu Bo still seated in the courtyard, engrossed in his reading. Scattered on the ground were several volumes of notes that Dugu Mo had transcribed from the compendium of earthly medicines, indicating that Dugu Bo had likely spent the entire night there. My dear Mo, this is splendid. With this, I am confident I can rectify all the shortcomings in our family's poison techniques, Dugu Bo exclaimed, his hair disheveled, complexion haggard, and eyes bloodshot. Yet his gaze sparkled with hope. Are there deficiencies in our family's poison techniques? Dugu Mo inquired, puzzled, having just awakened his martial soul. He had not been permitted to cultivate the poison techniques by Dugu Bo and Dugu Yuan, while Dugu Yin had practiced them under Dugu Bo's guidance post-awakening. Indeed, there are considerable flaws. Our poison techniques rely on toxins to stimulate the body, thereby enhancing the speed of cultivation. However, the ingestion of such toxins inevitably leads to their accumulation in one's body. Should the soul power surge uncontrollably, these accumulated toxins could directly threaten one's life, leaving only the divine to offer salvation, Dugu Bo explained with a smile. Although I have accumulated a significant amount of toxins within my body, my strength as a title Douluo enables me to suppress these poisons without issue. Your sister, being young, has as yet accumulated only a small amount, so she faces no immediate danger. However, your father, having also practiced the poison techniques, has not devoted himself fully to his training, resulting in a sluggish advancement. Consequently, his soul power may struggle to contain the toxins within his body, Dugu Bo sighed, revealing a hint of regret over having imparted the poison techniques to Dugu Yuan. Then, grandfather, please do not worry. I still have some notes left to transcribe. I shall return to the study and complete the remaining content for us to study together. Dugu Mo declared, promptly turning back to the study to embark on a new round of transcription. This was a matter of life and death for his father, Dugu Yuan. And while the usual clamor was tolerable, the gravity of the situation made Dugu Mo anxious. Dugu Mo contemplated transcribing the Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures chapter to present to Dugu Bo in hopes of discovering an antidote. The chapter's length was merely a tenth of the foundational text, for after all, heavenly materials and earthly treasures were not commonplace. Thus, Dugu Mo anticipated that within a few days, he would complete the transcription and subsequently collaborate with Dugu Bo to devise a remedy for the poison afflicting Dugu Yuan. Although Dugu Mo had considered the ancestral technique of soul bone transfer pioneered by Tang San, He was acutely aware that locating a suitable soul bone in a short period would prove challenging. Recklessly seeking out random pieces could easily compromise one's combat prowess, as soul bones were exceedingly rare and could not be simply acquired. "Good morning, Father." Dugu Yuan and Wenya greeted as they stepped out of the house and exchanged pleasantries with Dugubo. "Starting today, your cultivation of soul power will be paused. Abstain from alcohol and refrain from ingesting any medications. This storage soul guide is prepared for Xiaomo. Once we exit the forest, purchase some medicinal herbs for him," Dugubo instructed, lifting a verdant ring from his hand and tossing it to Dugu Yuan. "Understood, Father. I shall take my leave," Dugu Yuan replied respectfully, going to Dugubo before turning to the back courtyard to harness the horse-drawn carriage. Intending to retrieve the necessary herbs from his family's apothecary in the town beyond the setting sun forest. "Wenya, please take the martial arts manual that Xiaomo transcribed last night to him. Review it first, and when Yuan returns, you two can study it together. I will be quite occupied in the coming days, so I will delve into the manual after I complete my tasks," Dugubo remarked, lowering his head to continue perusing his book. "Very well, Father," Wenya responded, also bowing respectfully before entering the study. "Mother, good morning." Dugu Mo greeted upon noticing his mother entering the study, standing to offer his salutation. "I have come to take the martial arts manual you transcribed last night. Your father has gone to procure herbs for you, and your grandfather asked me to study your manual in the meantime," Wenya said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Dugu Mo's hair. "Here it is, Mother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly," Dugu Mo replied, hastily retrieving the book from beneath a pile of tomes and handing it to Wenya. "What are you working on?" Wenya inquired, noticing Dugu Mo engaged in transcription. "Oh, these are details regarding various medicinal herbs. I am organizing the information for grandfather's convenience," Dugu Mo responded, omitting any mention of the antidote for Dugu Yuan, as he genuinely worried that Wenya would immediately seek Dugu Yuan if she learned of it. "Indeed, what your grandfather requires must be of utmost importance. Be diligent. My dear son, I shall now study the martial arts manual you prepared." Wenya finished speaking, took the book, and departed without disturbing Dugu Mo's work. Subsequently, Dugu Mo unleashed his full potential, swiftly organizing the names of various rare herbs and treasures into his notes. Given the scant records of these resources on the Douluo continent, he was able to forego the task of annotating dual names, significantly accelerating his transcription speed. 5 days later, Dugu Yuan returned, driving a cart from outside. The Dugu family had their own medicinal herb business, but the volume Dugu Yuan required was exceedingly large, necessitating the gathering of supplies from various locations, which caused a 2-day delay. At this point, Dugu Mo had already completed the compilation of the medicinal resources from the section on rare herbs and treasures, while Dugubo, after finishing the foundational section, had devised over 10 methods to treat the toxins within Dugu Yuan's body. He was now engrossed in the section on rare herbs and treasures, seeking better detoxification methods. Dugubo had even formulated several techniques to aid Dugu Yuan's cultivation through the toxins in his body. "Father, I have returned," Dugu Yuan exclaimed as he dismounted the cart and made a respectful bow to Dugubo. "Yes, first go find Wenya. Your cultivation technique is in her possession. You two should study that technique together. Focus on soul power cultivation can be set aside for now." Dugubo waved his hand, as his family seldom adhered to formalities. "Understood, Father," Dugu Yuan replied before exiting the courtyard, leading the cart to the backyard, and then seeking out Wenya. Meanwhile, Dugu Mo was busy organizing information on celestial products, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of these treasures, each one a cherished creation of heaven and earth, born from the essence of the universe. In comparison to the section on rare herbs and treasures, the celestial products section was relatively brief, recording a total of 999 celestial products, culminating in a celestial product ranking that listed the top 100 among them. That very night, Dugu Mo meticulously transcribed the celestial products section and the celestial product ranking into his notes. However, he stumbled upon intriguing information regarding the ice and fire duality ice. The octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom were ranked 8th and 9th, respectively, on the celestial product ranking, accompanied by a crucial piece of information. The octagonal profound ice grass harbored the essence of profound ice, while the fiery apricot blossom possessed the aura of blazing fire, capable of channeling these two energies into the body, refining one's bloodline and physique, and enhancing the golden body through the profound cauldron body refinement technique. The profound cauldron body refinement technique could refine both pills and humans, treating the individual as a pill to accelerate cultivation, alleviate hidden injuries, detoxify and purify toxins, and enhance one's foundational roots. Additionally, there was a set of hand seals for utilizing the profound cauldron body refinement technique. Yet, how did this body refinement technique come to be concealed here? Douluo furrowed his brow in contemplation. To discover these two items, one would either need extraordinary perseverance to endure months of solitude poring over the medicinal compendium to reach this page, or have encountered those two celestial products. It appeared that the author of this tome was indeed a master in their own right. As Douluo pondered, a sudden clarity enveloped him regarding the issue at hand. It seemed that the individual who crafted this book was no ordinary person, with the celestial rankings in the celestial treatise meticulously transcribed. It was high time for him to witness the marvels of the ice and fire duality. With a chuckle, Douluo expressed his excitement. Chapter 11, The Alchemical Body of Ice and Fire. Grandfather, I have completed the transcription of the celestial treatise, and the entire compendium of heavenly herbs has been meticulously written. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Douluo said, feeling a touch of shyness as he sought a small stool to sit beside Douluo. You wish to enter my medicinal garden, do you? The treasures therein are indeed beyond imagination. However, I trust your intentions are not solely driven by the allure of these exquisite materials, Douluo replied, his gaze fixed on a new prescription he was crafting. This prescription was designed to eradicate the toxins plaguing Douluo's body, while simultaneously utilizing those very toxins to enhance his innate abilities and restore him to peak spiritual cultivation. The crux of this formula lay in a rare celestial treasure, which accounted for its remarkable efficacy. To be frank, grandfather, in the hot springs of your medicinal garden, there reside two particularly extraordinary herbs. Those are my targets, Douluo said with a smile as he presented a freshly transcribed notebook to Douluo. Oh, so it is these two items. However, you must wait a while. I shall first finish reading this new book you have written before we venture into the medicinal garden. It can be perilous in there, Douluo remarked, furrowing his brow as he opened the book Douluo had just handed him. The hot springs of the ice and fire duality, I housed only those two remarkable plants, and Douluo indeed had some recollection of them. Grandfather, the celestial treasures in your garden number no more than a handful, and most are suitable only for alchemical concoction or raw consumption, making them ill-suited for medicinal use. Douluo said with a wry smile, anxious to collect those two herbs. Very well, Douluo contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Recognizing the necessity of the celestial treasure that could eliminate the toxins within Douluo's body. However, prior to this, we may need to prepare certain items: gold, silver, copper, iron, jade, and various boxes and tools for harvesting. The methods for collecting these herbs are quite unique, Douluo remarked with a wry smile. Suspecting that Douluo might possess such items, that is easily arranged. I have all those materials in my room. A brief smelting will suffice. As for jade and agate boxes, I have an abundance. These boxes can significantly prolong the preservation of herbs, so I have gathered many. Let us go retrieve them, Douluo declared, setting aside his pen, folding the prescription, and placing it in his pocket before heading to his chamber to gather the various boxes and materials. Shortly thereafter, Douluo emerged from his quarters, cradling an assortment of materials. Grandfather, do you think my spiritual power is sufficient to smelt these materials? Douluo gazed at Douluo with a wry smile, remarking that what he observed were merely materials, not finished products. I never intended to rely on you, he added. Douluo cast a disdainful glance at Douluo before carelessly discarding the materials onto the ground. He selected a metal strip from the pile and placed it upon a smooth stone. Channeling his soul power through his palms, he struck down fiercely, transforming the iron strip into a flat piece of metal, now glowing red with heat. After a few more strikes, the strip, measuring the length of a forearm, was reshaped into a metal sheet. Although it had not been forged into a blade, it was undoubtedly suitable for slicing herbs. Without a doubt, Douluo's formidable strength left a profound impression on Douluo, serving as one of the motivations for his desire to grow stronger. After a while, more than 10 metal strips had been fashioned into metal sheets. While they were not intended for combat, they would certainly suffice for herb cutting. All right, this soul-guiding device is yours. I shall take a moment to recover my soul power before we proceed to the herb garden, Douluo declared, settling onto the ground to recuperate his energy. After receiving the soul-guiding device, Douluo curiously examined the green ring in his hand. For the first time, Douluo encountered a soul guide device. Previously, he had not awakened his martial soul, and Douluo had never provided him with a soul guide to experiment with. Curiously, he channeled a strand of soul power into the device, and to his astonishment, he beheld a space exceeding 500 square meters, filled with countless boxes. With a mere thought, Douluo was able to penetrate these boxes and glimpse the precious herbs contained within. How wondrous this soul guide is! Douluo stood there, stunned, utterly amazed by its marvels. Enough of your naivety. Hurry and put it on. I will lead you into the medicinal garden. It is fraught with danger, Douluo said. Opening his eyes and observing Douluo, who remained in a state of shock. It is truly embarrassing. How unsophisticated you are. Fortunately, we are alone here. Yet, Douluo might have forgotten that when he first encountered a soul guide, he was even more bewildered than Douluo. All right, grandfather. Douluo quickly donned the ring and took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart. After all, he was about to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire, and to claim he was not excited would be disingenuous. Good. After Douluo spoke, he once again tucked Douluo under his arm and transformed into a streak of green light, dashing towards the backyard. Douluo was uncertain how long he had been flying, but at last, he arrived at a magnificent canyon. At the heart of this gorge lay a hot spring, one side ablaze with fiery red while the other gleamed in pure white, each territory unyielding to the other. A fragrant aroma wafted from the Eye of Ice and Fire, permeating the air and delighting Douluo's senses. Little one, snap out of it. Quickly descend and attend to the medicinal herbs. There are numerous matured treasures of heaven and earth here. Douluo, a titled Douluo, had committed to memory the compendium of medicinal herbs that Douluo had transcribed. Thus, the two began to gather the ripe treasures, collecting them with great diligence. Drunken moon cordyceps. It's ripe, Douluo exclaimed, beckoning Douluo to retrieve a jade box from the soul guide. With a copper piece in hand, he delicately scooped the herb and placed it into the box, which he then entrusted to Douluo for safekeeping. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the grandfather and grandson sat on the ground, their faces flushed with excitement. Grinning broadly, they had successfully gathered nearly 300 matured treasures of heaven and earth, along with a singular matured celestial grade, Huangyu Tongtian ginseng. However, Douluo refrained from allowing Douluo to handle the ginseng, wary of the possibility of it transforming into a ginseng doll. What a pity! Who knows how many treasures of heaven and earth have fallen to the ground and turned to fertilizer over the years, Douluo sighed. Glancing at the array of boxes behind him, we have collected enough treasures of heaven and earth. One must know contentment. Moreover, I have transcribed the compendium of medicinal herbs, and all that remains is to check periodically for any matured herbs. This will ensure a continuous supply for our family, Douluo replied with a smile. After all, acquiring even a single treasure of heaven and earth was a stroke of extraordinary luck, not to mention having the Eye of Ice and Fire, which continuously produced such treasures belonging to the Douluo family. Indeed, I was greedy. The matured treasures here have been nearly processed, and there is a path leading to the hot spring. Do you require my assistance? Douluo chuckled, realizing his own folly. No need. I can manage on my own, Douluo said, proceeding cautiously along the newly revealed path toward the hot spring. The Eye of Ice and Fire harbored not only treasures, but also some toxic substances. So Douluo remained vigilant as he approached the spring. Douluo arrived near the 8-pointed ice grass, placing his hands on either side of it. With a surge of soul power, a fist-sized Wenyang furnace materialized. Douluo gently sliced with a jade knife and then opened the lid of the furnace, allowing the 8-pointed ice grass to settle steadily inside. In the very moment the octagonal ice crystal grass entered the alchemical furnace, Douluo abruptly turned and sprinted frantically towards the blazing fire apricot blossom. As the octagonal ice crystal grass settled at the bottom of the furnace, a layer of frost enveloped it instantaneously, causing the temperature within the furnace to plummet rapidly. Nevertheless, Douluo had meticulously calculated the timing with a swift motion. He severed the fire apricot blossom, and the furnace lid swung open, allowing the blossom to descend steadily into the winting furnace. The furnace, initially destined to be entirely encased in ice, began to gradually thaw. On the left side, it remained ensconced in frost, while the right side blazed intensely, scorched by flames. Douluo gazed at the wondrous spectacle emanating from the Wenyang furnace, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. Who could ascertain whether this method of alchemy posed any dangers? The thought of being reduced to ashes was indeed a disconcerting one. Yet, fortune favors the bold. With a resolute determination, Douluo gritted his teeth, summoned his soul energy, and the cauldron suddenly soared into the air, landing gracefully above the eye of ice and fire, spinning with an enchanting rhythm. With a determined grit of his teeth, Douluo sprang into action, leaping fiercely as the lid of the alchemical furnace opened just in time for him to ascend within. In the very next heartbeat after Douluo entered the furnace, the lid closed automatically. Douluo sat quietly at the base of the furnace. Contrary to his expectations, the temperature was bearable, however. To his left lay the frost and to his right, the blazing fire, leaving only the space where Douluo sat at a normal temperature. "Let us begin," he declared, settling into a meditative posture at the furnace's base. With swift movements, he formed intricate hand seals, as the soul power from outside the furnace surged wildly into its depths. As the soul power flowed in, the energies of frost and flame gradually extracted themselves from the 8-pointed frost grass and the fiery apricot blossoms. 2 spheres of exquisite essence, one white and the other red, swirled around Douluo. Fortunately, the body-refining technique inherited from the Winting furnace was safe. Otherwise, utilizing any other method to extract these 2 types of energy would have likely caused Douluo to explode from the overwhelming force. With the continuous influx of soul power, the 2 spheres of energy began to coalesce, then suddenly surged into Douluo's body through his Niwen palace. "Oh, it's hot. It's cold," Douluo exclaimed. For this trial of the duality of ice and fire was an intense ordeal of the utmost frost and the fiercest flame. Chapter 12. The Dragon Eyes of Ice and Fire. Although the process of Douluo absorbing these 2 energies within the alchemical furnace was excruciating, from the outside, nothing could be heard. One could only see the furnace floating above the hot spring, spinning gracefully, showing no signs of anomaly whatsoever. Douluo observed the alchemical furnace in silence, unperturbed by its stillness. He resumed his meticulous search for the rare celestial herbs nestled within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, diligently planting the seeds of those precious herbs back into their original soil. Ordinary medicinal plants, though potent, yet lacking in age, were transferred into his soul guide, capable of nurturing life, for the soil here was limited in fertility. Douluo envisioned a future where this place would flourish with exquisite medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, within the confines of the furnace, Douluo sat cross-legged, enduring a tempestuous clash of ice and fire energies within his body. The tumultuous forces ravaged him, causing his form to flicker between hues of crimson and azure, their immense impact relentlessly assaulting his innards. Fortunately, the resilience of the soul power cultivated through the Changchun technique shielded him from severe harm. Despite the excruciating ordeal, the soul power continuously refined Douluo's physique, mending his wounds. As the soul power surged into the alchemical furnace, the 2 energies astonishingly began to temper, ceasing their violent conflict and coiling within Douluo's dantian. Suddenly, a series of hand seals erupted from Douluo's fingertips, unleashing a flurry of gestures. The soul power within the furnace ignited once more, and Douluo, overwhelmed by the tumultuous energy, lost consciousness, collapsing to the furnace's base. Yet, the soul power gently lifted him up. At last, the furnace underwent a transformation, reverting to its previous state of balanced ice and fire. Douluo, now devoid of awareness, continued to cultivate the Changchun technique instinctively, as the nascent soul power nurtured his body. 2 spheres of energy were deftly manipulated by an unseen force, ascending from his dantian to his crown and slowly merging into his eyes. Suddenly, Douluo opened his eyes, albeit subconsciously, and a remarkable transformation began to occur within his pupils. The left pupil turned a vivid red, while the right transformed into a deep blue. Yet, the metamorphosis was far from complete. His pupils gradually elongated into a serpentine shape, the base color shifting from black to a resplendent gold. This astonishing process unfolded with such seamlessness that it was nearly unbelievable, concluding in the blink of an eye. However, Douluo remained oblivious to these changes as he lay in a state of unconsciousness. Once the 2 orbs of energy had completed their intricate remodeling of his pupils, they withdrew from his gaze and returned to his dantian. There, they swiftly transformed into myriad minute energy particles that dispersed throughout Douluo's body, ensuring comprehensive and enduring protection for him. This process would require an extended duration, with the energies destined to be stored within Douluo's meridians and bones, significantly aiding his future cultivation and breakthroughs. Douluo had already turned the soil several times outside and discovered a few ripe fruits of celestial materials and earthly treasures. He then tended to the other immortal herbs and celestial materials, loosening the soil around them. Observing that Douluo was still not finished, he found an empty space, set up a table, and began to concoct medicinal herbs to detoxify Douluo's body. In the medicinal formula of Douluo, the rare celestial treasure required was conveniently located near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Thus, Douluo remained here, gathering and preparing the ingredients on the spot, ensuring the efficacy of the medicine would be ample, allowing Douluo to reap greater benefits. Furthermore, Douluo possessed ample experience, making the preparation of the herbal concoctions a mere trifle. Time swiftly passed. The golden crow concluded its shift, the jade rabbit commenced its work, and the moon hung high in the sky. Why was it still not finished? My potions are all ready, yet little Mo has yet to emerge. Douluo perched upon a tree near the Eye of Ice and Fire, gazing at the still-spinning alchemical furnace, muttering to himself in puzzlement, as he found himself exceedingly bored. Suddenly, with a loud bang, just as Douluo finished speaking, the lid of the asking heaven furnace flew off, and the furnace transformed into a swirl of soul energy, returning to Douluo's body. Without the support of the furnace, Douluo plummeted into the hot spring with a splash. Douluo, with his keen eyes and swift hands, soared above the hot spring and effortlessly retrieved Douluo from its depths. However, Douluo remained in a state of slumber. After a moment's contemplation, Douluo harnessed his soul power to dry Douluo's drenched garments and subsequently placed the rare treasures into Douluo's soul guide. Then, he transformed into a verdant beam of light, ascending towards his courtyard. Yuaner, swiftly escort Xiao Mo back to his chamber. Allow him to rest properly. Douluo called out from the courtyard. As night had already fallen, Douluo, upon hearing his father's voice, hastily donned his attire and emerged to greet Douluo. Father, how is Xiao Mo? Douluo inquired. Nothing to worry about. He merely overindulged in supplements and needs a good rest, Douluo replied, not turning back as he strode towards his alchemy chamber. This was his inaugural attempt at concocting such a formula, so he deemed it prudent to assess the potion's efficacy. Especially since it was intended for his own son, caution was imperative. By the time the early morning dawned, Douluo stretched lazily, capped the potion vial, yawned, and stepped outside. After all, since his breakthrough to the titled Douluo rank, his need for sleep had diminished considerably. Fortunately, the effects of the potion exceeded Douluo's expectations. Once Douluo consumed this vial, with diligent cultivation, while a breakthrough to the titled Douluo might be overly ambitious, surpassing the Soul Sage rank would require no excessive effort. It was noteworthy that Douluo's current soul power level was merely 46, and given his age, he had long since passed the prime period for cultivation. As the dawn broke, Douluo awoke, feeling a wave of comfort enveloping his body. He climbed out of bed, stretched lazily, and heard a series of satisfying cracks resonate through his limbs before stepping out of his room. Good morning, grandfather, Douluo greeted Douluo with a smile. In their household, aside from the two of them, no one else rose early. How do you feel? Did you succeed yesterday? Douluo inquired, settling onto a stone bench in the courtyard, gently ruffling Douluo's hair with a chuckle. Ah, right, grandfather. I almost forgot. I slept so soundly last night. Let me check my condition. Douluo responded, suddenly reminded to assess his body. The two superior immortal herbs had not only expanded his meridians and fortified his dantian, but he could also sense the lingering medicinal potency within him, continuously assisting his cultivation. It seems a bit less effective than anticipated, Douluo remarked with a furrowed brow. In the original narrative, his third brother had achieved a golden body through these two supreme herbs, yet for Douluo, it appeared to merely enhance his soul power and strengthen his foundation, a simple effect that scarcely lived up to the extraordinary potential he had witnessed yesterday. Wait, your pupils. Douluo noticed that as Douluo circulated his soul power, his pupils transformed into a striking pair of red and blue serpent-like eyes. Despite this, the unique appearance suited Douluo, rendering him quite dashing. My pupils? Grandfather, may I have a mirror? Douluo raised an eyebrow in curiosity and requested a mirror from Douluo. Indeed, his pupils had morphed into serpentine orbs, and upon closer inspection, he realized they possessed infrared capabilities, allowing him to perceive temperature variations and achieve rudimentary X-ray vision. However, Douluo was still unaccustomed to this skill, making it challenging to maintain such a state. Wait, this isn't a serpent's eye. It's a dragon's eye. Serpent eyes have a black base. while dragon eyes boast a golden foundation. This is undoubtedly a pair of dragon's eyes. Douluo scrutinized Douluo's pupils and exclaimed in astonishment. Having a pair of dragon's eyes indicated that Douluo's innate talent might far exceed their previous understanding. Only a profound dragon lineage within one's martial soul could awaken such ocular prowess. What do you perceive this pupil's abilities to be? Douluo queried again. I can discern temperature differences and achieve basic X-ray vision, but beyond that, I know nothing. Douluo's lips twitched, pondering whether he might not be the protagonist after all, as he felt significantly inferior to his third brother. In the world of Douluo continent, golden eyes were of little use, and there were no antiquities to be found, let alone a gambling stone venue. Concentrate your soul power into your eyes and see what effects arise, Douluo suggested after a moment's thought. All right, Douluo replied, and began directing his soul power towards his eyes. Suddenly, a wondrous sensation enveloped him. Suddenly, Douluo opened his eyes. A vibrant golden red flame erupted from his left eye, while a cool blue golden beam emanated from his right. These two rays of light struck two towering trees not far away, one instantly ignited into flames, while the other became adorned with glistening icicles. It appeared that Douluo had stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. This was akin to the full-force strike of a level 40 soul master. Douluo nodded in approval, observing the burning tree and the one encased in ice from a distance of over 20 meters. This was the manifestation of Douluo's newfound abilities. How delightful! Douluo was elated, no longer envious of his third brother. The latter, when consuming two types of celestial herbs, had not maximized their potency. Yet Douluo had achieved this feat. Little Mo, do not underestimate this capability. It is comparable to a soul bone, which means you will possess an additional soul skill. I sense that this skill may grow in power as your soul force increases, showcasing immense potential, Douluo remarked, his extensive knowledge pinpointing the essence of the matter. The purpose of acquiring soul rings and soul bones is to obtain formidable soul skills, enabling one to dominate opponents in battle and secure victory. The skill Douluo had acquired was not only powerful, but also possessed the capacity for further enhancement, truly commendable. By the way, little Mo, you should attempt to restore your pupils to their normal state, lest your martial soul's information be exposed, Douluo advised earnestly. Let me give it a try, Douluo replied, closing his eyes and relaxing. Upon reopening them, he discovered that his pupils had reverted to their original form. However, as soon as he channeled his soul force, they would immediately transform once more. This was not a significant concern. Nearly every soul master exhibited some unusual trait when utilizing soul skills. For instance, Ma Hongjiwen's phoenix manifested as a plumage-covered figure when his martial soul was activated. Next, we must cleanse the toxins from your father's body. I meticulously examined the effects of this potion yesterday, and it is quite promising. Once your father awakens, allow him to personally try this remedy, Douluo stated, placing a bottle of pale blue potion on the table for Douluo to see. Just then, Douluo emerged from the room. You have arrived just in time. I was about to call for you. Come, drink this. It will benefit your health, Douluo said with a slight smile, waving his hand as the potion bottle flew gracefully into Douluo's grasp. What is this? Douluo inquired, uncorking the bottle to inhale its scent before tilting his head back and consuming the entire contents in one go, for his father could not deceive him. Little Mo, retreat, Douluo exclaimed, seeing Douluo down the potion in one breath, as he swiftly grabbed Douluo and dashed back into the house. Ugh, father, at your age, you still find amusement in teasing me. Douluo hurried towards the restroom, exclaiming loudly, who knew you could drink so much? This is a 3-day supply, meant to be consumed in 9 portions. Of course, taking it all at once yields the best effect. But it also makes it easy for Douluo to mutter a few words while seated in his chair. Grandfather, you truly are something else, Douluo thought as he quietly shifted away from Douluo's vicinity. Humph, Douluo snorted, then resumed his reading, contemplating the toxins accumulating within his body. After all, these toxins were like landmines capable of obliterating everything. Who could sleep soundly while holding on to such dangers? Hence, Douluo had honorably become the first test subject. Moments later, a faint unpleasant odor wafted in through the window, prompting Douluo to swiftly wave his hand, sealing all the windows. The materials here were of the highest quality. Once closed, not a whiff of scent could penetrate. Why is it so foul outside? Little Mo, have you done something mischievous? Douluo, still in slumber, awoke to the noxious smell and, upon changing her clothes, ventured out to confront Douluo. However, she was immediately overwhelmed by the stench and nearly retched. Quickly, bring your sister back, Douluo commanded, rising and giving Douluo a firm kick, sending him flying from the study. "Grandfather, why not you?" Douluo gasped, before being propelled across the room by Douluo's force, landing beside Yen, whom he swiftly lifted and carried back to Douluo's study. "Yin, there's water over there. Rinse your mouth." Douluo gestured towards a cup on the table. "Thank you, grandfather." "What on earth is that smell? Did little Mo blow up the restroom?" Yen rinsed her mouth and pondered aloud. "Let me help you deal with him." "No, it's our father who is detoxifying," Mo explained with a bitter smile. Realizing he couldn't disclose that their father had been outsmarted by their grandfather and had ingested too much detoxifying medicine, resulting in this unfortunate situation. Moreover, Douluo was still seated nearby, and Mo preferred to avoid companionship with Yuan, who knew whether Douluo might extend his dark hand towards Mo. "Yin, since you're here, go read over there. When you tire of reading, practice your soul energy. Do not squander your time," Douluo instructed, pointing to a nearby bookshelf. "Understood, grandfather," Yin replied obediently, moving to the side to select a book and earnestly began to read. Suddenly, Mo recalled something and took out a Huangjing pill from his pocket. He scrutinized the elixir intently, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Abruptly, Mo's pupils transformed into dragon-like orbs, revealing the soul power and medicinal essence contained within the pill. Under normal circumstances, the potency of an elixir is evenly distributed. Yet the Huangjing pill he had concocted exhibited a disordered distribution and was riddled with impurities. "I have significant issues with my alchemical skills," Mo remarked wryly. It dawned on him that his dragon-like pupils could see through the essence, allowing him to identify the flaws in his alchemical practices, and to his astonishment, he succeeded immediately. An hour passed without the slightest indication of the stench outside dissipating. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Douluo stepped out, wielding his formidable soul power to stir the air, conjuring a mighty gust that swept the foul odors into the sky, restoring the fresh air to the courtyard. However, it was evident that many flowers and plants had withered significantly, with those that had not yet perished on the brink of doing so. "Father, I loathe you." Yuan staggered from afar, his complexion pale, exuding an indescribable sense of weakness. "Yuaner, assess the toxins within your body. How do you feel?" Douluo called out from the sky, watching Yuan approach. "All the toxins in my body have vanished, and my soul power has returned to normal," Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Little did Douluo realize the extent of the toxins that had plagued Yuan. The young man was acutely aware that he had been teetering on the edge of a precipice, where a few more training sessions could have cost him his life. However, now that the toxins had been completely purged, he was free from the threat to his existence, albeit the process had been somewhat embarrassing. "That is good to hear." Douluo nodded, finally alleviating the concerns that had weighed on his heart. Had Yuan truly fallen into madness? Douluo could not guarantee the safety of Yin and Wenya. For now, set aside the cultivation of toxic arts. You and your wife should both practice the Changchun technique. Its various systems are well established. After imparting this wisdom, Douluo transformed into a beam of green light and darted back into the house, leaving Yuan standing in the courtyard, grinning foolishly. "By the way, father, take this Jiuxiang Danju. It will not only stabilize your cultivation but also imbue your body with a fragrance that lasts for 3 months. Mo retrieved a jade box from his soul-guiding device and tossed it to Yuan through the window. After Yuan received the jade box, he hastily opened it and swallowed its contents whole. The 9-fragrance Danju is not merely a celestial treasure but rather a rare gem of nature, unsuitable for medicinal use and best consumed raw. Remarkably, it also serves to dispel the unpleasant odor that clung to Yuan. Before long, a subtle scent of chrysanthemum began to emanate from him, gradually intensifying until it completely replaced the foul stench that pervaded the courtyard. At that moment, Douluo emerged from the study accompanied by Mo and Yin, while Wenya also stepped out from the house. "Yuan, it appears that the toxins within your body have been entirely eradicated," Douluo remarked, just as Yuan bent to respond to Douluo. He sensed 2 immense surges of spiritual energy within himself. Yuan immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the 2 currents of soul power within his body. "My father might experience a significant elevation this time. Not only does the toxin enhance the soul power, but the 9-fragrance pill could also elevate him by several levels. It seems he has the opportunity to directly ascend to level 50, Mo remarked, scratching his head. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Yet I cannot afford to eliminate the toxins within my body so easily. Otherwise, where would I hide my old face?" Douluo replied with a wry smile, shuddering at the thought of the recent events. Grandfather, to completely eradicate the toxins in your body will require considerable effort. The quantity is substantial, and the variety is quite chaotic. These toxins must have undergone mutations long ago within you, Douluo said with a sigh. Well, I plan to enter seclusion for a while. If I can manage to rid myself of these toxins, I might still have a chance to break through to the ultimate Douluo in my lifetime. Perhaps even venture further. Douluo gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and filled with hope. Once my father has absorbed this soul power, I shall refine some elixirs. I have recently gained some insights that I need to verify, Douluo stated, finding a stone bench to sit upon. Your father will likely take considerable time to absorb this soul power. If you have matters to attend to, you may as well get on with them, Douluo suggested, shaking his head. At that moment, the soul power surrounding Douluo began to swirl chaotically before gradually converging into his body, initiating a smooth journey of breakthroughs. In a mere 10 minutes, Douluo had ascended to level 50. Yuaner, do not forcefully break through your soul power level. It may jeopardize your foundation. Compress your soul power, Douluo urged in a low tone, sensing that if Douluo continued to elevate his soul power level, it would undoubtedly destabilize his foundation, making future breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. After Douluo listened to Douluo's words, he brought his palms together, and the soul power within his body began to compress gradually. Under his control, the level of his soul power slowly decreased from level 50 to level 48. And then he absorbed the soul power to break through back to level 50. This process repeated several times until Douluo had completely absorbed the soul power within him, and his soul power level was firmly fixed at level 50, requiring the hunt of soul beasts for further breakthroughs. Father, I have reached level 50, but I sense that my soul power level may exceed that. And my foundation is now remarkably solid, Douluo said with a smile as he rose to his feet. Very well, you shall rest for today. Tomorrow, I will take you to hunt soul beasts, Douluo replied, preparing to return to his study to research methods for detoxifying his body. Suddenly, a gigantic snake with flesh-colored wings descended from the sky, landing headfirst. The snake measured 20 meters in length, its body of vibrant green, adorned with 2 fleshy wings on its back, and covered in a layer of green scales that glimmered with a faint metallic sheen. What is this? Douluo gazed in astonishment at the soul beast before him, licking his dry lips. Approximately 18,000 years of cultivation. It is perfectly suitable to serve as your 5th soul ring, Douluo remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his embarrassment. Good heavens, Douluo thought to himself, marveling at his extraordinary luck, sitting at home, and a soul beast descends from the heavens, one that is perfectly suited for him to absorb. Father, your luck is remarkable. It's not yet dead. Hurry up and take action. This martial spirit should be quite compatible with our family's martial spirit, right? Douluo said, observing the great snake gasping for breath. Ha! Douluo exclaimed, retrieving a serpent-shaped dagger from his soul guide and swiftly plunging it into the 7-inch mark of the winged leaf serpent king. The massive serpent thrashed violently for a while before gradually stilling, as a black soul ring began to coalesce from its lifeless form. Douluo sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. This object must have been rendered unconscious by the toxic gas I had just summoned into the sky. Douluo stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment, and remarked, this indeed attests to the formidable fortune of my father. Douluo responded with a wry smile. The absorption of the soul ring should pose no danger this time. His foundation had been meticulously honed, and the compatibility of this soul ring with Yuan was excellent. So there was no cause for concern regarding potential issues. If you feel tired, you may return to rest, Douluo suggested, before settling onto a nearby stone bench to guard Douluo. Douluo, and when you chose not to retreat to their chambers for rest, instead, they silently stood guard for Douluo. For the past 2 hours, Douluo had finally absorbed the soul ring before him completely. You should return to rest. We shall explore the soul skills tomorrow, Douluo remarked, disregarding Douluo's attempt to speak, and turned to retire to his room, feeling utterly fatigued and in need of a restorative slumber. Father, wife, Yin, and Xiaomo, do linger a while to hear about the soul skills I have acquired. Douluo extended his hand, wishing to retain their attention. Chapter 14. Unlocking the alchemical formula at the break of dawn during breakfast. Douluo finally had the opportunity to present his soul skills, having been rather pent up the previous night as his companions had scarcely listened to his words. My soul skill. Storm Poison Wings allows me to manifest a pair of wings from my soul power, enabling me to unleash toxins or take flight. Dugu Yuan elaborated on his fifth soul skill, derived from the soul beast's soul ring that had descended from the heavens. Quite impressive indeed. This soul skill typically emerges from soul beasts of approximately 60,000 years, Dugu Bo, well-versed in such matters, remarked. He noted the myriad applications that could be developed from this skill, demonstrating his extensive knowledge of poison attributes. Following their meal, the family returned to their respective chambers, each engrossed in their individual pursuits, either cultivating soul power, researching alchemy, or studying detoxification methods. With the affairs of the ice and fire duality, I concluded, Dugu could devote himself entirely to enhancing his alchemical skills. Previously, he had discerned through the dragon's eye that the efficacy of his concoctions was below 50% due to the uneven distribution of medicinal properties, preventing them from surpassing that threshold. Recognizing the source of the issue, he was determined to remedy it. Thus, Dugu resolved to approach the crafting of elixirs with renewed diligence, aspiring to break through the 50% barrier and unlock further alchemical formulas. Acting upon his resolve, Dugu returned to his chamber, retrieved the alchemical furnace, and infused it with soul power to commence the refinement process. This time, he dared not allow even the slightest lapse in concentration. Every step was executed with utmost precision, meticulously controlling the input of soul power to ensure an even distribution of medicinal properties throughout the elixir. Before long, beads of sweat adorned his brow as the meticulous management of soul power proved both laborious and mentally taxing, requiring him to maintain an intensely focused state. After a while, the elixir within the furnace began to take shape, swirling smoothly as it neared completion, awaiting the moment of extraction. Dugu took a deep breath, his hands grasping at the void as he gradually withdrew the elixir from the alchemical furnace. The pill emerged steadily, and at that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward it. Dugu concentrated the remaining essence of his soul to harmonize with the energy absorbed from the atmosphere, ensuring the final step would be executed with precision. After a while, he expertly directed the surrounding spiritual energy into the pill, which had now been fully infused. Gazing at the completed elixir, Dugu exhaled in relief before collapsing to the ground. This endeavor had proven to be far more taxing than any previous attempts. Remarkably, this pill was not the typical earthy hue, but rather a pale yellow, instilling in him a sense of optimism about its potential to exceed 70% efficacy. The first-grade Huangjing pill boasted an efficacy of 80%, yet the potency of the materials was uneven, necessitating meticulous selection by the alchemist prior to the refining process. Otherwise, the next stage of the formulation could not be achieved. To his astonishment, Dugu had successfully concocted a Huangjing pill with 80% efficacy, tantalizingly close to the coveted 90%. The error in his prior attempt stemmed not from technique, but rather from a lack of consideration for the actual conditions of the materials during selection. It seemed he would need to exercise greater diligence in choosing the ingredients. Overcome with excitement, he leaped to his feet. He had finally surpassed 50%, achieving a remarkable 80%, only a hair's breadth from 90. After regaining his composure, Dugu retrieved a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, then sat cross-legged on his bed to recuperate his spiritual energy. In his current state, he could only refine a single pill. Fortunately, the Huangjing pill was relatively easy to concoct. Had it been a more complex formulation, he would not have had sufficient energy. Moreover, Dugu's method of pill refinement not only enhanced the purity of the spiritual energy within him, but also improved his dexterity in controlling it, strengthening his mastery over his own essence. The previous assessment of failure due to material issues underscored the importance of carefully selecting ingredients to elevate the efficacy of the pill to 90%. With renewed focus, he reflected on his shortcomings, then sprang from the bed once more. This time, he approached the selection of materials with utmost care, meticulously discerning the quality of each herb while employing his dragon eye to scrutinize the internal potency of the ingredients. Though there were only 7 types of materials, after 10 minutes of diligent selection, Dugu felt that the herbs he had chosen possessed comparable potency rather than being the most potent available. Once again, he succeeded in refining the elixir, achieving results similar to his previous attempt. The process of alchemy could be quite monotonous, and he found himself growing weary of excessive writing. Yet, Dugu gleaned an important revelation. Cultivating a habit of diligence was crucial in all endeavors. The first-grade Huangjing pill, with an efficacy of 90%, was deemed qualified, paving the way for the next stage of the formulation. I have triumphed. Douluo, filled with excitement, leapt into the air while cradling the elixir. Spinning around several times with the still-warm alchemical furnace in his embrace, Douluo trembled as he carefully placed the elixir into the crystal vial he had long prepared. He activated the next tier of alchemical recipes, the first-grade qi nourishing pill and the first-grade detoxification pill. The activation was successful, leading to the unlocking of the second-grade qi condensing pill, the second-grade detoxification pill, and the second-grade spirit-enhancing pill, contingent upon the qi nourishing pill and detoxification pill achieving a potency of 90%. Remarkably, he had activated 2 formulas simultaneously, a delightful surprise indeed. These concoctions were pills rather than pellets, indicating that he had firmly entered the preliminary stage of alchemy. Douluo smiled to himself before closing his eyes and sitting down on the bed. His consciousness guided the 9-turn pill cannon to the first page, which detailed the Huangjing pill. He turned to the next page, which transitioned from its previous dull state to one that was viewable. The first-grade elixir, the qi nourishing pill, enhances one's cultivation speed and nourishes the body, requiring a total of 15 types of medicinal ingredients. The first-grade elixir, the detoxification pill, can eliminate basic toxins, necessitating 18 types of medicinal ingredients. Douluo pondered for a moment before leaping from his bed and hastily making his way to Douluo's apothecary. There, he rummaged through the shelves in a flurry, although he successfully gathered all the necessary ingredients for the qi-nourishing pill. He had only procured 1/3 of what was required for the detoxification pill. Thus, Douluo exited the apothecary with the ingredients for the qi-nourishing pill in hand and returned to his chamber to begin restoring his soul power. Having recently concocted the highly potent Huangjing pill, he had been so consumed by excitement that he neglected to replenish his soul energy, leaving him devoid of any. He sat cross-legged on his bed, initiating the process of rejuvenating his soul power. He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to refine a qi-nourishing pill, the effects of which would far surpass those of the Huangjing pill. Douluo had only managed to procure a single piece of medicinal material, leaving him with the sole task of selecting additional herbs. He promptly commenced the warming of the furnace, adjusting his state of focus as he did so. For the crafting of the qi-nourishing pill was far more intricate than that of the Huangjing pill. Observing that the temperature within the Wenyang furnace had reached an appropriate level, Douluo cast the herbs into the alchemical furnace, initiating the combustion of these delicate materials. As he became engrossed in the meticulous process of refining the herbs, he noted that their required temperature significantly exceeded that of the Huangjing pill, prompting him to amplify the infusion of his soul power. Only then did the herbs within the furnace begin to melt, gradually transforming into a cohesive medicinal liquid. However, the sustained high temperature rapidly depleted Douluo's soul power. The Huangjing pill contained a substantial reservoir of soul energy, so he decided to replenish his reserves by utilizing the Huangjing pills he had just refined, placing the 8/10 and 9/10 versions into his mouth, prepared to swallow them should his soul power falter. With a renewed sense of resolve, Douluo continued to refine the medicinal concoction, necessitating even more precise control due to the substantial infusion of soul power. Yet, mere moments later, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Gradually, the medicinal liquid began to solidify as he pressed his palms together, gritting his teeth while channeling his soul energy into the furnace. Just as the temperature began to rise, Douluo was suddenly struck by an overwhelming emptiness. His soul power was nearly exhausted. As Douluo's lips curled slightly, the potent Huangjing pill, imbued with 80% medicinal efficacy, smoothly glided down his throat and settled within his belly. A surge of soul energy flowed from Douluo's body into the alchemical furnace. The temperature within the furnace escalated once more, hastening the solidification of the medicinal liquid. A fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, and upon inhaling it, Douluo felt a jolt of revitalization. He resolutely bit his lip, and another pill slipped down his throat, restoring his soul energy yet again. Douluo endeavored to steady his hands, striving to maintain composure while extracting the elixir. As he carefully drew forth the pill, he simultaneously harnessed the surrounding spiritual energy to prevent it from disturbing the potency of the concoction. The moment the elixir was fully extracted from the furnace, a fragrant aroma enveloped Douluo's chamber. With a gentle thud, the pill settled firmly into his palm, while he collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily as he struggled to catch his breath, Douluo, with great effort, retrieved a crystal vial from his side. He uncorked the bottle and carefully placed the elixir within, sealing it tightly before setting it aside. The sensation of having expended all his soul power left him in a state of profound emptiness and discomfort. Douluo turned his body and lay directly on the ground. This position was far more comfortable. The soul power within Douluo gradually began to recover. After lying down for an hour, he had regained less than 10% of his soul power, yet he was now able to sit up. He had been exceedingly fatigued. Although he had successfully refined the nourishing chi pill, he had not yet assessed its efficacy. Now that he had recuperated, he picked up the vial and felt a sudden realization. The first-grade pill, nourishing chi pill, possessed 60% potency. Yet the insufficient soul power of its creator had led to interruptions during the refining process, rendering it subpar. It seems my alchemical skills have indeed improved significantly. Though my soul power remains somewhat lacking, it appears I must elevate my soul power to a higher level to refine advanced pills in the future. Douluo mused as he pinched his chin. During this recent alchemical endeavor, he had nearly given up several times due to his insufficient soul power. Chapter 15. Departure to the Tiando Royal Academy. Grandfather, must I go? Douluo asked solemnly, his face reflecting a subtle determination as he gazed at Douluo. Little rascal. Are you rebelling? I said go, so go. Do you seek a beating? Douluo replied languidly, reclining in his rocking chair while gazing at the sky. Grandfather, I was wrong. I will go if you insist, Douluo said, dejectedly squatting on the ground and sighing heavily. This marked the 31st time he had pleaded with Douluo this month. Previously, upon hearing his request, Douluo had promptly given him a sound thrashing, after which Douluo learned that confronting malevolent forces head-on was not a wise course of action. He truly had no chance of resistance. Quickly returned to rest. We must set off for the Tiando Royal Academy tomorrow. There, you will not only find new friends but also acquire a wealth of knowledge. I cannot fathom why you are so reluctant to go. Look at your sister. She eagerly anticipates her schooling, Douluo remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Douluo. If Douluo had displayed even the slightest hint of defiance, he would have faced another beating from Douluo. Alas, how can I practice alchemy if I must go? Grandfather? Douluo lamented as he sat down in the courtyard, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In truth, what troubled him more was the notion of a young man in his 20s mingling with a group of 6 or 7-year-old children, which was indeed difficult for Douluo to accept. Alchemy is simple. Dreaming Spirit will arrange for you a private courtyard where you will not be disturbed while practicing. Douluo replied, remaining reclined without rising. Very well, then, Douluo conceded, reluctantly accepting this reality, since he could not resist. He would have to make the best of it. Brother, why do you dislike school? You spend all day cooped up in the house and do not play with me. It is so boring. Once you start school, you'll have many new friends to play with, Douluo chimed in as she ran over from a distance. Sticking out her tongue at Douluo before addressing Douluo, we are not on the same level. Focus on your training and break through to level 20 soon. Or else you won't even be able to defeat me, she teased. Douluo mockingly taunted Douluo, as the two had grown accustomed to their banner-filled existence. Oh, aren't you going to call me sister? If you think you're capable, prove that you're older than me. Douluo retorted defiantly. Very well, you have won this round. I shall return to my alchemical pursuits, Douluo stated, tossing a crystal vial filled with 5 chi-nourishing pills to Douluo. Douluo and Wanya each possess 5 pills. The process of refining the chi-nourishing pill is exceedingly exhausting in terms of both energy and spiritual strength. Consequently, Douluo only engages in the alchemical process once every 2 days, resulting in a mere total of 15 pills. Douluo had no elixirs, for the efficacy of a first-grade elixir held no significance for a title Douluo. Thus, he never contemplated acquiring Douluo's elixirs. Over the course of a month, Douluo devoted half of his time to alchemy and the other half to mastering the application of his first soul skill, resulting in his soul power remaining stagnant at level 19. Upon returning to his abode, Douluo refrained from concocting any elixirs and instead commenced the organization of his belongings, as he was set to depart the day after tomorrow. Previously, he had harbored a hope that Douluo might acquiesce to his request to forego attending school. However, it now appeared that such aspirations were utterly futile. What Douluo organizes are not mere garments, but rather an assortment of books and medicinal herbs. All of Douluo's attire has been thoughtfully prepared by Wenya, thus freeing Douluo from the tedious task of sorting through clothing. After all, the Douluo family is also of considerable wealth. In the study of Douluo, a considerable portion of the books had been relocated by Douluo. However, these books held little significance for Douluo, as they merely gathered dust in his home. It was far more prudent to bring them to the academy, where Douluo Mo would have the opportunity to peruse them. Such texts on poison were rarely kept within the academy, which spurred Douluo Mo's decision to transport them. Thus, he diligently organized the volumes until the late hours of the night, categorically packing them into his sole guide device for easy access in the future. Early the following morning, Douluo Yuan personally drove the carriage to the entrance of Douluo's courtyard. Xiaomo, make sure to take good care of your sister at the academy. As a young man, it is your duty to protect her. When you gently ruffled Douluo's hair, smiling warmly. Humph, I don't need his protection, Douluo retorted, turning her head away. The 8-year-old girl was on the cusp of leaving home for an unknown new place, a prospect that filled her with trepidation. She also felt a pang of reluctance at parting from Wunya, having grown accustomed to her mother's presence. Humph, as if I need her to protect me. I should be the one seeking protection while I'm with her. Douluo similarly turned his head in a huff. In his past life, he had been an orphan, but in this life, he had finally acquired parents and a kind grandfather. The thought of leaving this home was difficult, yet he had no choice but to go. Enough of your bickering. At the academy, you must look out for one another. After all, there are few of us from the Douluo family. Douluo gently tousled Douluo's hair. Humph, for grandfather's sake, if anyone dares to bully you, just wait and see how your sister will deal with them. Douluo proclaimed fiercely, shaking her little fist. The residual potency of the poison within Douluo's body has been dispelled, and she has successfully transitioned to practicing the Changchun Gong transcribed by Douluo. However, the art of poisoning has been flawlessly inherited by Douluo, whose innate talent surpasses even that of Douluo, rendering Douluo inferior in comparison. Furthermore, both Douluo and Wunya have also adopted the Changchun Gong, experiencing a significant enhancement in their cultivation speed as a couple. Indeed, this journey should not pose excessive danger. Setting forth early will ensure an earlier arrival at the school. Off you go, dear children. Return only when your vacation commences. With a wave of his hand, Douluo signaled Douluo to depart. Subsequently, Douluo raised the whip, and with a sharp crack, the wheels of the carriage began to roll forward gently. Douluo gazed upon the departing carriage, once again left in solitude, as Wunya had also departed with Douluo. Douluo believed that the attention of the spirit hall towards Douluo had significantly waned, which granted him the audacity to allow Douluo to attend the Royal Academy of Heaven Do for his studies. Meanwhile, Douluo and Wunya had to venture out to oversee the affairs of the Douluo family business. Douluo waved his sleeve and turned to enter his small abode, commencing the formulation of an antidote for the poison within his soul power. Naturally, Douluo had also imparted the technique of soul bone transfer to Douluo, prompting him to leverage his connections to seek suitable soul bones in the black market as a contingency plan in case the antidote proved ineffective. Since no one else was present, Douluo locked himself inside his chamber to diligently concoct the remedy. Chapter 16. The Royal Academy of Tiando Father. Are you certain I am to study here for several years? Douluo inquired, standing beside the carriage at the foot of the towering mountain, his teeth clenched in frustration. However, the fierce demeanor of a 6-year-old child was hardly intimidating. It appeared rather endearing. The Royal Academy of Tiando was reputed to be the finest institution within the Tiando Empire and was indeed the closest school to the Sunset Forest. Douluo, resigned, shrugged his shoulders. This was Douluo's decision, and he dared not voice further objections, for Douluo was the head of their household. This mountain is quite lofty, Douluo exclaimed, gazing upward in awe. Silly sister, we will most likely have to ascend the mountain path shortly, Douluo replied, covering his face with a wry smile, bemused by his sister's naivety. Little Mo is correct. We must indeed climb the mountain path shortly, as is the custom, Douluo affirmed with a shake of his head. I want Daddy to carry me, Douluo declared, promptly wrapping her arms around Douluo's leg, her cleverness surfacing at that moment. Very well, my dear daughter. I shall carry you up, Douluo said, lifting Douluo from the ground. Although his soul power level was not particularly high, he had already surpassed level 50, making it no trouble to carry a child up the mountain. Let us be off. I sense my arduous days are about to commence, Douluo remarked, leading the way with his small legs as he began to ascend. Ah, you, Douluo chuckled, shaking his head before starting his own ascent with Douluo in his arms. As they reached the halfway point up the mountain, a group of students clad in pale yellow uniforms from the Royal Academy of Tiando leaped forth from the roadside. Who are you? This is the Royal Academy of Tiando. An entry is forbidden to outsiders. Depart at once. One tall, slender boy stepped forward from the crowd, looking down imperiously at Douluo and the others. I am from the Douluo family. This letter is for your principal. Please take it immediately, Douluo Yuan stated succinctly, producing an envelope from his bosom and tossing it to the student. Ah, it is indeed an uncle from the Douluo family. Young nephew of Baron Attica, please follow me. I shall deliver your letter. There are fruits over there. Please help yourself in the meantime. Attica, the tall and slender youth, hurriedly made his way towards the pavilion where Douluo Yuan was resting. After a brief moment, he turned and dashed up the mountain. The influence of a title Douluo is indeed profound. Even the emperor of the Tiando Empire holds great respect for Douluo. Thus, the Douluo family, leveraging Douluo's prestige and power, has ascended to the ranks of a first-class family, enjoying greater stature than the average duke family. Father, why did grandfather insist on sending me to this school? Is he not concerned that I might adopt the bad habits of these people? Douluo observed the students who hurried in and out, his lips twitching in agitation. Ah, your grandfather may have overlooked certain minor details. However, it is of little consequence. Since you have already recognized these issues, you will not fall into the same bad habits. Just be mindful of your sister in the future, Douluo Yuan remarked, taken aback by the awkward first impression the Tiando Royal Academy had left on them. Father, I want some fruit, Douluo Yin chimed in carefree, pointing towards the fruits in the pavilion. Here, have this. Douluo retrieved a Lingyu fruit from his soul guiding device and tossed it to Douluo Yin. The Lingyu fruit, a form of rare treasure, is abundant, with a single tree yielding several hundred pounds annually. There happens to be one located at the very edge of the ice and fire Yin-Yang. However, due to its plentiful yield, its efficacy in enhancing soul power is negligible. Nevertheless, as a rare treasure, it possesses other benefits, such as nourishing the meridians and fostering innate talent when consumed regularly. This is so sweet, brother. I want more. The fruit, about the size of a fist, was devoured by Douluo Yin in just a few bites, prompting her to request more from Douluo. One a day, you mustn't overindulge, Douluo replied, exerting effort to climb onto a stone bench and taking a few sips from his water flask. Humph, annoying brother. I shall ignore you. Douluo Yin, puffing in annoyance, also climbed onto a stone bench and took a bite of an unknown fruit from the table, savoring it with gusto. You two always bicker when together. I hope you can unite once school begins, Douluo Yuan said while affectionately ruffling Douluo Yan's hair. Before long, Attica descended the mountain, accompanied by his group of followers. Uncle Douluo, the principal has asked me to bring you up to meet him. Attica uttered a phrase and gestured invitingly before continuing the ascent of the mountain alongside Douluo Yuan and the other three. Although Douluo possessed a soul power level of 19, his tender age of merely 6 rendered his stamina insufficient. After a brief period of climbing, he was drenched in sweat. During this time, Attica contemplated winning Douluo Yuan's favor by offering to carry Douluo, but the young boy waved his hand in refusal. This, too, served as a form of training, for not all challenges can be easily overcome. Just as Douluo was on the verge of exhaustion, the group finally reached the summit, at which point his garments were thoroughly soaked with perspiration, and he had not anticipated the arduous nature of this climb. Little Mo, your tenacity is remarkable. It seems that the Douluo family is poised to produce yet another extraordinary individual, Douluo Yuan remarked with a smile, affectionately ruffling Douluo's hair. Douluo disregarded Douluo Yuan, forcing himself to retrieve a Huangjing pill from his soul guide and pop it into his mouth. This way, please, he said. As Attica led Douluo Yuan onward, there was no need to ascend any hills this time. The office of the dream mechanism was nestled not within the towering educational district, but rather within a quaint wooden cabin situated in a serene forest. Upon their arrival, Attica departed with his entourage. Uncle Meng, your nephew Douluo Yuan, pay my respects, Douluo Yuan said with utmost reverence as he bowed to Dream Mechanism. Although Dream Mechanism and Douluo hailed from the same era, the former lacked the fortuitous opportunities that had enabled the latter to transcend into a title Douluo. There is no need for such formalities. The letter from His Excellency the Poison Douluo has conveyed everything clearly. These two children shall study here for a while, Dream Mechanism remarked as he emerged from the cabin. It was not a day of significance, hence he was clad in casual attire rather than formal robes. Thank you, Uncle Meng. In that case, I entrust the care of these two children to you. Once their arrangements are in place, I will take my leave, Douluo Yuan said respectfully. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Dream Mechanism replied, gesturing for a young instructor beside him to guide Douluo Yuan and the others to their accommodation. Right this way, please. The young man, Qin Ming, who had recently begun teaching at the Tiando Royal Academy, said. Due to his remarkable talent, he had been closely learning from dream mechanism. However, Douluo was unaware of his identity. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly engaged him in casual conversation. Ultimately, Douluo and Douluo were settled into a small courtyard near the fire-attributed simulation training area. The environment was tranquil, with a volcano nearby providing ample fire elemental energy. And a short stroll led them into the depths of the forest, which also suited Douluo's training with the emerald-scaled serpent. Moreover, there was only this solitary courtyard in the vicinity, making it particularly conspicuous. "Father, I do not wish to stay here," Douluo expressed. Gazing at the desolate surroundings of the forest, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. "Speak to your grandfather when you have a break. Once I have arranged everything for you, I shall take my leave," Douluo said with a smile, ruffling Douluo's hair before turning to depart. "Father," Douluo sighed, letting his hand drop. "Brother, this place is so spacious and grand. Why do you not want to stay here?" Douluo inquired, puzzled. "Sister, what if we escape?" Chapter 17. Escape. Tiendo Royal Academy. Douluo sat quietly at the desk in his room, contemplating his escape plan. He felt that attending school here was a sheer waste of his life. "My father will leave soon, and I am already familiar with the mountain path I just traversed. In that case, I shall boldly descend from there." Douluo licked his lips and smiled, stating that sneaking away would only increase the likelihood of being caught. It was far better to descend openly. Should things go awry, he had contingencies in place. "Brother, do you think grandfather would break your legs if he knew you were planning to escape?" Douluo, seated not far from Douluo, scoffed while munching on snacks, relishing the opportunity to tease him. Her greatest delight lay in undermining Douluo. "In that case, I must still escape quietly. By the way, sister, would you like to join me tonight?" Douluo turned to glance at Douluo, who was anything but a stable child. "That sounds feasible. I have no fondness for those individuals at the entrance. I doubt this place is as pleasant as it seems. However, I want to confess that my desire to leave with you is due to that peculiar fruit you presented me this morning," Douluo replied earnestly, yet being a child, she inadvertently revealed her thoughts. "Goodness, sister, you are rather straightforward," Douluo responded with a wry smile, shaking his head as he resumed pondering their escape route. He also had to consider where they would go after fleeing with Douluo. First on his mind was the Spirit Hall, an esteemed force in the Douluo continent. However, having read the original text, Douluo was reluctant to collaborate with the vengeful femme fatale, fearing he might find himself in perilous straits. Another option was the promising Shrek Academy. Together with Douluo, they could easily secure 2 positions among the Shrek 7 monsters, thanks to Douluo's foresight. But such an endeavor would lack any challenge. "Sister, what if we establish a sect after descending the mountain?" Douluo mused, stroking his chin. His future alchemical prowess would only increase, and their family could hardly consume the plethora of potions he would create, making the establishment of a sect to cultivate strong individuals for their lineage a viable path. "That sounds splendid. When shall we descend the mountain?" Douluo's eyes brightened at Douluo's suggestion, her excitement palpable as she yearned to embark on the journey immediately. "Very well, you should rest for now. Tonight, we shall set out on time, and I will plan our route." Douluo glanced outside. It was still afternoon, and venturing out now would be too conspicuous. "All right. Thank you, my dear brother," Douluo replied, stifling a yawn before seeking slumber. She had already purged the toxins from her body and transitioned to cultivating the evergreen technique, allowing her to replace sleep with meditation. As Douluo ascended the mountain, he silently committed the routes here to memory. From the very moment he began his ascent, he had already been preparing for his escape. Douluo meticulously sketched out the map, contemplating the route they would take to leave. The person at the door. "Do come in and have a chat. You've overheard so much already." Upon finishing the map, Douluo set down his pen and, with an air of nonchalance, sat back in his chair, smiling as he spoke. His dragon-like eyes resembled infrared vision, for indeed, serpentine pupils can serve such a purpose, allowing him to easily detect the figure standing at the entrance. "I sensed your desire to depart during the day. Yet I did not anticipate that you would attempt to flee less than a day after arriving. Such audacity." The young man pushed the door open and entered. Yet he exhibited remarkable politeness. Rather than sitting immediately, he stood respectfully to the side, smiling at Douluo. "It seems you have indeed taken everything in. Do you intend to obstruct my path?" Douluo inquired with a calm demeanor, though inwardly he felt a surge of anxiety. He was unable to gauge the young man before him, indicating that this individual possessed a soul power level exceeding 30. Nevertheless, Douluo Mo tightly clutched a paper package, gently slicing and opening with his nail. Should the young man make any sudden movements, he would swiftly release its contents. This concoction was one Douluo Mo had prepared himself. Although his own soul power level was modest, the anesthetic he crafted was of exquisite quality. Any soul master below level 50 inhaling it would lose control of their body within 2 breaths. Moreover, as this young man was a faculty member at the Tiando Royal Academy, he could not harm Douluo Mo, given the latter's connection to Douluo. However, should the youth attempt to interfere with Douluo Mo's escape plan, he would be met with the swift embrace of poison. Young master, at such a tender age, you wish to establish your own sect. May I inquire as to your backing? The young man continued to stand by, smiling at Douluo Mo. Indeed, I have my support. Though I cannot disclose it to you, Douluo Mo replied with a hearty laugh. You are quite forthright, young master. Might I inquire if I could join your newly established sect? The young man suggested with a smile. Ah, splendid. Please, my friend, have a seat. I wonder what requirements you have for our sect, Douluo Mo exclaimed with enthusiasm, leaping over the table to approach the young man. However, Douluo Mo was rather diminutive, his head barely reaching the young man's waist. He then pulled the young man to a nearby seat, beaming as he spoke, while the powder he held was already stored within his soul guide device. Wait a moment. I noticed you were attentively positioned beside the chief of the Dream God Machine today. Why would you wish to join my nascent sect? Douluo Mo squinted slightly, regarding the young man with a glint of mischief in his eyes as the powder reappeared in his hand from the soul guide. To be candid, I am not particularly fond of the political atmosphere at the Tiando Royal Academy. It is too suffocating. I yearn to dedicate myself to teaching students rather than becoming embroiled in politics, the young man confessed, noting the powder in Douluo Mo's hand with a wry smile. Indeed, it was characteristic of the Douluo family. Even such a small child could handle poison, warranting caution. Great minds think alike. In that case, you shall be the esteemed elder of our sect. With a grand gesture, Douluo Mo immediately established the status of the young man. Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall be your esteemed elder. The youth smiled slightly, acquiescing. Very well, let us dispense with pleasantries. I have already devised our descent plan. Since you have spent considerable time here, I would appreciate your insights on any potential oversights in this escape strategy. Douluo Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully and handed the map to the young man. I am surprised you possess such depth of thought at such a tender age. The youth examined the meticulously drawn map, stroking his chin, and gradually furrowed his brow. After a while, his expression began to relax. The map meticulously crafted by Douluo Mo perfectly mirrored the outside world, and the escape route he delineated was equally accurate. His plan was remarkably clear. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, Douluo Mo would undoubtedly succeed in fleeing from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. There was little room for improvement. The probability of the 3 of us escaping from this place was exceedingly high. The young man smiled as he returned the map to Douluo Mo, his expression remaining unchanged. Once we escaped, I intended to venture into the Heavenly Do Imperial City to procure some slaves, for our sect could not consist solely of the 3 of us. We required a substantial number of individuals. Douluo Mo furrowed his brow after speaking, acknowledging that while he had committed the map of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy to memory, he was unfamiliar with the route from the Academy to the Imperial City. Excuse me, do you know the way to the Heavenly Do City? Douluo Mo inquired, lifting his head to smile at the young man. I do indeed, the young man replied with a cheerful demeanor. Once we exit the sect, I shall guide you both to the Heavenly Do City. Excellent. The time is ripe. I will go awaken my sister, and we shall set forth immediately. There is little to bring along. Upon concluding his statement, Douluo Mo proceeded to rouse Douluo Yin, who was engrossed in her training. Do you have anything you wish to take with you? Douluo Mo asked the young man. I possess a soul guide device that could assist you in packing. The young man glanced at Douluo Mo and smiled. There is nothing I require. Once we leave this place and settle down, we can acquire whatever we may lack. Very well, then let us embark. Douluo Mo gently pushed the door open and gazed outside. At this hour, the Heaven Do Royal Academy was enveloped in silence, as all had retired for the night. Sister, keep up, Douluo Mo whispered, then swiftly descended the mountain, following the route etched in his memory. Soon, he reached the very steps they had previously climbed. Brother, there shouldn't be any guards here, right? Douluo Mo asked, glancing back at the youth trailing behind him. Surprisingly, there are indeed a few, specifically those from Adgaha. However, I trust you have a way to handle them. The youth pondered before responding. Those incompetent fools will be easily dealt with. A single dose of medicine will suffice. Douluo replied dismissively upon realizing they were the same individuals encountered earlier. In truth, Douluo was reluctant to create a scene, as these individuals possess soul power levels below 20, inferior even to his own. Given the hour, they should be fast asleep. We can simply pass by quietly, Douluo remarked decisively. Indeed, let us conserve our efforts, Douluo agreed, signaling his assent before beginning to descend the stairs. The youth and Douluo followed in his footsteps. As anticipated, Douluo was astute. Adkaha and his companions were indeed slumbering in the pavilion. Thus, Douluo chose not to disturb their rest and stealthily made his way down. After traversing the steps for approximately an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain where their carriage awaited. Brother, the next part is up to you, Douluo said confidently, clapping the youth on the shoulder. Very well, this way please, the youth replied with a smile, gesturing for them to proceed. Just as they took a few steps, Douluo suddenly recalled something and raised his head to inquire, Brother, what is your name? My name is Qin Ming, the youth replied over his shoulder before continuing onward. Chapter 18. The Soul Master Slave with a Shattered Dantian. I actually managed to coax Qin Ming out of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Have I altered the original plot? Douluo pondered deeply, stroking his chin in contemplation. Master, what are you thinking about? Douluo teased, playfully tapping Douluo on the shoulder from behind. Nothing much. Let us hasten to Heaven Do City, procure some slaves, and while we're at it, select a location for our sect, Douluo replied, shaking his head to dismiss thoughts of altering the narrative. What did it matter to him whether the plot changed or not? I believe we should first finalize the location before purchasing any slaves. At this moment, Qin Ming noticed that Douluo was standing still, deep in thought. Turning to Douluo, he remarked, We cannot purchase land within the confines of Tiando City. Our objective lies in acquiring land from the neighboring small nations. The more desolate and expansive, the better. Therefore, it would be a waste of time to buy slaves after acquiring the land. We must procure a multitude of resources here. Douluo pondered this, realizing that if he dared to establish a sect near Tiando City, Douluo would likely come personally to apprehend him the very next day, perhaps even breaking the legs of his sycophants along the way. You make a valid point, Sectmaster. Given this, we may indeed expend a considerable amount, he replied. Qin Ming smiled, playfully twirling his fingers. As for money, I have ample. Before I left, my mother provided me with over 10,000 gold soul coins, which should suffice for this acquisition of slaves. Douluo clenched his teeth, preparing to utilize all the gold soul coins that Winya had discreetly given him before his departure. We won't need 10,000. 3,000 gold soul coins will be sufficient. In that case, let us head to Tiando City, Qin Ming said with a smile. The three of them channeled their soul power and swiftly made their way to Tiando City. Although the Tiando Royal Academy lay outside the city, it was not far from Tiando City itself. Within an hour, as dawn began to break, Douluo and his companions arrived at the city gates. Sister, are you hungry? Let us dine first before we proceed with our purchases, Douluo suggested, glancing back at Douluo. Yes, brother is treating. I'm fine with anything. Douluo responded with a smile, secretly holding over 10,000 gold soul coins in her possession as well. The medicinal herb business of the Douluo family is substantial, yet its members are few. Consequently, the majority of the wealth resides in the hands of Douluo Yuan and Winya. Both Douluo and Douluo are venturing out for the first time, which leaves Winya feeling apprehensive. She fears that her children might not have enough gold soul coins to spend outside, so she diligently fills the soul guides of both children with coins. However, Winya could never have imagined that the pair would utilize her funds to establish their own sect. Eventually, as dawn breaks completely, the gates of Tiando City open, and Douluo finally steps into the city. Brother Qin Ming, let us first indulge in a hearty meal, and then we shall proceed with our shopping. Douluo remarks to Qin Ming. Of course, esteemed sect master, please follow me, Qin Ming replies, well versed in the city's layout. Leading the two to a restaurant he deems enjoyable. They take a seat and order a signature dish. After placing the order, Douluo sits back and says, Brother Qin Ming, we are not familiar with Tiando City, so we will require your guidance for our shopping spree. After our meal, let us take a stroll through the slave market. Not a problem, but once we arrive at the slave market, you must stay close to me. The slave traders there are particularly fond of abducting children, Qin Ming cautions. Fear not, I am currently at level 19, and my sister is at level 17. As long as we do not provoke them, they will be content. Furthermore, with our formidable skills, no one can pose a threat to us. Douluo waves his hand dismissively. I did not realize your talents were so exceptional. At just 12 years old, You are on the verge of breaking through to level 20, Qin Ming exclaims, astonished. After all, the Royal Academy of Tiando is not Shrek Academy. Students who can reach level 20 at the age of 12 are afforded significant cultivation opportunities. Ah, brother Qin Ming, how did you discern our ages? I am only 6 today, and my sister is 8 this year, Douluo Mo proudly asserts. With such talent, it seems my choice of sect master is indeed wise. Qin Ming responds, quickly regaining his composure. Though he possesses top-tier talent himself, he recognizes that it pales in comparison to these two children. Nonetheless, he maintains a calm demeanor, aware that those emerging from Shrek are not only exceptionally gifted, but also psychologically formidable. Rest assured, with my presence, your ascension to title Douluo will pose no issues. Douluo Mo assures, patting Qin Ming on the shoulder with a smile. Haha, then I shall express my gratitude to the sect master, Qin Ming replies. Formally bowing to Douluo Mo. There is no need for formalities, let us enjoy our meal. At this moment, a substantial array of dishes has arrived, and the food proves to be quite delectable, leaving all three with full bellies. We may need to stay here for the night. Sister, perhaps it would be best if you refrain from visiting the slave market. It is rather filthy, Douluo Mo suggests, rubbing his stomach after the meal. Indeed, it is quite dirty and has a foul odor, Douluo Yin concurs. Qin Ming promptly interjected, well then, I shall not go. However, you must procure some delectable treats for me. After pondering for a while, Douluo Yin ultimately resolved not to attend. Subsequently, Qin Ming secured a room at an inn for himself and the two children, locking Douluo Yin inside. Douluo Mo discarded several spirit jade fruits along with an abundance of snacks. As they departed the inn, Qin Ming led Douluo Mo towards the northern reaches of Tiando City, where the slave market resided in a remote corner. The pungent odors emanating from the market were unmistakable. After half an hour, Douluo Mo finally beheld the sign for the slave market, a metallic archway adorned with the 4 characters that spelled slave market, accompanied by an overwhelming stench that assaulted his senses. Master, the slave market lies ahead, Qin Ming remarked. Ordinary slaves bear little value. True worth lies in soul masters and certain female slaves. Brother Qin Ming, please refrain from calling me master. Just call me Xiao Mo, Douluo Mo replied with a smile, quickly acclimating to the atmosphere as he followed Qin Ming into the market. The streets were lined with various tents, outside of which stood numerous slave traders vociferously hawking their wares. A glance through the tents revealed iron cages filled with slaves, their bodies caked in mud and barely clothed. To be frank, Douluo Mo found the sight overwhelming and quite discomforting, yet he felt powerless to act. Xiao Mo, what type of slave do we require? Qin Ming inquired, noticing Douluo Mo's troubled expression. Young adults, preferably with experience in farming, as we intend to cultivate a significant quantity of medicinal herbs in the future. Douluo Mo articulated his thoughts candidly. Indeed, such slaves should not be exorbitantly priced. But Xiao Mo, how many do we intend to purchase? Qin Ming asked once more, having refrained from probing into Douluo Mo's plans thus far, leaving these decisions to him. 100 of each gender, along with a few attractive maidens to attend to my sister's needs, and nothing more, Douluo Mo contemplated before speaking. He did not wish to attract too much attention by purchasing more. That is quite a number. Let us seek out a larger slave trader, Qin Ming mused, ultimately deciding to approach a more substantial merchant for their acquisitions. Although the smaller traders offered lower prices, their meager stock meant that only the larger merchants could provide a sufficient quantity of slaves. With that, Qin Ming guided Douluo Mo deeper into the heart of the slave market, for they had merely scratched the surface. Xiao Mo, we have arrived. Is the proprietor present? Qin Ming, accompanied by Douluo Mo, arrived at a massive tent situated in the heart of the slave market. He called out to those within, greetings. What kind of slaves do you seek? We have an extensive selection, including cat girls with long ears, rabbit girls, and leopard women with long tails. The proprietor of the shop, a rather rotund man resembling a sphere, chuckled, his facial folds obscuring his eyes as he spoke. No. We merely require a number of young and robust men and women, approximately 100 of each, Qin Ming replied with a smile. Oh, very well. You may choose your slaves today at your leisure. Our slaves are all strong and vigorous. They will serve you well in labor, the corpulent shopkeeper responded, momentarily taken aback by the unusual request for laborers instead of alluring maidens. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that 200 slaves represented a significant profit, and thus happily led the two into the vast tent to select their slaves. Inside the tent, an array of iron cages was displayed, housing slaves who had not bathed for months. They sat within their enclosures, scantily clad and vacant-eyed, gazing out at the world beyond. Esteemed proprietor, I intend to select some slaves for agricultural work. Might you assist me in this endeavor? Douluo inquired with a smile. Ah, young sir, you flatter me. The customer is indeed king. Those young men and women over there were captured from rural areas and are well-versed in farming. They have been here for 6 months. Their spirits subdued, and they pose no risk of escape. The shopkeeper pointed with a grin toward a cluster of cages in the far corner, where men and women around 30 years of age resided, though they appeared to be from different villages. Ordinary slaves like these are particularly difficult to sell. The young women are the true treasures, the shopkeeper continued. Very well, my good man. I appreciate your generosity. I shall select the 200 slaves from that section. Douluo declared, shaking the proprietor's hand. May I inquire about the price? Qin Ming interjected. The male slaves are 3 silver soul coins each, while the females are 2 silver soul coins. For 200 in total, it amounts to 5 gold soul coins. If you add 1 silver soul coin, we shall ensure they are cleaned and provide a set of coarse garments for you, the shopkeeper calculated, counting on his fingers for quite some time before arriving at the total. Douluo furrowed his brow, pondering how it could take so long to calculate simple addition and subtraction within 10. The shopkeeper, noticing Douluo's frown, assumed his prices were too steep and was about to lower them. All right, let us settle for these. We shall explore other options. Douluo waved his hand dismissively. Ah, young master, what a bold spirit. What kind of servant do you desire? A cat girl, a bunny girl, or perhaps a leopard girl? The rotund proprietor, perceiving Douluo's readiness, eagerly began to extol the virtues of his available slaves. At that moment, Douluo turned and caught sight of an elderly man sitting in the corner of a cage. His eyes shrouded in gloom, yet emanating a subtle aura of authority that captivated Douluo. As Douluo activated the ice and fire dragon eyes, he cast his gaze upon the elderly man. This glance proved to be fortuitous, for Douluo beheld an extraordinary sight. He observed the elder adorned with 8 dim soul rings atop his head. Under ordinary circumstances, Douluo would not be privy to the number of soul rings possessed by another. Boss, is that for sale? Douluo inquired, turning to the proprietor with a tone that was neither enthusiastic nor indifferent, failing to betray his emotions. Ah, he has consumed my provisions for 5 years now. Very well. Consider it a gift. I shall cover the cost of a silver soul coin for bathing and clothing, the rotund owner replied, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at the thought of relinquishing the elderly man. The proprietor is quite generous. In that case, I also wish to purchase several maidservants for my sister. Might you recommend a few? Douluo smiled, shifting his attention from the elder to the corpulent owner. Oh, you have come to the right place. In the entire slave market, my maidservants are of the finest quality, the owner exclaimed. Allow me to introduce you, young master. When it comes to maidservants, they are in high demand, each worth the equivalent of 10 or even dozens of the slaves Douluo had just acquired. As the corpulent proprietor spoke moments ago, Douluo employed his ice-fire dragon eye to scrutinize the elder's physique, discovering to his astonishment that the elder's dantian was shattered. More significantly, he realized that he could heal this injury himself. Once restored, he would possess a soul Douluo. Oh my heavens, what a tremendous windfall. Having acquired a soul Douluo for nothing, and with Douluo's presence, the potential for the soul Douluo to transcend into a title Douluo was not out of the question. Chapter 19. A grand procurement of supplies. Subsequently, the rotund proprietor escorted Douluo to the front of the tent, an area visible from the outside, where several maidens stood at the entrance, for they were the lively advertisements to attract patrons. Young master, what style of maidservant do you prefer? Allow me to make some recommendations. The proprietor beamed at Douluo with flattery. Style? Douluo's mind inadvertently conjured inappropriate thoughts, causing him to shake his head in alarm. After all, he was merely 6 years old, still a child. Well, I only need those who are sensible and obedient to attend to my sister, not me. Douluo replied to the proprietor. Having cared for himself since childhood, he found little use for maidservants. Oh, you have come to the right place. We have just acquired 4 well-trained girls. They are of unblemished backgrounds, having resorted to selling themselves due to their family's dire circumstances, the proprietor said eagerly, rushing to a cage and lifting the tattered cloth covering it. 4 dirty young girls huddled in the corner, curiously observing the outside world. It was evident that they were all beauties in the making. They are all just 12 years old and have been here since last year. Receiving training on how to serve others, the proprietor leered into Douluo's ear. If they can serve my sister well, I will take these 4. How much do they cost? Douluo Mo pondered briefly before inquiring about the price. For all four, it will only be 5 gold soul coins, young master. Do you require any other types of slaves? We have a wide selection, the proprietor replied with delight. 10 gold soul coins constituted a considerable fortune. The proprietor typically earned only 2 or 3 gold soul coins a month, for the slaves here were not of high quality, but rather ordinary individuals available for purchase. I don't need anything else for now. Douluo Mo decided against additional purchases, though he was astonished to realize that he had acquired over 200 individuals for merely 10 gold soul coins. Very well, for 200 ordinary slaves. The total is 5 gold soul coins. The old fellow charges 1 silver soul coin each, and the 4 maidservants cost 5 gold soul coins. I'll arrange for them to be cleaned shortly. Young master, please pay a deposit of 2 gold soul coins today, and return tomorrow at this time to collect them. Or leave a location where I can deliver them, the proprietor said with a smile. Agreed. You are an honest man, proprietor. I will be here for a while longer, and I'll pay you an additional gold soul coin to ensure these slaves are well fed. I shall return to collect them once my matters are concluded. After Douluo Mo finished speaking, he produced 3 gold soul coins and handed them to the plump proprietor. You are indeed a good person. This transfer receipt allows you to collect the slaves at your convenience whenever you come to retrieve the token. The proprietor's eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving yet another gold soul coin. Brother Qin Ming, let us depart, Douluo Mo said, tucking the token into his bosom before beckoning Qin Ming to acquire other necessities. Brother Qin Ming, we need to procure some provisions, tools, seeds, clothing, and maps. The location I have chosen is likely quite desolate, and without sufficient food, it would be impossible to sustain these slaves, Douluo Mo remarked after leaving the slave market. Young master, there is no need to be overly anxious. After all, we shall encounter numerous towns along our journey, where we can replenish our supplies. Let us purchase a modest amount for now. As a precaution, Qin Ming suggested thoughtfully. Indeed, that makes sense. Let us proceed with the purchases, Douluo Mo agreed, determined to select a secluded location that could remain undiscovered by Douluo for the time being, thus ensuring ample provisions. Subsequently, Qin Ming led Douluo Mo to the largest grain market in Tiando City, where they acquired 2,000 jin of grain. Fortunately, due to Douluo Mo's soul guide device possessing a capacity of 500 cubic meters, they were able to transport the goods. By the way, Brother Qin Ming, do you know where I might find various special metals, gems, and crystal vials for concocting potions? Douluo Mo suddenly recalled his need for crystal vials to hold the elixirs he intended to create, as well as the various tools required for preparing the medicinal ingredients. Such items are not in high demand, but they can be found, albeit at a steep price, Qin Ming replied after some contemplation. He then took Douluo Mo to a remote market, where they acquired several hundred crystal spheres and a multitude of assorted small tools. Although the tools crafted in the Douluo continent were not ideally suited for manufacturing, they would have to suffice. Douluo Mo and Qin Ming procured an immeasurable assortment of agricultural tools, along with seeds for grains and vegetables. While their primary focus would eventually be the cultivation of medicinal herbs, ensuring sustenance for the more than 200 individuals under their care was equally paramount. Additionally, they acquired an exceptionally detailed map of the Douluo continent, which cost Douluo Mo 100 gold soul coins, a map of strategic significance. Over the course of that day, they spent a total of 125 gold soul coins, filling Douluo Mo's soul guide to the brim before they returned to the inn. At that moment, Douluo Yin was engrossed in her training, so Douluo Mo refrained from disturbing her and instead attended to his own grooming and tidying up. Brother, you're back. Douluo Yan's voice resonated as Douluo Mo finished washing up. I'm back, and I brought a plethora of food. By the way, sister, how much space do you have left in your soul guide? Could you assist me in storing some supplies? Douluo Mo inquired, for his own soul guide was already brimming. Do you have any snacks? Douluo Yin pondered for a moment before speaking. Of course. However, I can only allocate a limited quantity daily, lest you end up as a plump lady and find it difficult to marry. Douluo Mo teased, but immediately regretted his words, realizing he was making a request. That makes sense. I shall help you store the supplies. Douluo Yin surprisingly did not refute Douluo Mo's comment and quietly opened her soul guide to assist him in packing his items. Douluo Yan's soul guide device was quite substantial. It, along with Douluo Mo's, had been procured by Douluo and thus possessed considerable capacity. Master, let us deliberate on our forthcoming destination, for we need to procure our supplies tomorrow. Tonight, we shall discuss the future location of our sect. Qin Ming entered, cradling a scroll of parchment in his hands. The very map that he and Douluo Imo had acquired for over 100 gold soul coins that day. Come, let us examine it closely at that desk over there. Douluo Imo observed as Douluo Yan's soul guide device gradually filled, and then led her to the table in the inn to study the map. We must dismiss the Tian-Do Empire and the Xing-Luo Empire. We cannot venture into such conspicuous territories. Ah, what about the Balak Kingdom? Douluo Imo suggested, pointing to a region nestled between the Tian-Do Empire and the Xing-Luo Empire. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the domain of Shrek Academy and decided against mingling with them. This position is quite favorable, known as the Fasnuo Province, located in the southwest of the Tian-Do Empire. Although it is somewhat distant from the Soul Beast Forest, it is sufficiently secluded, and the land appears barren according to the map, making it a viable option. The more he scrutinized it, the more he favored the idea. He envisioned acquiring a vast expanse of land to cultivate medicinal herbs for his relentless alchemical pursuits. Tomorrow, we shall purchase additional supplies, along with a carriage, and then we will set forth to the Fasnuo province. Douluo Imo felt a profound connection to this place. Chapter 20. I see you are unwell the following morning. Douluo Imo ventured alone to the slave market to claim the slaves, while Qin Ming and Douluo Yin were tasked with purchasing the carriage. For transporting over 200 individuals would require considerable time. Boss, I'm back again. Douluo Imo located the stout proprietor's tent, grinning as he lifted the curtain and entered. Ah, young lad, you've returned. The rotund owner frowned upon seeing Douluo Imo arrive alone, his mind wandering as he contemplated the potential appeal of such a young boy to certain nobles with peculiar tastes. Boss, your gaze appears quite vacant, Douluo Imo remarked. Having noticed the owner's dazed expression, and with a smile added, no need to ponder. This rotund fellow is undoubtedly contemplating how to sell me. Ah, you jest, young man. Come, have a seat and enjoy some tea. The owner casually tossed a dose of sleeping powder into the tea and gestured for Douluo Imo to sit in the spot he had just vacated. You are quite considerate. Boss. Douluo Imo's face brightened as he immediately took a seat and lifted the teacup to his nose for a whiff. Please, enjoy while I check on the slaves' preparations. The owner turned to leave. Wait, boss, I perceive that you are unwell. A sly grin spread across Douluo Imo's face, his expression utterly infuriating. The corpulent boss glanced back at Douluo Imo, suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his head, as if his body had succumbed to an unseen force, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Oh, dear boss, why resort to such measures? It would be far wiser to obediently procure the slaves for me. The poison I wield is a mystery you shall never unravel, even in a lifetime of study. Douluo Imo leaped down from his chair and gave the boss a gentle kick. How about this? I will provide you with the antidote in exchange for 300 slaves. If you agree, simply blink your eyes. Douluo Imo squatted down, peering into the boss's eyes, which were the only part of him capable of movement, resulting in a frantic fluttering of his eyelids. Very well, I shall alleviate 1/3 of the poison. Once I depart, I shall relieve you of the remaining affliction. How does that sound? With a smile, Douluo Imo retrieved a jade vial from his soul guide, uncorked it, and held it beneath the boss's nose. Gradually, the left side of the boss's body regained movement. Good. I shall fetch the slaves for you right away. The boss shot Douluo Imo a fierce glare. Do not be indignant. Had I not feared the wrath of my esteemed patriarch, I would not have let you off so easily. Following his words, a fiery line shot from Douluo Imo's pupil, striking the ground beneath the boss's feet and creating a small crater. Why, you're a soul master? The boss felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, accompanied by a pang of regret for his avarice. Hurry along now. If you fail to return within 15 minutes, the antidote will be rendered ineffective, Douluo Imo said with a smile. Reluctantly, Douluo Imo knew he could not venture alone, for he was genuinely concerned that Douluo would catch wind of the situation and pursue him. Thus, he hastily split his forces, arriving at the slave market while feeling uneasy about leaving Douluo Yin by herself. Yes, esteemed soul master. I shall promptly gather the remaining slaves for you. The boss stammered, limping away. Before long, he returned with 200 slaves that originally belonged to Douluo Imo, along with an additional 300. Though they were still filthy and unkempt. Here you go. You can deal with the scent yourself. I'll take my leave with these individuals now. Farewell. With that, Douluo Imo chuckled as he led the slaves away. Meanwhile, Qin Ming and Douluo Yin had completed their purchase of the carriage and were waiting at the entrance of the slave market. The slaves obediently followed Douluo Imo as he exited the market. Xiao Imo, you finally emerged. Qin Ming and Douluo Yin had only just arrived a short while ago. Not a problem. The boss was quite accommodating and even gifted me 300 slaves. Is the carriage ready? Douluo inquired, glancing back. All set. I rented 30 carriages for 10 gold soul coins. It's quite a bargain to transport this group to the Fasnuo province, Qin Ming replied with a grin. Then began organizing the slaves onto the carriages. In no time, all the slaves were settled, and the wheels of the carriages began to turn slowly as they set off towards the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire. Douluo, Douguyin, and Qin Ming, accompanied by 4 maidens and an elderly man, sat in the foremost carriage. Good day, esteemed elder. May I inquire your name? Douluo asked the old man with a smile. I am surnamed Huang. Just call me Old Huang, the elder replied, having just awakened from a slumber upon hearing Douluo's inquiry. Old Huang, I perceive you are unwell, Douluo remarked, furrowing his brow with an expression that was exceedingly provoking. Young master, how can one greet another with such words? Old Huang was at a loss for words, taken aback by the bluntness of the remark. Trust me, Old Huang, you are indeed afflicted, and I possess the means to heal you, Douluo insisted, his seriousness intensifying. Pray tell, young master, what ailment do you believe I suffer from? Old Huang replied with a wry smile, recognizing that as a servant, he must accept whatever his master decreed. Old Huang, were you not once a valiant warrior, a soul fighter? Douluo inquired cryptically. Young master, how did you discern that? Old Huang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. It appears you were injured, your dantian is shattered, and your soul power has dissipated, Douluo said, grasping Old Huang's wrist and closing his eyes to concentrate. A soul fighter surnamed Huang? And now devoid of power? Could you possibly be Lord Huang of the Iron Chain City? Qin Ming suddenly recalled, exclaiming. I am surprised someone remembers me. Indeed, I am Huang Cheng. Though I am no longer the formidable figure I once was, merely a frail old man now, Huang Cheng responded with a rueful smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Ming. Honored to meet you, Mr. Huang Cheng. Qin Ming said respectfully, bowing to the elder. Such courtesy. Huang Cheng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Is there a tale behind this? Douluo continued to hold Huang Cheng's wrist, probing his condition with soul power. Let us set the story aside for now. Old Huang, I have a medicinal remedy that can temporarily alleviate your symptoms, though it cannot cure you entirely. Within 3 years, I may have the opportunity to restore your health. Douluo proposed after a moment's contemplation. Are you jesting? My soul power is utterly depleted, Huang Cheng replied with a bitter smile, recalling his past attempts to seek the aid of renowned physicians, only to be sold as a slave after his soul power vanished. Resigned to his fate, he had lost hope of recovery. Try this first, Douluo said, retrieving a vitality pill from his soul guide device and tossing it to Huang Cheng. Oh, Huang Cheng exclaimed as he caught it, uncorked the vial, and swallowed it whole. A surge of soul power suddenly coursed through his body. He gestured, and a golden iron chain materialized in his hand, but it flickered and vanished after only 2 breaths. This, Huang Cheng was left speechless, astonished by the sudden resurgence of his abilities. It seems my meridians are still functional. I must inquire about the elixirs that nurture and refine them. Douluo rested his chin on his hand and declared, I, Huang Cheng, am willing to serve you as my master, provided you can heal my injuries. Huang Cheng knelt on one knee within the carriage. It is not insurmountable. However, I cannot fully heal you at this moment, for I lack the necessary strength. It will require several years before I can completely restore you, Douluo pondered before responding. Chapter 21. The Iron Chain connecting cities that would be quite troublesome for you. Young master, it is truly fortunate that this old man can still regain his soul power in my lifetime, Huang Cheng exclaimed, nearly at a loss for words in his elation. Rest assured, regaining soul power is merely one aspect. I can also assist you in breaking through to the title Douluo level, yet this will demand considerable time. Patience is essential. Douluo nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing any urgency. Young Mo, what did you just give to Mr. Huang Cheng? Qin Ming inquired. Oh, since you have ascended to the esteemed position of Grand Elder in our sect, I may as well share my secret weapon with you. This substance is known as a medicinal pill, which accelerates our cultivation of soul power. The nourishing pill that old Huang just consumed was the last of its kind. Should you desire more, I would need to concoct them myself. However, I possess an abundance of another type, Huangjing pills. Allow me to offer you a taste. Douluo concluded, retrieving a crystal vial the size of a fist from his soul guide device filled with Huangjing pills. Douluo poured out 2 pills and handed them to Qin Ming, gesturing for him to give them a try. Without suspicion, Qin Ming opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 pills. A surge of soul power erupted from his body. having already reached over level 40. The soul power within the Huangjing pill seemed to be merely a drop of water poured into a vast river, creating no discernible waves. Little Mo. These pills are indeed effective. Although they provide me with limited assistance for lower-level soul masters, they are treasures worth their weight in gold, Qin Ming remarked thoughtfully. I have plenty of these. Once our sect grows stronger, I will sell some pills on the continent, allowing our sect to rise rapidly. However, that time is not now. Douluo Mo replied with a smile. Indeed, our sect has only just been established. We lack foundation and high-level combat power. Thus, the timing for selling pills is not ideal. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Young master, are you planning to establish the sect in the Fastno province? Although the land is vast, it is too barren to sustain a sect. Huangqing interjected suddenly. Do not worry. I have ways to enrich the soil, and in the future, the crops grown will be the raw materials for pill refinement, not mere food, Douluo Mo confidently declared, acknowledging Huangqing as one of his own since he had pledged allegiance to him. Young master, are we truly going to establish a sect with just the few of us plus those 500 slaves? Huangqing said, his expression awkward. Yes, is there a problem? Douluo Mo tilted his head and inquired. Brother Qin, young master, out of these 508 individuals, only 3 are soul masters. Do you really intend to establish a sect? Huangqing replied with a bitter smile, deeming the notion overly ambitious. Old Huang, do you not see that I possess pills? While I may not currently be able to refine high-level pills, I can cultivate a large number of low-level soul masters using Huangjing pills and Qi-nourishing pills. As my strength increases, the efficacy of the pills I create will also grow. At that point, will our sect still lack high-end combat power? Douluo Mo spoke with remarkable confidence, passionately explaining to old Huang. Young master, it is not my intention to dishearten you. But establishing a sect is not as easy as it seems, Huangqing remarked, the wrinkles on his face deepening as his concern grew. Rest assured, if the sect truly cannot sustain itself, I will divide the land among the slaves and return home with you all, Douluo Mo replied, casting a glance at Huangqing. Your family is? Huangqing inquired, tilting his head. My grandfather is Douluo. I am his direct grandson. Douluo Mo revealed his identity. To think you are related to the poisoned Douluo. Huangqing exclaimed in astonishment. With such exceptional talent, you must surely hail from a soul master family. Upon hearing the name of Douluo, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Ah, old Huang. Allow me to introduce the composition of our sect. I am the sect leader, my sister is the vice sect leader, and Qin Ming serves as the grand elder. Consequently, you shall assume the position of the second elder, Douluo Mo remarked with a grin. Isn't this configuration rather rudimentary? Huangqing couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Indeed, it is somewhat simplistic at present, but trust me, grant me a little time, and I shall elevate our sect to become the preeminent sect across the realm. Douluo Mo asserted earnestly as he stood up. As the sun descended in the west, Douluo Mo and the others disembarked from the carriage and commenced preparations for camping. Douluo Mo had only provided tents sufficient for 200 individuals, necessitating that the group of slaves crowd together. After alighting from the vehicle, they began to set up cooking pots, for they had not eaten since morning and were already famished. Old Huang. What transpired back then that caused even a soul Douluo like you to have a shattered dantian? Douluo Mo inquired, recalling the respect Qin Ming had shown Huangqing earlier that day. Well, back then, it was not a grand affair. 6 years ago, my friends and I were hunting soul beasts to absorb soul rings for his son. Everything was proceeding smoothly until an unexpected incident occurred. A 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape suddenly emerged. My friend urged me to take his son to safety while he confronted the Titan giant ape. We successfully escaped to a town near the Douluo forest. But the Titan giant ape did not relent in its pursuit of us. Suddenly, a bellowing sound resonated from the forest, heralding the onset of a beast tide. I expended all my soul power to reinforce the city with iron chains, managing to keep the Titan giant ape at bay outside the city. The cost, however, was the shattering of my dantian by the Titan giant ape. Following that, I sought renowned physicians far and wide, ultimately finding myself in the slave market, where I remained for 5 years until I encountered you, young master. Huangqing recounted the tale with a placid expression, as if the individual with the shattered dantian were not he himself. That cannot be. The Titan giant ape possesses a noble bloodline and formidable strength. How were you able to hold it back? Douluo Mo asked, his brow furrowing. After all, it was a sovereign-level soul beast within the Douluo forest. How could it be thwarted by a soul Douluo's defense? My 8th soul skill is rather unique. It allows me to harness the power of the city to enhance the fortitude of my chains. Thus, my 8th soul skill is named Iron Chains Fortified City. Huang Qing replied with a bitter smile, revealing that this skill was the result of an erroneous soul ring absorption. No one would desire their 8th soul skill to manifest as such a lackluster ability. In a battlefield scenario devoid of nearby cities, this skill would be nearly useless. Oh, I see now. Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. In the realm of Douluo, not only are the martial souls bizarre and varied, but the soul skills are even more extraordinary. While these soul skills may be peculiar, they are still somewhat acceptable. Xiaomo, it's not that simple. Had it not been for Mr. Huang's intervention against the Titan Great Ape back in the day, that city would have been reduced to ashes, Qin Ming remarked, having heard of the incident. Old Huang, you are truly remarkable. Douluo expressed his admiration for Huang Qing, who single-handedly saved an entire city. By the way, young master, where is our sect located? Huang Qing suddenly pondered and inquired of Douluo. In the Ficino province, where the land is abundant yet desolate, it is ideal for cultivating medicinal herbs. Since Huang Qing is already one of us, Douluo produced a map and elaborated on the details. Although the land is barren, it has its advantages. There will be no disturbances, allowing our sect to develop for a while. Huang Qing nodded as he examined the map, acknowledging Douluo's keen insight. Old Huang, given your age, are you familiar with the Ficino province? I wish to purchase a vast expanse of land, Douluo stated, looking towards Huang Qing. Since Qin Ming was likely unaware of land prices, Douluo sought the counsel of the elder Huang. It shouldn't be too expensive. The prices I know are from 6 years ago, and they should have changed somewhat. However, it's not a major issue. Most of the land there is likely uncultivable. So what you wish to buy should be very affordable, Huang Qing reflected. Very well, let us hasten our meal. We still have a journey ahead. We expect to reach the Ficino province in 3 days. Douluo calculated the distance while glancing at the map. Indeed, it is fortunate that you arranged for these carriages. Xiaomo. Otherwise, half of these slaves would perish before reaching the Ficino province, Qin Ming reported, having just returned from a brief inspection, noting the slaves appeared quite healthy. Well, spending a little extra to ensure their survival is worthwhile, Brother Qin. Let us eat something and then freshen up before retiring for the night. It is late, and we must continue our journey in the morning, Douluo said, handing a roasted fish from the fire to Qin Ming. All right, Qin Ming replied, taking the roasted fish and beginning to eat. Chapter 22, Nodding City. 3 days later, more than 30 carriages finally entered the Ficino province. All 500 slaves were in good health, having been well fed daily, and appeared less frail than at the outset. Furthermore, on the second day after leaving Tiando City, Douluo had arranged for the other 300 slaves to wash and change into new clothing. The 500-strong procession behind Douluo now appeared tidy and clean, a stark contrast to their state upon departing Tiando City. Xiaomo, not far ahead lies our destination. This city appears to be called Nodding City. However, it is rather small. Our map does not even mention its name, merely indicating the presence of a city here, Qin Ming mused. What did you say? Repeat that. Where is our destination? Upon hearing of Nodding City, Douluo's spirits were instantly lifted. Having read the original work, he was most profoundly impressed by 2 cities, Nodding City and Soto City. Nodding City is where the esteemed Tangsan first emerged, while Soto City symbolizes his soaring ascent. Ah, Nodding City. What troubles you, little Emo? Qin Ming inquired, observing the perplexed expression on Douluo's face. To my astonishment, my destination is indeed Nodding City. Douluo lowered his head and began to ponder. How should one articulate it? Within the modest confines of Nodding City reside 4 remarkable figures. The first is none other than Tang San, the fated child of Douluo continent, born and raised here, embarking on his journey from this very place. However, Douluo had no desire to become a sycophant. With the aid of medicinal elixirs, his path to divinity seemed far from arduous, rendering it unnecessary to accompany Tang San through his tribulations. The second notable figure is Tang San's father, the titled Douluo Tang Hao. Although Tang San has yet to fully develop, Tang Hao has already attained the esteemed rank of titled Douluo. Furthermore, Douluo possesses a pivotal item for resurrecting the Silver Emperor, Ain, the Ice and Fire Tuinai. Might this enable Tang Hao to become the 3rd elder of his sect? The third figure is the renowned encyclopedia of the Spirit Master World, the unexpressive Yu Xiaojiang. His strength does not manifest in sheer power but rather in his intellect. Douluo has devised a means to recruit Yu Xiaojiang with his elixirs. Facilitating Yu Xiaojiang's breakthrough to level 30 would be a mere formality. A 7th grade breaking barrier pill would suffice. Lastly, there is one individual whom Douluo Imo holds in deep regard, the divine Suyun Tao. The sect Douluo Imo establishes will undoubtedly nurture the next generation, and the awakening task of that lineage must be entrusted to Suyun Tao. When Douluo Imo awakened, he did contemplate searching for Suyun Tao. However, he eventually relinquished the thought. Although Douluo doted on him, it would be an affront to have a Grand Soul Master awaken the martial soul of the grandson of a titled Douluo. Douluo could never consent to such indignity. Reflecting on this, Douluo Imo suddenly felt as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, akin to a blind cat encountering a dead mouse, inadvertently colliding with a nest of gold. Xiaomo, what are you pondering? Qinming remarked, having noticed that Douluo Imo had been lost in thought for quite some time. Oh, nothing much. Let us proceed to purchase some land, Douluo Imo replied, shaking his head. Before seeking out Tang Hao, he needed to establish a faction, otherwise they would lack even a place to reside. By the way, Lao Huang, please arrange for these slaves to camp outside the city while we venture in to conduct business. Douluo Imo suddenly recalled and turned to Huang Qing. Rest assured, young master. I shall attend to it immediately, Huang Qing replied as he leapt down from the carriage. The Lord's Manor in Notting City was the largest structure in the area aside from the Spirit Hall, making it relatively easy to locate. Douluo Imo and Qinming arrived directly at the entrance of the manor. The poverty of Notting City was palpable as there were no guards at the gate. Qinming approached and knocked on the door, which was opened by an elderly man with a head of white hair, who stooped as he slowly swung the door wide. Good day, esteemed elder. I wish to inquire about purchasing some land. Might I ask where I could find the lord of the city? Qinming politely bowed and spoke gently. Oh, you seek to buy land? The land here is quite poor, unable to yield crops. Many residents have migrated elsewhere for better opportunities, and yet a young lad like you wishes to acquire land here? Though the elder was somewhat hard of hearing, he caught the mention of buying land and, out of kindness, attempted to dissuade Douluo Imo. Fear not. We require the land for certain purposes. So we kindly request that you guide us, Qinming continued with a smile, his demeanor refined. It was a wonder how Shrek Academy had cultivated such elegance in him, especially under the tutelage of the money-minded Flander. Very well then, this way, please. I shall take you to meet the lord of the city, the elder said, his brows furrowing as he regarded the two before turning to lead them into the lord's manor. He had offered his counsel, but if they chose to ignore it, there was little he could do. Though the lord's manor was the second largest edifice in Notting City, its size was still limited. After traversing a short distance, the elder ushered Qinming and Douluo Imo into a study where a robust and imposing middle-aged man was engrossed in reading. Sir, these two individuals have come to purchase land, the elder announced before retreating from the study. Greetings, lord of the city. Qinming and Douluo Imo bowed respectfully. There's no need for excessive formality. You two have come to buy land, I presume? However, I must forewarn you that the lands surrounding Notting City are rather barren, yielding low agricultural output. I advise you to reconsider your decision, the lord stated. The city lord rose and offered a respectful bow, sincerely advising the two individuals before him. It is often said that the less affluent a place, the kinder its inhabitants, thus the city lord did not attempt to deceive Douluo Imo. Rest assured, my lord. I possess a method to enhance the fertility of the land, so I kindly request that you sell me a larger portion of land. Douluo Imo said with a smile. Although merely 6 years of age, he was adorned in an exquisitely luxurious robe, prompting the city lord to regard him with due respect. Very well, please follow me. The map is in the reception hall. I do not have a backup in my study. Once you designate the areas and settle the payment, the land deeds can be in your possession by this afternoon. The city lord stated. Being impoverished himself, he considered it fortuitous if he could sell land that had no other takers. After you, my lord, Douluo Imo gestured courteously. The city lord led Qinming and Douluo Imo to the reception hall, where a map of the vicinity of Notting City was prominently displayed. Here, these dozen or so mountains, and over there, the sandy terrain, are all barren lands that no one desires. You may purchase them for a modest sum. Although this land yields little, it is comparatively more expensive, the city lord remarked, tracing his finger across the map. We shall take that sandy area. It merely needs to be sufficiently large, as I wish to cultivate some medicinal herbs, Douluo Imo determined after assessing the geographical positioning, ensuring it was suitably remote. Very well, this sandy land totals 30,000 acres, and I will gift you the 2 mountains. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the deed for this land. Since it is unwanted, you need only sign the deed, the city lord hurriedly replied, racing back to his study to extract the deed from a stack on the bookshelf. My lord, we have yet to discuss the price. Why the haste? Douluo Imo inquired, puzzled. The price for this land is 30 copper soul coins per acre. Does that sound acceptable? The city lord hesitated, nervously seeking his approval. Agreed. 30,000 acres would amount to 90 gold soul coins. Where shall I sign? Douluo promptly produced 90 gold soul coins from his soul guide device and placed them on the table. Despite the land not being worth 90 gold soul coins, Douluo felt a twinge of compassion for the impoverished city lord, viewing it as an opportunity to assist a good-hearted individual. Simply inscribe your name on the deed, the city lord instructed. Seeing Douluo's promptness, he quickly filled in the necessary details on the deed and slid it across the table. Very well, Douluo replied, taking the pen from the city lord's hand and signing his name on the deed. Splendid, young master. From this day forth, that land is yours. The city lord said, fearing Douluo might have a change of heart, hastily stowing the gold soul coins into his pocket. I appreciate your assistance today. I shall not intrude further and will come to visit you another time, Douluo said, departing the city lord's residence alongside Qinming. What a good man, or fool, he is, the city lord mused, stroking his chin. Chapter 23. Meeting the master upon leaving the city of Notting. Douluo promptly located the whereabouts of his 500 slaves. Old Huang, the land has been acquired. Let us set forth, Douluo remarked, patting Huang Cheng, who was dozing beneath a tree. Very well, young master. How far is the land you purchased? It is already afternoon. Will we arrive by nightfall? Huang Cheng replied respectfully, resembling an elderly steward in demeanor. It should be manageable. Although the land is somewhat remote, it is not excessively distant. We should reach it in time. Douluo pondered before nodding in agreement. Then I shall rouse the slaves and transport them via wagon. After all, the rental period has yet to expire, Huang Cheng declared, turning to summon the slaves and subsequently boarding the wagon to head toward the newly acquired land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Douluo and his party finally arrived at the estate. Upon disembarking from the wagon, they immediately commenced erecting tents and preparing a meal. Young master, I have brought your men as requested. The leader of the transport team approached Douluo respectfully. After all, it was the nobleman who owed them. How much do I owe you in gold soul coins? I shall settle it forthwith. You may rest here for the night as a reward for your arduous journey. And return to Tiendo City at dawn, Douluo said with a smile, expressing gratitude for their efforts. Thank you, young master. The fare amounts to 50 gold soul coins. However, as per our customs, I must return to Tiendo City tonight, the leader replied deferentially, aware of the risks in this desolate locale. Considering the value of his own wagon and the potential dangers posed by Douluo's party. Very well, I shall not detain you. Here are the 50 gold soul coins. I wish you a safe journey, Douluo concluded, waving his hand dismissively. Douluo retrieved 50 gold soul coins from the soul guiding device and tossed them to the leader of the carriage team before turning away from the tent to inspect the soil. As he intended to cultivate the medicinal herbs required for alchemical preparations in this location, it was imperative to amend the soil. Furthermore, there was a necessity to construct various buildings in the vicinity, thus meticulous planning was essential. However, prior to any planning, the soil required improvement. The methods for enhancing the soil were indeed documented in the Compendium of Heavenly Herbs, as soil itself could also be utilized in medicinal concoctions. Hence the techniques for its enhancement were duly recorded. Douluo knelt upon the soil outside, gathering a handful of earth. After examining its quality with the aid of the celestial pharmacopoeia, he promptly began transcribing methods for soil improvement and techniques for cultivating medicinal herbs. This would enable the slaves to commence their work the following day. As the sun had completely set, Douluo completed his writings and retired for the night. At dawn, he entrusted his notes on fertile land cultivation and the habits of medicinal plant growth to Huang Cheng, instructing him to lead the slaves in their learning and planting endeavors. While these methods for enriching the soil were indeed effective, they proved to be quite costly, often requiring materials such as the flesh and blood of soul beasts, along with wood ash and various other components. Consequently, Douluo provided Huang Cheng with a supply of gold soul coins, which could be readily procured in Notting City, conveniently located near a soul beast forest developed by the Spirit Hall. In addition, Douluo allocated a group of individuals to fell timber for the construction of a village nearby, recognizing that residing in tents was not a sustainable long-term solution. Once these arrangements were made, Douluo returned to his tent, donned an elegant outfit, and summoned Qinming. Together, they boarded a carriage, one purchased by Douluo for his personal use, distinct from those of the caravan, and set off towards Notting City. In the vicinity of the territory governed by Douluo, the carriage sped towards Nottingham City, entering just as noon approached. We are heading to Nottingham Primary School. I must locate someone. Douluo leaped from the carriage, signaling to Qin Ming to secure the horses, and together they set off in search of Nottingham Primary Academy. Excuse me, young lad, could you tell me where Nottingham Primary School is located? Douluo inquired, spotting a modestly dressed boy. Oh, you seek Nottingham Primary School? It lies not far ahead, the boy replied, gesturing toward the nearby iron gate that marked the entrance to the school. Thank you very much. Douluo responded with a warm smile, expressing his gratitude. You're welcome, the boy replied before promptly departing toward the same school he had just indicated. Ah, I just asked a student for directions, Douluo remarked with a wry smile. What's the matter, Xiaomo? Qin Ming, having secured the carriage, approached Douluo's side. Nothing much. I merely inquired about the location of Nottingham Primary School. It's just ahead, Douluo explained, pointing toward the school in the distance. Then, Xiaomo, shall we set off? Qin Ming said with a cheerful demeanor as he moved forward. Douluo kept pace with Qin Ming as they approached the gates of Nottingham Junior School. Indeed, the gatekeeper displayed a contemptuous demeanor, ruthlessly blocking their passage. I am Qin Ming, a teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy, here to visit a friend. I hope you might show us some courtesy, Qin Ming declared, producing a business card for the guard to inspect. However, the guard, dismissively glancing at the card, tossed it back to Qin Ming with a scowl, retorting that they were unlikely to recognize its significance and doubting that a teacher from Tiando City would come to this institution to visit acquaintances. Brother Qin, allow me to handle this, Douluo interjected, covering his face with a hand. It seemed these two had not been eliminated by Tang San and were still causing trouble. In light of this, Douluo resolved to take matters into his own hands. Douluo took a step forward, raising his hand, and without any discernible scent emanating. Within 2 breaths, both individuals widened their eyes and fell straight to the ground. The most effective method to prevent someone from feigning is to eliminate them before they attempt such deception. Douluo stroked his chin, nodding as he spoke. My dear friends, their actions have indeed crossed a line this time, but after all, they are 2 lives. Can we truly spare them? At that moment, a middle-aged man ran over from a distance, bowing to Douluo and Qin Ming. You must be the master, he said. Douluo, perplexed, inquired, is it truly you? The recognition of that stiff, zombified visage was unmistakable, yet he still hesitated to confirm. It is I. You two are under the master, came the expressionless reply. I am Douluo, grandson of Douluo. I have come specifically to meet you today, though I did not anticipate our first encounter would be under such circumstances. Douluo promptly grasped the master's arm, exclaiming, You are the grandson of the poisoned Douluo. What brings you to seek me? The master, while puzzled, acknowledged that the recent display of poison was indeed a skill unique to the Douluo family. He could not comprehend what particular quality he possessed that would attract the grandson of Douluo to him. I humbly request your assistance, master. To help me establish a sect, Douluo fervently stated, tightening his grip on the master's hand. The master cast a bewildered glance at Qin Ming. We have founded a sect near Nottingham City, and this gentleman is our leader, Qin Ming replied with a wry smile, lacking confidence even in his own words. As Douluo appeared exceedingly youthful, isn't this rather too young? The master questioned, bemused. Most sect leaders are in their 50s or 60s. And this child appears to be merely 5 or 6. Do not concern yourself with my age, master. Let us converse in your office, Douluo replied, visibly excited. For he had finally encountered the master, alive. What about these 2? The master indicated towards the 2 guards lying on the ground. Do not mind them. They will be fine shortly, Douluo said, pulling the master towards Shrek Academy. Having used no potent medicine, he had no intention of risking their lives, merely causing them to sleep for a day and night. Very well, Xiao-san, you should rest for now. The master turned to the child a short distance behind him. Xiao-san, are you not the child I just asked for directions? Douluo was about to call out Tang San's name, but he swallowed the words back. Tang San's identity was too sensitive. Should he inadvertently reveal it, he feared Tang Hao might come to investigate late at night. However, he never expected that in casually asking a child for directions on the street, he would encounter Tang San. Teacher, I will accompany you. Tang San hesitated, sensing a dangerous aura from the 2 individuals. He was concerned for his esteemed and beloved teacher's safety. Then let us go together. The master nodded thoughtfully. He then turned and led Douluo, Qin Ming, and Tang San back to his office. Chapter 24. Persuading the master. Welcome to my humble abode. Please have a glass of water. The master poured water from a bottle for Douluo and Qin Ming, for he partook only of plain water. Master, you are too kind. We have come today primarily to invite you to join our sect as the Hall Master, Douluo stated directly, grasping the master's hand and refusing to let go. What is the name of your sect, and where is it located? How many members do you have? You must tell me these details first, the master replied. His expression serious as he pried his hand free from Douluo's grip and seated himself nearby. Our sect's name has yet to be determined, but we currently consist of 1 sect leader, 1 deputy sect leader, 2 elders, and 500 bought slaves. Douluo candidly explained the situation of his sect to the master. Are you certain that what you are establishing is a sect? The master's face remained impassive, though his tone conveyed a hint of disdain, skepticism, and awkwardness. I have great confidence in our sect. We possess a remarkable item that can expedite cultivation and help one break through barriers. I can indeed resolve your issue of not surpassing level 30. Douluo said with a smile as he regarded the master. What? The master leaped from his chair, his eyes wide, fixated on Douluo. Master, please remain calm. I do not yet have a solution to your problem, but I assure you that one will emerge in the future within 3 years. And then your issue will be resolved, Douluo said, his smile unwavering and his tone cheerful. In that case, I suggest you return when you have a solution for my master's problem, Tang San interjected, sensing that the two might be attempting to deceive the master into leaving with them. However, I would not have come if I did not possess some confidence. Please, try this first. Douluo retrieved a yellow essence pill from his pocket and offered it to the master. Master, please taste it, he urged. Tang San took the elixir from master with a sense of urgency, bringing it close to his nose for a cautious whiff, confirming its safety. He tilted his head back and consumed it in one swift motion. Having recently absorbed his first spirit ring, Tang San's spirit power level had now reached 13, making the effects of the Huangjing pill markedly apparent. A gentle surge of spirit power coursed through his body, prompting Tang San to sit cross-legged on the ground, where he began to channel his Xiantian Gong to absorb the spirit power. This act of absorption proved to be transformative, propelling Tang San's cultivation to the 14th level. Compensating for several days of arduous training, the Xiantian Gong, esteemed as a premier cultivation technique, allowed for an exceptionally thorough absorption of the spirit power contained within the pill, thereby alleviating the toll of his previous exertions. Master, Tang San exclaimed, lifting his gaze in astonishment to meet the eyes of his mentor. A thought flickered in his mind, an image of the elixir he had once concocted during his time in the Tang sect, though his formulations had never possessed the power to enhance cultivation. Xiao San, how do you feel? Master inquired, grasping Tang San's wrist to probe his condition with spirit power. Your foundation appears remarkably stable. It seems this elixir does not forcibly elevate one's cultivation. Is there any more of this? Master continued with anticipation, extending his hand towards Douluo for another Huangjing pill. Indeed, there is, Douluo replied, producing another pill and placing it in Master's palm. Master tilted his head back and swallowed the elixir, attuning himself to the shifts within his body. A pure essence of spirit power was liberated from the pill, which he began to absorb with deliberate grace. However, his body struggled to retain the spirit power, a fundamental reason for his inability to surpass the 30th level. This will not adversely affect your foundation. In fact, it may nurture your meridians. Quite promising. If utilized appropriately, it can significantly accelerate one's cultivation speed. After a moment of contemplation, Master articulated his impressions with clarity, a testament to his research-oriented mind. Should you wish for me to join your sect? It is not out of the question. However, you must provide my disciple with at least 3 of these pills each month, and enlist the assistance of that young man behind you to aid my disciple in hunting spirit beasts for their spirit rings, Master stated, punctuating his words by tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Absolutely, Brother Qin Ming, that is not a problem, right? Douluo glanced back at the still bewildered Qin Ming. Qin Ming, are you the child who graduated from Shrek Academy? Master interjected suddenly. Indeed. Do you know about Shrek Academy? Qin Ming responded, snapping back to attention. I'm Yu Xiaojiang, a friend of your dean. In the past, he sought my counsel regarding your spirit ring. At least half of it was crafted with my assistance, Master replied with a serious demeanor. You are the master? Qin Ming exclaimed, recognition dawning upon him. Then it is settled. This is a way to repay your kindness. With a smile, Qin Ming remarked, very well. However, I must remain in Nodding City for a few more years until my disciple transitions to a new academy before I can proceed to the sect. The master nodded thoughtfully and replied, no problem. but there are a few matters that require your intellectual input. Douluo, filled with joy, exclaimed as he grasped the master's hand and refused to let go. Although the master felt a tinge of annoyance, he endured it for the sake of his disciples' elixirs. I intend to establish a sect on a mountain to the west of Notting City, and I hope you can assist me by designing a blueprint for the sect's architecture. Douluo cheerfully stated. Having the most brilliant mind at my side would be a tremendous waste not to utilize. Very well. If you provide me with a map indicating the location of your sect, I am familiar with the terrain surrounding Notting City. Once I know the position, I will assist you in creating the architectural design. The master gestured towards a map hanging on the wall. It is right here. Finally releasing the master's hand, Douluo approached the map and pointed to the land he had purchased, conveying the precise location to the master. All right, return here in a month to collect the design. And be sure to bring the elixirs, the master instructed after a moment of contemplation. Certainly, this is Tang San's elixirs for this month, 5 in total. Consider it a token of gratitude. Douluo stated, placing the 5 Huangjing pills into the master's hand. Very well then, I shall not see you off. The master casually handed the elixirs to Tang San, rose from his seat, and addressed Douluo. At this time next month, I will have my assistants deliver the elixirs here. Douluo performed a respectful bow before departing with Qinming. Master, please take this elixir. Although 1 or 2 may not lead to an immediate breakthrough, with sufficient quantity, you could forcibly transcend to level 30, Tang San offered, presenting the elixirs before the master. At your age, master, you have long surpassed the optimal period for soul power cultivation. Hence, this elixir embodies your hard work and dedication. So it is best that you consume it. Moreover, Douluo mentioned that there will be elixirs to treat my martial soul's mutation, Tang San continued. A reluctant smile crept onto the master's stiff face. Though it appeared somewhat unappealing, Tang San was deeply touched. Focus on your cultivation. The future belongs to you. Now, return and rest well, the master concluded, escorting Tang San out of his office. Now alone in his office, the master shook his head, cleared a space on his desk, and retrieved a sheet of paper, beginning to draft the sect's design from memory. Chapter 25, The Dansen Sect and the One Outplaying. After leaving Notting Junior School, Douluo and Qinming returned directly to their territory to seek out Huangcheng and Douluyen for discussions regarding the future direction of their sect. As Douluo awaited the master's design plans, they only constructed temporary housing for their stay. Nonetheless, as the sect leader, Douluo enjoyed certain privileges. His humble abode was quite spacious, a structure hastily erected in a single day by Huangcheng and his slaves. Inside, there was a table surrounded by the backbone of the sect, comprising 2 sect leaders and 2 elders. Firstly, we have accomplished the initial step in establishing our sect. We now possess 30,000 acres of medicinal fields, which will serve as the mountain peak for our sect's residents. Our next objective is to vigorously develop the sect, attracting talent and recruiting disciples. Douluo stated earnestly from his position of authority. I concur with the sect leader's sentiment. Let us first cultivate the land here. Once the master's designs are complete, we shall promptly return to Tiando City to procure building materials and invite a construction team to erect our sect. This endeavor may require a substantial amount of gold soul coins, Qinming, the Grand Elder, added. Furthermore, should the sect leader have an ample supply of elixirs, we could select a few from the slaves cultivating medicinal herbs to join our sect, distributing elixirs to them. This way, we can acquire numerous low-level soul masters. While having high-end combat strength is vital for a sect, foundational soul masters remain an indispensable resource. After all, Huangcheng was once a soul Douluo, possessing insights and foresight that surpass even those of Douluo and Qinming. He continued, this is feasible. Before the master's designs are completed, I plan to refine additional Huangjing pills for stockpiling. The efficacy of this elixir can last for 30 years, so producing a surplus should pose no issue. Douluo reflected thoughtfully. Previously, the medicinal materials procured by Douluo had seen little consumption. Thus Douluo aimed to transform these herbs into elixirs before the master finalized the designs. Well, the task of refining elixirs must be entrusted to the sect leader. During this period, I shall oversee the land reclamation, as I no longer find it necessary to cultivate soul power. I await the sect leader's generous supply of elixirs for my ailments, which will enable me to restore my strength, Huangcheng stated earnestly as he rose. Rest assured, Old Huang, your concerns will be resolved within 3 years, Douluo assured him with a nod. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. For Old Huang certainly had the potential to aspire to the rank of title Douluo. and he was also a crucial pillar of Douluo's inner circle. Thank you. Esteemed sect leader, Old Huang replied with a respectful bow. Our primary focus now is land reclamation. I shall handle the elixir refining, while Qin Ming and you, my elder sister, can concentrate on your cultivation. For now, we will have to make do with the Huangjing pills as our only means of assistance, Douluo concluded. With a gentle smile, Douluo retrieved a crystal vial from the soul-guiding device, distributing its contents to Qin Ming and Douluo. By the way, there is one more matter to attend to, Lao Huang. Please arrange for someone to provide me with an overview of the terrain here. The blueprint for the sect has been entrusted to the master, while I shall personally handle the design for the medicinal fields. After all, for the foreseeable future, I will be responsible for refining the elixirs, and these herbs will be utilized by me, Douluo contemplated aloud. Only he understood the precise conditions and types of land necessary for cultivating various precious herbs. However, the herbs grown in this land would serve only his immediate needs, while he had plans for the high-grade materials required for superior elixirs. While organizing the ice and fire duality Douluo not only replanted various rare resources but also cultivated some precious herbs in the vacant spaces. When the time came for his requirements, the ice and fire duality would perfectly accelerate the maturation of those herbs. Thus, regardless of whether they were low or high-grade materials, Douluo would be well provisioned, alleviating any future concerns about sourcing herbs for elixir refinement. Yet, Sect Master, although your talent is commendable, you must not squander time on such matters. Your cultivation should take precedence, Huangcheng interjected suddenly. Thank you for your concern, Lao Huang. However, my cultivation talent is quite decent, and with elixirs to assist me in the future, my training will not be hindered. Douluo nodded in acknowledgement, sensing Huangcheng's genuine care. Brother, what can I do? Douluo interjected unexpectedly. You, my dear sister, should focus on your cultivation and strive to become a titled Douluo at the earliest. Stand by me, and should anyone dare to bully me, you shall assist in dealing with them. Douluo chuckled foolishly, appreciating the comfort of having a protective sister. All right, Douluo declared, raising her small fist earnestly. By the way, we also need to name our sect, Douluo suddenly remarked. Since the primary focus of the sect master will be on elixirs, let us call it Dan's sect, Huangcheng suggested, evidently lacking a flair for naming. How about Dan Immortal Sect? Douluo pondered for a moment before speaking. In his previous life, he resided in a Taoist temple associated with external alchemy. Thus naming it Dan Immortal seemed fitting. Not bad. It has a certain ethereal charm to it. Quite splendid, Qin Ming remarked approvingly, though inwardly he chuckled, thinking, you are the sect master, whatever name you choose shall be the name. Then let us name our land the 10,000 Herbs Plain, as it will be the source of all the materials our sect requires in the future, Douluo added after some thought. Brilliant, sect master. Huangcheng complimented Douluo with enthusiasm. Very well, Lao Huang, if that is the case, let us each commence our tasks, Douluo declared, rising to adjourn the meeting. Understood, sect master. Qin Ming and the others acknowledged with a nod and returned to their respective duties. Lao Huang was in charge of the first phase of land improvement, while Douluo oversaw the alchemy and the distribution of medicinal herbs across the 30,000 acres of land. For now, Qin Ming and Douluo needed only to diligently cultivate their skills, as the time for their contributions had not yet arrived. Douluo did not return to his abode. Instead, he ascended the mountain in search of a cave, which he meticulously cleansed, rendering it suitable for alchemical practices. Douluo did not refrain from concocting elixirs within his humble abode. Rather, the simplicity of the wooden structure compelled him to seek alternative arrangements. He was not inclined to awaken amidst a raging inferno, facing calamity before he even embarked upon his journey. First, he retrieved his table, meticulously arranging the various medicinal herbs. Once he had attuned his state of mind, he summoned the Winnie furnace and commenced the preparation of the Huangjing pills. At this juncture, Douluo had become quite adept at the crafting of Huangjing pills, yet he persistently sought to refine his techniques, striving for perfection in every detail, in pursuit of elevating the potency of the pills to its utmost potential. However, transcending the threshold of complete efficacy proved to be a formidable challenge. Presently, Douluo was capable of refining 3 batches of elixirs each day, dedicating the remainder of his time to sketching the design plans for his medicinal herb cultivation base. As time swiftly passed, seated within the cave, Douluo gazed at the 90 Huangjing pills contained within the crystal vial, a gentle smile gracing his features before he carefully returned the vial to the soul-guiding device. For an entire month, Douluo refrained from cultivating his soul power. Instead, he dedicated his days to concocting elixirs, depleting his soul energy, only to restore it repeatedly. Remarkably, this relentless effort enabled Douluo to elevate his soul power by one level, surpassing the threshold of level 20. However, recently, he found himself unable to hunt soul beasts. After all, tomorrow marked the day he had arranged to meet with the master. Thus, Douluo decided against brewing any potions today, choosing instead to relax in preparation for his encounter. Chapter 26, A Letter to Tang. How it dawned the following day. Douluo and Qin Ming donned their attire and boarded a carriage bound for Notting City. The time had come for their meeting with the master, and Douluo required blueprints for establishing his sect. Additionally, he wished to inquire about the master's recommendations for his soul rings. As the master's expertise in martial souls and soul beasts had reached a profound level, leading Douluo to believe that he would undoubtedly provide him with superior options. Upon their arrival in Notting City, Douluo and Qin Ming disembarked from their carriage and approached the entrance of Notting Primary School. The guard had changed, and although the two were unfamiliar with Douluo, they granted him access to the school, oblivious to the fate of the previous guards. The pair made their way directly to the master's office, as it was presumed that the reclusive master would be found there rather than elsewhere. "Master, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly," Douluo exclaimed, disregarding any possible disdain from the master as he pushed the door open and grasped the master's arm excitedly. "Zhongzhu, I have prepared the design plans for you. However, it will require a professional architectural team, and the expenses will not be insignificant, so be mentally prepared," he continued. The master had been imparting information about soul beasts to Tang San when he noticed Douluo's entrance. He halted his lecture, and despite his aversion to Douluo's eager touch, he endured it for the sake of his disciples' medicinal needs. "That is not an issue, master. I have broken through to level 20 and wish to inquire about the type of soul ring I should seek," Douluo said as he settled down beside the master. "Your martial soul must be the Emerald Phosphor Snake King. However, it is believed that the innate talents of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King do not exceed the capacity of innate full soul power. Hence you should still be below level 20, the master mused, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Douluo. Having researched every title Douluo's martial soul, he had some understanding of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King's lineage and even knew more about the Douluo family's history than Douluo himself. While the Emerald Phosphor Snake King certainly had the potential to aspire to title Douluo status, it was not a martial soul of overwhelming power. The master believed in Douluo's innate full soul power, but he deemed it impossible for Douluo to possess talents that exceeded that capacity. "No, master. My martial soul is the Crimson Flame Snake King, a hybrid of fire and poison attributes, representing a variant of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King," Douluo revealed candidly, feeling no need for reservation. Given the master's intellect, Douluo knew that merely demonstrating his first soul skill would enable the master to discern the nature of his martial soul swiftly. "Ah, it has indeed undergone a mutation." The master nodded appreciatively, his gaze filled with envy. While both possessed mutated martial souls, his was flawed, whereas Douluo's surpassed the innate full soul power threshold. Since it is the Crimson Flame Snake King, embodying both poison and fire attributes, Xiao-san, can you enlighten us on the soul beasts that possess these two attributes? Perhaps you could recommend a few for your Zhongzhu. The master beckoned Tang San over. "Yes, teacher. Among the poison fire attribute serpentine soul beasts, the most formidable would be the twin-winged poison fire dragon. However, dragons are typically ancient beasts, unsuitable for our needs. Next, the green-armored fire-scaled flood dragon generally boasts cultivation exceeding a millennium, and while its second soul ring should not surpass 1,000 years. The century-old fire-eating snake is also a viable option. Ultimately, the most compatible choice would be the Crimson Flame Snake, as it aligns perfectly with your martial soul." Tang San, without a moment's hesitation, divulged the information stored within his memory. Moreover, the poisonous attribute soul beasts must be sought in the Sunset Forest. "One more thing, young Master Douluo. I have recently heard that the poison Douluo wreaked havoc at the Tiando Royal Academy. Master, you must have sneaked out, right? Even the top-grade poisonous soul beasts in the Stardow Forest cannot compare to those in your family's Sunset Forest. Perhaps you should consider returning home to search?" The master maintained a stoic expression, yet his tone bore a hint of jest. The most suitable soul beasts for Douluo predominantly reside in the Sunset Forest, as it is indeed the gathering place for poisonous soul beasts. Alas, must I really seek out my grandfather? Douluo found himself in a quandary. The sect had just been established, and if Douluo did not consent, all his efforts would be in vain. Should he refrain from returning, he might never find an appropriate soul ring, a matter of utmost significance for a lifetime. Thus, Douluo was troubled. Master, your grandfather must have already forgiven you. As long as you can persuade him, he will not forcibly take you away. The master handed the scroll of the sect's design to Douluo. Well, let us discuss this later. However, I must set off for Tiando City soon, as this is something that cannot be evaded. Douluo nodded, then opened the scroll for a brief glance. The figures inscribed reflected prices from 5 years prior, although construction materials would not have inflated significantly. The master pointed to the various material quotes on the reverse of the blueprints. This amounts to 150,000 gold soul coins. Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. The expenditure was exorbitant. Sitting back down, he gasped for breath. Having initially believed that his 10,000 gold soul coins would suffice, he had not anticipated that the Master's design would cost so much. Hence, you truly need to return home. The master, as if claiming victory, forced a smile upon his rigid face, which appeared rather peculiar. Very well. It seems I must indeed make that trip back, though I have other matters to attend to. After saying this, Douluo stored the Master's design into his soul guide and sighed, realizing that this journey home was unavoidable. By the way, little San, this letter is addressed to your father. If you return home, please deliver it to him. Apologies for the trouble. Douluo handed Tang San a pre-written letter. Upon hearing about Tang San's father, the Master's hand momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure, nearly asking a question aloud, yet he restrained himself. Master, do you know my father? Tang San inquired. Rest assured, I will ensure it reaches him. He carefully placed the letter into his 24-bridge Mingwenite. How should I phrase it? I am acquainted with your father, yet he does not know me. However, familiarity is inconsequential. You must deliver this letter to him. Douluo contemplated before responding, deliberately concealing any familiarity he had with Tang Hao, as Tang Hao wished to keep his identity from Tang San. Very well then. Tang San pondered deeply, yet failed to arrive at any conclusion, ultimately resigning himself to the complexities of this world. Master, this is a bottle of medicinal pills prepared by the Shao San brothers over the past 2 months. I might be away for a month, so I am delivering next month's pills in advance. Douluo retrieved a vial containing 10 Huangjing pills from his soul-guiding device and handed it to the master. Very well, sect master. I shall not see you off any further, the master remarked as he rose, preparing to escort Douluo out of the chamber. All right then, master. Until we meet again, Douluo replied, departing the master's office with Qinming in tow. Brother Qinming, we should return to the sect. And it seems another trip to Tiando City is in order, Douluo sighed, a wry smile gracing his lips. Indeed. I believe Poison Douluo will acquiesce to your establishment of a sect, Qinming encouraged, patting Douluo's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Agreement may come. Yet a beating is undoubtedly unavoidable, Douluo remarked, gazing up at the sky as silent tears streamed down his cheeks. Chapter 27. Grandpa, I was wrong. After leaving Nodding Junior Academy, Douluo and Qinming returned directly to Wanao Plain. Given that they might be away for an extended period, Douluo felt it imperative to address certain matters, uncertain of when he would return. Sister, I intend to make a trip home. That night, Douluo sat across from Douluo, their expressions serious as they regarded one another. Did you come to find me in the dead of night to suggest we embrace death together? Silly brother, do you dare return home now? Douluo retorted without mercy. Grandfather wouldn't have the heart to harm us. After all, we are the last of our lineage. Without us, the Douluo family faces extinction. The Douluo was taken aback by her words. His demeanor remained unchanged. Our parents are still young. Having a younger sibling is not out of the question. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Douluo furrowed her brow, contemplating seriously for a moment before lifting her head, smiling as she replied, Sister, I implore you, accompany me home. If I return alone, I certainly won't come back. With that, Douluo sat on the ground, wrapping his arms around Douluo's calf, tears streaming down his face. Utterly sincere in his distress. Very well. 20 elixirs and 4 maidens, and I shall agree to accompany you, Douluo said, chin in hand, her tone teasing. In truth, she had longed to see their parents as well, but witnessing Douluo's pleading demeanor inspired her to tease him a little. Absolutely, sister. I shall procure 5 maidens and 30 elixirs, if that is what it takes, Douluo hastened to assure her. All right then, since you are so earnest. I shall reluctantly accompany you home, lest you suffer at grandfather's hands. Dugu Yin lifted her chin, resembling a triumphant peacock, striding victoriously out of the room. Now, surely the old man will permit me to leave, Dugu Mo mused as he sat on the ground, licking his lips, his eyes darting around. Xiaomo, when are we departing? Qin Ming inquired as he entered the tent after noticing Dugu Yan's exit. I'll finalize old Huang's task shortly, and then we shall set off. It is best to resolve these matters as soon as possible, Dugu Mo replied thoughtfully. The upcoming tasks in Huang City were straightforward. Continue the previously initiated land improvement work to prepare the soil, as the sandy terrain here was not particularly conducive to growing medicinal herbs. Dugu Mo declared with determination that they would set off immediately to seek out Huangqing and arrange for work. Although Dugu Mo has completed the planning for Wanyao Plain, he still lacks numerous materials, leaving Huangqing unable to take any action during Dugu Mo's absence. After conversing with Huangqing for a while, he departed from Huangqing's abode, preparing the necessary items for the journey ahead. Uncertain of what awaited him at home, he hoped his grandfather would permit him to leave. With a sigh, Dugu Mo reclined on his bed and drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Dugu Mo and Dugu Yin were seated in the carriage, with Qin Ming at the reins, as the trio made their way to Tiando City. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at the foot of Tiando City, and Dugu Mo steeled himself for the impending scolding. Upon entering the city, he made a beeline for his family's pharmacy. Eager to ascertain the whereabouts of Dugu Bo, even in receiving a beating, one must know the location of the executor. Miss, young master, you have finally returned. The family head and the old master have been frantic. They are currently in Tiando City, exclaimed the shopkeeper, who was a member of the Dugu family. Upon seeing Dugu Mo, he seized his wrist tightly, refusing to let go. Where is my grandfather? Dugu Mo asked with a wry smile, not resisting as the shopkeeper held him fast. Xiao Sanzi, go find the family head and the old master. Inform them that the miss and young master have returned. The shopkeeper instructed excitedly. Qin Ming, keep your distance. I fear my grandfather might poison you when he arrives. I have no confidence in neutralizing the old man's poison. Dugu Mo turned to Qin Ming and advised. Under the shopkeeper's watchful eye, Dugu Mo and Dugu Yin sat on a chair, while the shopkeeper crouched in the corner, vigilantly monitoring them, fearful that they might escape once more. Shortly thereafter, a gust of green wind swept in, and Dugu Bo appeared in the room. With a wave of his hand, the door to the pharmacy slammed shut with a resounding bang. You little rascal, you've grown bolder, Dugu Bo exclaimed, grabbing Dugu Mo and placing him across his lap, delivering a series of sharp spanks. Grandfather, spare me, Dugu Mo cried out, struggling amidst the onslaught. Enough. You can all leave now, Dugu Bo declared after a while, feeling some of his pin-up frustration dissipate. He gestured towards the shopkeeper and several others, who promptly exited the pharmacy, leaving only Dugu Bo and his grandchildren. Now, let us discuss this matter. Your actions this time have gone too far, Dugu Bo said, lifting a teacup and savoring a sip of tea. With a swift motion, he kicked Dugu Mo to the ground. Grandfather, I was wrong. After seeing those individuals at the Tiando Royal Academy, I realize it is utterly unsuitable for education. The academy you selected is truly a trap. Dugu Mo sat on the ground, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he remarked that he was the beloved grandson of Dugu Bo. Although Dugu Bo had not utilized his soul power while striking him, the pain had been particularly acute. Then what do you have to say about eloping with your sister? Have you given any thought to your grandfather? Dugu Bo glared at Dugu Mo, his expression stern. Isn't it natural for me to have aspirations and ambitions? Grandfather, I have established a sect in the Fasno province. Dugu Mo suddenly rose, brushing the dust off his clothes, and grinned at Dugu Bo. You, a mere child, have founded a sect? Dugu Bo raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with skepticism. Indeed, I procured 30,000 acres of land for cultivating medicinal herbs, and through alchemy, I aim to enhance the sect's power. In the future, by selling pills, I believe my sect will rise to become one of the premier sects on the Douluo continent. Dugu Mo proclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Very well, it is commendable that my grandson has dreams and is pursuing them. However, what is the meaning behind your escapade with your sister? Dugu Bo took another sip of tea, contemplating the fact that the Dugu family indeed cherished its daughters. Grandfather, I am merely trying to protect my foolish younger brother by hastening my ascent to title Douluo. Dugu Yin rushed to Dugu Bo's side and leapt into his embrace. Oh, my dear, Yin has become so sensible. Very well, Yin, you must strive diligently. If you ever find yourself without pills, simply ask your brother. If he refuses, come to me, and I shall deal with him. Dugubo's irritation evaporated as he teased Dugu Yin, a smile gracing his face. Grandfather, there are two more matters to discuss. First, as my sect is newly established, I need. Dugu Imo hesitated, raising his hand and pinching his fingers together. Dugubo pondered, contemplating additional information. Very well, I shall grant you 100,000 gold soul coins, but you must ensure that Yin receives an ample supply of pills. Dugubo's eyes sparkled with delight as he spoke. Thank you, grandfather. The other matter is that I have already broken through to level 20. I humbly request your assistance in hunting a soul beast. Dugu Imo grinned unabashedly, his confidence evident. Level 20? Dugubo narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. As he pondered, a subtle pressure emanated from his being, and he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Though the pressure Dugubo exuded was not overwhelming. Dugu Yan's face flushed crimson while Dugu Imo struggled to catch his breath beneath the weight. Grandfather, Dugu Imo exclaimed. Oh. Dugubo snapped back to reality, lowering his brows. From now on, the pills for your parents must not cease. All medicinal supplies will be prioritized for them in Yin. I will ensure the entire Dugu family supports you. Dugubo furrowed his brow and said seriously, Grandfather, is it really necessary? While I hold great confidence in the sect, it has only just been established. Do you truly place such unwavering faith in me? Dugu Imo looked at Dugubo with surprise and remarked, I have not the slightest confidence in your fledgling sect. It is solely due to your extraordinary talent. Your task is to diligently cultivate in the Phanos province. And you are not to draw attention until you attain the rank of title Douluo. Do you understand? Dugubo glared fiercely at Dugu Imo and reiterated, Grandfather. You must have faith in the sect I am establishing. Dugu Imo turned his head away, pouting slightly, and muttered, the Phasno province is sufficiently remote. It serves as an excellent hiding place, allowing you to cultivate to a considerable level. Moreover, should chaos erupt, it will be a suitable refuge for you. In the event of an emergency, our entire family can find shelter there. Dugubo sighed and spoke earnestly. The pressure from the spirit hall had become increasingly overwhelming. Even though his poison was potent, he could not guarantee the safety of his family. Thus, securing an escape route was essential. And the sect established by Dugu Imo conveniently provided that avenue. This was the reason behind Dugubo's support for Dugu Imo. By the way, I will personally accompany you to hunt for your second spirit ring tomorrow, but do not disclose this to anyone, Dugubo added thoughtfully. Thank you, grandfather. Dugu Imo replied with a grin, feeling that he had made the right decision in returning. Not only had he resolved the issue, but he was also set to acquire his second spirit ring smoothly. Chapter 28. Iron Scale Fire Line Python. Subsequently, Dugu Imo received 1 million gold soul coins from Dugubo, which he entrusted to Qin Ming, while also requesting the pharmacy's manager to assist Qin Ming in procuring various materials. After all, some materials could not be acquired merely with wealth. One also needed connections, or else the sellers would refuse to engage. As for Dugu Imo, he was lifted by Dugubo and taken out from the pharmacy in front of everyone, soaring into the sky toward the sunset forest. This way, others would not suspect that Dugubo was taking Dugu Imo to hunt for soul beasts, but rather executing familial discipline. Boom. Dugu Imo was suddenly thrown down from the sky by Dugubo, yet Dugubo managed to control the distance and force, ensuring Dugu Imo's survival. The forest here was exceedingly lush, and not far from where Dugu Imo landed was a pond, where a black snake coiled lazily. Grandfather, is this really necessary? It was merely skipping school, Dugu Imo said wryly as he climbed to his feet, his body aching terribly. However, after circulating his soul power, the pain subsided significantly as the Changchun Gong possessed healing properties. I have already selected your second spirit ring. It is an iron scale fire line python. This soul beast's venom is not particularly potent, yet its iron scales possess formidable defensive capabilities. I have had it appraised, and this snake is approximately 800 years old, making it perfectly suitable for your second spirit ring. Dugubo calmly remarked that he was still upset with Dugu Imo. As for this iron-scaled fire line serpent, it was not its venom that distinguished it, but rather its formidable defensive prowess. To put it plainly, despite its mere 800 years of age, its scales were so resilient that even 10,000-year soul beasts would find them difficult to breach. Capturing such a soul beast required considerable effort on my part. Dugubo indicated towards the black serpent in the nearby pool. My heavens, if such a soul beast is so domineering, then it must be quite feasible for it to transcend to 100,000 years, Dugu Imo queried, perplexed. With such formidable defense, it seems invincible, reigning supreme wherever it goes. The bloodline purity of this soul beast is not particularly high, limiting its potential to a maximum of 10,000 years. To advance further, its bloodline must undergo evolution into the silver-scaled fireline serpent, which would then provide the opportunity to reach 100,000 years. The silver-scaled fireline serpent can also evolve into the apex form, the golden-scaled fireline serpent. However, such a soul beast has rarely been encountered on the Douluo continent, Douluo explained with a smile. Oh, I see, Douluo replied. But grandfather, I aspire to become a powerful attack-type soul master in the future. Wouldn't it be unwise to absorb a defensive soul ring? Our poison soul masters often find it challenging to secure allies. Hence our soul ring configurations differ from those of other soul masters. Aside from auxiliary soul skills, we must possess both offensive and defensive abilities, and they must be well balanced. I have already selected the soul ring configuration for you, which is why I have decided on this one. Douluo pointed at the serpent. Moreover, you must slay this serpent yourself. I shall not intervene. And you are forbidden from using poison, Douluo said with a mischievous smile, then took out a bottle of wine from his soul guide device and, turning, perched himself on a branch to drink. Grandfather, can a level 20 soul master defeat such a large serpent? And you don't even want me to use poison. Douluo lamented, gazing at the massive black serpent before him. He was still just a child. However, upon glancing at Douluo again, he felt no inclination for assistance. So he sighed, retrieved a serpent-shaped dagger from the soul guide, tested its weight, and approached the pool. I wonder how strong this thing truly is, Douluo mused. Channeling his soul power to his feet, he sprinted swiftly towards the pool. Thud. In his rapid state, Douluo was precisely struck by the tail of the iron-scaled fireline serpent, sending him crashing against a nearby tree. Goodness, grandfather. Are you sure you want me to kill this creature? Douluo chuckled weakly, clutching his abdomen. Though the long spring technique was excellent for healing, it was not particularly adept in combat. The long spring technique excelled in endurance, but lacked explosive power, rendering it less effective in battle, though it proved beneficial for health. Consider this a training exercise I am providing you during this time, Douluo declared resolutely. Douluo chuckled as he sipped his wine, observing Douluo's setbacks. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. This little rascal, daring to skip school. 3 days without a beating, and he's already getting too bold. Douluo sensed the formidable strength emanating from the tail of the serpent. Although it was considerable, he found it within his capacity to endure. Thus, he brushed off the dust from his attire and meticulously examined the exterior of the iron-scaled fireline serpent. This creature's scales were impervious even to the most powerful soul beasts that had existed for millennia. The challenge of vanquishing it was exceedingly daunting. Hence, Douluo realized that he must identify the serpent's vulnerabilities to ultimately slay it. Typically, soul beasts possess greater strength than soul masters of the same rank, as the resilience of their physical form surpasses that of humans. Douluo observed the iron-scaled fireline serpent, which refrained from pursuing him further, owing to the fact that Douluo fed it daily. This ensured that the serpent had no inclination to strike lethally, as it was not hungry. At last, Douluo discovered a section of the serpent devoid of its protective iron scales, specifically a thumb-sized white patch located at its 7-inch mark, a sight revealed only when the serpent turned to bask in the sun. Primarily, the 7-inch mark was a target, followed by the eyes and mouth. These constituted the only feasible points of attack. Seated upon a desiccated log, Douluo meticulously scrutinized the creature for an extended period, ultimately identifying these 3 vulnerabilities. Concurrently, he devised numerous attack strategies, albeit with low probabilities of success. Fortunately, his grandfather was present, granting him a sense of security regarding his life. He need not fear for his safety. Let us attempt this, Douluo declared, tightening his grip on the dagger as he approached the water's edge once more. The iron-scaled fireline serpent immediately sensed Douluo's advance, opening its jaws wide and emitting several streams of saliva while hissing threateningly, indicating that he should vacate its territory. I intend to slay you to obtain the soul ring, Douluo retorted, suddenly accelerating towards the serpent. With a hiss, the serpent unleashed a thin jet of fire from its mouth. Douluo deftly evaded the fiery onslaught and continued his charge towards the serpent. Enraged, the fireline serpent let out a furious roar, its body coiling back before lunging at Douluo with the intent to bite. Douluo also set down the wine flask, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the fireline serpent, and Douluo fixated intently on the trajectory of the fireline serpent, sensing that the moment was ripe. Suddenly, The serpent leapt with fervor, prompting Douluo to swiftly bend at the waist. In a deft maneuver reminiscent of an iron chain barring a river, he executed his technique. While the serpent's scales grazed past him with remarkable proximity, Douluo suddenly embraced the body of the fiery serpent, its vulnerable 7 inches exposed directly before him. With a surge of determination, he gritted his teeth and firmly gripped his dagger, thrusting it fiercely toward the serpent's weak spot. However, fortune seemed to elude Douluo at that moment, as the fiery serpent appeared to sense his intent. In a swift motion, it collided with a towering tree, causing Douluo to miss this crucial opportunity to vanquish the creature. Despite having his back slammed against the tree, Douluo clung tenaciously to the fire snake, seeking another opportunity to vanquish it. The fire snake, believing Douluo to be devoid of strength, hastily entwined itself around the tree, intent on strangling him completely. Douluo gritted his teeth as he clutched the fiery serpent, being ensnared by the tree. He adjusted his grip on the dagger and fiercely drove it into the serpent's vulnerable spot. The blade penetrated effortlessly, and the excruciating pain compelled the serpent to release its hold on Douluo immediately. Douluo fell to the ground, momentarily disregarding his breath, and immediately dashed away into the distance. The centipede, though mortally wounded, continued to writhe in its death throes. The fire-line serpent thrashed violently, allowing the entire dagger to penetrate its body. This only spurred the serpent's frenzy further. Had Douluo delayed even for a moment, he would have been crushed by the beast. Douluo leaned against a grand tree, panting heavily, nearly succumbing to the constriction inflicted by the fire-line serpent moments ago. After a considerable time, the serpent finally ceased its struggles, lying motionless upon the ground. Subsequently, a profound yellow soul ring, shimmering with a hint of purple, materialized above the lifeless body of the iron-scaled fire-line serpent. It appears I have somewhat misjudged the age of this soul beast. It is indeed a creature over 950 years old. Little Mo, persevere. I encourage, though danger is absent, ye shall not accompany you. Thus, I shall continue to indulge in my drink. Douluo lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the soul ring with earnestness before uttering, very well, since it cannot drain me of life, I shall absorb it to the fullest. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, Douluo approached the iron-scaled fire-line serpent, seated himself in a meditative posture, and commenced the absorption of his second soul ring. Douluo closed his eyes, and once again, the ethereal figure of the azure-flamed serpent sovereign appeared behind him. The serpent's apparition let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, then, with remarkable sentience, fixed its gaze upon the soul ring, which promptly soared gracefully to hover above Douluo's head. As Douluo closed his eyes, he sensed the approach of the soul ring. He quickly focused his mind and continued to circulate the Changchun Gong. The soul ring slowly descended, encircling Douluo's chest, and then gradually dissipated, merging into his body. Suddenly, a unique energy, distinct from soul power, emerged within him. This energy did not converge in his dantian but instead dispersed slowly throughout his body, forming a layer of transparent scales. Subsequently, Douluo's soul power began to surge. The ethereal shadow of the Bai Yin Snake Emperor behind him let out another resounding cry to the heavens. Douluo gritted his teeth in agony, enduring the process as the transparent scales on his body transformed into a deep black. Soon after, blood began to seep from his body, and before long, the scales were stained with crimson. What is happening? Douluo furrowed his brow as he caught the scent of blood. Swiftly descending from the tree, he discovered Douluo, drenched in blood. Suddenly, the black scales erupted with a faint silver glow, and as they absorbed the blood, they began to shift from black to silver. Could it be a mutated evolution? This lad is rather fortunate, Douluo mused, stroking his chin as he sat nearby, guarding Douluo. An hour passed. With a sudden exhale, Douluo opened his eyes and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Xiaomo, how do you feel? Douluo hurriedly inquired, his concern for his grandson evident. This soul skill is incredibly powerful. Douluo managed to sit up with great effort, a silly grin spreading across his face as he responded. Care to share? Douluo asked, chuckling. Silver-scaled fire armor with 2 forms. One is the ordinary state, which forms a thin layer of scales on the surface of the body, offering average defense capable of withstanding soul power attacks of the same level. The other form condenses into a scaled shield that possesses burning capabilities. As for its defensive power, it is proportional to the consumed soul power. If I expend all my soul power, it can withstand a fatal strike from a level 50 soul master. Douluo chuckled foolishly, realizing how incredibly life-saving this skill was. However, Before Douluo could revel in his joy, a massive black hammer descended from the heavens. Douluo's eyes widened, and he transformed into the Bai Lin Snake Emperor, shielding Douluo beneath him. I am Tang Hao, honored to meet you, Poison Douluo. A man clad in a black cloak descended, kneeling on one knee before them. Chapter 29. Senior, teach me to cultivate a wife. I, Tang Hao, seek Sir Douluo's guidance on how to revive my deceased wife. Tang Hao seemed to grasp a lifeline as he knelt on the ground with his head bowed. Just a day prior, Tang Sen had returned to Holy Spirit Village for the holiday, and, upon failing to find Tang Hao, had left a letter intended for him on their family table. Tang Hao, who had been vigilantly watching over Tang San, naturally discovered the letter and, upon opening it, hurriedly flew towards Sunset Forest. He raced with all his might, just in time to encounter the duo of Douluo and his grandson, who were in the midst of absorbing a soul ring. At that moment, Douluo was utterly bewildered, still enveloped in the seventh soul skill's martial spirit manifestation. He turned his massive serpent head to glance at his grandson, Douluo, below him. His enormous serpent eyes filled with confusion, pondering his identity and location. Grandfather, if you agree to help him, you will understand, Douluo said with a bitter smile. The level of soul power undeniably affects reaction speed. By the time Douluo noticed the Haotian hammer descending, Douluo had already shielded him. For any attempt on Douluo's life would be perilous. Haotian Douluo, you are too kind. Please, rise. If there is any way I can assist, I shall certainly do my utmost, Douluo said. The immense emerald phosphor snake emperor gradually dissipated, coalescing into green light that formed Douluo's body. Ignoring Douluo, he strode confidently to Tang Hao's side, offering a smile as he helped the kneeling Tang Hao to his feet. Though Douluo ascended to the rank of title Douluo long before Tang Hao, his prowess pales in comparison to that of the latter. The combat strength of the Haotian hammer is beyond reproach, especially when juxtaposed with the poison-themed skills of a poison Douluo. Although Douluo heeded Douluo's words, he refrained from making any definitive statements, for he found this young rascal to be rather unreliable. This seed was left by my deceased wife. I hope you might extend your assistance, esteemed elder, for I would be eternally grateful. Tang Hao, despite rising to his feet in a display of utmost respect, presented a blue-silver seed with both hands before Douluo were it not for his desire to rescue Ain. This tempestuous old tiger would not have behaved like a docile kitten. Douluo furrowed his brow as he accepted the seed from Tang Hao, scrutinizing it closely. Xiaomo, come and see what this is, he beckoned, for while he possessed considerable expertise in toxins, his knowledge of certain herbs was eclipsed by that of Douluo. I'm here. Grandfather, Douluo promptly rushed over from a distance and took the seed from Douluo's hands. This is the seed of the blue mellow silverlight grass. Upon maturation, it can grow into the celestial-grade spiritual herb, blue mellow silverlight grass. This herb possesses no medicinal properties but is uniquely capable of stabilizing one's emotions, effectively severing the ties to inner demons to prevent falling into madness. Its cultivation requires no special conditions and can be accelerated through the use of other celestial-grade items. A wealth of information regarding this herb flooded Douluo's mind. Though being a seed, the data was not entirely comprehensive. I never expected it to be the blue mellow silverlight grass. I have truly underestimated the rank of the blue-silver emperor, Douluo mused, lowering his head in contemplation. After awakening the celestial pharmacopoeia, Douluo conducted tests on the blue-silver grass, the unique flora of the Douluo continent. The name assigned by the celestial pharmacopoeia is indeed blue-silver grass. Had this plant existed in other realms, it would have been designated by various alternative names. Furthermore, Douluo deduced from the appearance and medicinal properties of the blue-silver grass that it is a plant that has devolved from the rare treasure, the blue soul grass. Consequently, it is highly probable that the blue-silver emperor is the progenitor of the blue soul grass. The evolutionary lineage appears to be as follows: blue soul silver light grass devolving into blue soul grass, which subsequently evolved into blue silver grass, reaching the pinnacle of its degradation. However, Douluo underestimated the classification of the blue-silver emperor, which is, astonishingly, of celestial grade. The function of the blue soul silver light grass seems rather trivial, and Douluo struggles to comprehend why it has attained celestial status. Nevertheless, this is not the moment to ponder the reasons behind the celestial classification of the blue soul silver light grass. The immediate objective is to resurrect it. With the celestial pharmacopoeia at his disposal, Douluo possesses the means to stimulate the germination of this seed, fostering its rapid growth. Thus, under the auspices of the Haotian crown, he conferred with his grandfather on a strategy, requesting that the latter temporarily withdraw. Digimo gently returned the seed to Tang Hao's hands and took a couple of steps away with Digimo. Digimo turned his head to glance at Tang Hao, then waved his hand, conjuring a protective energy barrier that enclosed both him and Douluo within. Grandson, do you wish for your grandfather to perish? I cannot contend with that fellow outside. With Tang Hao present, Douluo had to conceal any semblance of fear, yet now, within the energy shield, he found himself panting heavily, seizing Douluo's ear and twisting it. The Douluo continent was not akin to Earth. Here, the might of the fist dictated authority. Moreover, Tang Hao was rather obtuse. It would be a fallacy for Douluo to claim he was unafraid, regardless of the potency of his poison. He had no confidence in outmaneuvering Tang Hao before being crushed by the Haotian hammer. Do not worry, grandfather. Since I dared to summon him, I surely possess a means to resolve this. Have you been so engrossed in studying the toxins in my notes that you neglected the other records? Douluo struggled to free himself from Douluo's grip and spoke as he sat on the ground. Have you discerned the type of seed he possesses? Douluo's eyes widened as he gazed at Douluo, his mind racing with calculations on how to exploit this killing machine to its fullest potential. Indeed, grandfather. The notebook containing the information on the celestial herb is nearby, and on the 7th page lies the details of this particular medicinal plant, including its cultivation scheme. Douluo recalled the location and informed Douluo. I have it. Douluo promptly retrieved the notebook from his soul guide and flipped to the 7th page, which detailed the living habits, medicinal effects, suitable soil, and surrounding environment of the blue soul silvergrass. The blue soul silvergrass bears a resemblance to the blue silvergrass, Douluo remarked with a furrowed brow as he meticulously reviewed the information on this celestial herb. The blue silvergrass must be a degenerated variant of the blue soul silvergrass, Douluo pondered aloud. Moreover, I possess a method to accelerate its growth, although it requires the consumption of additional medicinal materials. What method? Do elaborate. Douluo turned to Douluo, intrigued. It is a technique for transferring cultivation power, albeit it necessitates the use of another ancient medicinal herb. Douluo nodded in agreement. Let us first converse with Tang Hao before making any decisions. Furthermore, should we engage with him, our family may find itself at odds with the spirit hall. Douluo furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. Thus, Xiaomo, this matter concludes here. You must promptly return to the Fastno province. Our family will provide you with additional funds, and your task is to establish it as the stronghold of our Douluo clan. I worry that the spirit hall may soon turn its attention toward us. Douluo stated earnestly. That is a matter for another time. We should first address the issue with Tang Hao, Douluo remarked, sticking out his tongue as a reminder to Douluo, for they had left Tang Hao waiting outside for quite some time. Indeed, after Douluo finished speaking, he waved his hand, causing the energy shield to dissipate. Douluo and Douluo reappeared before Tang Hao. Brother Hao, let us retire to our little courtyard for a more detailed discussion, Douluo suggested. Lifting Douluo and pulling Tang Hao along as the three soared towards Douluo's abode. Dare I ask, Poison Douluo, is there a way to resurrect my deceased wife? Tang Hao inquired, noticing the joyous expression on Douluo's face as he emerged from the energy barrier. A sudden lightness filled his heart, and he allowed himself to be led, though he could not resist asking the question. Do not worry, with the two of us here. Resurrecting your wife should pose no difficulty, Douluo assured confidently after they landed. I am deeply grateful for your immense kindness, esteemed elder, Tang Hao exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he knelt on the ground in appreciation of Douluo's generosity. However, doing so will require the use of some particularly precious medicinal materials. I am not running a charitable institution, so I cannot expend such great effort without compensation, Douluo stated bluntly, helping Tang Hao to his feet. Please, elder, command me with any requests. I shall comply without hesitation, as long as it leads to the resurrection of my beloved wife, Tang Hao replied fervently. It's nothing too demanding. My grandson has established a sect in the Fastno province, and I wish for you to join this sect and protect him, Douluo said, fixing his gaze intently on Tang Hao, despite the latter's superior combat prowess. That is certainly feasible. My son is also in the Fastno province. They can keep each other company, Tang Hao quickly agreed. Mo, how long will this take? Douluo turned to Douluo and inquired. 10 years. Douluo pondered before revealing the time frame. In truth, if he were to employ celestial-grade materials, he could resurrect Ain within 2 days. However, He would not resort to such measures, as he cherished these celestial-grade resources and would not squander them on Tang Hao and Ayin. Instead, he planned to distribute these materials to his parents, grandfather, and sister in 2 years' time. The reason for the 10-year estimate was that, with proper cultivation, accelerated by the ice and fire yin-yang along with various heavenly treasures, it would suffice for a yin's resurrection. Additionally, 10 years would be ample time for Douluo Mo to develop the sect, allowing Huang Cheng to break through to title Douluo and gain the capability to protect himself, at which point he would no longer require Tang Hao's assistance. Is that truly the case? Tang Hao exclaimed, rushing to Douluo Mo's side, his excitement palpable. Of course, Douluo Mo replied with a smile. I, Tang Hao, choose to join your sect and remain loyal for life, Tang Hao declared solemnly, kneeling on one knee as he made his vow. Ha ha ha, in that case, Mo, let us set forth and seek a bride for the Haotian Douluo, Douluo proclaimed, lifting Douluo Mo and leading Tang Hao towards the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Chapter 30. The method of seizing souls. Douluo, accompanied by Douluo Mo, led Tang Hao into the canyon where the ice and fire yin-yang eye resided. After the two titled Douluos leaped from the precipice and landed gracefully, Tang Hao was taken aback by the breathtaking scene before him. Countless exquisite and enchanting plants dazzled his senses, leaving him momentarily speechless. This spectacle further solidified his trust in Douluo and his grandson's ability to resurrect Ayin. Be cautious, Tang Hao. Most of the flora here is highly toxic. Stay close to our footsteps, Douluo cautioned, guiding Tang Hao towards the central spring of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. By the way, Tang Hao, hand the blue-silver emperor seeds to Xiao Mo. He possesses a deeper understanding of medicinal properties than I do. With that, Douluo placed Douluo Mo on the ground and gestured towards him. Tang Hao, puzzled, glanced at Douluo, never expecting that this young lad would be the one to cultivate his blue-silver emperor. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, he retrieved the seeds from his pocket and, with both hands, presented them to Douluo Mo. Douluo Mo solemnly received the seed from Tang Hao's hands and then approached the azure spring beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. With bare hands, he excavated a small pit and carefully planted the blue-silver emperor seed. After all, the closer one was to the spring, the more pronounced the acceleration of growth. Furthermore, Douluo Mo had meticulously chosen this location, ensuring that there were no other celestial treasures nearby to compete for the nutrients essential for the blue-silver emperor, thereby guaranteeing optimal conditions for its flourishing growth. After Douluo Mo filled the pit for the blue-silver emperor, he scooped a handful of icy spring water and poured it onto the soil. The blue-silver emperor, being a herb that thrives in cool, shadowy conditions, could only be nourished with spring water. Next, Douluo Mo retrieved 6 jade boxes from his soul-guiding device. Upon opening these boxes, he revealed 6 rare herbs, carefully placing them near the soil designated for the blue-silver emperor. Although the medicinal properties of these herbs were inferior to their counterparts, they shared a common characteristic. Their age was considerable. Without concern for the dirt beneath him, Douluo Mo seated himself on the ground, aligning his heart towards the heavens. Suddenly, his fingers danced wildly, forming intricate hand seals, reminiscent of a butterfly's wings fluttering gracefully. Seize, he whispered with intensity, as wisps of white essence slowly emanated from the 6 rare herbs, coalescing into a delicate white smoke. Douluo Mo's eyes widened in focus, and with a forceful strike of his palms against the earth, the ethereal smoke burrowed into the seed below. This technique was recorded in the Compendium of Medicinal Lore, detailing a method of cultivating herbs by extracting essence from one to infuse another, thereby facilitating rapid growth. However, this secret arts required a condition. The herbs must be harvested and properly dried, not taken from living sources. After all, the technique of seizing life essence could harm the balance of yin virtue. To extract vitality while simultaneously taking life essence could render the accelerated herbs devoid of their medicinal properties. Furthermore, the ratio of acceleration was 10 to 1, meaning that for every 10 years of herbal potency, only 1 year would be added. The combined age of these 6 rare herbs was approximately 100,000 years. So through Douluo Mo's catalysis, the blue-silver emperor reached an age of 10,000 years. Subsequently, the soil between Douluo Mo's palms began to mound, and 2 blades of grass emerged from the earth. Within mere breaths, the tender leaves, initially no larger than a fingernail, rapidly elongated to the size of fingers. Over the next 10 days, the blue-silver emperor would flourish at an astonishing rate, and this secret technique bore no harm to the plant itself. Exhausted, Douluo Mo collapsed onto the ground, releasing a deep sigh as he beheld the sprouting blue-silver emperor. Fortunately, before his soul power was entirely depleted, he successfully infused the essence from the rare herbs into the blue-silver emperor. Mission accomplished. It has indeed surpassed 10,000 years. After a brief moment to recuperate his soul power, Douluo rose from the ground, grinning at Tang Hao. Thank you, young Master Douluo, for rescuing my deceased wife, Tang Hao expressed, suddenly vanishing in a flash of black wind, kneeling beside the blue-silver emperor. He shielded the leaves from the chilling winds of the spring with his hands. How Tian Douluo, your wife's soul has awakened. She can hear everything you say. However, she has yet to regain her human form, so she cannot converse with you. This secret technique can be employed once a year, allowing for the enhancement of 1,000 years of cultivation each time. Once her cultivation reaches 100,000 years, she will be able to transform back into human form. Douluo rose to his feet, supporting Douluo as he explained the situation to Tang Hao, grateful for the profound kindness of the sect leader. Tang Hao turned his head, overwhelmed with emotion and tears streaming down his face. Moreover, Hao Douluo, the only path leading out of here is the one forged by my grandfather and me. You must leave by this route. My grandfather and I shall not disturb you. Once you have spoken, please seek us in my grandfather's cottage. Douluo weakly uttered, his strength waning to the point of exhaustion. Farewell, Douluo remarked, then turned, gently tucking Douluo under his arm as they departed back to their courtyard. As Tang Hao sensed the departure of the Douluo grandfather and grandson, he sank to the ground in tears. Our son is 6 years old and has awakened his martial soul. In his left hand lies my hammer, and in his right, your grass. I have instructed him that he must forever protect his grass with his hammer. Suddenly, the silver threads on the blue-silver emperor's leaf shimmered, and Tang Hao broke into a silly grin, tears still rolling down his cheeks. What followed was a cherished moment meant solely for the two of them. This secret method truly consumes an excessive amount of energy and soul power. Grandfather, please brew me some restorative medicine. I feel utterly depleted, Douluo said weakly as he reclined on the bed. Why put yourself through this? Wasting your strength and soul power for others, not to mention those 6 herbs, Douluo lamented with a wry smile, unable to suppress his reproach towards Douluo. Even though he deemed the endeavor worthwhile, it is imperative to exert some effort. After all, this involves a title de law, Douluo replied feebly. Enough of that. I shall go prepare your medicine, Douluo responded, shaking his head at Douluo, before turning to concoct the remedy. Oh, how utterly exhausting this is for me. Yet with the long spring skill, I should be able to recover in a couple of days. Douluo closed his eyes, beginning to mentally simulate the alchemical process. After a while, Douluo entered the room, carrying a bowl of deep brown medicinal soup, ready to feed it to Douluo. Douluo, a master of poisonous arts, indeed lives up to his reputation. Even his restorative potions employ the principle of combating poison with poison. Within the medicinal concoction, a finger-length jet-black centipede floats gracefully upon the surface. Douluo reluctantly drank the medicinal soup before finally settling down to sleep. Chapter 31. I surprisingly possess an external soul bone over the course of 3 days. Tang Hao incessantly recounted to Lan Yinhuang every event that transpired during her 6-year absence, illustrating the filial piety and understanding of their son, Tang San. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that Tang Hao finally rose from his place near the ice and fire Yinyang and approached the modest abode of Douluo. Mr. Douluo, I have returned. Despite having gone 3 days without sustenance, Tang Hao's voice resonated with vigor as he knocked on the door, embodying the essence of a title de law, full of energy. Title de law Hao, there is no need for formality. Please, come inside, Douluo replied, having regained enough strength to stroll about. After 3 days of recuperation, he had taken to morning walks in the courtyard. Upon hearing Tang Hao's voice just as he stepped outside, he hurriedly opened the door to welcome him in. I am deeply grateful to you, Sect Master, for saving my deceased wife, Tang Hao said, kneeling on one knee before Douluo, his gratitude sincere and heartfelt. Uncle Hao, please rise. There is no need for such formality, Douluo urged, helping Tang Hao to his feet. While it was gratifying to have a title de law kneeling before him, it would not do to allow him to remain in such a position, lest it be perceived as a debt of gratitude. Tang Hao lifted his gaze to Douluo. Though his face was still rugged and marked by time, there was a newfound vitality about him. The aura of despondency had vanished, replaced by an uplifting spirit. At 50 years of age, he was still considered in his prime in the long-lived Douluo continent. Uncle Hao, I am the same age as Xiaosan. If you don't mind, May I address you as Uncle Hao, and you may call me Xiao Mo. Douluo said with a chuckle. In the coming years, Tang Hao would be his greatest ally, as there were few formidable figures in the Fasnuo province. With Tang Hao's protection, Douluo's safety would be assured, and as long as he did not falter, his accomplishments might well rival those of Tang San. Of course. Xiao Mo, Tang Hao replied with a hearty laugh, his thoughts drifting to his own son. With Douluo and Tang San sharing the same age and talents, they were destined to become great friends. How about this, Uncle Hao? You should return to the Fasnuo province tomorrow. Your identity must remain concealed for now. Our Douluo family and my sect lack the strength to oppose the Spirit Hall, Douluo remarked with a wry smile. Understood. No need to wait until tomorrow. I shall depart shortly. Rest assured, the Spirit Hall will not discover my presence. Tang Hao replied with a confident smile, patting his chest. The title Douluo has emerged. Perfect timing. Let us share a meal together. At this moment, Douluo descended from the sky, landing gracefully in the courtyard. For the past 3 days, he had refrained from employing his expertise in concocting poisons for culinary purposes, instead procuring meals from nearby towns to nourish Douluo Senior Douluo. You may simply call me Tang Hao. Your grandson is of a similar age to my son, Tang Hao remarked with a smile, assisting Douluo in arranging the dishes upon the table. How delightful. Come, let us partake while it is still warm. You have not eaten for several days. Douluo cheerfully urged Tang Hao to join him for the meal. The three of them enjoyed their repast in a pleasant atmosphere. After satisfying their hunger and resting for a while, Tang Hao rose to bid farewell, disappearing into the sunset forest as he returned to the Fasnuo province. Once Tang Hao had departed, Douluo and Douluo sat across from each other at the stone table, exchanging solemn glances. Little Imo, to be honest, I feel that the poisons within me are exceedingly difficult to resolve. The more I learn, the more apprehensive I become, Douluo said with a wry smile. Having ascended to the rank of title Douluo through the potency of his poisons, the volume of toxins accumulated within him was indeed staggering. It was a stroke of luck for Douluo. Otherwise, even the slightest misstep could lead to his demise. Grandfather, if we obtain a few soul bones to absorb, we could transfer the accumulated toxins into them, allowing us to gradually detoxify, Douluo suggested after some contemplation. Foolish child, soul bones are not mere turnips. They are not so easily acquired. Even if I were to enlist someone to procure them, the soul bones obtained would likely have a low compatibility with my martial spirit, and I would be charged exorbitantly. We must take our time with this matter. My poison mastery can no longer be cultivated further, Douluo sighed, retrieving a gourd of wine from his soul guide and taking a sip. Wait, there is another method, grandfather. Medicinal pills are classified into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Among them are the 4th grade transforming serpent pill and the 9th grade transforming dragon pill. These pills can enhance the bloodline quality of serpents. While I am uncertain when I will be able to refine the 9th grade pill, I am confident I can produce the 4th grade pill within 3 years. By then, your martial spirit's bloodline power will be elevated, consequently enhancing your resistance to toxins. So, you need only wait a few years, Douluo suddenly exclaimed, having thought of these 2 medicinal pills. I never anticipated you could also refine pills that enhance martial spirit quality. In that case, I shall wait for you for a few years, Douluo replied, chuckling as he took another swig of wine. Rest assured, grandfather, I will strive to refine them as swiftly as possible. Our family's martial spirit shall transform into a mighty dragon, Douluo earnestly declared. That was a matter for years to come. In the past few days, I have given considerable thought to your second soul ring issue, and after perusing various texts in the royal palace, I have uncovered some intriguing insights. Douluo set down the wine gourd and cast a playful glance at Douluo. What seems to trouble you, my dear grandson? Your expression is rather unsettling. If there is something on your mind, please speak freely. Observing Douluo's mischievous smile, Douluo hastily leapt down from the stool. Do not flee. I have no intention of harming you today. The rarity of the iron scale fireline serpent exceeds my expectations. It is akin to the dark gold fearsome bear, a soul beast that, once it surpasses a millennium in age, is destined to yield a soul bone, with the majority being external soul bones. The reason they do not evolve into 10,000-year soul beasts is not due to the limitations of their bloodlines, but rather because they possess the potential to evolve. Upon breaking through 10,000 years, their scales transform from black to silver, and after 100,000 years, from silver to gold. This ease in producing external soul bones is precisely why they are hunted by humans before reaching the age of 10,000 years. which explains the abundance of poisonous creatures in this sunset forest devoid of other soul masters. Thus, this serpent managed to survive. Alas, this serpent has yet to reach a millennium and has been slain by you, becoming a soul ring, rendering the possibility of it producing external soul bones non-existent. However, my grandson, your second soul skill can envelop your body in a layer of scales, which has a significant chance of being an external soul bone. Moreover, it appears to be a mutated external soul bone. Douluo earnestly explained to Douluo, locking his gaze onto his grandson's eyes. Is this a soul bone? Douluo extended his hand, channeling his soul power as transparent scales gradually transformed into shimmering silver under the sunlight. It may indeed be a mutated external soul bone. According to my research, the strength of the external soul bone from the iron scale fire line serpent increases with the soul master's power, yet its color remains unchanged. Little Mo, your soul bone seems to have undergone a mutation, enhancing its quality, evolving from iron scales to silver scales. Douluo observed the scales in Douluo's hand with great satisfaction, recognizing his grandson as the most promising offspring of the Douluo family, destined to become a title Douluo. With this additional layer of protection, his safety is significantly bolstered. By the way, my grandson, there is something else I must discuss with you. Douluo displayed a mischievous grin. Grandfather, what are you up to? Please refrain from that smile. It frightens me. Each time Douluo wore such a grin, Douluo would find himself on the receiving end of a painful lesson. There is a flaw in absorbing external soul bones, initially. They do not immediately resonate with the host's will and require external assistance for perfect integration. So, little Mo, persevere and hang in there. Douluo chuckled as he placed the wine gourd upon the stone table. Channeling his soul power, Douluo's pupils suddenly transformed into serpentine slits, and a colossal phantom of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King materialized behind him. An overwhelming pressure, one that belonged solely to a title Douluo, erupted from Douluo's being, enveloping Douluo. My goodness! Douluo shouted loudly, then hurriedly sat down and began to fervently circulate the Chanchun gong. Only through the practice of this technique could he alleviate the oppressive sensation brought on by the overwhelming pressure. Gradually, blood began to seep from Douluo's body. As it emerged from his skin, it was entirely absorbed by the scales on his surface. Slowly, blood began to trickle from the corners of his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. At that moment, the scales on Douluo's body finally soaked up enough blood, merging completely with his skin. Subsequently, the scales began to rhythmically undulate, and this gentle movement diminished the oppressive force he felt by countless degrees. Grandfather, it's working! Douluo exclaimed through gritted teeth. Douluo swiftly retracted his imposing aura. Darting to the side of Douluo, who was on the verge of collapsing, he enveloped Douluo in his arms and soared skyward towards the heavenly capital city. Grandfather, where are we headed? Douluo weakly inquired. You've accomplished nearly everything you needed to during this visit. Now, you shall return to heavenly capital city to rest for a couple of days, and afterward, you will journey back to the Fasno province with Qin. Douluo elucidated while flying. All right, grandfather, Douluo replied faintly, and soon succumbed to slumber in Douluo's embrace. Chapter 32. Unearthing the volcano Xiaomo. We have successfully procured all the necessary supplies. As soon as you have recuperated, we shall promptly set forth to Fasno province to commence the construction of our sect. Qin arrived at the hotel where Douluo was staying, standing beside his bed to report on the progress made over the past few days. Indeed, splendid work. This time, unexpectedly gaining the support of my elder has led me to believe that our sect will be established a decade earlier than anticipated, Douluo reflected thoughtfully. Responding earnestly, the golden soul coins possessed by Douluo have indeed resolved a significant dilemma for Douluo. In this procurement of construction materials, 500 slaves were acquired as well, for the cultivation of medicinal herbs necessitates meticulous nurturing by hands, and a larger workforce ensures efficiency. Brother Qin, should we procure additional storage soul-guiding devices and expend that 1 million golden soul coins? Douluo suddenly pondered a thought, subsequently smirking as he addressed Qin. Let us allocate 500,000 for expenditures and retain the other 500,000. This way, we can acquire numerous items while ensuring the smooth operation of the sect. Qin contemplated this and remarked, after all, unspent money is merely a heap of metal. Only that which is spent retains its value. Then I must trouble you, Brother Qin, for I find it quite arduous to even rise from my bed, Douluo replied with a wry smile. Having realized that the secret technique had inflicted more harm upon his body than he had anticipated, he had initially believed it was merely a depletion of soul power. Do not worry, just focus on resting well. Qin Ming reassured him with a pat on Douluo's shoulder before turning to leave the room in pursuit of the soul-guiding devices, ensuring that they could procure an even greater assortment of items during this endeavor. As Douluo watched Qin Ming depart, he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. The rhythmic knocking roused him from his dreams. The sun had already dipped below the horizon. "Xiaomo, I have returned," Qin Ming announced, having waited for a moment before pushing the door open. "Brother Qin, I have just awakened," Douluo replied with a wry smile. His body weakened to a point where the mere touch of the bed would send him into a deep sleep. "I have procured the soul guide devices, and I have already packed all the construction materials that could fit within them. In total, there are 10 soul guides, 3 belts, 4 bracelets, and 4 rings. The entire sum of 500,000 has been spent," Qin Ming said with a smile, producing a box containing the bracelets, rings, and belts. "Given the size of our group this time, we must minimize our load to avoid drawing attention," Douluo remarked with a smile. Moreover, the spatial soul guides hold significant strategic importance. As a sect, we must ensure we have ample reserves. Indeed, I was contemplating departing from Tiando City in batches to avoid drawing too much attention, so I took the liberty of making that decision. This caravan consists of 70 vehicles divided into 4 batches, meeting 50 miles outside the city before proceeding together to the Fastno province. Qin Ming explained with a grin. "Brother Qin, your decision is wise. As the Grand Elder of the Dancian sect, there is no need for you to report this to me." Douluo nodded in agreement. "How long do you need before you can rise?" "Once you are well, we can depart immediately." Qin Ming hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Knowing that everything was prepared except for Douluo's recovery, "I will be ready to depart by tomorrow." Thus, the first batch of vehicles can leave the city in the morning, Douluo stated, channeling his soul power to assess his condition. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Xiaomo, you rest well. I will handle matters outside, and you need not worry," Qin Ming said, ruffling Douluo's hair before turning to organize the departure of the caravan. Sighing, Douluo reflected, "I must refrain from using such secret arts for at least a year. By then, I should no longer be in such a weakened state." Douluo let out a bitter laugh and sighed. Subsequently, he mustered his strength to sit up and began to circulate the Changchun gong to restore the vitality within his body. The following morning, Qin Ming organized the first convoy to transport 30 carts of slaves, followed by another 10 carts of construction workers at noon, and yet another 10 carts of laborers in the afternoon. By nightfall, Qin Ming escorted Douluo as they emerged from Tiando City with the final 20 carts laden with construction materials. The capacity of the soul guide was indeed limited. Otherwise, all the materials could have been stored within it. Fortunately, the soul guide proved invaluable. Without it, an additional 30 horse-drawn carriages would have been required to transport all the construction supplies. Upon reaching the designated location, the 70 carriages converged and embarked on their journey to the Fastno province. 5 days later, they had finally returned. "Old Huang," he called, requesting assistance to unload all the materials and aid the construction workers in establishing the residence of the Dancian sect. During the 5 days, Douluo had nearly fully recuperated. After alighting from the carriage, he instructed Huang Cheng, who was there to welcome him, to allocate the slaves to assist the construction workers in unloading the materials. After all, the convoy was rented, not purchased, and they were eager to return. The first step involved arranging for the workers and slaves to level the summit of Dancian Mountain, clearing a platform where the sect's conference hall and scripture repository would be constructed. The disciples of the sect would reside in interseclusion on the mountainside, where caves would be excavated not only for habitation but also to provide structural support for the mountain. Additionally, the storage facilities for medicinal herbs and other supplies were designated to be located at the foot of the mountain. With 1,000 slaves and 300 construction workers, the summit of Dancian Mountain was leveled within a day. The next step was to excavate the caves on the mountainside, and then to reinforce the mountain using steel supports. However, during the excavation, an unexpected discovery was made. "Young Master Douluo, there's a problem." Lu Lao-san, the foreman of the construction workers, hurriedly approached Douluo, his face displaying concern. "What issue has arisen, Lu?" Douluo inquired, puzzled, as he was supervising the work on the mountainside. It was indeed curious that something so obscure could lead to the excavation of an ancient tomb. "We've encountered magma. There appears to be a fire vein beneath this mountain. and we require young Master Dugu's guidance on how to handle it. Lu Laosan pointed towards a cave they were currently digging. A fire vein. Is it hazardous? Can it be managed? Douluo Mo furrowed his brow and questioned Lu Laosan. This fire vein is situated at a considerable depth, making it quite safe. As long as it is sealed, the issue can be resolved, Lu Laosan replied earnestly. Wait, you must take me to see it, Douluo Mo insisted. Suddenly, Douluo Mo had a revelation and instructed Lu Laosan to guide him to the cave. The cave was adorned with torches, yet the illumination was merely sufficient to discern one's surroundings. After traversing a considerable distance and spending a prolonged period, Lu Laosan finally led Douluo Mo to the end of the cave. Young master, this is the place, Lu Laosan announced, before retrieving a pickaxe from the side. With a vigorous effort, he struck the ground several times, and suddenly, a flicker of flame leapt forth from the earth. Douluo Mo, undaunted, approached the flames, quietly observing their intensity and temperature, confident that alchemy would pose no challenge. Lu Laosan, what was the original plan for cultivation here? Douluo Mo inquired after a moment of contemplation. Lu Laosan retrieved a blueprint from his pocket, aligning it with the current location. This spot is precisely designated as a chamber. He confirmed. Very well, the plan remains unchanged. However, the nearby chambers must be constructed with the finest heat-insulating materials. The discussion hall and main hall of the sect can be momentarily set aside. This chamber will not be used for cultivation. I shall design it myself. Aside from the materials, all specifications and dimensions will remain consistent with the previous designs. In Douluo Mo's mind, visions began to form of a future where he could ignite the flames without relying on soul force, instead utilizing the earth's fire for alchemical processes. Indeed, young master, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once, Lu Laosan replied before departing to organize the ongoing work. After Douluo Mo stepped out, he promptly retrieved a table and commenced the meticulous task of drafting the map of the underground fire chamber. He began in the morning and completed the drawing by afternoon. After all, Douluo Mo was not well versed in formations. He merely needed to draw forth the underground fire to facilitate the drying of medicinal herbs. Head Foreman Lu, could you take a look at this blueprint? Will there be any issues during construction? Douluo Mo approached Head Foreman Lu, who was busy excavating the mountain, and handed over the plans. This young master's drawing is quite commendable, Lu remarked. However, the temperature of this underground fire is exceedingly high. The materials we have here are reasonably heat-resistant, but if we aim to achieve the precise control over the fire that you desire, we may encounter some challenges. Lu Laosan set aside the blueprint, his expression troubled as he spoke to Douluo Mo. Can those materials be procured in Tiando City? Douluo Mo pondered before inquiring. That is indeed possible. I will arrange for someone to procure them immediately, Lu Laosan replied, his eyes lighting up as he hastily departed to find someone for the task. What a man of urgency, Douluo Mo remarked, shaking his head. By the way, Head Foreman Lu, once the materials arrive, let us prioritize the construction of this room. I have specific uses for it. Your command is my priority. That shall not be a problem. With this back and forth, a single person with a cart can return in about 7 days, provided the materials are in place. We will commence the construction of this room without delay, Lu assured Douluo Mo, thumping his chest confidently. Excellent, thank you, Head Foreman Lu. Douluo Mo replied with a smile before departing the cave. If he could indeed harness this underground fire, it would likely accelerate Douluo Mo's alchemical processes tenfold. After all, utilizing underground fire would not deplete too much soul power. Although controlling the underground fire would require some exertion, the energy expended would remain within Douluo Mo's capacity. Furthermore, by using underground fire to concoct chi-nourishing pills, Douluo Mo would no longer need to consume medicine while refining pills. Douluo Mo felt increasingly elated as he pondered, and ultimately, he skipped joyfully out of the cave. Chapter 33, A New Path to Wealth. Douluo Mo arrived at the foot of the mountain, observing the bustling crowd on Dansen Mountain. At last, he could rest, yet he pondered what he should do. Scratching his head, he found himself at a loss for activities in this sudden idleness. Master, why not take a trip to Nodding City? It is the only nearby city. Shall we go together? Huang Cheng, having appeared behind Douluo Mo, wore a subtle smile that, combined with the wrinkles on his face, imparted an oddly lewd impression, reminiscent of a lascivious soul. Old Huang, are you certain you were the one who stopped the Titanate back in the day? Douluo Mo exclaimed, startled, casting a skeptical glance at Huang Cheng. Of course. It was I. Such matters cannot be falsely claimed, Huang Cheng replied, his demeanor shifting to one of righteous indignation. his expression changing without the need for props. Old Huang, your expression just revealed something rather unsettling. Don't forget, I'm only 6 years old. Mo remarked, his lips twitching as he questioned Huang Cheng. Master, where are your thoughts wandering? I merely wish to treat you to some fine dining in Notting City. Please, don't overthink it, Huang Cheng said, his visage now serious. Very well, dining does sound appealing. Let us go. It's your treat today, we shall indulge, Mo declared, waving his hand at Huang Cheng as he began to walk towards Notting City. Master, there's a carriage this way. Huang Cheng pointed with a smile towards a carriage parked within the sect. By the way, old Huang, call my sister as well. She has been in seclusion for quite some time. It's about time she gets some fresh air. Mo suddenly remembered Yen, an 8-year-old girl who had been cooped up for far too long. She needed to stretch her legs. All right, I'll fetch her right away. Huang Cheng hurried off towards Yen's secluded quarters. Sighing softly, Mo settled into the carriage, stroking his chin. Well, I suppose I shall consider this a well-deserved break. I've been under immense pressure lately, with so many matters to attend to. Yet, I still need to oversee the planting of medicinal herbs personally. Alas, such is the burden of a born laborer. Before long, Huang Cheng and Yen approached from a distance. Silly brother, you finally remembered your sister. I've been in seclusion for months, humph. Yen exclaimed as she seized Mo's ear and twisted it sharply. Ouch, sister. I've simply been overwhelmed with tasks lately. I was just about to take you out for a nice meal. Mo quickly grasped Yen's hand, fearing she might actually twist his ear off. All right then. Considering you'll be treating me to dinner, I shall forgive you. Yen, with an air of haughtiness, raised her head as she settled into the carriage, while Huang Cheng personally took the reins, for he could hardly expect 2 children to drive the vehicle. Subsequently, Mo and Yen engaged in a discussion regarding the cultivation of the Changchun technique within the confines of the carriage. Before long, the carriage entered the bustling city of Notting. Old Huang, find the most luxurious restaurant. I wish to treat my sister to a splendid meal. Mo's voice resonated from within the carriage. Huang Cheng smiled, recognizing the youthful exuberance of the child. The city of Notting was rather small, and even the finest dining establishment would not demand a significant amount of gold soul coins, a cost well within reach. After wandering for quite some time, Huang Cheng finally selected the most exquisite tavern among the many he had encountered. Master, I have scoured Notting City, and this should be the finest tavern available, he announced as he dismounted the carriage, assisting both Mo and Yen in their descent. Brother, you didn't conspire with old Huang to bring me to such a dilapidated tavern, did you? If you simply wish to avoid treating us, just say so. Yen glared at Mo, visibly vexed. Oh, dear sister, given the remote nature of the Fasnuo province and the even more secluded Notting City, finding such an establishment is quite commendable. Once the sect's matters are settled, I promise to return to Tiando City and procure a chef for you. Mo earnestly assured her in a subdued tone. Well, if that is the case, I shall forgive you, Yen conceded, stepping into the tavern. Come on, old Huang. It's your treat today, Mo declared, stepping into the establishment as well. Of course, young master, Huang Cheng replied with a smile, turning to tether the carriage to a post nearby. Mo and Yen did not ruthlessly exploit Huang Cheng, nor did they indiscriminately order. They chose 6 dishes, indulging in a modest luxury. Lao Huang, come join us, Mo called out to Huang Cheng. All right, thank you, esteemed leader, Huang Cheng replied, unaware of the nuances of politeness, and promptly sat beside Mo. By the way, leader, I haven't had a drink in quite a while. Would you care for some wine? Huang Cheng inquired with a smile. Waiter, bring the wine, Mo commanded without a second thought. The establishment had just procured a fine blush wine brewed by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School from Tiando City. Esteemed guests, would you care to sample? The waiter beamed. Blush wine. I never expected a humble place like this to offer beverages from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Mo remarked. Though he was unfamiliar with the wines of Douluo continent, Huang Cheng, however, was well aware and expressed his delight. Come, hurry and bring a jug, Huang Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Lao Huang, do you have enough gold soul coins? Allow me to treat today, Mo pondered, realizing that Huang Cheng likely possessed few coins. Thus he refrained from taking advantage of him. Thank you, esteemed leader, Huang Cheng replied, demonstrating his seasoned nature by not hesitating to accept. Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, exasperated by Huang Cheng's lack of decorum. However, his irritation was short-lived, as the waiter approached with a beautiful wine jug. Esteemed leader, Esteemed deputy leader, you are still young. Perhaps stick to juice for now. I shall not be polite with this jug of wine, Huangqing cheekily declared, placing the jug before himself. No, I would like to try as well, Douluo insisted, pushing his cup toward Huangqing. Brother, grandfather has said that we are too young to drink, Douluo interjected with a frown. Sister, I will only have one cup. Douluo replied with a playful grin. Very well, drink up, Douluo conceded, taking a sip of her juice. Huangqing poured a small cup for Douluo and another for himself. A toast to the esteemed leader, Huangqing proclaimed, lifting his cup to Douluo. Lao Huang has been working hard lately, Douluo remarked, clinking glasses with Huangqing and taking a sip. To his surprise, the wine contained medicinal herbs, though the combination was rather unimpressive. After finishing his drink, Douluo frowned as he savored the aftertaste. The wine was infused with several herbs, but their purpose seemed merely to enhance the aroma. True to its name, the blush wine carried an additional scent amidst its fragrance. If I were to brew my own medicinal wine, not only would it be more fragrant, but it could also enhance soul power. Douluo furrowed his brow, intently gazing at the wine glass before him, deep in thought. Moreover, this medicinal liquor appeared to be quite expensive. It could indeed be a lucrative venture. Ah, Lao Huang, while you indulge in your drinking, do enlighten me about this rouge wine. When did the Seven Treasures glazed sect begin brewing wine? Douluo suddenly posed a question to Huangqing. The Seven Treasures glazed sect is reputed to be the wealthiest sect in the entire continent, so it stands to reason that they would delve into such a profitable industry. One cannot help but admire the prowess of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, which has successfully crafted this rouge wine through unique methods. The market price for such a wine should be worth a fortune. Huangqing tipped his head back to take another sip of the rouge wine. Oh, if I were to attempt brewing wine, would that be feasible? Douluo remarked with a smile. Chapter 34. The Three Spirits Wine. Although Nodding City is somewhat remote, the chef's culinary skills were commendable, and all 6 dishes were delightful. Douluo, Douluo, and Huangqing feasted to their heart's content. Time to settle the bill. Douluo called out to the waiter once he noticed that Douluo and Huangqing had nearly finished their meals. Coming right up. That will be 2,002 gold soul coins, the waiter calculated while eyeing the remnants on the table, smiling as he added. This bottle of wine will earn the boss a nice bonus. 2,000 gold soul coins for this jug of wine. Douluo questioned, raising the wine jug in skepticism. Indeed, sir, that is the price. This is a rare vintage that our boss expended considerable effort to procure from Tiendo City. 2,000 gold soul coins is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? The waiter replied with a wry smile, aware that this sum represented half a year's wages for him. If he failed to collect the payment, his position would be in jeopardy. Very well, here is your gold soul coin, Douluo said without further ado, retrieving 2,002 gold soul coins from his soul guide and handing them to the waiter. He then exited the tavern alongside Huangqing and the others. Lao Huang, we are on the brink of fortune. I too shall learn the art of brewing, Douluo exclaimed excitedly to Huangqing, showing no sign of regret for the 2,000 gold soul coins spent on the wine. You can brew wine, master? Huangqing regarded Douluo with skepticism, unable to fathom that a 6-year-old could possess such a skill. I can concoct hundreds of medicinal wines, each surpassing the flavor of the rouge wine we just tasted, all while providing additional benefits to enhance cultivation, Douluo declared with enthusiasm. Given that the cost price for such a rouge wine is 1,000 gold soul coins, the efficacy of the medicinal wine he could create would undoubtedly be worth even more. It was as though a vast mountain of gold was beckoning to him. Lao Huang, let us first acquire some materials. I have enough herbs for ordinary wine at my disposal. Douluo contemplated for a moment. There remained numerous medicinal herbs within the Huangjing pill, the Yangqi pill, and the Jiedu pill. By selecting a few from these, he could concoct a medicinal wine that would far surpass the efficacy of the rouge wine. Very well, esteemed leader, Huangqing promptly assisted Douluo into the carriage, taking the reins himself to procure the wine. Should the brewing prove unsuccessful, it would inevitably end up in his own stomach. Douluo ultimately purchased 100 bottles of ale, not because he desired to procure a finer spirit for concocting medicinal brews, but rather due to the fact that ale was the predominant beverage available in the taverns of Nodding City. After all, the town boasted neither landlords nor merchants, and any exquisite wines that occasionally graced the locale were typically delivered directly to the spirit hall. Nevertheless, despite its modest size, Nodding City had a substantial stock of ale. Thus, Douluo's acquisition of 100 bottles made little difference. Old Huang, I appreciate your efforts. Accompany Qinming to Tiendo City shortly. Procure a batch of brewing slaves for me. and also liaise with grain merchants to have provisions delivered to Nodding City. Douluo contemplated aloud. He reasoned that purchasing wine for medicinal purposes would be an extravagant waste of resources, and thus, investing in some slaves for brewing seemed a far more prudent choice. Understood. I shall first escort you and the young lady back, and then I will proceed to Tiando City. Huangcheng nodded, guiding the carriage away from Nodding City. After a while, the carriage returned to the territory of the Dancian sect. Douluo did not accompany Dugu Yin back to her cultivation, but instead took the newly purchased ale to his quarters for experimentation and combination. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin returned to her own chamber to immerse herself in the cultivation of her soul power. Huangcheng found Qin Ming and recounted the earlier discussion. Qin Ming quickly gathered his belongings and set off with Huangcheng for Tiando City, harboring no doubt about Dugumo's brewing capabilities. For the Douluo family had long been adept in the art of poison, making the use of medicinal herbs quite commonplace. Upon returning to his chamber, Douluo procured a large vessel and began to pour the contents of several smaller bottles of ale into it. Subsequently, he retrieved an assortment of medicinal herbs from his soul-guiding device, arranging them meticulously before him. Douluo rested his chin on his hand, deeply contemplating the harmonious combination of these medicinal herbs for the concoction of a medicinal liquor. With the vast compendium of herbal knowledge in his mind, he possessed an extensive understanding of the properties of these ingredients, rendering the task of blending them not overly daunting. Yet, the formulation of this medicinal elixir proved to be quite challenging. Douluo furrowed his brow as he mentally experimented with the combinations of herbs required to refine 3 distinct pills, continually testing and revising his choices. He had to consider not only the efficacy of the ingredients, but also their palatability, focusing on ginseng, wind spirit leaf, and 100 spirit fruit as the primary components. He supplemented them with a variety of 18 other herbs, including polygonatum and angelica dihurica. After considerable reflection, he concluded that this formulation was indeed feasible. With determination, Douluo resolved to proceed with the creation of the elixir. Douluo selected potent medicinal herbs from the Soul Guide device, crushed them, and poured the mixture into a bottle of ale. After securely sealing the bottle, he placed it beneath his bed, awaiting the infusion and extraction of the medicinal properties. Since the primary ingredients of the medicinal wine consisted of 3 herbs, he aptly named it 3 spirits wine. Douluo patted his bed and mused that by the time Lao Wang returned, the concoction would be sufficiently steeped. In the meantime, he resolved to devote himself to rigorous cultivation, otherwise he would indeed squander his innate talents. With a determined clap of his hands, he returned to his bed to commence his soul power training. Young master, the earth fire chamber has been completed. At that moment, Lu Laosen rapped on Douluo's door and called out to him from the threshold. It appears I shall have no time to train now. Please wait a moment. I will be right there, Douluo replied, leaping from his bed and opening the door to join Lu Laosen as they made their way to the earth fire chamber. Situated at the very center of Danstan Mountain, the earth fire chamber had its entrance modified by Lu Laosen and his companions, now conveniently located on the mountainside. This alteration allowed Douluo to access the chamber directly from his own room, bypassing the need to traverse past the disciples' quarters. The earth fire chamber was spacious, spanning over 100 square meters, with rows of wooden racks installed along the walls for storing medicinal herbs and elixirs. Douluo nodded in approval at the efforts of Lu Laosan and his team, then began arranging piles of herbs from the Soul Guide device onto the shelves. He then approached the heart of the chamber, near the eye of earth fire. Upon pressing a switch, a fiery pit suddenly emerged from the ground, exuding vibrant flames. This earth fire is truly powerful, Douluo exclaimed, captivated by the flickering flames before him. Chapter 35. Astonishing alchemical speed. Douluo gazed at the eye of earth fire, and with a mere flick of his hand, the Wutai asking heaven cauldron materialized in his grasp. He then gently tossed it, allowing the cauldron to land steadily upon the eye of earth fire. The asking heaven cauldron swiftly expanded, and just as it reached its normal size, the flames of the earth fire suddenly extinguished. In their place, a vibrant orange flame emerged within the cauldron, strikingly reminiscent of the previous color of the earth vein fire. Astonishingly, this flame transitioned from the earth vein into the asking heaven cauldron. How marvelous! Douluo observed this extraordinary spectacle before him, feeling a fleeting shock within his heart. Though it subsided swiftly as he embraced the reality of the situation, after all, he had already come to terms with the absurdity of such a transmigration. Let us test its efficacy, he declared, and after speaking, He retrieved a set of materials for crafting the Huangjing pill from a nearby shelf and settled down beside the Asking Heaven cauldron. Douluo, with a singular determination, cast the medicinal herbs into the Wenyanding, then pressed his palms together and began to regulate the temperature of the earth fire. Initially, Douluo was uncertain about how to adjust the temperature of the earth fire. However, he found it effortlessly within his control. With merely a thought, he could manipulate both the temperature and the intensity of the earth fire to his will, and remarkably, the consumption of soul power was significantly diminished. Douluo expertly harnessed the flames to commence the refinement of these medicinal herbs. In no time, the herbs transformed into a potent elixir. His mastery over the earth fire far surpassed his ability to control his own flames, a feat attributed to the wondrous Wenyanding. Without this remarkable artifact, Douluo would not have been able to command the earth fire with such ease. The temperature of the earth fire exceeded that of the flames ignited by his soul power, yielding superior results. Thus, in less than 5 minutes, the herbs were distilled into a liquid form. Subsequently, Douluo spread his hands, channeling his soul power into the earth fire, which surged in temperature. The elixirs swiftly solidified into a medicinal paste, and within a few breaths, the intense heat of the earth fire transformed the paste into a pill. Remarkably, the black pill bore an intricate dark red pattern, one that Douluo had never encountered before. Douluo gazed intently at the cauldron, where the elixir spun gracefully. With a mere gesture, a Dan medicine soared from the Wenyang furnace, landing steadily in Douluo's palm. It was a one-pattern Huangjing pill, imbued with potent properties of the highest quality. This, indeed, was the fabled Dan pattern. According to the Celestial Pharmacopoeia, a one-pattern elixir represented the pinnacle of its class. While only a 9th-grade pill could transcend to 9 patterns, Douluo scrutinized the pill before cautiously placing it into a pre-prepared crystal vial. This endeavor had consumed 1% of his soul energy, and the time required for the process had diminished from 1 hour to a mere 10 minutes. Now, he felt capable of rivaling an entire alchemist's guild on his own. Douluo channeled his soul energy to assess the recent consumption associated with crafting the Huangjing pill, revealing a pleasantly surprising figure. Subsequently, he retrieved materials for concocting a qi-nurturing pill and tossed them into the Wenyang furnace, disregarding the toll on his energy as he continued to manipulate the earth fire, refining the ingredients. The complexity of crafting the qi-nurturing pill was significantly greater than that of the Huangjing pill, necessitating more intricate control over the flame's temperature. Although this is not Douluo's first attempt at alchemy, he still lacks considerable experience, managing to produce elixirs only with great effort. Each time he engages in the process, he must sustain himself with 2 yellow essence pills to replenish his soul energy, leaving him little mental bandwidth to contemplate the intricacies of alchemical methods. However, this time is markedly different. Douluo need not concern himself with the depletion of his soul energy, as the potency of the earth's fire ensures that his soul energy will remain intact regardless of the endeavor. Douluo could perceive the transformations occurring within the alchemical furnace, thus necessitating a continuous endeavor to adjust the temperature of the flames. He sought to fine-tune it to the most suitable degree for fully extracting the medicinal potency from the herbs. However, due to the incessant experimentation with the flames, the extraction of the herb's essence was suboptimal, yielding only 30% of the anticipated efficacy during the alchemical process, far below his expectations. Douluo pocketed the vitality elixir. Sensing a slight depletion of the soul energy within his body, it was merely a superficial layer of soul energy that had been expended. Douluo, with unwavering determination, retrieved 10 portions of medicinal ingredients for the qi-nourishing pill from the shelf, commencing the meticulous process of refining them one by one. Utilizing the earth's fire, he transformed each batch of ingredients into exquisite qi-nourishing pills, delicately placing them into crystal vials. Although the arduous task of creating 10 pills had completely drained his soul power, he accomplished this feat in a mere 3 hours. The continuous ebb and flow of his soul energy, while exhausting, also served as a form of cultivation. Though the effectiveness of this method paled in comparison to conventional practice, those with exceptional talent would find themselves less hindered. After all, a day of training for the gifted could equate to a week's worth of progress for others. Furthermore, this endeavor greatly aided in the refinement and application of soul power. This pill is for my sister, to help her break through to level 20 sooner. After all, family comes first, Douluo mused, before returning the vials to the soul guide device, intending to present them to Douluo upon their next encounter. However, he lamented that the efficacy of the qi-nourishing pills fluctuated around 70%, A significant breakthrough would require considerable effort. Reflecting on his process of refining the pills, he noted that he always exerted his utmost in crafting them, yet the potency of the qi-nourishing pills remained stagnant. Thus, Douluo resolved to continue his alchemical pursuits, seeking a method to elevate the efficacy of the pills beyond 90%. Douluo shook his head, dismissing thoughts of alchemy. His soul energy had been entirely depleted, necessitating a period of restoration. Clearing his mind, he devoted himself to the practice of Changchun Gong to recuperate his soul power. For the foreseeable future, he would remain in the earth-fire chamber, as he had no intention of engaging in the construction work outside. The next time he emerged, it would likely be with Qin Ming and Huang Qing, who would return with the brewmaster, heralding the commencement of medicinal wine brewing at the Dansen sect. After an hour of diligent cultivation, Douluo had nearly restored his soul power to its full capacity. Given that Douluo's martial soul possessed a fire attribute, the geothermal chamber accelerated his soul power recovery and augmented his strength. With his soul power replenished, Douluo once again devoted his energy to the art of alchemy. For both Douluo Yuan and his spouse, along with Douluo Yin, eagerly awaited the medicinal pills crafted by him. Considering the time required for the restoration of soul energy, Douluo was able to refine 10 batches of qi-nourishing pills within 4 hours. With all his focus dedicated to alchemy, after 7 days, Douluo found himself surrounded by 7 crystal vials, each filled with 60 qi-nourishing pills. At that moment, Huang Qing and Qin Ming returned from Tindo City, arriving with a single carriage that was not even fully occupied. This was precisely the brewer Douluo needed, a pivotal asset for the Danxian sect in the forthcoming period. Chapter 36. The Extraordinary Efficacy of Sailing Wine. Second update. Unbeknownst to Douluo, the whereabouts of Qin Ming and his companions remained uncertain. However, upon reflecting on the passage of time, he deduced that their return was imminent. Consequently, Douluo stowed away the asking heaven furnace along with the 7 vials of elixirs before departing from the subterranean fire chamber and ascending to the pinnacle of the Dansen sect. At this juncture, the accommodations carved into the mountainside had been largely completed, albeit lacking in embellishment. Thus, Lu Laosan retained a portion of the workforce for the interior decoration, while the remaining laborers were dispatched to the summit of the Danxian sect to commence the foundational work for the grand hall and other edifices, as the task of decoration required but a modest number of hands. As Douluo descended to the ground, he fortuitously encountered Brother Qin Ming and Huang Cheng, who were accompanied by a small contingent of around 20 to 30 individuals. Brother Qin, you have returned. Your efforts have been commendable this time. Douluo greeted with a smile. Ah, Mo, you are too kind. These individuals are proficient in brewing, and I intend to bring them to you for your perusal. Once the construction at the summit is completed, we can establish a brewing workshop at the base of the mountain for them, Qin Ming explained, awaiting Douluo's decision. Brother Qin, you need not seek my approval on this matter. Please take them down to rest, allowing them to recuperate. When the grain merchants arrive, they can commence their brewing endeavors. Also, once you have arranged for them, do visit my quarters. I have something delightful to share with you, Douluo suggested, contemplating their descent. Very well, esteemed leader, I shall take my leave, Huang Qing chuckled, making his way down the mountain. Douluo, however, chose a different path down the mountain, heading directly to the entrance of Douluo's chamber. Sister, how many Huangjing pills do you currently possess? Douluo inquired as he pushed open the door and seated himself upon Douluo's bed. You foul little brother, rise at once. You reek of neglect, Douluo retorted, emerging from her meditative state, her nose crinkling at the scent of someone who had not bathed in a week, as she gave him a dismissive kick off the bed. Sister, do you still have any Huangjing pills? I have concocted a batch of qi-nourishing pills that I would like to exchange for them. As I have other uses for the Huangjing pills, Douluo replied, maintaining a grin despite being unceremoniously kicked. There are 60 in this vial. Send 30 back to our parents, and the remainder shall be yours, he added, presenting a vial of qi-nourishing pills. My Huangjing pills should still number over 20. I assume, Douluo responded, retrieving a crystal vial from her soul guide and counting the contents. There are 12 left. Sister, please part with these for me. I shall distribute them to others while we utilize the qi-nourishing pills, which are far more effective, Douluo insisted, extending his hand towards the crystal vial containing the Huangjing pills. Very well, I shall arrange for the delivery of our parents' pills shortly, Douluo conceded, placing the vial back into her soul guide. By the way, could you write to our parents and request some medicinal herbs to be sent my way? Here is the prescription, Douluo suddenly recalled, realizing that his medicinal supplies were nearly depleted, and the Wan Yao plane had yet to commence production. "All right, but hurry outside. You are far too odorous," Douluo exclaimed, pinching her nose as she leapt from the bed and kicked him out. "Understood, sister. Do not forget," Douluo called back. Douluo stood at the doorway, chuckling softly, before making his way to his chamber, eager to savor the taste and effects of the sailing wine. Qinming and Huangcheng had been waiting for a while, and with his keen sense of smell, Huangcheng successfully retrieved a bottle of medicinal wine from beneath Douluo's bed, placing it on the table and fixating intently upon it. The wine, being medicinal, had transformed from a pale yellow to a deep amber hue, and an intoxicating aroma wafted from the cork, alluringly enchanting. "Master, what kind of wine is this? It smells exquisite," Huangcheng exclaimed, his gaze unwavering on the bottle. As Douluo entered the room, Huangcheng hurriedly fetched 3 glasses from beneath the table. Smiling ingratiatingly at Douluo, devoid of any semblance of his usual bravado. "Let us open it and taste," Douluo chuckled, approaching the table and gesturing for Huangcheng to uncork the bottle. "Certainly, master," Huangcheng replied, his face flushed with excitement. With a firm grip, he pulled the cork free, and an abundant, rich fragrance filled the room. "Xiaomo, this wine is remarkably aromatic." Qinming's eyes widened in astonishment as the intoxicating scent enveloped him, almost causing him to question reality. "This is merely due to a lack of medicinal ingredients. If we were to use more and superior herbs, not only would the aroma be overwhelming, but it would also possess the potency of a medicinal elixir. Here, let me fill your glasses," Douluo declared, lifting the bottle to generously pour wine into the cups of Huangcheng and Qinming, before filling his own goblet. "Cheers. From now on, our sect shall prosper even more," Douluo proclaimed, raising his glass. The 3 of them tilted their heads back, allowing the wine to flow smoothly down their throats. As the elixir coursed through their bodies, it not only brimmed with fragrance but also emanated a subtle essence of soul power, compelling them to instinctively seek cultivation. Qinming, with his considerable level of soul power, quickly absorbed the essence within the medicinal wine, while Huangcheng, unable to retain it, let it dissipate into the air through his fractured dantian. Just a single sip of this wine can equate to a day's worth of cultivation for a soul master at level 10. It is truly miraculous. "And the flavor is rich and exquisite," Qinming remarked in astonishment. "Master, you truly possess the art of brewing," Huangcheng said, his complexion glowing after finishing his drink. "Of course. By the way, Qinming, how effective have the Huajing pills been for you? Here, try this qi-nourishing pill. I have prepared 30 of them for you to take for your cultivation. As for old Huang, he cannot cultivate, so there is no need to save any for him," Douluo said, handing Qinming a bottle containing 30 qi-nourishing pills. "Thank you, Xiaomo," Qinming replied gratefully. Qinming grasped the bottle with excitement, for this elixir could expedite his cultivation of soul power, hastening his ascension to the rank of title Douluo. "Brother Qinming, you are far too gracious. You both enjoy your drinks. I am still young, and it would not be wise for me to indulge in alcohol. I shall return to the alchemy chamber, as I aim to enhance the efficacy of the qi-nourishing pill to its full potential. Once you have finished your libations, feel free to attend to your affairs. Should you require my assistance, summon me at the Earth-Fire Chamber. Lu Laosin is aware of its location." After speaking, Douluo set down his cup and returned to the Earth-Fire Chamber to continue his alchemical pursuits. Douluo aspires to transcend the efficacy of the qi-nourishing pill by reaching 90%, thereby unlocking new alchemical formulas. Furthermore, he intends to concoct a batch of Huangjing pills, for the future of the sect cannot rely solely on a handful of individuals. Although the Fasnuo province is relatively remote and recruitment proves arduous, they can select a few virtuous individuals from among the slaves to serve as outer disciples. By distributing the Huangjing pills to them, these individuals may ascend to become low-level soul masters. However, there lies another dilemma. The medicinal ingredients in Douluo's possession have dwindled significantly, as he has already produced a considerable number of elixirs. Nonetheless, the remaining materials, though scarce, are sufficient for Douluo to continue his alchemical endeavors for a time. Chapter 37. The exhaustion of medicinal materials and the arrival of the grain merchant. Third update. Upon entering the chamber of terrestrial fire, Douluo released the Wenyang furnace. However, he did not immediately commence the alchemical process. Instead, he took a moment to ponder which elixir to forge first. Ultimately, he resolved to prioritize the creation of Huangjing pills to enhance his understanding and control over the terrestrial fire. After all, if he aspired to elevate the efficacy of the qi-nourishing pill to 90%, A more profound comprehension and mastery of the terrestrial fire was imperative. Nevertheless, he noted with concern that only a little over 100 portions of the necessary materials for Huangjing pills remained. At the current pace, he would deplete the available resources completely by nightfall. Douluo furrowed his brow, reflecting on the fact that he had been engaged in this endeavor for quite some time. And it was evident that a considerable quantity of materials had already been consumed. Douluo did not intend to retain the medicinal herbs for brewing the medicinal wine, as the process of fermentation also requires time. By then, Douluo would have delivered the necessary herbs to the Fasnuo province, creating a seamless connection. Douluo shook his head and declared, alchemy. With the medicinal herbs depleted, he acknowledged the necessity of rest. However, a plethora of tasks awaited his attention within the sect. Resolute in his endeavor, he placed a batch of herbs into the alchemical furnace and commenced the crafting of Huangjing pills. Each pill required merely 10 minutes to produce and consumed only 1% of his total soul energy, allowing Douluo to tirelessly engage in the fervent creation of elixirs. One after another, the pills adorned with intricate patterns materialized in his hands, eliciting a satisfied smile from Douluo notably. His production speed had surged from 10 minutes per pill to an impressive 7, a testament to his advancing alchemical skills. As the night deepened, Douluo stored the last of the Huangjing pills in a vial and collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted after 10 continuous hours of intense alchemical work. Breathing heavily, he lay there, recognizing the need for rest. With 118 Huangjing pills crafted, it became evident that a substantial supply of herbs was still required for future endeavors. Douluo licked his lips and took a sip from his water flask. With only 50 or so materials left for the qi-nourishing pills, he could manage to produce just over 50 of them, which finally promised him a chance to rest. With a smile, he rose from the ground and retrieved the remaining herbs from the cabinet. Without taking a moment to pause, Douluo promptly tossed a portion of the qi-nourishing pill ingredients into the Winiang furnace, plunging into yet another round of alchemical creation. Time swiftly passed, and by the early hours of the third day, Douluo, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, returned to the surface. At this point, the main hall of the sect was nearing completion, with only the final touches of decoration remaining. The library and the elders' hall had commenced their foundational work. Douluo shook his head and returned to his modest abode at the foot of the mountain. He luxuriated in a warm bath, having gone 10 days without cleansing himself. The scent upon him had become rather pungent. However, during his alchemical pursuits, he had been oblivious to this fact, only realizing it upon descending the mountain. Why haven't Lao Huang and Brother Qin finished this bottle of wine? Douluo mused as he soaked in the tub, suddenly noticing that a third of the medicinal wine remained in the bottle on the table. With the grain merchants soon to arrive, this could be a lucrative opportunity to profit from them. He chuckled at the sight of the liquor before continuing to enjoy his bath. After some time, Douluo tidied himself and donned a fresh outfit before approaching the table. He retrieved the small bottle that had previously contained wheat beer and began transferring the contents of the larger bottle into it. Ultimately, he filled 3 small bottles and 1.5. It was clear that the 2 had indulged quite a bit. That's sufficient, he chuckled, stowing the bottles into his soul guide device. Subsequently, Douluo returned to his bed, settling into a meditative position to cultivate his soul power. After all, with some leisure time, honing his abilities was paramount. As the hours slipped by, 3 days passed before Douluo's door was suddenly pushed open by Qin Ming. At last, I've found you, Xiaomo. 2 grain merchants have arrived from Noting City, bringing us news that we need to head there for a grain transaction. Qin Ming declared, taking a seat without ceremony. By the way, Brother Qin, how's the construction of the distillery progressing? Douluo inquired, taking his time to exit his meditative state. I have already arranged for Lu Laosen and the others. Construction has commenced and should take about 3 days to complete. After all, building a distillery is not overly complicated, Qin Ming replied, taking a sip of water. He had just rushed down from the mountaintop, having searched for Douluo in the magma chamber, and was now somewhat fatigued from the descent. Very well, let us set off and meet these grain merchants, Douluo said with a grin, adjusting his attire before following Qin Ming towards Noting City to meet with these businessmen. The carriage sped forth, arriving at the foot of Noting City within 2 hours. Let us first observe these grain merchants. Thankfully, Brother Qin, you 2 did not finish the samling wine. We shall save a considerable sum of gold soul coins today, Douluo remarked, lifting a bottle of samling wine from his soul guide device and giving it a gentle shake. Xiaomo, how about I take you to buy a better bottle later? This wheat beer bottle is rather subpar, Qin Ming replied with a wry smile. No need, this will suffice. By the way, Brother Qin, the nourishing qi pill should still be effective for you, correct? Douluo suddenly asked. Of course, its effects are indeed commendable, Qin Ming responded with a smile. That is reassuring. After Douluo finished speaking, he leaped down from the carriage. Upon looking up, he realized that he had visited this establishment before. It was the same restaurant where he had dined with Huang Cheng and Du Gu Yin just a few days prior. Let us go, Xiao Mo, Qin Ming remarked. Noticing Du Gumo's momentary daze, he gently patted Du Gumo's shoulder and smiled, and the two then proceeded into the restaurant together. Upon entering the establishment, Du Gumo was astonished to find the usually bustling restaurant eerily vacant. Today it is reserved exclusively. Two waiters rushed over and informed Du Gumo. Is it Boss Lu and Boss Wang who have reserved it? We are here to conduct business with them. Qin Ming presented a name card to the waiter. Understood. Please wait a moment. The waiter replied promptly, taking the name card and hurrying towards the second floor. Brother Qin, when did we acquire this? Du Gumo inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. I got it during our last visit to Tiando City. Having this makes things considerably easier. Qin Ming replied with a smile as he produced a stack of name cards. Haha, that makes sense. Du Gumo chuckled in agreement. Dear guests, the two esteemed bosses upstairs invite you to join them. The waiter hurriedly descended from the second floor, respectfully returning the name card to Qin Ming. Chapter 38, 100 gold for a bottle. Fourth update. Du Gumo and Qin Ming leisurely ascended to the second floor, at last encountering the true appearances of Boss Lu and Boss Wang. Du Gumo stifled a laugh as he observed the two individuals before him, one as rotund as a pumpkin and the other as slender as a bamboo pole. It was quite perplexing how these two had come to be. You must be the young brothers Qin Ming and Du Gu, he remarked. I am Lu. And this is my brother Wang. We have come at your invitation to discuss business. The jovial Lu, resembling a stout merchant akin to a winter melon, introduced himself and his brother Wang with exuberance. Greetings, Brother Lu and Brother Wang, Du Gumo said, stepping forward to clasp their hands with a smile. You truly embody the generosity and grandeur befitting the grandson of the poisoned Douluo. Wang, equally affable, reciprocated the handshake with Du Gumo. This establishment must be the finest tavern in Notting City. Let us dine while we converse, Qin Ming suggested with a smile, gesturing for them to take their seats. Excellent. Let us feast and chat, Lu declared, taking the lead as he unceremoniously occupied two stools at once. Pray tell, how much grain have you both brought with you? Du Gumo inquired with a chuckle. I have brought 50,000 jin of grain, Lu replied. So have I, Wang chimed in, as if they had rehearsed their responses. And the price? Du Gumo asked again. 50 gold soul coins will suffice, Lu answered with a grin. This meant 10 copper soul coins per jin of grain, which was rather reasonable and acceptable. Truth be told, the economy of Douluo continent was somewhat distorted. A single gold soul coin could sustain a family of 3 for an entire year, while a newly advanced soul master at level 10 could earn a gold soul coin monthly. This disparity effectively divided Douluo into two realms, the world of soul masters and that of ordinary people. For instance, Du Gubo, with a grand flourish, had once tossed over 1 million gold soul coins to Du Gumo without a second thought. Conversely, merchants like Lu and Wang were predominantly ordinary folk lacking soul power or the ability to surpass level 10, content with a modest profit of 10 gold soul coins from this venture. Now, let us enjoy a drink, Brother Lu and Brother Wang, Du Gumo said, his eyes glinting as he produced a half-full bottle of Sanling liquor, pouring a glass for each of them. Lu couldn't help but inwardly criticize. How can the affluent Du Gu family host us with such inexpensive wheat liquor? Yet, as the fragrant liquid flowed from the bottle, the delightful aroma filled the room, wafting down to the waitstaff below. Young Master Du Gu, what sort of wine is this? Lu asked, astonished as he regarded the bottle. It is a medicinal liquor of my own brewing. Its flavor is quite pleasant. Come, let us toast, Du Gumo replied, raising his glass to clink with those of his guests. This wine is exquisite. Might I inquire, young Master Du Gu, do you have more? Lu eagerly sought to uncover a potential business opportunity. Certainly, I have more. But dear brothers, are you interested in drinking or purchasing? The smile on Du Gumo's face remained undiminished. The two were clearly ensnared. Naturally, they intended to purchase the wine, which was hardly inferior to the blush of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It was certainly meant for sale in Heavendo City. Boss Lu, brimming with excitement, spoke his mind without reservation. Ha ha ha, Boss Lu, you are quite forthright. What price do you propose for the wine? Du Gumo inquired with a grin. In an instant, Boss Lu realized his blunder. He had prematurely revealed his intentions before negotiating. He swiftly covered his face in embarrassment. Please, set a price. As I only wish to acquire these 2 bottles. Once production is scaled up, we can continue our collaboration, Douluo suggested with a smile. What do you think of 500 gold soul coins? Boss Wong interjected at that moment. Ha ha ha, splendid. Since you've spoken, I shall agree 500 per bottle. Would you gentlemen each like a bottle? Douluo inquired cheerfully. Naturally, 1 for each of us, but 500 gold soul coins is no trifling sum. Our financial standing is somewhat limited. We need to deliberate, Boss Lu responded, regaining his composure and pulling Boss Wong aside to discuss their finances. Xiaomo, isn't 500 a bit low? Qin Ming whispered. Ah, Brother Qin, consider the costs. A dozen bottles of ale combined with some herbs can be procured for roughly 1 silver soul coin. More importantly, I don't intend to profit from them. Rather, I wish for them to promote our brand in Heavendo City. That will be when the gold soul coins truly flow into our hands. Douluo replied with a smile. That makes sense. Qin Ming nodded, instantly grasping Douluo's perspective. Before long, Boss Lu and Boss Wong returned, each clutching a bag filled with gold soul coins, having no soul power to utilize soul guiding devices. Here are 1,000 gold soul coins. We shall each buy a bottle. Boss Wong declared with a grin. Very well, here are your wines. Additionally, I have a suggestion. Once you exit, please transfer the contents into new bottles. These are rather cheap. I merely grabbed them at random. Douluo remarked as he produced 2 bottles of wine from his soul guiding device, handing them to the 2 proprietors. By the way, I also require the grain from you, which will cost 50 gold soul coins. Douluo retrieved 100 gold soul coins from one pocket, distributing it between the 2 men. Excellent. Then we shall take our leave. Boss Lu and Boss Wong exchanged glances before bowing and exiting the tavern, hastening to procure new bottles and then proceeding to Heavendo City to sell the wine. Brother Qin, let us first have something to eat. And then you can accompany me to the city lord's mansion, where we shall purchase some shops to either lease to others or train individuals to work here. Douluo smiled as he savored his meal, while the 2 proprietors took a sip of wine, soon losing their appetite for the feast before them. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, Douluo indulged a bit more. It seems reasonable. With our wine, the future of Notting City should flourish. We possess 500,000 gold soul coins, enough to acquire most of the shops within Notting City, Qin Ming mused. Relieved that their previous purchase of soul guiding devices had only cost them 500,000 gold soul coins. With that, he too began to eat. However, before the 2 had consumed much, Mr. Lu returned. Young Master Douluo, I am aware that you still have wine, but I find myself lacking in gold soul coins. Thus, I wish to exchange this item for another bottle of wine. Mr. Lu approached Douluo with an air of familiarity, producing a cloth bag to present to him. Oh, Mr. Lu, is this an exchange? Douluo queried, casting a puzzled glance at Mr. Lu before accepting the bag. Upon opening it, he quickly made a decision and procured a bottle of wine from the soul guiding device to hand over to Mr. Lu. Thank you, young Master Douluo, Mr. Lu expressed gratefully before departing. Douluo gazed at the departing Boss Lu, and in a surge of excitement, he leapt from his chair. Brother Qin Ming, we have struck gold this time, Douluo exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration. Chapter 39, Dragon Tooth Rice, 5th update. Douluo trembled as he opened the cloth bag, presenting it before Qin Ming with both hands, urging him to examine its contents closely. The rice within was remarkably unique and visually appealing, and Douluo's excitement was palpable. Was there something extraordinary about this rice? Qin Ming glanced at the contents of Douluo's bag, clearly unaware of what it contained. Yet he could sense Douluo's profound appreciation for the items nestled within. The bag held rice grains, each the length of a pinky finger, gracefully curved and shimmering with a lustrous sheen, exuding a delicate fragrance. This rice is called dragon tooth rice, said to be the staple food of deities from the immortal realm, nourished by dragon's blood, a rare treasure brimming with soul energy. Stripped of myth, it is simply rice shaped like teeth, yet its wondrous effects earned it the name. It significantly enhances the cultivation of soul energy and, with prolonged consumption, can elevate one's innate abilities and stabilize meridians. Douluo, grinning, shared this foundational information with Qin Ming, astonished that a simple sale of wine could lead to such a precious find. Moreover, unlike other rare treasures, dragon tooth rice stands apart. As the saying goes, every medicine has its poison, and while all rare treasures possess some toxicity, dragon tooth rice is an exception. It is a food source. However, the quantity is scarce, making it impractical for regular meals. Douluo chuckled. Crucially, while all rare treasures are toxic, only those of a higher celestial grade are entirely beneficial to the human body. Yet, celestial treasures are elusive and cannot be mass-produced. Dragon tooth rice, however, compensates for this flaw. It is non-toxic and can be cultivated in abundance, rendering it an almost perfect treasure. Even more excitingly, I can cultivate it. Douluo quivered with exhilaration. This bag of dragon tooth rice could yield an uncountable supply, enough to share with 100 individuals. What a precious find. Qinming quickly tightened the bag's drawstring and placed it gently into Douluo's embrace. He then stood, casting a vigilant glance around the surroundings. The waiter remained on the first floor, and the second floor was empty since the venue was reserved for the day. Only then did Qinming feel at ease to sit back down. What Douluo did not mention was that this dragon tooth rice could be used to brew wine. He was aware of a medicinal wine crafted from it, named Dragon Gate wine, a potion that enhances the dragon lineage. Although it is a wine, it is classified as an 8th-grade elixir, requiring no complex refining techniques. Its value lies solely in the rarity of its ingredients. Not all elixirs are solid spheres. Wine can also be considered an elixir, as Douluo discovered while transcribing the Tome of Heavenly Herbs. Most importantly, this wine has the potential to transform the martial souls of the Douluo family into dragons. The name of Longmen wine is derived from the tale of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. This is precisely where Douluo finds true exhilaration. The potential of Douluo's martial soul has been entirely exhausted. Throughout his life, any further breakthroughs would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, this wine holds the promise of elevating Douluo's martial soul level, allowing his soul power to ascend further. Moreover, there lies a glimmer of hope for Douluo to aspire to the esteemed title of a Douluo. For his advanced age necessitates the aid of Douluo's elixir to achieve such a breakthrough. Additionally, when you possesses a martial soul of the serpent variety, specifically a non-venomous species known as the white jade snake, which can also advance in rank through Longmen wine. Consequently, with Douluo included, the Douluo family could potentially boast 5 titled Douluos in the future. Calm down, Qinming, please fetch me a glass of juice. I wish to reflect quietly. Douluo inhaled deeply and remarked, Certainly, little Mo, I shall attend to that immediately. Qinming replied before rising to procure the juice. Recognizing that Douluo indeed needed a moment of tranquility, Douluo patted his chest and cautiously placed the dragon tooth rice nestled in his arms into the soul-guiding device. Intent on commencing the seedling cultivation as soon as he returned, he planned to modify the land layout, dedicating 100 acres for the cultivation of dragon tooth rice. It was not that Douluo desired to cultivate more. After all, dragon tooth rice was a rare treasure, not easily grown. It required the blood of precious spirit beasts for irrigation. However, Douluo continent was abundant in soul beasts, and using their blood in conjunction with various other materials was essential to nurture the land suitable for cultivating dragon tooth rice, which entailed considerable expenditure. Xiaomo, the juice is here. Calm down. We still need to go to Notting City to purchase a shop, Qinming said with a smile, placing a glass of juice before Douluo. Yes, I'm fine now, but I must rest a little longer. I am too exhilarated, Douluo replied with a smile, taking a generous sip of the juice. No wonder they say Boss Lu is so portly. He must have indulged in this dragon tooth rice quite often. What a waste. He doesn't understand cultivation, and any surplus medicinal energy is converted into fat on his body, Douluo chuckled. However, it is regrettable. I wonder where Boss Lu acquired his dragon tooth rice. Finding the mother plant would be splendid, Douluo mused, taking another sip of the juice. Xiaomo, why not contact someone from the Douluo family to investigate? Such merchants lack status. It should be quite easy to inquire, Qinming suggested after a moment's thought. That makes sense, Brother Qin. My grandfather could easily investigate a merchant, and wherever dragon tooth rice thrives, other spiritual treasures are likely to exist. Douluo replied with a smile. But that will have to wait until your parents arrive, Qinming remarked, shaking his head as he took a sip from his own drink, as he usually refrained from alcohol. After resting a while longer and regaining some strength, Douluo finally left the tavern with Qinming, preparing to scour Notting City for shops. After all, this place was destined to become a grand city, and Douluo believed that his 3-spirit wine could attract many affluent individuals. At that time, the property prices in Notting City would likely soar exponentially. This wine is the finest of its kind on the market, naturally appealing to wealthy families. However, there was a significant concern. Douluo was encroaching upon the interests of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and he feared they might send someone to trouble him. Shaking his head, Douluo dismissed such thoughts and followed Qin Ming to the entrance of the city lord's mansion. This time, Douluo intended to purchase several shops. Thus it was prudent to inform the city lord. Chapter 40. Nodding City Belongs to Us. Part 1. Qin Ming stepped forward, knocked on the door of the city lord's mansion, and then returned to Douluo's side, quietly awaiting the door to open. Before long, the door swung open, revealing the old, hard-of-hearing steward from the Xiao family. "Why is it you two again? Are you here to return the land? I had already mentioned that the land over there is far too barren for cultivation. Now, let us hasten inside. I shall guide you to the lord of the city to relinquish that expanse of land, which holds considerable value." The old steward, with his warm-hearted nature, seized Qin Ming and began leading him further inside. "Dear sir, you have misunderstood. We have come to purchase a shop, not to return land," Qin Ming hurriedly clarified. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the steward's fervent enthusiasm, he hesitated to pull away forcefully, opting instead to grasp the elder's arm and offer a wry smile as he explained. "Purchase a shop? If you wish to buy a shop, you could simply do so on the street. What brings you to the lord's estate? Moreover, young one, I must inform you that shops in Nodding City are not particularly lucrative. There is little business to be had here," the old steward inquired perplexedly. Then earnestly advised Qin Ming and Douluo. "We intend to make a significant purchase, thus we must first discuss matters with the lord. Otherwise, we would find it difficult to make any decisions." Douluo interjected, gently grasping the old steward's arm and smiling as he offered clarification. "Oh, you plan to buy multiple shops? Very well. You young people certainly possess ambition. However, do exercise caution in business. A single misstep could lead to ruin," the old steward kindly cautioned. "Understood. Thank you for your wise counsel," Douluo replied with a smile, recognizing the steward's good intentions. "Very well then, follow me," the old steward said before continuing on his way. Douluo and Qin Ming exchanged glances, smiled, and then followed closely in the footsteps of the old steward. This time, Lord Xiao was attending to matters in his study. "Lord Xiao, it has been a while," Douluo greeted him with a smile. "Oh, it's you too. I had a feeling that the land was not suitable. Are you planning to return it?" "I have not touched your funds. Just hand over the land deed, and I shall return your money," Lord Xiao responded hastily, rising to rummage through the bookshelf for a pouch of coins. Without waiting for Douluo to speak, he eagerly stood up and retrieved a bag of gold soul coins from a hidden compartment in the shelf, pushing it towards Douluo. "Actually, my lord, we have come to purchase a commercial property. Since I intend to acquire several shops, I thought it prudent to discuss it with you at the lord's residence first," Douluo replied with a smile. "Purchasing shops? For what purpose? Nodding City is hardly a thriving place for commerce. There are neither caravans nor affluent individuals, and business opportunities are scarce," Lord Xiao inquired, puzzled. He could not fathom what Douluo was thinking, coming to buy land in such a dilapidated area, and then seeking to purchase shops. Was this the fabled case of a fool with money? Lord Xiao stood up, gazing at Douluo with a look of incredulity until Douluo felt a shiver run down his spine. "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Douluo tilted his head, asking in surprise. "Ah, well, never mind. It's fortunate you came to me. Otherwise, you would have missed out on a plethora of excellent shops. Only half of the commercial properties in Nodding City remain unsold, and the contracts are still with me. If you wish to buy, I shall fetch them for you," Lord Xiao said, revealing a smile. A fool with money, who else could he deceive if not Douluo? He promptly exited the study to find the contracts. "Brother Qin Ming, why do I feel like the Lord looks at me as if I were a fool?" Douluo remarked, glancing at Qin Ming after Lord Xiao had walked away. "If I didn't know your capabilities, I would also think you a fool," Qin Ming replied bluntly. "Fool or not, purchasing the shops is what truly matters," Douluo said with a wry smile, shaking his head and closing his eyes to rest while Lord Xiao was away. Before long, Lord Xiao returned to the study with a stack of papers, placing the contracts directly before Douluo. Nodding City has a total of 324 shops, 103 have been sold, leaving 221 contracts here. The price is 50 gold soul coins per shop, regardless of location. What say you, Brother Douluo? Lord Xiao held a pen at the ready, prepared to sign as soon as Douluo gave the word. So that amounts to a total of 11,050 gold soul coins, Douluo calculated swiftly, having studied mental arithmetic. "How about this, Lord Xiao? Given the substantial amount of this transaction, shall we round it down a bit?" Douluo suggested with a smile. 1,050 gold soul coins. The Lord of Xiaoqing hesitated, pondering the substantial sum at hand. Over 1,000 golden soul coins, a sum he could scarcely earn in an entire year. After a moment's contemplation, he steeled himself and declared, "It's a deal. Qin Ming, please provide the funds and let us sign the contract." Douluo turned and flashed a smile at Qin Ming. From his soul-guiding device, Qin Ming produced a sizable pouch containing 10,000 golden soul coins. Upon seeing the gleaming coins, the Lord of Xiaoqing immediately perked up, eagerly accepting the pouch from Qin Ming's hands and commencing to count. Stacks of 100 coins each, totaling 100 stacks, left him utterly astounded as he gazed at the glittering golden soul coins adorning his desk, a uniquely marvelous sensation. "Lord of the city, shall we proceed with the contract?" Douluo interjected gently, noting the Lord's trance induced by the coins. "Of course, let us sign." The Lord of Xiaoqing snapped back to reality, hastily grasping a pen and diligently signing one contract after another, affixing the official seal of the city lord's residence. His speed in signing reached an astonishing level, the pen dancing across the paper as contracts were inscribed and stamped. In merely 10 minutes, over 200 contracts were completed, each bearing the grand seal of the nodding city lord's residence. "Very well, Lord Xiaoqing. Now that these contracts are finalized, I shall take my leave for the time being and return in a few days to accept the shops." Douluo expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, gathering the contracts before departing the city lord's residence alongside Qin Ming. Not far from the city lord's abode, Qin Ming suddenly inquired, "Xiaomo, what will we do with all these shops if we have no one to manage them?" "Fear not, my parents will arrive in a couple of days, and we shall employ their people then. Although the Douluo family is not vast, we possess considerable wealth, thanks to my grandfather," Douluo replied with an air of assuredness. "That makes sense." Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Chapter 41. Douluo arrives. Second update. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Douluo pondered for a moment. His initial plan was to scour the surrounding shops and purchase them all. However, with a total of 300 shops in Nodding City and having already acquired over 200, he decided to leave the remaining ones for others. It would be unseemly to monopolize everything. Thus, Douluo and Qin Ming chose not to linger in Nodding City, instead opting to retrieve the grain they had previously transacted with Boss Liu and Boss Wang. The two had left in haste, resulting in the grain being stored at a tavern. Upon receiving the shipment, they escorted the 100,000 gene of grain back to the Dansen sect. With this grain, Douluo's batch of brewing slaves could immediately commence their work. The brewing process would take a month, followed by 7 days of infusion, after which they could venture out to sell the Sanling wine. By that time, potential buyers would soon be on their way to the Dansen sect, as the Sanling wine needed to ferment within the circles of Tiando's nobility before making its way to Nodding City. The two ambled towards Nodding City, and as the sun set, Douluo and Qin Ming returned to the sect with the 100,000 gene of grain. Douluo chose not to have the slaves brew the wine overnight, but instead decided they would begin their work the following morning. At this point, Douluo had relocated his residence from the plains to the mountains. He returned to his quarters to cultivate his soul power, as the medicinal herbs had been fully consumed, making the refinement of pills impossible. Thus, cultivation was his only recourse. The next afternoon, Qin Ming knocked on Douluo's door. "Xiaomo, your parents have arrived and are waiting at the foot of the mountain. You should go greet them," he said with a smile before turning to leave. Douluo took a deep breath, withdrew from his meditative state, and sprang to his feet, racing down the mountain. In the distance, he could discern Douluo clad in green, Wenya dressed in white, and a little girl adorned in green attire. Without a doubt, it was Douluo. Douluo hurriedly descended the mountain, arriving at Douluo's side. "Father, mother, I hope the journey was not too arduous. Allow me to arrange accommodations for you." With a mischievous smile, Douluo bowed to his parents. "Look at you, such a little adult." Without regard for Douluo's status as the sect leader, Wenya scooped him up in a warm embrace and planted a kiss on his cheek. Nothing compares to the affection of a mother. "Come, let us find a place to stay. We shall be residing with you for some time." Douluo also lifted Douluo, and the four of them began their ascent. Guided by Douluo, they soon reached the cave dwelling, which boasted 2 lavish rooms, one reserved for Douluo and the other for Douluo and Wenya. "Little Mo, you are so thoughtful. Tonight, I shall take it upon myself to prepare a feast for you." Wenya affectionately tousled Douluo's hair and headed toward the kitchen. Though remote, the location held considerable potential for development, as Douluo noted, affectionately ruffling Douluo's hair. "Of course, do you not recognize whose land this is?" It will become the source of medicinal herbs for my future alchemical endeavors. And my sect will rise to prominence in the Douluo continent, Douluo Emo declared, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Ha ha ha, little Emo is quite the aspirant. My visit not only brings you herbs but also an abundance of resources. Your grandfather has instructed the Douluo family to fully support your sect's establishment. Douluo Yuan presented Douluo Emo with a token from his soul guide. This token grants access to most of the Douluo family's resources. It allows you to withdraw funds and hire personnel from our apothecary. There are 2 such tokens, one is with your grandfather, and the other your grandfather entrusted me to bring to you, Douluo Yuan explained with a smile. By the way, father, I have another request. I purchased several shops in Notting City, but I currently lack personnel to manage them, so I need our family to provide support for these establishments. Douluo Emo said with a sly grin. You bought shops in Notting City? I passed through there on my way. It hardly seems a suitable place for business. There's neither a populace nor wealth. How do you plan to earn a profit? Douluo Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating before addressing Douluo Emo. Are you familiar with Yanzijiu, father? Douluo Emo chuckled, retrieving the half bottle of wine left over from their last drinking session from his soul guide. What is this? It smells delightful. Douluo Yuan took the bottle from Douluo Emo's hands, uncorked it, and poured it into a glass. The rich aroma of the wine quickly filled the air, prompting Wenya, who was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, to wrinkle her nose. Douluo Yuan, are you still indulging in alcohol? A particularly discordant roar, starkly at odds with the gentle ambience, erupted from the kitchen, startling Douluo Yuan, Douluo Emo, and Douluo Yin, who sat bolt upright in their chairs. Suddenly, Douluo Yuan's eyes darted, as his left hand grasped a bottle of wine while his right hand lifted a glass, swiftly downing its contents in one gulp. He then thrust the wine bottle into Douluo Emo's hands. Douluo Emo was startled, but he quickly comprehended the situation and stowed the wine bottle into his soul guide. Whose wine was that just now? Wenya, brandishing a shovel and clad in an apron, burst out of the kitchen. There is no wine. The 3 of us were engrossed in a discussion regarding cultivation, weren't we? Yinzi, Douluo Yuan, stiffly turned to Douluo Yin and inquired. Mother, no. Just now my brother handed father a bottle of wine, and upon opening it, it smelled delightful. However, after you called out, father drank the wine from his cup and stuffed the bottle into my brother's soul guide, Douluo Yin stated, sitting upright in her chair, speaking to Wenya. You too. Kneel at the door. Yinzi, I shall take you to the nearby city for some delicious food while they remain here kneeling. Wenya declared as she picked up Douluo Yin and headed outside. Old man, it appears we have a traitor in our midst, Douluo Emo pouted, expressing his helplessness. He could do nothing about his sister. Just kneel. Alas, it seems I shall be sleeping on the sofa tonight, Douluo Yuan sighed, falling silent thereafter. Ah, father. Since my mother has left, shall you indulge in another drink? Douluo Emo suggested, preparing to retrieve a cup of wine from his soul guide to let Douluo Yuan have a taste. Shall Emo, go see if your mother has departed. I shall have another sip. I drank too hastily earlier and couldn't savor the flavor. Douluo Yuan pondered before asking Douluo Emo to check if Wenya had left. Fear not, let us continue kneeling. Alas, I have been betrayed by my sister. Perhaps I should forego drinking next time. Douluo Emo chuckled bitterly. Ah. It seems the family hierarchy has become apparent, Douluo Yuan remarked, taking a sip from his cup. Fortunately, I still have some time before marriage. Douluo Emo shook his head, offering a wry smile. Chapter 42, Cultivating Dragon Tooth Rice, third update. At night, Wenya finally returned with Douluo Yin after a hearty feast in Notting City. Upon their return to Dansden's sect, seeing the 2 seemingly well-behaved individuals, they released Douluo Emo, allowing him to escort Douluo Yin home. After escorting Douluo Yin back to her residence, Douluo Emo ventured alone to the Ember Chamber. Once the eye of the Ember was sealed, the chamber resembled a typical secluded space. Thus, Douluo Emo resolved to cultivate dragon tooth rice here, designating 100 acres from the reserved land in the 10,000 medicinal plains for this purpose. Douluo Emo retrieved several metallic trays and gently poured the dragon tooth rice from the bag onto them, spreading it evenly. He then took a bucket of water, extracted a few chi nourishing pills, and delicately crushed them, dissolving the powdered essence into the water. Instantly, a subtle fragrance wafted from the bucket. With great care, Douluo Emo poured the infused water over the trays, ensuring it submerged the dragon tooth rice just right. Subsequently, he produced a dagger and sliced open his palm, allowing droplets of his blood to flow along the blade and into the tray. The blood quickly dispersed in the tray, transforming the liquid into a pale red hue. The pain was excruciating. If not for his desire to hasten the germination, would he resort to such self-harm? Observing the liquid's transformation, Douluo swiftly pressed down on his wrist to staunch the bleeding from his palm. Cultivating the dragon tooth rice necessitates animal blood infused with spiritual energy. And as a human who has refined his soul power, his blood serves as a substitute for the blood of spirit beasts. Moreover, the blood of serpent-type spirit beasts is optimal, aligning with Douluo's own serpent martial spirit. He placed the tray inside a box and covered it with a layer of gauze, leaving the rest to the passage of time. In merely 7 days, the dragon tooth rice should sprout tender shoots. Thus, Douluo needed to plan for 100 acres of land dedicated to cultivating the dragon tooth rice. The requirements for such land differ from ordinary soil, necessitating an annual irrigation with spirit beast blood. Hence, those unfamiliar with the dragon tooth rice may easily fail in its cultivation. As for why Boss Lu's family could successfully cultivate it, that remained a mystery to Douluo. Douluo retrieved the design blueprint of the Wanyao plane from the soul guiding device. Previously, Douluo had set aside 5,000 acres of land for contingency purposes. Under normal circumstances, this expanse of land could be utilized for the cultivation of staple grains. However, at present, he must allocate 100 acres for the cultivation of dragon tooth rice, which, while still a grain, is also a rare and precious treasure from heaven and earth. Douluo discovered a plot of land ideally suited for cultivating dragon tooth rice. With a ruler in hand, he meticulously delineated a square area and began inscribing the essential guidelines for nurturing the rice based on the knowledge stored in his memory. Subsequently, he sought an individual specifically skilled in the cultivation of dragon tooth rice. Upon completing the list of instructions, Douluo pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to the window, where he observed that it was already well into the night. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he resolved to wait until the following morning to procure the blood of soul beasts. Time was of the essence. In just a few days, the dragon tooth rice would begin to sprout. Should he delay in acquiring the soul beast blood, Douluo feared he might have to resort to self-harm once more. Douluo let out a sigh as he inspected the tray used for cultivating dragon tooth rice. Before turning back to his bed to begin his soul power meditation, he employed the techniques of Changchun Gong to heal the wounds on his palm. The following morning, Douluo visited the room of Hezhongguo, the steward responsible for the medicinal business of the Douluo family, who was assisting Douluo Yuan with the transportation of medicinal materials. "Good day, steward he." Douluo greeted softly as he pushed open the door, finding Hezhongguo engaged in his own soul power practice. Hezhongguo opened his eyes, hastily exiting his meditative state. Standing respectfully to bow to Douluo subordinate Hibucho has the honor of meeting young Master Douluo. "How may I assist you today?" Hibucho said as he respectfully poured a cup of tea for Douluo from the teapot on the table. "Steward he, I wish to purchase some fresh soul beast blood. Could you kindly inform me where I might procure it?" Douluo gestured for Hibucho to take a seat and converse. "You desire fresh soul beast blood, but may I inquire how old a soul beast you require?" Hibucho asked, his brow furrowing as he settled into a seat beside Douluo. "Approximately 10,000 years will suffice, preferably from serpent-type soul beasts." "Do you have any connections for this, steward he?" Douluo inquired with a smile. "Ah, that is straightforward. Soul beast blood is not particularly expensive, and there is an abundance in the Stardow forest. I shall arrange for someone to procure it. If I attend to this matter, it should arrive within 3 days. Although our Douluo family's merchant groups are few, we have several. Is there anything else you require, young master, that I might have them bring along?" Hibucho contemplated before nodding in agreement. "Nothing else is needed. Just ensure the soul beast blood arrives promptly, as it is required soon." Douluo replied after a moment's thought, feeling satisfied with the arrangements. "Understood, young master. I shall take care of it immediately," Hibucho said, proceeding to a nearby table to write a note. After completing the note, he stepped outside and called over a short, middle-aged man with a small mustache. "Please expedite the delivery to the merchant group near the Soul Beast Forest and ensure swift arrival." Hibucho whispered as he patted the man on the shoulder before returning inside. "You will have it back in about 3 days, young master," Hibucho assured. "By the way, steward he, there is one more matter. I have purchased over 200 shops in Notting City and require someone to manage them. Do you have any recommendations?" Douluo inquired thoughtfully. "Oh, my apologies, young master. I am solely responsible for the medicinal business. For such matters, you would need to consult with Chief Steward Zhang, who oversees all operations of the Douluo family. Would you like me to assist you in contacting Chief Steward Zhang?" Guanju furrowed his brow and inquired, "Very well. Once I have meticulously articulated the situation, I would appreciate it if you could deliver this information to Master Zhang, allowing him to assist with the development of Notting City. Thank you for your help, Guanju. I shall compose the letter forthwith and present it to you shortly. Dugong contemplated for a moment, then smiled as he rose to his feet and offered a respectful bow to He Guanju. My young master, you are too kind. He Guanju replied hastily, stepping back to return the gesture. I appreciate your assistance, He Guanju. I shall take my leave now, and I will return with the letter shortly. Dugong concluded before departing. Chapter 43, Cultivating Dragon Tooth Rice, 4th update. After returning to his chamber, Douluo immediately commenced inscribing his conceptualization of the Three Spirits wine, as well as the potential development of Nodding City and its accompanying map. He diligently labored at his desk for a full 2 hours, meticulously documenting all the relevant information. Subsequently, Douluo carefully packaged these documents and entrusted them to Manager He. Simultaneously, he retrieved the cargo of medicinal herbs that Manager He had delivered and stored them within his soul guiding device. Following this, Douluo intended to concoct additional elixirs. However, he harbored other aspirations, for he did not wish to be merely a fool confined to the art of alchemy. Douluo contemplated embarking on a journey across the continent, for the issues concerning the Dansten sect were nearing resolution. Once the sect's Three Spirits wine could be produced in large quantities, an abundance of gold soul coins would surely flow into the sect, rendering self-sufficiency a feasible endeavor. With the sect firmly on the right path, Douluo could finally indulge in leisurely explorations. Having resided in Douluo continent for 6 years, he had scarcely taken the opportunity to travel. At that juncture, departing from the sect would pose no difficulty. However, Douluo anticipated that he would require approximately another year to concoct sufficient elixirs for his parents, sister, and Qin Ming, all of which he must personally refine, for in the entirety of Douluo continent, no one else possessed the skill to create such potions. Douluo returned to the Inferno chamber with the medicinal herbs in hand, expertly retrieving them as he began to transform each component into the qi, nurturing elixir. However, this process proved to be quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. Recently, in addition to concocting elixirs, Douluo has also been tasked with overseeing the cultivation of dragon tooth rice. Qin Ming assisted Douluo by selecting a diligent and literate slave to be trained for managing the rice cultivation. However, for this initial planting, Douluo decided to personally supervise the process. Once this harvest yields a sufficient quantity of dragon tooth rice seeds, the slave will then take over the cultivation. Douluo is concerned that without prior experience, the slave might mishandle the precious seeds. Thus, he must personally instruct him on the proper techniques for cultivating dragon tooth rice during this inaugural endeavor. For 3 consecutive days, Douluo tirelessly concocted the elixir, and on the 3rd day, the nourishing qi pill was completed with a potency of 90%. However, due to insufficient control over the flames, he was unable to engrave the pill pattern, yet it was deemed passable, unlocking the next tier of pill formula. Goodness, I have finally succeeded, he exclaimed. Though the assessment indicated issues with his mastery over the earth fire. Filled with excitement, Douluo noted the unlocking of the 2nd-grade elixir, the qi-nourishing pill. The formula activation was successful, leading to the next tier, the 3rd-grade transformation pill, which required the qi-nourishing pill to reach a potency of 90%. It appeared that this activation path was indeed one of advancement. The Huangjing pill advanced to the qi-nourishing pill, and the qi-nourishing pill further progressed to the transformation pill. The detoxification pill's advancement path likely pertained to healing potions. Douluo furrowed his brow in contemplation, then closed his eyes to mentally simulate the refining process of the qi-nourishing pill. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at his door. The subterranean chamber of Douluo lies directly beneath his master's quarters. Concerned that someone might seek him out without his knowledge, he installed a pipe for communication, allowing words spoken above to resonate within the chamber below, thereby ensuring that no time would be squandered. Young Master Douluo, the blood of the 10,000-year serpent soul beast you requested has arrived. It is the blood of a 10,000-year ice blue venomous python. The voice of Manager He echoed through the conduit into the chamber. Arrived so swiftly? Douluo opened his eyes and scratched his head, momentarily setting aside thoughts of refining the energy-concentrating elixir. He then pushed open the door to the chamber and returned to his own room. Manager He, I am aware. Let us go and examine the soul beast's blood to ascertain its suitability. Douluo took hold of Manager He and departed from his dwelling to inspect the serpent's blood. Once the blood was in place, the cultivation of dragon tooth rice could commence. This way, young master, Manager He guided Douluo towards his own quarters, where he retrieved more than a dozen wooden barrels, each nearly as tall as a person, filled with liquid blood that had yet to congeal. This was processed soul beast blood. Otherwise, prolonged transportation would have caused it to solidify, rendering it useless. Douluo, undeterred by the chaotic mess of blood, extended his hand to scoop up a handful, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. Indeed, the vitality of this blood was abundant. Unmistakably the essence of a millennium-old soul beast, it would surely suffice for nurturing the dragon tooth rice. He set aside the sanguine fluid and retrieved a handkerchief from his soul guide device, wiping the blood from his hands. However, he noticed an intriguing presence of ice attribute soul force within the blood, a detail that, while noteworthy, was inconsequential. Exposure to sunlight would remedy it in due time. After a moment's contemplation, Douluo gestured to the individuals nearby, instructing them to gather the blood and follow him. Douluo, accompanied by his entourage and the chosen slave specifically trained to cultivate dragon tooth rice, named Lan Hua, commanded, "You few, pour the dragon's blood into the fields." He directed the servants to irrigate the land with the serpent's blood. The crimson liquid cascaded into the fields, transforming the water into a vivid red hue. Over 100 acres of paddy fields received the generous application of several buckets of serpent blood. Lan Hua, wait for a while, approximately 2 hours, to allow the soil to absorb this essence thoroughly, letting the sun dissipate the chill within the serpent's blood before we transplant the seedlings. By the way, you know how to transplant, don't you? Douluo inquired. Glancing at Lan Hua, I can do that. I have been rolling in the paddy fields since childhood and am well versed in the art of transplanting. Lan Hua promptly replied with clarity. Very well, I shall fetch the seedlings while you all wait here. With that, Douluo returned to the furnace room, retrieving a metallic tray from the box, and then made his way back to the fields. We must wait a little longer. He handed the tray to Lan Hua and stirred the water in the fields with his hand. A residual chill from the blood remained, necessitating a brief delay before transplanting could commence. After some time, Douluo sensed that the moment had arrived and signaled for them to begin the transplanting process. Manager, he did not join in the labor, instead standing beside Douluo, while the others descended into the fields to plant the dragon tooth rice seedlings from the metallic tray. With over 100 acres to cover, the team of more than 10 people toiled until sunset, managing to transplant only a third of the seedlings, equating to over 30 acres. Let us rest for today. Lan Hua, this evening, review the cultivation manual for dragon tooth rice thoroughly. This 100 acres of land will be under your stewardship. Tomorrow, I shall assign you 10 assistants. Ensure that this land is well guarded. Douluo instructed Lan Hua before departing. Chapter 44, Completion of the Dancian Sect, Supplement. After organizing Lan Hua's transplanting duties, Douluo returned to his furnace room to continue alchemical practices. Achieving a mere 90% efficacy was not his ultimate goal. He aspired to concoct a qi-nourishing pill. More critically, he lacked the necessary materials for the qi-condensing pill, compelling him to perpetually refine his skills in crafting the qi-nourishing pill. The process of refining by Douluo lasted an entire 7 days. After all, the enduring nature of the Changchun technique allowed Douluo to persist in concocting elixirs. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to exhaustion several times over, as late nights are detrimental to one's health. Xiaomo, this is Qin Ming. The Dancian sect has been completed. And now we shall commence the construction of the facilities at Wanao Plain. Please provide me with the design you created, so that I may collaborate with them on the foundational infrastructure of Wanao Plain. Qin Ming's voice resonated through the transmission device, reaching Douluo's ears. Douluo stored away the elixirs he had concocted over the past few days, his gaze vacant as he returned to the ground. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by the waiting Qin Ming. Had the edifices of the Dancian sect been completed so swiftly? Douluo twisted his neck, which cracked audibly, and stretched, the joints in his body popping in tandem. Master, though you are youthful, moderation is essential. Just look at your dark circles. They are quite severe, Qin Ming remarked, raising an eyebrow at the utterly exhausted Douluo. Moderation? What nonsense is that? I toil over alchemy for your sake, and yet you admonish me to temper myself. Wait a moment. What do you mean by moderation? I am merely 6 years old, brother Qin Ming. Douluo, still somewhat dazed, pondered for a moment before grasping Qin Ming's implication. In a fit of anger, he produced the design blueprint for the Wanao Plain and tossed it at Qin Ming. Brother Qin Ming, please attend to your matters. I shall tidy up and then inspect the progress of the Dancian sect's construction. Douluo shook his head. He was indeed fatigued after a relentless week of toil, and even the most resilient of souls would feel utterly drained. After returning to his master's chambers, Douluo filled a bucket with water and commenced his bath, for nothing alleviates fatigue quite like a soothing soak. After an hour of indulgence, Douluo emerged from the room, invigorated and radiant, However, the dark circles beneath his eyes revealed the exhaustion he had previously endured. After exiting his chamber, Douluo arrived at the grand hall of the sect. The structures atop the mountain were sparse, with the most imposing being the grand hall, intended for future meetings. Following that were the library, the elder hall, and the leader hall. Other edifices were deemed unnecessary at such heights. Nestled along the mountainside were a total of 888 disciples' quarters, all framed with steel, ensuring unparalleled safety within each room while simultaneously providing support for the upper structures, thereby minimizing the risk of landslides. At the mountain's base, there existed a reception room, which housed not only a storage area for medicinal herbs and a baking chamber but also a brewery, alongside an aging room for the spirits crafted below the mountain. Moreover, a newly constructed village was established not far from the foot of the mountain to accommodate the slaves. In the forthcoming period, the primary economic sustenance of the Dancian sect would derive from these wines. Thus, the brewery and aging room were built on a grand scale, capable of accommodating a diverse array of spirits. Master, in just 2 days, our first batch of wine will be ready for brewing, Huang Cheng remarked, hastening to Douluo's side with a smile. Such rapid progress. I anticipated the first batch would emerge in a month, Douluo replied, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Clearly, you've never brewed wine. The process is quite swift. However, to achieve a rich and aromatic flavor, it requires ample time for sedimentation. Nevertheless, our primary focus will be medicinal wine, so extensive aging is unnecessary, Huang Cheng, well-versed in the art of winemaking and a connoisseur himself, elaborated. After casting a glance at Huang Cheng, Douluo pondered for a moment before retrieving a formula from his soul guide device and handing it over to Huang Cheng. This is the recipe for the Sanling wine. Once you've perused it, please destroy it. Since you have such a penchant for wine, do refrain from consuming all the medicinal brew yourself, Douluo remarked with a smile. Is this truly for me? Huang Cheng asked incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Douluo would so readily entrust him with a recipe that rivaled the famed Rouge wine. Indeed, I thought it would keep you occupied. But do not let the brewing consume all your time. In a year or 2, I shall concoct the elixir to restore your Dantian. And you will have other matters to attend to, Douluo replied with a grin. Thank you, esteemed sect leader. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Huang Cheng said, excitement evident as he deeply bowed to Douluo. Ah, old Huang, there is no need for such formality. We are comrades. When the time comes for me to aid your breakthrough to title Douluo, I shall rely on your support. Douluo quickly helped Huang Cheng to his feet, chuckling. Ha ha. Rest assured, sect leader. Even if I do not attain title Douluo, I will still stand by you. Huang Cheng laughed. Splendid. Old Huang, once the wine is ready tomorrow, begin the brewing forthwith. I sense that Boss Liu and Boss Wang have already established a reputation for the Sanling wine. We must leverage our first batch to penetrate the market and draw these individuals to Notting City. Douluo shared his thoughts with Huang Cheng. Yes, sect leader. Your plan is sound. However, I have a feeling that Boss Liu and Boss Wang will return in the next few days, yet we currently lack the medicinal wine. Huang Cheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. That is of little concern. Let them wait a few days. It also gives me the chance to inquire about the origin of the dragon tooth rice, Douluo said, narrowing his eyes in thought. Very well. As long as you have a plan, sect leader, given sufficient time, our Sanling wine will surely transform into heaps of gold soul coins, Huang Cheng stated earnestly. Haha. Old Huang, let us strive together to elevate our sect to one of the premier sects in the Douluo continent, Douluo declared, waving his hand with sincerity. All right, sect leader. I shall return to diligently study this recipe and then destroy it, Huang Cheng replied, tucking the recipe into his robes before departing. Douluo departed from the winery and arrived at the vast expanse of the Wanao Plain. Gazing into the distance, he beheld Qin Ming and Lu Laosan, who were diligently surveying the land and directing the laborers. The magnitude of construction on the Wanao Plain was, in fact, comparable to that undertaken by the Dancian sect. Although 30,000 acres may seem substantial, the requirements for cultivation were relatively simple. Most of the work involved the construction of water wheels, ditches, and the excavation of wells, tasks that were not intricate and could be accomplished with sheer physical strength. Thus, the project was deemed quite manageable, with expectations of completion within a month. Qin Ming, Lu Foreman, your efforts are appreciated, Douluo called out as he waved his hand in the fields. There is no hardship in this. We are merely overseeing the work, not laboring ourselves, Qin Ming replied with a smile, shaking his head. By the way, young Master Douluo, Are you satisfied with the progress of the sect's construction? Lu Foreman inquired cheerfully, setting aside the soil he had been examining. Indeed, I am very pleased. The houses constructed by your team are undoubtedly commendable, Douluo Mo responded with a smile. Douluo Mo and Qin Ming had scarcely exchanged a few words when suddenly a figure appeared. Master, there are 2 adults accompanied by 2 children seeking an audience with you. This individual was a servant. However, due to possessing a first-level innate soul power, Douluo Mo had entrusted him with the task of guarding the entrance. Understood. I shall await them in the reception hall at the foot of the mountain. You may escort them there, Douluo Mo contemplated before speaking. Yes, master. The young man responded promptly and hurried back to the entrance. Brother Qin Ming, head Lu, I shall go see who has arrived. Thank you both for your efforts. Douluo Mo remarked with a smile before departing from the Wanao Plains to the reception hall at the mountain's base. Chapter 45. Tang San and Xiao Wu. Douluo Mo entered the reception hall alone, seated at the head of the table as he awaited the arrival of several individuals. Shortly thereafter, the master and a figure shrouded in a black robe entered. Without a moment's hesitation, Douluo Mo discerned that the only person capable of commanding such an imposing presence was Tang Hao. Following them were Tang San and a young girl with a single ponytail. This must be Xiao Wu, he thought, furrowing his brow. He contemplated the situation but chose to remain silent, recognizing that the matters between them were not his to meddle in. Greetings, Sect Master. The master and Tang Hao bowed to Douluo Mo, not in a kneeling gesture, but with a respectful nod. Douluo Mo quickly stepped forward to assist them, as Tang Hao, already a titled Douluo, was not required to pay his respects. However, Tang Hao felt compelled to show gratitude for Douluo Mo's role in saving Ain. What brings you both here today? Douluo Mo inquired, perplexed, suspecting it must relate to Tang San. Otherwise, it was unusual for them to visit the Dancian sect together. Sect Master, the master, with a stiff expression and a tone devoid of warmth, asked Douluo Mo, I wish to request additional medicinal pills for Xiao San. Douluo Mo sensed something amiss but refrained from reacting, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the master. I would like to apply for more pills for Xiao San. The master stated calmly. And the reason? Douluo Mo asked, glancing at Tang Hao, who remained concealed beneath his dark cloak. I wish for Xiao San to join the Dancian sect and become a disciple of our clan, the master declared, meeting Douluo Mo's gaze. What nonsense is this? You want Xiao San to join the Dancian sect? Douluo Mo's mind momentarily faltered, as he had initially suspected that the master was pressuring him. Little did he know that the intention was to secure more medicinal pills through Tang San's potential membership. In the depths of Douluo Mo's mind, thoughts raced about the master's intentions, yet he found himself perplexed by the enigmatic nature of the situation. Master, considering the unique status of the third party, I initially contemplated sending them to Shrek Academy for further studies at the age of 12. However, after conversing with Hao Yin Douluo last night, it became apparent that the third party cannot attend Shrek. While Shrek is indeed secluded, it pales in comparison to our remoteness, and we could potentially relocate Shrek here. The master intently stated, fixing his gaze upon Douluo Mo. Master, allow me a moment for contemplation, Douluo Mo replied, pondering the implications of the master's astute remarks. He recognized that one cannot fully trust the words of such an exceptionally clever individual, yet hidden within those utterances were undoubtedly kernels of truth. Tang Hao's yearning to return to Hao Tian's sect raised questions about his acceptance of Tang San into Dancian sect. Primarily, Dancian sect possessed elixirs that could expedite Tang San's growth. And secondly, the true backing of Dancian sect was Douluo Bo. Should Tang San's identity ever be revealed, Douluo Bo would undoubtedly sever ties with the Wuhuan Hall. Suddenly, Douluo Mo's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, who stood beside Tang San. Tang Hao must have informed the master of Xiao Wu's identity, leading the master to consider the protection he could offer her, or perhaps ways to conceal her existence from others. It was becoming increasingly evident that allowing Tang San to join Dancian sect was indeed a remarkably advantageous strategy. Ah, now I understand, Douluo Mo exclaimed, opening his eyes and breaking into a sly smile. Since you have schemed so meticulously regarding my family, I cannot allow you to outmaneuver me without consequence. If Tang San joins Dancian sect, then you too must remain there. Furthermore, the library of Dancian sect currently lacks any books. I require your assistance in gathering some to enrich our collection, Douluo Mo added with a grin. Not a problem. The master replied without so much as a flutter of his eyelids. As for the Shrek Academy you mentioned, it can indeed be relocated, but you will need to facilitate that communication. Douluo Mo spoke with unyielding resolve, recognizing the master's almost cold disposition. Aside from Tang San and a select few such as Lu Erlong, the master appeared indifferent to others, which was precisely why Douluo was resolute in his approach. Master, please attend to your matters. I shall summon you if needed. Tang-san, come with me. Wait, who is this young lady? Douluo remarked. Though he was merely 6 years old, he exuded a sense of maturity. Despite Tang-san possessing an adult soul, his inherent innocence remained. Douluo chose to escort Tang-san and Xiaowu to the secret chamber to retrieve elixirs, as he wished to keep his stock of potions hidden from the master and Tang Hao. I am Xiaowu, as in the dance, she inquired, her large, innocent eyes gazing curiously at Douluo. Why do they listen to you so intently? Douluo was evidently enchanted, quickly touching his nose to check for any bleeding. It's nothing, nothing at all. You should join us. You can take your share of the elixirs from Xiao-san's portion, he remarked as he led the two children into the secret chamber behind the reception room. He then retrieved 50 elixirs from his soul guide, distributing 25 to both Tang-san and Xiaowu. Xiaowu, make sure to visit my sister when you have the time. She will surely adore you. After distributing the elixirs, Douluo exited the secret chamber with the two children. How fragrant! Xiaowu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the elixirs in the crystal vial. With a swift motion, she uncorked the vial and swallowed one of the elixirs whole. In an instant, the soul power around her rapidly converged into her body, propelling her from level 14 to level 15. As a transformed soul beast, Xiaowu possessed an exceptionally formidable capacity for absorption. Tang-san, momentarily taken aback, instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiaowu to shield her. Sigh, Xiao-san. You are such a good child. Don't pick up all those tricks from your teacher, Douluo said with a wry smile as he settled back into his chair. Uncle Hao, since you are here this time, I hope you want to leave, Douluo inquired with a grin at Tang Hao. I won't be leaving. Ain has a chance of revival now, and I wish to personally guide Xiao-san in his cultivation, Tang Hao replied, unfurling his cloak and smiling at Douluo. Having resolved most of his own matters, he no longer required alcohol to numb himself, and his demeanor radiated vitality. Excellent, Uncle Hao. However, I do need your assistance with something. Could you forge a sword for me in a few days? I require a weapon for self-defense, Douluo stated after a moment of contemplation. A weapon for self-defense? Do soul masters truly need weapons? Tang Hao questioned, gazing at Douluo with curiosity. It never hurts to have more means of protection. By the way, you might want to check the construction site for some quality iron materials for crafting the sword, Douluo suggested, reflecting on his past life where his only notable skill was his swordsmanship. His excellent memory enabled him to recall sword techniques with remarkable clarity. Hence his master entrusted him with the Tai Chi sword. Very well, since the sect master desires it, I shall craft it for you. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Sharing a smile with Douluo, of similar age to Tang-san, was regarded by Tang Hao as one of his own children, especially since Douluo was the key to resurrecting Ain. Thank you, Uncle Hao. Xiao-san, Xiaowu, I shall take you both to the disciples' cave. You may reside there for the time being and commence your training tomorrow. Upon concluding his words, Douluo led Tang-san and Xiaowu away from the reception hall toward the cave nestled in the mountainside. In the end, both Tang-san and Xiaowu, under Douluo's watchful gaze, chose the same cave, a sight that surely evoked a sense of despair in Douluo, akin to that of a forlorn single individual. Chapter 46, The Meteoric Iron Twin Swords, Second Update. After settling Tang-san, Douluo fortuitously encountered Tang Hao, who was searching for him. Master, fortune smiles upon you. There happens to be an excess piece of meteoric iron among their building materials. If you provide a location, I shall forge for you a weapon of supreme quality. Tang Hao said with a smile, for as a master craftsman, the discovery of excellent forging materials brought him great joy. There is geothermal fire beneath. Should we utilize it? Uncle Hao? Douluo chuckled, noting that geothermal fire could be employed not only for alchemy, but also for forging, possessing temperatures far exceeding that of ordinary flames. A significant advantage in the crafting process. Geothermal fire, you say? Tang Hao's enthusiasm grew, perhaps with the aid of this elemental force. He could attempt to create a divine weapon. Come, Uncle Hao, allow me to show you the geothermal fire, Douluo urged, guiding Tang Hao up the mountain to the master's chamber, where he unveiled a hidden door leading into the geothermal chamber. Douluo gently pressed a switch, and the eye of earth fire sprang to life, a fierce eruption of geothermal flames surging forth. Indeed, this was the earth fire, and its temperature was remarkably high, exhibiting excellent quality. Tang Hao exclaimed in delight, shedding his heavy black cloak and setting it aside, for the heat was intense. By the way, sect master, May I invite Shaoxin to observe my weapon forging? Tang Hao retrieved the recently acquired meteorite iron from his soul guide and placed it on the ground. Certainly. I shall go fetch him, Douluo Mo replied, rising to exit the geothermal chamber. Meanwhile, Tang Hao cradled the meteorite iron, beginning to envision the weapon he would craft for Douluo Mo within the confines of his mind. Douluo Mo arrived at the entrance of the cave dwelling where Tang San resided and rapped upon the door. Little San, your father is about to assist me in forging a weapon. He has summoned you to observe. After knocking, Douluo Mo spoke towards the door. Oh, Sect Master, I understand. Tang San replied from within the cave, his voice echoing through the air. Douluo Mo stood at the entrance of Tang San's abode for a while. However, upon the door's opening, he fell into a profound silence, overwhelmed by the poignant sorrow of being single. With a heavy sigh, he turned away and departed, ascending the mountain. Tang San cast a puzzled glance at Douluo Mo before leaving the cave dwelling with Xiaowu. Swiftly employing the art of ghostly shadow, he followed in Douluo Mo's footsteps. While Xiaowu, being akin to a rabbit, found it effortless to keep pace with Tang San, Douluo Mo led Tang San and Xiaowu into the Master's chamber, unlocking a concealed door to enter the magma room. At that moment, Tang Hao was deep in contemplation regarding the form of the sword. Master, what about the mother and son sword? Tang Hao sensed Douluo Mo's return with Tang San and Xiaowu, opening his eyes to inquire. Of course, it's feasible. My current height is just right for the subsword, as I am only 6 years old, Douluo Mo replied with a wry smile, glancing at his petite stature of less than 1 meter. Shaoxin, pay close attention in a moment. Rising to his feet, Tang Hao exerted a slight force with his wrist, effortlessly splitting the meteorite iron into 2 pieces, one large and one small. Let us forge the subsword first. Observe carefully. Tang Hao retrieved an array of tools from his soul guide, grasping a pair of iron pliers to hold the meteorite iron and place it upon the magma for heating. As he heated it, he poured a bottle of white powder over the iron. With his palm extended, he channeled his soul power to summon a gust of wind towards the fiery eye of the magma, causing it to surge dramatically and escalate in temperature. Before long, the meteorite iron glowed a fiery red. Satisfied with its readiness, Tang Hao placed the iron on the anvil. Suddenly, a flash of black light enveloped his right hand, manifesting the Haotian hammer, which was the length of a forearm. With a resounding thud, the Haotian hammer descended, visibly altering the meteorite iron. The hammer fell repeatedly, akin to a windmill, striking the iron with increasing velocity, until Tang Hao's movements became so swift that Douluo Mo could no longer perceive them with the naked eye. As Douluo Mo circulated his soul power, his pupils transformed into one red and one blue, resembling the eyes of an ice-fire dragon, allowing him to discern Tang Hao's movements with clarity. What a remarkable application of power, Douluo Mo murmured softly. The ice-fire dragon pupil enabled him to perceive fluctuations in heat, granting him insight into Tang Hao's techniques. Tang San tilted his head to glance at Douluo Mo before returning his unwavering gaze to Tang Hao's forge. After completing 72 strikes, Tang Hao breathed slightly heavier, then grasped the now-thinned iron strip with his tongs, placing it once more into the flames for further heating. Did you catch that, little San? Tang Hao inquired, his breath somewhat disordered. I saw about 70%. The last few strikes were too swift for me to discern, Tang San replied honestly. Little San, do not focus solely on the hammer. Observe the changes in Uncle Hao's muscles. Douluo Mo could not help but advise Tang San. Oh? The sect master has a keen eye, Tang Hao chuckled in response. No, it's merely that serpents are highly sensitive to heat, allowing me to perceive the thermal changes during your muscle exertion and thus deduce your hammering technique, Douluo Mo candidly explained. Ha ha ha, I never anticipated it would be so. Would the esteemed sect master care to give it a try? Tang Hao asked with a smile. My strength is insufficient. It is better you proceed. Douluo Mo promptly waved his hand in refusal. Unlike Tang San, the power cultivated from the Changchun technique could not rival that derived from the Xiantian technique. However, those who practiced Xiantian could not hope to live as long as those who trained at Changchun. Very well, I shall continue, Tang Hao declared, resuming his work with the Haotian hammer to shape the iron strip. Before long, a flawless iron sword emerged from his tongs. The final step, quenching. Tang Hao pushed aside a prepared bucket of water, then plunged the iron sword into the liquid with his tongs. A loud sizzle echoed as steam erupted from the bucket. 3 starry strikes. It was as if the tongs possessed a mind of their own, retrieving the sword from the steam-laden water. The Haotian hammer descended with force, delivering 3 resounding strikes that signified the temporary conclusion of this forging session. Sect Master, give it a feel, Tang Hao said, tossing the iron sword directly to Douluo Mo. Douluo extended his hand to grasp the meteorite sword, its weight surpassing his expectations, causing his wrist to be pressed downward. However, with a surge of soul power, Douluo exerted force, skillfully executing a beautiful flourish with the sword. "What a magnificent blade," he remarked, gently running his fingers along the edge. "As long as you appreciate it, there remains the matter of forging the mother's sword, which is considerably more challenging than crafting the child's sword. Xiao-san, pay close attention to the forging techniques," Tang Hao advised. "Understood, father," Tang San replied, channeling his soul power into his purple extreme magic pupils. Striving to discern Tang Hao's capabilities, Tang Hao picked up another piece of meteorite iron, placing it upon the ground fire, while simultaneously retrieving a vial of white powder from the soul guide device, sprinkling it over the iron bar. After a while, the iron glowed red, and Tang Hao once again wielded the Haotian hammer to begin the folding and forging process. As before, he subjected it to another burn, then employed the chaotic cloak hammering technique to finalize its shape, albeit the form of the mother sword appeared somewhat irregular. Undeterred by the mother sword's aesthetics, Tang Hao reheated it over the ground fire. "Xiaomo, the child sword," he called out to Douluo coming. Douluo responded. Tossing the sword, he held to Tang Hao. To Douluo's astonishment, Tang Hao inserted the child's sword into the mother sword's blank, forcibly creating a space to accommodate it. Remarkably, the mother sword's shape began to normalize around the child's sword. With a rippling sound, Tang Hao plunged both swords into water, resulting in a fierce burst of steam. He subsequently retrieved the child and mother swords from the bucket using iron tongs. The child's sword served as the core, while the mother sword acted as the sheath, to which Tang Hao added a mechanism capable of securing the mother sword's casing. "Xiao-san, come, polish this." Tang Hao cheerfully tossed the meteorite sword, weighing over 20 pounds. To Tang San. "Certainly, father," Tang San replied, taking the meteorite sword and producing a collection of sandpaper, cloth, and silk to begin polishing Douluo's child and mother swords. With considerable experience in this craft, it wasn't long before both the blade and body of the swords were polished to perfection. The sword's blade was elongated, gleaming silver, adorned with intricate black patterns. "What an exquisite weapon!" Douluo exclaimed, executing a flourish with the meteorite sword, noting that it was even taller than himself. Chapter 47. Sect Leader. My cow has awakened its soul ring. Third update. Douluo retracted the mother and son sword into the soul guide and bowed respectfully to Tang Hao. "Thank you, Uncle Hao. I truly adore this sword." Douluo chuckled softly, lifting the sword and smiling at Tang Hao. "It's merely a matter of getting accustomed. I have exerted my utmost effort this time. Admittedly, I have been remiss in honing my weapon forging skills over the years, and my technique has grown somewhat rusty. Nevertheless, rest assured, this sword should serve you well until you reach around level 70. However, when battling soul masters above that level, it may falter and sustain damage easily. Despite the quality of the materials, once one attains the true form of their martial spirit, a soul master's power undergoes a significant transformation. So I advise you to exercise caution." Tang Hao shook his head in response. Deep down, he harbored dissatisfaction with the sword. For a craftsman who values precision, any creation that has not achieved divine status is deemed inferior. Subsequently, Tang Hao departed the magma chamber with Tang San, leaving the master's quarters behind. As the weapon had been successfully forged, Tang Hao recognized the importance of allowing Tang San to absorb the knowledge acquired during the forging process. With little left for him to do, he entrusted the brewing of wine to Old Huang, the cultivation of dragon tooth rice to Lan Hua, and the management of other medicinal herbs to specialized personnel, all of which had been meticulously arranged. Douluo reflected on the fact that the responsibilities within the sect had been delegated to capable hands. Ultimately, he concluded that the magma chamber was where his heart truly belonged. As Douluo gently moved his left hand, the winting furnace materialized in his grasp. With a light toss, it swiftly expanded, settling steadily upon the eye of earth fire. At that moment, Douluo retrieved a selection of materials for crafting chi-nourishing pills from the nearby shelves. Just as he was about to cast the herbs into the alchemical furnace, an anxious voice echoed through the sect. "Sect Master, something dreadful has occurred. My cow has crashed into a wall and perished. Its soul ring has emerged. What on earth? Who in the sect is responsible for acquiring livestock, bringing soul beasts back to till the fields? What if someone gets hurt?" However, there was no time for accountability. Douluo quickly stowed away the winting furnace and hurried to his chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by a slave clad in coarse garments, whose face was etched with concern. "Stop dawdling. Let me there at once," he commanded, simultaneously instructing others to inspect all the animals in the sect to prevent further incidents. Douluo patted the slave's hand, signaling him to guide him to the side of the deceased beast. "This way, sect master," the slave responded promptly, leading Douluo down the mountain and into the village at a brisk pace. Along the way, they encountered Tang Hao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, who, intrigued by the news, decided to accompany Douluo to the village. Indeed, a cow lay by the wall, a large dent marking the surface where it had collided. Blood pooled around it, and what drew the eye most was the white soul ring floating above its head. "This is utterly astonishing," Tang Hao remarked, shaking his head at the sight of the soul ring. "This cow lacks the lineage strength to be a soul beast. How could it have transformed? Could it have consumed something that facilitated its evolution?" Being a soul beast herself, Xiao Wu immediately ventured a bold hypothesis. "You. Yes, you. Here is a dagger. Open the cow's abdomen and see what is inside. Being slow to digest, we should be able to discern what it ate in life." Douluo produced a serpentine dagger from his soul guide and tossed it to a slave, instructing him to cut open the cow. The slave, undeterred by the mess, grasped the cow and deftly opened its belly. The contents spilled forth, and without hesitation, he sifted through the viscera to extract the stomach. With a decisive cut, he opened the cow's stomach, revealing a mixture of undigested herbs and gastric juices that flowed onto the ground. "These herbs are so familiar. They're the very remnants of my alchemical materials," Douluo mused, turning to the village chief, surnamed Wang. "Didn't I instruct you to use these materials as fertilizer in the fields? How did they end up being fed to the cow?" "The materials were indeed poured into the fields, but perhaps the cow ingested them while plowing," the chief replied earnestly. The individual known as Wang Tu gazed at Douluo with an expression of utter disbelief. "Indeed, it appears that this cow had absorbed the soul energy from your medicinal herbs, thereby transcending the constraints of its bloodline, and in a fit of exuberance, collided with the wall, leading to its demise." It was at this moment that Xiao Wu articulated her thoughts. If an ordinary plow cow can become a soul beast by consuming medicinal herbs, does it not imply that with the right nourishment, any animal could potentially transform into a soul beast? In that case, we could cultivate livestock that might evolve into soul beasts. Douluo furrowed his brow, daring to envision the possibilities. Cattle would serve as soul beasts for tilling the fields. Horses would pull carriages, roosters would crow and lay eggs as soul beasts, and the fish in the rice paddies would also be soul beasts. Douluo boldly imagined a realm abundant with soul beasts within the Dansen sect. In such a scenario, would not the enhancement of our sect's strength accelerate to an unprecedented level? He contemplated how consuming soul beast meat could potentially elevate one's cultivation. Do not overthink it. This cow may merely be an anomaly, and you may not necessarily cultivate any soul beasts, Xiao Wu softly cautioned Douluo. "Humph." Douluo dismissed her words, turning his head to glance at Wang Tu. "Dissect this cow for me. Your village shall enjoy a feast tonight," he commanded Wang Tu. "Yes, young master, thank you." "Young master," Wang Tu replied respectfully, bowing deeply, while the slaves in the village looked on with excitement. "From now on, you shall no longer be slaves. You are the villagers of this place. Should you wish to leave, you may do so at any time. Once the herb cultivation begins, I shall provide you with wages, as long as you diligently assist me in nurturing the herbs." Douluo smiled warmly at the villagers. "We are no longer slaves?" Wang Tu exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape as he questioned Douluo. "Certainly," Douluo replied with a reassuring smile. "Thank you, sect master," Wang Tu said, kneeling on the ground to bow to Douluo, prompting the surrounding villagers to excitedly follow suit. "Quickly rise, work diligently here, and enjoy a hearty meal tonight. I shall return to investigate the cause behind this cow's transformation into a soul beast," Douluo concluded, waving his hand as he departed, leaving behind the kneeling villagers. Douluo resolved to experiment by feeding the remaining medicinal herbs from alchemy to other animals, in hopes of cultivating a greater number of soul beasts. In such a scenario, the Dansian sect would possess an additional avenue for commerce through the sale of these soul beasts. Chapter 48, The Decade of Mass Production of Soul Beasts. Fourth update. Douluo did not return to his own fire chamber first. Instead, he ventured into the village and discovered 2 cages, each containing a rooster. These roosters were unremarkable, having been hatched from eggs by the villagers themselves, thus ensuring they possessed no potential to evolve into soul beasts. Douluo entered the chamber of molten fire accompanied by these 2 roosters, having previously entrusted all the byproducts of his alchemical endeavors to Wang Tu to enhance the fertility of the land. Douluo found himself in the position of having to nourish the roosters with the remnants of his alchemical processes while simultaneously continuing his craft. However, Douluo remained unaware of the duration required to cultivate these roosters into spirit beasts. Douluo retrieved a selection of herbs intended for the concoction of a chi-nurturing elixir, commencing to extract the portions suitable for alchemical processes. The remaining parts of the herbs were carelessly discarded into a chicken coop. The two roosters, evidently famished, swiftly devoured the herbs the moment they were introduced into the enclosure. Douluo continued to prepare the medicinal herbs, simultaneously tossing them into the chicken coop. By the time the entire batch of herbs was ready, the two roosters had feasted to their fill. Sated, they unexpectedly tilted their heads and fell asleep. Douluo shook his head with a wry smile, then unceremoniously cast the selected medicinal herbs into the alchemical furnace, commencing the process of potion refinement. Although he harbored little hope in successfully cultivating a soul beast, he understood that the art of alchemy was the pivotal factor for the danced-in sect to ascend to the upper echelons of the Douluo continent. Douluo was already well-versed in the concoction of chi-nourishing pills, effortlessly transforming the herbs into a liquid essence before solidifying it into pill form. Douluo skillfully retrieved a crystal vial to store the elixir, then proceeded to extract the useful portions of the next herbal ingredient, setting aside the remnants to await the awakening of the two roosters before they would partake. Alas, was it not said that spirit beasts only slumber during their evolution? Could it be that these two had evolved merely from consuming such a meager quantity of herbs? Douluo tilted his head, pondering this sudden thought. No, something felt amiss. These roosters exhibited no fluctuations of soul power. They must be in a deep slumber to absorb the potency of the herbs, requiring accumulation to transform into soul beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo reached this conclusion. Never mind, he decided. He would continue concocting potions and tend to them gradually. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that the herbs had been administered, and now it was left to the passage of time. Douluo extracted the second batch of herbs to continue his alchemical endeavors. Subsequently, he devoted himself to the art of potion-making without pause, albeit at a more measured pace. He began to refine his control over the flames, practicing the subtleties of his pyromancy. Thus, it took him half an hour to concoct a single chi-boosting pill. As he reached the fifth pill, the crowing of a rooster startled him, nearly causing him to ruin his potion in the furnace. In a fit of irritation, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon the chicken coop. However, he soon discovered that the two roosters, having awakened, were ravenous. Once he tossed some herbs into their cage, they devoured them in an instant, consuming 3 times their usual portion. After their feast, they twisted their necks and promptly fell asleep, accompanied by an unexpected chorus of snores. Could roosters snore? Douluo chuckled softly, then shoved the coop into a corner and resumed his potion-making. The ensuing days were marked by a monotonous routine. He spent his time either crafting pills or tending to the two roosters, whose sleeping hours and appetites continued to grow. This cycle persisted for 9 iterations, spanning over 10 days, until the roosters underwent a remarkable transformation. Their once pale yellow feathers began to shed, replaced by vibrant, multicolored plumage that shimmered with brilliance. Moreover, a faint aura of soul energy began to emanate from them, suggesting they had evolved into soul beasts. Douluo pondered the transformation of the cow that had consumed copious herbs to achieve its own soul beast status. Perhaps he should seek a pig to further enhance his concoctions? Observing the two roosters, now brimming with vitality, he contemplated the culinary possibilities. Since you two have evolved into soul beasts, it is high time I explore whether to prepare steamed chicken, beggar's chicken, or perhaps even a white-cut chicken. His gaze was filled with greedy anticipation as he looked upon the plump roosters. Douluo returned to the surface from the fiery chamber, accompanied by 2 roosters. At this moment, he realized that he was the sole occupant of the Dansen Mountain. Tang Hao resided halfway up the mountain, conveniently training Tang San, while Master S' whereabouts remained uncertain, and he was unaware if he had returned with any books. As for Qin Ming, he was still engaged in the construction of the Wanao Plain alongside Lu Laosan and the others. Huang Qing, on the other hand, had already brewed the 3 spirits wine, which by now should have been taken to Notting City for sale. Douluo surveyed his surroundings and realized he seemed to be the only idler present. It appeared to be time to recruit some individuals, as this sect was exceedingly tranquil. With a wry smile, he muttered a few words to the rooster confined in its cage. Suddenly, from the nearby library, a sound echoed. Something had fallen to the ground. What could it be? Douluo hastily grabbed 2 chicken cages and dashed toward the library. "Ah, master, you've returned," he inquired upon spotting the master standing on a ladder. "Sect leader, could you assist me in placing these books on the shelves?" The master replied with an expressionless demeanor. Very well, I shall pass the books to you. You must find the appropriate spots, for I am uncertain where they belong. After finishing his sentence, Douluo began to gather the scattered books, one by one. Climbing onto a chair to hand them to the master. The master glanced at the titles and located their corresponding places, meticulously arranging them on the shelves. Thus, the duo labored for an entire afternoon to organize all the master's books according to his preferences. Just as they prepared to rest, a sudden crowing of a rooster captured their attention. What is this? Could it be a soul beast? Initially indifferent, the master sensed an unusual surge of soul energy emanating from the two roosters, confirming their identity as soul beasts. Master, how long have you been back? You may not be aware, but 10 days ago, a plow ox suddenly charged into a wall and perished. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The significant point is that a soul ring appeared on the ox, a white 10-year soul ring. Douluo recounted the incident of the self-destructive ox from 10 days prior. This is inconceivable. The animals we can raise possess bloodlines insufficient to transcend into 10-year soul beasts. Their likelihood of becoming soul beasts is virtually non-existent. What on earth transpired? The master furrowed his brow, directing a question at Douluo, as this revelation was akin to discovering a new continent for the research-obsessed Yu Xiaojiang. They have consumed the leftover materials from the elixirs I concocted. These two roosters have been my experimental subjects over the past few days. And it appears the endeavor has been successful, Douluo replied with a smile. Indeed, it has succeeded. Previously, there were attempts on Douluo continent to cultivate poultry and livestock into soul beasts, yet all failed. I am astonished that you, sect leader, have found a method so swiftly. The master expressed his genuine admiration for Douluo. However, the soul beast lacks offensive capabilities, thus the resulting soul skills are likely to be non-aggressive, the master pondered, frowning. Initially, he contemplated entrusting this experimental project to Douluo, but upon further reflection, he realized that a soul beast devoid of power would hardly yield formidable soul skills, leading him to abandon his initial thought. Master, do not fixate solely on combat. Do you think this rooster would be delicious? Douluo cast a malevolent glance at the rooster confined within the cage. Chapter 49, Dining with the Master. Douluo skillfully plucked the feathers from the two roosters and meticulously cleaned their entrails. As for the soul rings, the 10-year soul ring held no significance and was effortlessly dispelled with a mere wave of Douluo's hand. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo realized that the herbs available here were not utilized as spices. However, he devised an alternative solution. He retrieved some medicinal herbs for refining elixirs from his soul guide device and stuffed them into the bellies of the chickens. Subsequently, he marinated the two roosters with a blend of ingredients, and then he procured lotus leaves to wrap each chicken delicately. Douluo once again discovered some soil nearby and meticulously covered the surface of the lotus leaf, leaving not a single gap. Douluo led the master to a clearing atop the mountain, igniting a bonfire and tossing 2 clods of earth into its flames. Master, may I inquire if there is a matter at hand? If not, I shall take my leave, he said, observing the master seated beside the fire, diligently processing a chicken. Once Douluo had finished his task, the master finally spoke. There is no need to rush. As an elder of our sect, it is only natural for me to engage in heartfelt conversation with you. Douluo produced a bottle of water from his soul guide and handed it to the master, signaling for him to pour water for hand washing. The master took the bottle and poured the water over Douluo's hands. Master, I can discern from your gaze that you harbor doubts regarding my ability to assist you in breaking through to level 30. Douluo remarked with a smile while washing his hands. Since you have broached the subject, I shall speak candidly. I hold no faith in it. My father, Yu Yuanjin, searched the continent for 5 long years seeking a solution to my martial soul dilemma, yet to no avail. Do you truly believe I would trust you? My affiliation with your sect is solely for the sake of the 3rd-grade elixir, the master replied bluntly. Master, your frankness incites a desire to strike you. Am I truly so unworthy of your trust? Douluo said with a wry smile. Indeed, your grandfather, Douluo, once sought to treat my ailment. Yet he was equally at a loss, the master said, gazing expressionlessly at the flickering flames, as if distancing himself from the past. My grandfather's inability does not imply my own lack of capability. In fact, I possess a solution for your martial soul predicament, albeit not the most optimal one, which is why I have refrained from sharing it, Douluo replied, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile, aware of the skepticism his age might invoke. You possess a solution now? What grounds do I have to believe you? The master's lips twitched slightly. This is a 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Consume it, and you will instantly break through to level 30. However, should I refine this Ganoderma into an elixir, it could elevate your martial soul, Douluo declared, retrieving a jade box from his soul guide and revealing a purple mushroom before the master. It was reasonable that this 9th grade purple Ganoderma found its way into Douluo's possession, as Tang San had also acquired it from the ice and fire yin Yagais. Is this truly genuine? The master's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the Ganoderma, sensing that Douluo spoke the truth. Master, the choice is yours. The flaws in your martial soul are not necessarily detrimental. Rather, they present an opportunity for evolution. I shall not intervene. The decision rests with you. Should you choose to consume it now, you could immediately ascend to level 30, Douluo said, offering the 9th grade purple Ganoderma to the master with a smile. The master fell silent, memories from years past flashing before him like a film, tears trickling down the corners of his eyes. No, I have resolved to await your elixir. The master opened his eyes, gazing intently at Douluo, and uttered a profound statement. A wise choice, should you consume this 9th rank purple G. Your path as a titled Douluo shall reach its conclusion. However, if you partake of the elixir, you shall be granted the opportunity to attain the pinnacle of a Douluo, or even ascend to divinity. Douluo, with a smile, retrieved the jade box containing the 9th rank purple G and remarked, the beggar's chicken should be nearly ready. Upon finishing his words, Douluo employed his ice and fire dragon eyes to peer through the earth at the rooster encased within. Its outer skin had turned a charred yellow, and the flesh inside was devoid of any traces of blood, rendering it fit for consumption. Douluo discovered a wooden stick nearby and deftly extracted the beggar's chicken from the bonfire. Douluo once again discovered a stone nearby and struck it against a clod of earth. In that fleeting moment, as the clod split open, a rich and intoxicating aroma enveloped the surroundings. How delightful! Exclaimed the usually stern master, raising an eyebrow in admiration. Come, let us partake. Douluo retrieved a table from his soul guide and arranged 2 chickens on it. Master, what do you think of the developmental potential of my sect? Without hesitation, Douluo tore off a chicken leg and began to eat. Lacking other spices, he had substituted with various herbs, yet the flavor was remarkably pleasing. The master, initially restrained, could not resist the sight of Douluo relishing his meal and soon tore off a piece of meat for himself. The exquisite taste prompting him to continue indulging in the chicken. The Dancian sect, both in terms of geography and background, possessed the potential to become a formidable sect. However, the master cautioned, your elixirs could very well become the reason for your sect's downfall. In contrast to Douluo, who was covered in grease from his meal, the master maintained a refined demeanor, taking small bites of his chicken leg. I have an opportunity to elevate Lao Huang to a titled Douluo within 5 years. With my grandfather and Uncle Hao, we would then have 3 titled Douluos, Douluo mused. 3 titled Douluos alone are insufficient. If the elixir matter is exposed, you will face the collective forces of the entire Douluo continent, the master stated bluntly. Do not worry. In a few years, turmoil will ensue on the Douluo continent. For now, we shall focus on steady development, and if necessary, we can retreat to the seas, Douluo replied with a hearty laugh. If it comes to that, we shall wander the world. The master chuckled, a rare smile gracing his features. Sect master, your foresight is commendable. Indeed, chaos is looming over the Douluo continent. The tranquility has persisted for too long and must be shattered to reshuffle the powers within, leading to a storm of bloodshed. He set down his chicken leg with a sigh. Master, you are overthinking this. Our primary goal should be to ensure our own survival, Douluo chuckled, attempting to reassure him. Strengthen yourself. Only with adequate power can you protect those you wish to safeguard. Promise me one thing, and I shall devote my efforts to fortifying the sect. The master stood, wiped his hands with a handkerchief, and turned to leave. Of course. What is it? Douluo exclaimed, raising his chicken leg in excitement. But the master, lost in thought, returned to the elder hall and his quarters. Soul beasts are truly delectable, Douluo declared, continuing to savor the remaining chicken on his plate, for waste was not an option. Chapter 50, Douluo reaches level 20. After finishing every morsel of chicken, Douluo sat on the ground, releasing a long belch before finally rising to his feet. How delightful it was, indeed. Exquisite cuisine could elevate one's spirits. Having uttered this thought, Douluo tidied up the remnants on the table and extinguished the bonfire. Once he had erased all traces of his meal, he returned to his subterranean chamber. By this time, it was already late into the night. Douluo contemplated testing the duration required for a pig to evolve into a soul beast. However, it would be rather disruptive to knock on someone's door in the middle of the night requesting a pig. That would be quite inconsiderate. Even if he were eager to conduct his experiment, it would have to wait until the break of dawn. Thus, Douluo resolved to continue refining his elixirs. At the crack of dawn the next day, Douluo emerged from his chamber, making his way swiftly down the mountain. As he passed the mountainside, he chanced upon Tang Hao conducting physical training with Tang San and Xiao Wu. After exchanging greetings, he continued his descent. However, a furrow of concern crossed his brow as he reflected on how long it had been since he diligently practiced his soul power. While the art of alchemy was indeed significant, his own strength held greater importance. If he devoted all his time solely to refining elixirs, he would truly be squandering his innate, fully realized soul power talent. As Douluo walked, he pondered why, in his idleness, he felt compelled to investigate the dosage required for the evolution of livestock into soul beasts. Would it not suffice to enlist a villager to assist with the record-keeping? Thus, upon descending the mountain, Douluo summoned Wang Tu. Wang Tu, do you know which families in the village keep pigs? He inquired. Oh. In the eastern part of the village, the Bai family, specifically Bai Laosi, raises 3 pigs, while Li Dadu in the west raises 2. Wang Tu replied after a moment's contemplation, listing the pig-rearing households. In fact, even my humble abode has one, as you encourage agriculture and livestock breeding. I applied for 1 piglet during procurement, Wang Tu added, a touch of embarrassment in his voice, acknowledging the hint of impropriety in leveraging his position. Very well. We shall use yours then. Is it already castrated? Douluo inquired further. Raising pigs differs from other livestock. They require specific treatments to ensure their docility and promote growth. Thus, a castrated pig, even if transformed into a soul beast, should remain safe, prompting Douluo's question. Of course. If not, the pig might just leap out of its pen, Wang Tu replied without hesitation. Excellent. Here are the medicinal herbs I've prepared for the pig. These will replace its staple diet. It must be well fed at every meal, and you are to meticulously record its food intake and sleep duration. This responsibility falls to you. Douluo instructed, retrieving a large bag of leftover medicinal materials from the soul guide device and handing it to Wang Tu. Understood, master. I shall commence immediately. Wang Tu exclaimed, cradling the herbs as he departed. Silly brother, I have finally found you, exclaimed Douluo, rushing to Douluo's side. My soul power has surpassed level 20. We must return to Tiando City and then proceed to the Sunset Forest. Grandfather wrote to say he has already selected a soul beast for me. She playfully patted Douluo on the back of his head. As a girl, Douluo has grown taller than Douluo, now surpassing him by an entire head, making it easy for her to pat him on the head. Congratulations, elder sister. Did Grandpa mention what soul beast he found for you in his letter? Douluo pondered for a moment before inquiring. Douluo contemplated that Douluo's innate soul power level was merely at the 8th tier, having only reached the ordinary 10th tier at the age of 7. Now, nearing the end of 8 and approaching 9, she had astonishingly broken through to the 20th tier. Without Douluo's elixirs, it would have been remarkable for Douluo to achieve the 20th tier by the age of 10. The current pace of Douluo's breakthrough is now comparable to that of a cultivation speed at full innate soul power. Grandfather has requested confidentiality. Yet he specifically instructed me to bring you back. We must first make a trip to Notting City, where Grandfather has arranged for someone to escort us home. Douluo presented a letter to Douluo, gesturing for him to open it and read for himself. Indeed, Notting City is already under the control of our Douluo family, making it a flourishing little town. Douluo remarked with a smile, clearly pleased with his own strategic planning. Now, sister, please wait a moment while I fetch some gold soul coins from old Huang. We need to purchase many items for our return to Heavendo City. After pondering for a moment, Douluo explained to Douluo. Oh, very well. But do hurry, as I can hardly contain my excitement. My second soul ring is beckoning to me, Douluo exclaimed eagerly. After Douluo finished speaking, he turned and headed towards the winery, where Lao Huang happened to be. Lao Huang, I intend to make a trip back to Tiando City. How many gold soul coins does our sect currently possess? I would like to take some back, Douluo inquired, patting Huang Cheng, who was diligently concocting medicinal wine. Greetings, sect master. As for the gold soul coins, I'm not well versed in the amounts elsewhere. But I have earned 620,000 gold soul coins over these past few days, along with a deposit of 500,000 gold soul coins for pre-orders. How much do you require? Huang Qing replied with a smile, placing down the wine jar. to amass over 1,000,000 gold soul coins so swiftly, Lao Huang. You are impressive. Please provide me with 80,000 gold soul coins, Du Guimo stated after a moment's thought, adding that some gold soul coins were necessary to ensure the winery's smooth operation. Certainly, Sect Master. This card contains 500,000 gold soul coins, and these 3 cards each hold 100,000 gold soul coins. In total, 80,000 gold soul coins are entrusted to you, Huang Cheng said, opening his waist pouch, which was filled with a dozen cards of varying colors. While Douluo continent may not have checks, gold soul coins do have designated methods of transport. Thank you, Lao Huang, for your hard work. I shall return with my sister now and come back to share a drink in due time, Du Guimo said, waving his hand as he departed the winery. Silly brother, how many gold soul coins did you bring back from Grandpa Huang? Du Guyin inquired, extending her hand before Du Guimo. I acquired 80,000 in total. Here is 10,000 for you to enjoy, Du Guimo remarked, producing a card from his pocket and tossing it to Du Guyin. Oh my generous little brother. Since you were so magnanimous today, I shall personally drive you, Du Guyin exclaimed, opening the card to confirm the 10,000 gold soul coins, and then joyfully took her place at the front of the carriage. The two of them set off from the sect towards Notting City. Upon arriving in Notting City, Du Guimo was astonished by the dramatic changes. The once sparsely populated streets were now bustling with activity, and the previously vacant shops had reopened. Over there, our family's apothecary, our escort awaits us there. Du Guyin pointed out an extravagantly decorated apothecary in Notting City. Isn't that manager he? Du Guimo exclaimed as he leapt from the carriage, recognizing the manager standing inside the apothecary, who had previously delivered medicinal materials for him. Young master, young miss, it has been a while. The head of the family has instructed me to escort you both back to Tiando City. The carriage is ready for departure, manager, he stated. Not waiting for Du Guimo's response, but rather proceeding to discuss the instructions given to him by Du Gubo. Very well, lead the way, Du Guimo replied. Du Guyin was unfamiliar with Master He, thus she allowed him to assist them in exchanging for a carriage belonging to the Dugu family. The carriage was driven by a soul master, whose soul power was estimated to be around level 35. Dugumo's ice-fire dragon eyes could perceive the soul power level of individuals, albeit not exceeding 20 levels above his own. Once Du Guimo and Du Guyin boarded the carriage, the wheels began to turn slowly, setting forth towards the direction of Tiando City. Chapter 51. Blood Amber Crystal. After 3 days of travel, Du Guimo and Du Guyin finally arrived at the foot of Tiando City from Dansin sect, encountering little turbulence along the way. Father. Upon spotting Du Guyuan, who was waiting for them, Du Guyin promptly leapt from the carriage and threw herself into his embrace. Oh, my dear daughter, Du Guyuan replied with a smile, lifting Du Guyin into his arms, momentarily forgetting that just a few days prior, this very little cotton-padded jacket had betrayed him. Father. Du Guimo also dismounted from the carriage and approached Du Guyuan, bowing respectfully. You've grown taller, Xiaomo, Du Guyuan said, affectionately ruffling Du Guimo's hair. By the way, I will take Yinzi to seek your grandfather's assistance in hunting soul beasts. Xiaomo, shall you accompany us, or do you have other plans? Du Guyuan suddenly turned to inquire of Du Guimo. Ah, right. I had asked the family to investigate the whereabouts of Boss Lu. Have you found anything? Du Guimo suddenly recalled the Boss Lu with whom he had exchanged dragon tooth rice for the 3-spirit wine and had arranged for inquiries into his residence. Boss Lu either knew the cultivation method of dragon tooth rice or possessed other rare treasures in his fields, which piqued Du Guimo's interest. Oh, the person you asked manager He to investigate? We have located him. Xiao Fei, please take the young master to visit Boss Lu, Du Guyuan called to the coachman. Yes, sir. Young master, this way please. Xiao Fei promptly dismounted and gestured for Du Guimo to follow. Du Guyuan placed Du Guyin back in the carriage and then steered the vehicle towards the Falling Sun Forest. Xiaomo, once your matters are settled, we shall return to Falling Sun Forest, Du Guyuan shouted back. Understood, Du Guimo replied, following in Xiao Fei's footsteps as they ventured outside Tiando City. Young master, this is the location of Boss Lu that you had manager He investigate. I will knock on the door for you. Xiao Fei hurried ahead and rapped on the door. Given that Boss Lu was not a particularly large proprietor, the courtyard was modest and located outside Tiando City, but the walls were quite high. May I ask what brings you here? A child opened the door, peering out inquisitively. I seek your master. Here is my name card. He will know the reason for my visit, Du Guimo replied, producing a name card from his soul guide and handing it to the child. Continuing to wait outside the courtyard. Young master Du Gu, please come in. My humble abode is lacking. Forgive my inadequate welcome. The door opened once more, revealing the short, plump figure of Boss Lu, who came to greet Douluo. No need for formalities. Let us converse inside. Douluo responded with a smile. Come, come, young Master Douluo. Do step inside swiftly. Boss Lu welcomed Douluo into his abode. Upon entering the reception room, both parties settled comfortably. Young Master Douluo, your visit must pertain to the sack of rice I provided last time, Boss Lu remarked with a smile, pouring tea for his guest. Indeed, Boss Lu. I wish to see the fields where such rice is cultivated, Douluo replied, lifting his teacup with a grin. Both men were straightforward, having reached this point without any pretense. Very well, young Master Douluo, please follow me. When I handed you that sack of rice, I anticipated your visit, Boss Lu said cheerfully, leading Douluo out of the reception room to the backyard, where a plot of waterlogged land lay before them, the water oddly tinted red. However, it was a blood-red, semi-transparent stone, towering at the height of a man, that captivated Douluo's attention. Such a waste! Such a waste! You have submerged such a magnificent piece of blood amber in water, Douluo exclaimed, leaping into the water and trembling as he reached out to touch the striking stone. Young master, how much do you think this stone is worth in gold spirit coins? Boss Lu inquired with a jovial demeanor, standing at the edge of the water. Boss Lu, you are merely fortunate. Had anyone recognized this gem, your family would have long lost it, Douluo replied, regaining his composure and casting a sly smile at Boss Lu. Young master, I wish to offer this stone as an admission gift to join your sect. What do you think? Boss Lu, sensing the approach of Xiao Fei, who had accompanied Douluo, couldn't help but express his true feelings. Join the sect? You may be a bit too old for that. What about your child? Let them join instead. Furthermore, Boss Lu, I would like to appoint you as our sect's purchasing manager to assist in procuring supplies. While your child receives the finest training at the Dancian sect, Douluo proposed thoughtfully. Though the stone before him held significant value, Boss Lu remained oblivious. Thus Douluo's offer was quite generous. Ah, that sounds splendid. Young master, allow me to assist you in packaging this stone, Boss Lu exclaimed, his excitement causing his flesh to tremble. From now on, I shall call you Old Lu. Your physique is a testament to your consumption of that rice, which is infused with spirit energy. Yet, you are unable to absorb it, resulting in the accumulation of fat within your body. I shall write you a prescription shortly. Procure some medicine from the pharmacy to remedy this, Douluo remarked, observing Boss Lu's quivering belly and face. Xiao Fei, come here and help lift this stone so I can store it in the soul-guiding device, Douluo called to Xiao Fei, who stood nearby, gazing at him in a daze. I'm coming, young master. Xiao Fei hastily leaped into the rice field, assisting Douluo in lifting the stone, thereby enabling Douluo to successfully place the stone into the soul guide device. Old Lu, this is my nameplate. Without this stone, the dragon tooth rice cannot thrive here. Why don't you consider relocating your family to Nodding City? Douluo suggested. No problem at all, sect master. I shall pack my belongings at once and take my family along to Nodding City, Old Lu exclaimed with excitement. Douluo, with a bittersweet smile, took out a pen and paper, meticulously inscribing the prescription to remedy Boss Lu's excess weight. He presented it to Boss Lu before departing with Xiao Fei. Once outside the courtyard, Douluo's face flushed with excitement. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Xiao Fei, let us return to the Sunset Forest immediately to seek my grandfather. Please arrange for a carriage, Douluo exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Yes, young master. I shall attend to it at once, Xiao Fei replied before swiftly locating a carriage nearby. Douluo exerted considerable effort to climb onto the carriage, and the two individuals set forth towards the Sunset Forest. Chapter 52, Ning Fengji's personal visit, third update. The carriage of Douluo swiftly arrived at the Sunset Forest, and with practiced ease, he leapt down from the vehicle. Xiao Mo, you are back, Wenyu exclaimed, peering out from the kitchen. Upon seeing Douluo, she hurriedly rushed out and lifted him into her embrace. Mom, please put me down first. I have something to discuss with Grandpa. Douluo playfully stuck out his tongue at Wenyu. Your grandfather has taken your sister to hunt soul beasts. They will be gone for a while. And your father has accompanied them as well. Why don't we have a meal first? With a smile, Wenyu carried Douluo back into the house and laid the prepared dishes on the table. Thank you, Mom. Long live Mom, Douluo exclaimed, raising his hands in delight at the sight of the beautifully aromatic dishes. Since Douluo is not home, there is no need to rush the polishing of the blood amber crystal. You little rascal, let's eat. I have no idea when your grandfather will return. Wenya chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Douluo's hair and placed a piece of meat into his bowl. Mom should eat too, Douluo replied. Serving Wenya a piece of meat as the mother and son shared a warm meal together. By the way, Xiaomo, what do you need to see your grandfather about? Wenya suddenly inquired. Mom, I found a wonderful treasure and need Grandpa's help to polish it into an accessory. This item not only can gradually enhance the bloodline level of those with slow soul power cultivation, but since our family members are all serpent-type soul beasts, there is a possibility for all of us to evolve into dragons, Douluo explained. Retrieving a small stone that had fallen from a large boulder from his soul guide and presenting it to Wenya. Wenya accepted the stone and held it above her head, allowing the light from the soul guide to illuminate it. The stone was remarkably lustrous and extraordinarily beautiful. After infusing it with her soul power, it surprisingly emitted a faint fragrance. This stone is truly remarkable, Xiaomo. You should keep this one for yourself. There is no need for your father and me to use something so exquisite, Wenya remarked, gently inhaling the scent before hastily pushing the blood amber crystal back towards Douluo. Mom, I have plenty more. My goal is to craft 5 bed boards, so that all 5 of us in the family can use the blood amber crystal boards. The leftover scraps can be fashioned into pendants, allowing us to continuously absorb the power of the blood amber crystal, Douluo explained, revealing his true intention for visiting Douluo. The blood amber crystal is exceedingly precious. Typically, a polished pendant made from it could fetch a staggering price at auction. This particular piece was as tall as a person, and extracting 5 bed boards from it would be no challenge. Later, a craftsman could create the bed frame from wood to support the blood amber crystal boards, thus completing the bed. Of course, given the limited quantity of blood amber crystals and the many who require them, it would not be feasible to construct an entire bed from the crystals like a cold jade bed. Therefore, a wooden frame was necessary to support the blood amber crystal boards, optimizing material usage and ensuring that Douluo's family could all enjoy beds made from the blood amber crystal boards. Oh, since there are so many, your father and I can rest assured using them. Wenya pondered for a moment before speaking. After all, both of them had already missed the optimal age for soul power cultivation, as they were now parents of 2 children. There are still many wonderful things to come in the future. Rest assured, mother, your son will undoubtedly help you become a titled Douluo, Douluo chuckled. Well then, I shall depend on you, Wenya replied with a gentle smile, before serving him another piece of meat. Has Xiaomo returned? Grandpa, I heard your voice before seeing you, came the voice of Douluo. Grandpa, I'm back, Douluo exclaimed as he stood up and ran to the courtyard entrance, uncertain of where Douluo might be, though it seemed titled Douluos could communicate telepathically. Before long, a carriage approached from a distance, driven by Douluo, likely carrying Douluo and Douluo inside. Grandpa, father, sister, Douluo grinned. Daughter-in-law, I greet you, father, Wenya said, performing a courteous bow to Douluo. We are family, no need for formality. Wenya, please prepare a couple more dishes, as Yuan and Yin haven't eaten yet, Douluo cheerfully remarked. Yes, I shall do so right away, Wenya replied, rising to head towards the kitchen. Grandpa, you should take a moment to rest. Sister, what is your second soul skill like? Do tell me. Douluo laughed. Humph. I won't tell you, Douluo replied with a haughty lift of her little head, strutting into the courtyard like a triumphant swan. The 800-year-old Azure Viper's soul skill, called Azure Scales Blue Poison, eliminates pain and increases defense. Your sister, as a control-type soul master, possesses a rather impressive skill, Douluo explained with a smile. Dad, look at you, revealing my soul skill to Xiaomo, Douluo retorted, stomping her foot in frustration before darting into the kitchen. Oh dear, little ancestor, I apologize. Douluo hurried after her, attempting to prevent her from divulging his secret stash to Wenya. Grandpa, I have discovered a treasure, but I require a highly skilled stonemason to craft it into stone slabs, Douluo said, removing his soul guide ring and handing it to Douluo. My goodness, just how grand is this opportunity you have encountered? Douluo exclaimed, astonished by the towering blood amber crystal lying within the soul guide. Very well. I will take care of this matter, he affirmed, extracting the blood amber crystal and placing it into his own soul guide. Grandpa, the main goal is to create 5 stone slabs, while the remainder should be fashioned into pendants. The slabs, combined with quality wood, will form beds, allowing each of us to rest upon the blood amber crystals. Douluo smiled at Douluo. Ha! You truly possess a filial heart. Fear not. I know a few experts in this field. It should be completed in 2 months, and I will personally make the trip, Douluo assured him. Douluo smiled as he gently ruffled Douluo's hair, joyfully remarking, "By the way, we should not waste the powder generated from the cutting of the blood amber crystal. It may prove useful in my future alchemical endeavors." Douluo pondered for a moment before responding. "No problem." Douluo contemplated whom to approach. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Sect Master Ning Fengji, along with Sword Douluo Chen Xian and Bone Dogu Rong, have come to pay their respects to His Excellency Douluo, the Poison Douluo. We sincerely hope for an audience. A resounding voice echoed through the sunset forest. Ning Fengji and his companions found themselves unable to breach the poisonous formation outside and were left with no choice but to call out from a distance. Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? What brings them here? Douluo furrowed his brow, but retreating was not in his nature. With a swift motion, he surged toward the edge of the poison formation. "Sect Master Ning, you are being too courteous. I am curious to know the purpose of your visit today." Douluo called out as he floated serenely above the poisonous array. Chapter 53, The Futility of Arranged Marriages, Supplementary Update. Having long heard of the esteemed reputation of the Poison Douluo, I have never had the opportunity to pay my respects until now. Today, I wish to befriend Mr. Douluo and discuss certain matters, Ning Fengji said, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Casting a glance at Douluo. "In that case, please come in." Douluo tilted his head and waved his hand, causing a gap to appear in the poison formation. Simultaneously, he descended from the air, welcoming the three into the poisonous realm. Though my poison formation may not be particularly formidable, the toxicity generated within is indeed quite potent. Douluo explained with a smile to Ning Fengji, as he had not deduced the reason for their sudden visit. He refrained from making assumptions but felt assured that they were not adversaries. If they were truly here to stir trouble, sending two titled Douluo would suffice. It was unlikely that Ning Fengji would personally risk himself. To be candid, in a one-on-one confrontation, either Sword Douluo or Bone Douluo could easily overpower Douluo, which made him quite cautious in their presence. "Please, Sect Master Ning." Douluo warmly invited Ning Fengji into his small courtyard, leading them to the reception area. "Sect Master Ning, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Douluo could not help but ask. "Your grandson, Douluo, has established a sect in the Fasnuo province, and the three-spirit wine they brew has significantly impacted the business of our family's rouge wine." Ning Fengji said with a slight smile, fixing his gaze intently on Douluo. "What is this? Sect Master Ning intends to compete with the younger generation?" Douluo replied, astonished at Ning Fengji's words. "Of course not," Ning Fengji chuckled in response. "Indeed, with your busy schedule, Sect Master Ning, how could you concern yourself over such trivial matters?" "There must be something else," Douluo remarked with a smile. "Certainly, there is. But it requires consulting your grandson Douluo's thoughts on the matter." Ning Fengji smiled and said, "It concerns Xiaomo Yuan. Please bring Xiaomo here." After hearing Ning Fengji's voice, Douluo instructed Dogu Yuan to bring Douluo and Dogu Yin down, considering the two children were still quite young. "Yes, father." Dogu Yuan replied before departing to find Douluo Senior Dogu. "The true intention of my visit is to arrange for my daughter to communicate with your grandson and subsequently establish a betrothal," Ning Fengji stated with a smile. "A betrothal? Are you not concerned that signing such an agreement with me may disrupt the balance among the three sects? At that point, it would no longer be within the control of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School," Douluo remarked, astonished by Ning Fengji's proposition. The prominent title Douluo among the three sects are limited in number. The sudden emergence of Douluo could have unpredictable consequences for the equilibrium of power, which would likely be unfavorable. "I have considered that, but given the current stability of the continent, there should not be any significant issues in the next few years. Therefore, while your involvement might disrupt the balance, it will not obliterate it," Ning Fengji replied with a smile. "Regarding the betrothal, it ultimately depends on my grandson's wishes. I wish for him to decide his own marital affairs, and our opinions can only serve as reference," Douluo said, narrowing his eyes in contemplation of the pros and cons of the situation. If he agreed, it would mean binding himself to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Very well. Please have young Master Imo come up. He may find it appealing," Ning Fengji smiled. Upon entering the parlor, Douluo greeted, "Greetings, grandfather," and greetings to Sect Master Ning. Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo. He had been informed of the situation by his father and had been pondering the implications throughout his journey. However, the moment he stepped into the parlor, he suddenly realized that his marriage should not be entangled with so many interests. It must be for love. "Young Master Imo, please come and sit," Ning Fengji beckoned with a smile. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Douluo replied cheerfully as he took a seat beside Douluo, awaiting Ning Fengji's words, for he was not particularly fond of such spirit masters. You see, my daughter is roughly your age, a few months younger, and I wish to marry her to you. What do you think? Ning Fengji's smile was quite amiable, and had it been any other child, they might have fallen for his charm. However, this tactic had no effect on Douluo, who remained unresponsive. Uncle, arranged marriages are not advisable. And I am still too young, Douluo said, his expression stern as he looked at Ning Fengji. And what about the matter of you competing for my business in the Fasnuo province? Ning Fengji suddenly leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Douluo. Is Sect Master Ning truly going to hold me accountable for such trivial business matters? Gazed upwards, not even glancing at. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Today, as the Sect Master, I propose we have a thorough discussion about this matter, he declared. Straightened his posture, yet his gaze remained fixed intently on. He sensed that was indeed precocious and decided not to regard him merely as a child. Does the illustrious Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, truly find my 2 golden soul coins of significance? Asserted with confidence. Indeed, replied with a smile, uttering a single word. You have one. Engaging in a transaction with someone so young as yourself. Are you not concerned about tarnishing the reputation of the esteemed 3 sects? S face flushed with indignation. Ha ha. The trifling business does not pique my interest. But you have captured my attention. Would you consider becoming my son-in-law? Rose, shaking his pristine cloak as he regarded with a smile. I am an artist, not a commodity. Immediately scrambled towards. This matter pertains to the future of our dear. Let us do this. You 3 may return for now, while I confer with his parents before reaching a decision. Stood, positioning himself protectively in front of, making a gesture to bid them farewell. I apologize for any presumption in my visit today. Very well, we shall take our leave. In 3 days at Tiando City. I will host a banquet to invite you, esteemed. I hope you will grace us with your presence, said with a smile. Then rose alongside the 2 titled Douluo to exit. Certainly. Please escort, called to. Yes, father. This way, please, replied. Responsible for guiding and his companions out of the poisonous array. Douluo watched as the 3 figures receded into the distance, then turned to Douluo and inquired. Little Mo, do you wish to form a union with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? I do not. Douluo replied resolutely. He mused that if he were to traverse the continent and truly fall in love with Ning Rongrong, perhaps he would consider proposing to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, having not even met her yet, such thoughts seemed frivolous. Chapter 54. The solution to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower's medicinal formula, supplementary update. Ning Fengji seeks to ally his own daughter with you. Not only because he is fond of you, but also because he has his eyes on me. Should this union succeed, both of us would effectively become part of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. What a clever maneuver by Ning Fengji, indeed. Douluo chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Douluo's hair as he spoke. Grandfather, Ning Fengji harbors considerable ambition, yet our Douluo family remains too feeble. If we were to proceed with this alliance, rashly involving ourselves with the upper 3 sects and the Spirit Hall would not bode well, Douluo said, sitting down and letting out a heavy sigh. He feared that if Douluo were to truly consent to the marriage contract, he would be unable to retract his decision. Although the Douluo family is counted among the most prominent families in the Heaven Do Empire, they pale in comparison to the long-established upper 3 sects, which boast a legacy spanning countless years. I did not anticipate your insight to be so profound, Douluo remarked. 6 years ago, the battle between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect resulted in considerable losses for nearly all factions. Thus, during these 6 years, everyone has been diligently developing in silence, and at least a decade of stability lies ahead. Ning Fengji aims to leverage this decade to further enhance the strength of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Douluo gently embraced Douluo, caressing his hair while elucidating the intricacies of the situation. The future head of the Douluo family, Douluo, is most likely to pass on his legacy to Douluo, as he is the only one with exceptional talent and intelligence. Thus, nurturing Douluo must commence from a young age, which is the very reason Douluo shares these matters with him. The timing chosen by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School for a union is indeed the most secure, as the various sects are currently devoid of the strength to wage war and require periods of recuperation. With the addition of a title Douluo, the standing of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School on the continent will undoubtedly rise significantly. Douluo continued to elaborate to Douluo. Moreover, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, being an auxiliary sect, has reached a developmental impasse. Thus, Breaking through this limitation is essential for their continued growth. They require a new generation capable of bearing the mantle, making you the unequivocal choice. By bringing you into their fold, they simultaneously gain the support of a titled Douluo, rendering this venture exceedingly valuable. Douluo continued to explain. Xiaomo, isn't this a splendid way to achieve two objectives? Douluo chuckled, ruffling Douluo's hair. How could I possibly betroth myself to someone I have never even met? By the way, grandfather, the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School cannot marry outside, can she? If a union were to occur, it would necessitate my joining their family. Douluo suddenly raised a pertinent question, recalling that Ning Fingji had only one daughter, Ning Rongrong. If she were to marry out, who would inherit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Precisely, it is indeed you who must join their family, Douluo replied with a smile directed at Douluo. Then I absolutely cannot agree to that, Douluo exclaimed, leaping from his seat. This concerns my dignity. It is unacceptable. I also disapprove. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is a murky pool. Even if I were to enter, I could scarcely ensure my own safe retreat. Thus, this union cannot proceed, Douluo remarked, tapping the table with his knuckles. A powerful sect like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School shouldn't hold this against us, should they? Douluo furrowed his brow and inquired. Unlikely, but our family's interests in your sect will significantly diminish. They resemble merchants more than they do spirit masters, Douluo responded. By the way, grandfather, is it true that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is offering a reward for resolving the issues surrounding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower's martial spirit? I believe I have a solution for their martial spirit dilemma, Douluo pondered aloud. Indeed, if we can resolve the issues with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, they will owe us a favor and will not create difficulties for us in business thereafter, Douluo remarked. It was precisely because Douluo was still alive that Douluo did not possess the transcendent sense of detachment he might otherwise have felt. Nine-leaf dragon orchid. Douluo produced a jade box, within which lay a delicate pale pink orchid. The moment the lid was lifted, the fragrance of the orchid permeated every corner of the room. However, this nine-leaf dragon orchid is a rare treasure, far too scarce to enable all members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to evolve into the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower. Douluo furrowed his brow, contemplating before speaking. A low yield is actually advantageous. This way, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will always require our assistance, for only we can provide them with the substance that enables the evolution of their martial souls. Douluo chuckled softly, remarking, well done, lad. Your thoughts are quite agile. Douluo patted Douluo's shoulder with a smile. Moreover, although my current abilities prevent me from refining this nine-leaf dragon orchid into a pill, I can still concoct it into a medicinal wine. This would allow us to serve 3 or even 4 soul masters from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, thereby enhancing our significance. Douluo laughed heartily. How much time do you need, and what materials are required? I shall gather them at once. After a moment's reflection, Douluo concurred with Douluo's proposal. No need for that. Simply extract the juice from the nine-leaf dragon orchid and combine it with the pollen of the Kiloijan tulip. Douluo chuckled again and, before Douluo produced a bottle of uninfused wine, breaking the nine-leaf dragon orchid into pieces and stuffing it into the bottle. Grandfather, you should be familiar with the Kiloijan tulip. Just tap the flower stamen against the bottle's mouth a couple of times. Douluo handed the wine bottle to Douluo. All right, I shall do so at once. With that, Douluo soared away from the courtyard towards the ice and fire in Yagai. Ah, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Since you show no kindness, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. You wish for me to marry into your family? Just watch how I profit from you. Douluo chuckled as he spoke, then turned his gaze, contemplating the ensuing strategies, before retreating to his chamber, leaving the brewing of the medicinal wine to the passage of time. Douluo, lacking the inclination to slumber, chose instead to sit upon his bed and commence the cultivation of his soul power. As Douluo continued his meditation, Douluo suddenly flew in from outside. Xiaomo, how should I handle this medicinal wine? He tossed a bottle towards Douluo, instructing him to manage it himself. Just throw it. Let the medicinal properties blend well. Douluo chuckled as he tucked the bottle under his bed, then disregarded it. All right, if you need anything, call for me. Rest well, in 3 days. We shall depart for a banquet in Heavendo City. Douluo smiled and swiftly exited Douluo's room. Chapter 55, Intoxication, First Update, early on the 3rd day. Douluo rose early, retrieving the medicinal wine that had been steeping for 3 days from beneath his bed. He took a piece of gauze and filtered out the nine-leaf dragon orchid from the wine, transforming the originally clear liquid into a light blue hue. Subsequently, he produced 3 small bottles, evenly distributing the essence of the wine among them. Douluo had meticulously calculated that a single small bottle would suffice to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tiles martial spirit into the 9 treasure glazed tile. Although the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile had perplexed the 7 treasure glazed sect for countless generations, the 9-leaf dragon orchid was specifically designed to address this issue, primarily facilitating breakthroughs from bloodline constraints. This was precisely why Douluo had chosen the 9-leaf dragon orchid. In truth, the Douluo tulip represented the optimal solution for the 7 treasure glazed tile, not only enabling martial spirit evolution, but also enhancing the innate talents of those who consumed it. However, the real reason Douluo refrained from using the Douluo tulip was the reluctance to part with such a treasured item, as it was one of the main ingredients in Longmin wine, a precious resource reserved for his own family. Xiaomo, are you ready? We must set off. Douluo called from Douluo's window. I'm ready. I've transferred the essence of the 9-leaf dragon orchid into the 3 bottles, Douluo replied with a smile, holding up one of the small bottles. Quickly change your clothes. We're leaving right away, Douluo remarked, noticing Douluo had not yet changed. Before heading out to prepare the carriage, Douluo stored the wine bottle within his soul guide device, then procured a fine garment. After donning it, he set off in search of Douluo. Douluo personally drove the carriage away from the Sunset Forest, with Tiando City as their destination. The 2 travelers remained silent on their journey, each lost in contemplation of the events that lay ahead. The carriage soon arrived at the foot of Tiando City, where Douluo guided Douluo into the city, under the command of the poisoned Douluo. A man clad in black and wearing a white mask respectfully greeted Douluo with a bow, then gestured for him to follow, leading him to a tavern. Ning Fingji had chosen to host the banquet for Douluo at the Tiando Royal Tavern, the most opulent establishment in the city, operated by the Tiando royal family. Senior Douluo, the sect master awaits you on the 2nd floor, announced another middle-aged man standing at the tavern entrance. Smiling warmly at Douluo, the sect master certainly knows how to make an impression, Douluo remarked with a wry smile to Douluo. It's only natural. It's the grandeur of the upper 3 sects, Douluo retorted with a smirk as they ascended to the 2nd floor, which was conspicuously empty. Clearly, Ning Fingji had reserved the finest tavern in Tiando City exclusively for their meeting. Senior Douluo, please, take a seat here. Ning Fingji promptly stood to greet Douluo and ushered him to the table. There is no need for formality, sect master. Let us sit together. Douluo replied with a smile. Their conversation ensued, but Douluo's reserved nature made him less adept at engaging in small talk. By the way, Senior Douluo, what are your thoughts on the marriage between my daughter and young Mo? Ning Fingji suddenly inquired. As for that matter, let it be. My little Mo has declared that he will choose his own bride. Douluo chuckled. Very well, we shall let it rest, Ning Fingji responded, furrowing his brow as he regarded Douluo. Although Douluo held the title of Douluo, Ning Fingji did not hesitate to impose certain limitations on him. After all, the upper 3 sects were not to be disregarded by a solitary title Douluo. However, we have other business to attend to. Young Mo, allow Sect Master Ning to see the concoction I prepared for him, Douluo said, glancing at the nearly slumbering Douluo beside him. What? Douluo jolted awake, shaking his head in confusion. The medicinal wine, Douluo whispered. Oh, right. Douluo promptly retrieved a small vial of wine from his soul guide and handed it to Douluo. It is said that the 7 treasure glazed tile school has a bounty, coincidentally. I recently formulated a medicinal wine that can aid in the breakthrough of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda. Douluo smiled as he uncorked the vial and slid it across the table toward Ning Fingji. This? Ning Fingji was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Sect Master, we should find someone to test it, came the raspy voice of the bone Douluo from beneath his black cloak. Uncle Bone is correct. Summon Ning Su, Ning Fingji commanded. Ning Fingji suddenly felt a surge of excitement as he recalled that Douluo, known for his mastery of poison, possessed a unique understanding of medicinal concoctions. Perhaps there truly existed a remedy capable of resolving the issues surrounding his martial soul. If Douluo's elixir could indeed facilitate the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, then Ning Fingji would shatter the record set by Tang Hao for the youngest to achieve the rank of title Douluo. Yes, Sect Master, came a voice from outside the door, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. Brother Douluo, you truly are a master of toxins. Might there be any adverse reactions to this medicinal wine, or any effects detrimental to one's health? Douluo suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Douluo. Well, there aren't any significant side effects. It's just that the alcohol content is rather high. Consuming an entire bottle will likely lead to inebriation. Other than that, it should pose no issues, Douluo replied, rising to meet Douluo's intense gaze with a smile. Douluo turned to glance at Douluo. By my word, Douluo met Douluo's eyes, perceiving a multitude of sharp energies emanating from his gaze. Douluo meant no harm to Douluo. Rather, he was merely testing Douluo's courage. Although Douluo was momentarily taken aback, he quickly furrowed his brow as the ice fire dragon pupils emerged, steadfastly confronting the sword aura, fixated intently on the sword Douluo. You are impressive. A smirk played at the corners of sword Douluo's mouth as he retracted the sword aura from his gaze and chuckled, addressing Douluo. Master, have you summoned me? Suddenly, a gentleman of refined demeanor, resembling Ningfengji to some extent, inquired of him. Uncle Ningsu, I must trouble you once more to test the potion. Ningfengji replied with a wry smile, pushing a wine bottle towards Ningsu. Certainly, master. Ningsu accepted the bottle, tilting his head back to gulp down its entire contents. A delicate fragrance of orchids wafted from his body, invigorating all present with its enchanting aroma. Suddenly, Ningsu's complexion turned slightly rosy, and he leaned back, nearly toppling over. Xiaosu. Bone Douluo promptly caught the falling Ningsu. Fear not. This uncle merely seems to be intoxicated, Douluo remarked with a wry smile. Bring some sobering soup. Ningfengji called out without attending to Ningsu. Rest assured, it's not a major issue. Once he regains consciousness, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower should be able to evolve, Douluo reflected aloud. Chapter 56. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, second update. Before long, a waiter from the tavern entered, carrying a bowl of sobering soup. With the assistance of 2 others, he began to pour the soup into Ningsu's mouth. However, sobering soup is not a miraculous remedy. It does not instantly dispel intoxication, as it requires time to be absorbed for the effects to take place. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the 2nd floor of the Heavendo Royal Tavern grew somewhat tense. Nearly all gazes were fixed on the inebriated Ningsu, while the enticing aroma in the tavern intensified, intoxicatingly fragrant. However, Douluo and Douluo continued to savor the dishes on the table, having come to enjoy a meal after skipping breakfast. In another 2 minutes, he should awaken. This sobering soup is quite effective, but I fear that waking him prematurely may impede the absorption of the potion's efficacy. Hence, I must assist him in this process. Douluo stated. Having consumed the sobering soup early, he worried that the potion's effects might be diminished, so Douluo prepared to take action. Under normal circumstances, a full day and night of sleep would allow the potion's effects to be completely absorbed, enabling the spirit to evolve perfectly. Thus, Douluo moved beside Ningsu, placing his palm on his back, channeling the long spring gong soul power through his arm into Ningsu's body, initiating the process of enhancing the absorption of the potion's effects. As Douluo's soul power flowed into Ningsu, the fragrant aroma of orchids in the air suddenly intensified, becoming extraordinarily rich. Receive. Douluo whispered softly, and the fragrant aroma in the air gradually dissipated, prompting Ningsu to finally exhibit some reaction. Oh, my head aches. Ningsu groaned, clutching his head as he regained consciousness. The throbbing headache that followed intoxication was inevitable, particularly given that the liquor used by Douluo for medicinal purposes was far from fine. Ningsu, do you feel anything amiss in your body? Ningfengji promptly stood from his seat, leaning forward with concern to inquire about Ningsu's condition. Ningsu held a unique position within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. He was Ningfengji's uncle. However, in service to the school, he had lost all of his soul power, consequently forfeiting his chance to contend for the position of sect master. Furthermore, due to his martial soul being the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, he had become a test subject for attempts to evolve the pagoda. It's nothing, sect master. I just have a slight headache, Ningsu replied, still clutching his head. Do not move, Douluo said calmly, placing his hand atop Ningsu's head. The healing energy of the Changchun Gong was remarkably effective, and as the soul power circulated, Ningsu's headache was likely alleviated. Thank you, young Master Douluo, Ningsu acknowledged, feeling the pain in his head diminish significantly, aware that Douluo had aided him. No need for gratitude. Let us see if your martial soul has successfully evolved, Douluo replied with a smile, retracting his soul power and rising to return to Douluo's side. All right. Ningsu opened his left hand, and a dazzling brilliance flashed forth, revealing a resplendent, multicolored, glazed pagoda cradled within his palm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in astonishment. 9. He staggered back 2 steps, collapsing into his chair, mesmerized by the vibrant, kaleidoscopic glazed pagoda before him. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have broken through to the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Ning Su exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the pagoda in his hand. However, due to the complete depletion of his remaining soul power, the 9-treasure glazed pagoda flickered twice before transforming back into soul power and returning to Ning Su's body. Thank you, Brother Douluo, for the medicinal liquor brought today. I apologize for my rudeness as Sect Master Ning. I must defer our gathering to another day. Jiando arose, glancing at Douluo and bowing slightly. No need for formality. Since Sect Master Ning is indisposed today, I shall take little Mo back with me, and we shall meet again another time, Douluo replied with a smile, leading Mo away. Before departing, however, Mo left the remaining 2 bottles of medicinal liquor on the table for Ning Fengji. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. I have finally succeeded. I have evolved into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Ning Fengji's pupils were filled with blood vessels as he grasped the arm of the sword Douluo, his gaze once again radiating boundless ambition. He was on the verge of reaching level 70, nearing the pinnacle of his family's inherited martial soul. And his fervor had begun to cool. However, today, a bottle of medicinal wine from Douluo rekindled Ning Fengji's passion and ambition. These 2 bottles are left by Douluo Fengji. Go ahead and use them, Douluo said, handing Ning Fengji 2 bottles of wine he had taken from the table. Fengji, do you really need to consider this? After all, we still do not know if this wine has any side effects, the sword Douluo remarked, furrowing his brow. No. I trust that Douluo and Douluo would not harm me, nor do they have any reason to do so. They merely seek to profit from me. Since they desire wealth, I shall grant them their wish, Ning Fengji proclaimed, his spirit reaching its zenith. With a flick of his cloak, he seized the 2 bottles and, tilting his head, consumed one in a single gulp. The world around him began to spin, yet he persevered, downing the 2nd bottle before collapsing backward. The sword Douluo had anticipated this and quickly caught Ning Fengji, preventing him from losing consciousness. Ning Su, instruct everyone here to remain silent. We shall discuss everything once Fengji awakens, Douluo advised Ning Su. The sword Douluo then burst through the window and soared into the sky. And after Douluo had addressed these matters, he followed swiftly in pursuit of the sword Douluo, racing towards the nearest station of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to ensure Ning Fengji's safety while he slumbered. In the presence of the sword Douluo and Douluo, Ning Fengji felt emboldened to indulge in drink to the point of intoxication. Soon, the sword Douluo returned to the closest outpost of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, where he settled Ning Fengji in his bedroom before stepping out to confer with Douluo about the day's events. Old Gu, what is your perspective on today's occurrences? The sword Douluo inquired, pouring a pot of tea as they began to sip. Given that Ning Fengji was still unconscious, they refrained from drinking alcohol. Regarding today's matters, I perceive no significant issues. I believe this lad is quite compatible with my Rongrong. Though young, he is remarkably astute and capable, Gu Rong remarked, removing his cloak to reveal a weathered visage as he smiled at the sword Douluo. You know, I'm not referring to that. I am concerned about the Douluo family. I truly fear they might rise to prominence, the sword Douluo said, his brow furrowed. Is that what preoccupies your mind? Shouldn't a sword be your sole concern? Douluo replied cheerfully, sipping his tea as he addressed the sword Douluo. Chapter 57, The Warm Spirit White Jade Sandalwood, First Update. Douluo returned to the Sunset Forest with Douluo, as they had nothing else to attend to. The affairs concerning the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had reached a temporary resolution, and the threats from them had significantly diminished. Should the 7 Treasures Glazed sect continue to act recklessly against the Douluo family, Douluo and Douluo would not hesitate to take decisive action. For their expertise in poison was not to be underestimated. Grandfather, I am preparing to cultivate now. The elixirs I have concocted will suffice for a while, so I can pause my alchemical pursuits and dedicate some time to proper cultivation, Douluo stated earnestly. Ah, how delightful. Little Mo has taken to cultivation. No external force can rival the strength of one's own capabilities. The power you possess is the very foundation of all that exists. Douluo replied with a satisfied smile, kneeling to pat Mo's shoulder affectionately. By the way, grandfather, when shall we attend to the blood amber crystal? The sooner we utilize it, the better it will be for our health, Mo pondered before addressing Douluo. Do not rush. We shall wait until Ning Fengji awakens. In the next few days, I will seek out a stonemason to cut the blood amber crystal, and I also plan to find some rare wood for a bed. You should accompany me, Douluo suggested after a moment's thought. Grandfather, do you truly want me to accompany you? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Douluo inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Of course, I need you by my side. Your understanding of materials far surpasses mine, so when we select the wood, make sure to choose wisely, Douluo insisted, waving his hand to signal that Douluo could take some time to rest. The banquet with the 7 treasures glazed sect made Douluo acutely aware that his strength had yet to reach its zenith. Both the sword Douluo and bone Douluo could easily vanquish him, even with his mastery of poison. It seemed the time had come to address the hidden toxins within his own body. However, after a brief respite, he needed to procure the wood later that afternoon. With a shake of his head, Douluo retreated to his quarters for a moment of rest, for he intended to take Douluo out for some leisure later that day. Douluo returned to his room, closed his eyes, and began to review the compendium of herbal medicine. After all, he was about to venture out to select timber. As the saying goes, all things in heaven and earth can be used as medicine. Thus, these woods can certainly serve a medicinal purpose, albeit with slightly diminished efficacy. Fortunately, the compendium offers a comprehensive account of the properties and functions of various woods, prompting Douluo to refresh his memory before procuring materials. In the afternoon, Douluo, accompanied by the impeccably dressed Douluo and Douluo, set off in a horse-drawn carriage, departing from the Sunset Forest towards the grand city of Tiando. It must be noted that Tiando City, being a major metropolis, boasts the finest construction materials and craftsmen within the Tiando Empire. Although some exceptionally skilled artisans remain elusive even to the royal family. Initially, Douluo had not intended to bring Douluo along. Considering the construction site to be filthy and chaotic, the little princess of the Douluo family should not be subjected to such discomfort. However, seeing her brother and grandfather preparing to leave, Douluo anxiously insisted on accompanying them. Little Amo, I wonder how long that medicinal wine will keep Ningfengji asleep. Douluo inquired of Douluo, knowing full well that he was not the one who brewed it, and thus had no insight into its true effects. Mixed with the enchanting Kira tulip, it originally would have caused one to be intoxicated for a day. Now, it seems Ningfengji may not awaken for 3. Douluo replied with a smile. Very well. Today we shall select materials, and tomorrow we will seek someone to craft them. This evening, I shall take you both to explore the night market of Tiando City, where an array of delectable treats awaits. Douluo's voice called from beyond the curtain. Douluo ventured out with his 2 young charges, allowing the little ones to steer the carriage. The vehicle sped swiftly towards Heavendo City. It was around 3 in the afternoon when the trio finally entered the bustling city, arriving at a vast marketplace. The fragrant aroma of freshly cut wood greeted them, indicating that they had arrived at the largest timber trading market in Heavendo City. This is indeed the grandest lumber exchange here, Douluo remarked. Turning to glance at Douluo, pay close attention. Xiao, these timber pieces have been meticulously selected. Grandfather, are we here to choose wood? I want to help, Douluo exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hopped in place. Sister, here are the gold soul coins. Douluo produced 5 golden soul coin cards from his soul guide device and handed them to Douluo. Thank you, little brother, Douluo replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Douluo's hair. You are such a good boy. Let us split up and select the wood we like best, then have it delivered to the entrance. If any danger arises, just throw this paper package. Douluo retrieved 2 paper packets from his soul guide device and handed one to each child. Brother, the wood I choose will surely be superior to yours, hee. Douluo teased, sticking her tongue out at Douluo before darting into the market. Grandfather, is it all right for us to leave your side? Douluo inquired, a hint of concern for his sister's safety evident in his voice. Rest assured, it will be fine. The contents of that package are potent enough that even a soul Douluo would struggle to withstand them. Now, hurry along and select your timber. Douluo reassured, gently tousling Douluo's hair before encouraging him to proceed. All right then, I shall go now, Douluo replied before also rushing into the market. Douluo's soul force surged forth, causing his pupils to abruptly transform into one red and one blue dragon eye. For it is imperative to examine the wood with meticulous attention. Douluo strolled past numerous timber stalls, where the displayed wooden blocks were no larger than a fist. These were not fully formed lumber, rather, the timber was uniformly stored in warehouses, allowing the market to accommodate a greater number of wood merchants. To his astonishment, he discovered that precious woods such as rosewood, wong wali, chicken wing wood, and golden silk nanmu, which he had never encountered in his previous life, held little value in the Douluo continent. If he possessed the ability to traverse 2 worlds, he would have eagerly taken up smuggling. However, Douluo understood that these woods bore no enhancement properties for cultivation, merely aesthetic appeal. After observing for a while, he resumed his quest for the materials he needed. Having perused much of the market without a single gain, Douluo remained undeterred. After all, rare treasures are seldom found. If they were easily discovered, they would cease to be precious. "Brother, take a look at this piece of wood in my hand," Douluo remarked as she spotted Douluo selecting timber, presenting the piece to him as if it were a treasure. "Wow, sister, your luck is truly extraordinary." Douluo turned to glance at the block in Douluo's hand, barely suppressing an urge to exclaim in disbelief. Why is it that she, too, is human, yet enjoys such fortune? "Sister, which stall did you get this from?" "I'll take all of it at 10,000 per piece." Douluo excitedly grasped Douluo's hand. "Foolish brother, I bought 6 pieces for just 100 gold soul coins. I've already purchased them all. Why would I sell them at such a high price?" Douluo replied, her surprise evident, for she could tell from Douluo's expression that her selection was indeed remarkable. 6 pieces. My heavens! What manner of place is the Douluo continent? Even blood amber crystals tower over humans, while warm spirit white jade sandalwood is priced like cabbage. Douluo's excitement had reached an unparalleled height. Chapter 58. The Warm Jade and Agarwood Collapse. Part 1. Second update. Douluo had lost the desire to continue exploring and, accompanied by Douluo, swiftly approached the stall owner to procure several pieces of timber. After all, such items were safest in their possession. Naturally, Douluo also inquired about the availability of tree roots and leaves, to which the stall owner replied that they had been acquired from others and were consequently no longer available. In truth, Douluo felt a sense of unease within his heart. He harbored a lingering suspicion that his employer still possessed the warm-ling white jade sandalwood. However, that was a matter for another time, and Douluo was determined to enlist someone to investigate. Subsequently, the stall owner led Douluo to the storeroom where the timber was kept. There, he beheld 6 logs, each approximately the thickness of a bowl and nearly 2 meters long. They radiated warmth akin to a gentle stove, smooth as white jade, translucent and sparkling, with a lingering fragrance, as Douluo's hand lightly brushed over the wood. The comforting and delicate texture made him feel certain that the bed he would soon sleep upon would be extraordinary. After the timber was incorporated into the soul-guiding device, Douluo and Douluo stood at the entrance awaiting Douluo. Before long, Douluo arrived, accompanied by another individual. "I have purchased a dozen pieces of agarwood, known for their calming and tranquilizing effects. What treasures have you 2 little ones acquired?" Douluo asked with a smile, before leading Douluo and Douluo to retrieve the agarwood from the storeroom. "Grandfather, we can discuss it later. My sister's luck is simply astonishing," Douluo remarked with a wry smile directed at Douluo. "Oh, very well. I shall first collect the agarwood and then head directly to Old Lu's to craft the wooden bed," Douluo contemplated aloud. Douluo and Douluo once again entered the storeroom, yet the abundance of timber proved overwhelming. Douluo had initially intended to survey the area further, but soon abandoned the idea due to the exertion it would entail. In the corner, several pieces of fragrant agarwood, each the width of a bowl, lay quietly. Douluo meticulously collected them into his soul guide, then departed the timber trading center alongside Douluo and Douluo. "Grandfather, where shall we craft the bed? These materials are quite precious," Douluo suddenly inquired. From an old friend. Though he hasn't engaged in his craft for several years now, one of the skilled artisans of the Tiando Empire, Douluo replied with a smile. "An artisan? I find myself rather intrigued," Douluo remarked, gently touching his soul guide as he smiled. Douluo, accompanied by 2 children, ventured into a secluded alley within the city of Tiando, pausing at the entrance of an exceptionally remote courtyard. "If my memory serves me correctly, that old fellow should still reside here," Douluo remarked, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. His large hand struck the door with firm resolve. "Who is it? Who dares to knock at this late hour?" An aged voice echoed from within the courtyard. "Old fellow, it's me, Old Poison," Douluo bellowed, his voice resonating with familiarity as he presumed they were old friends. "Ah, Old Poison, what brings you here? Come in quickly." An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, opened the door and, upon catching sight of Douluo, regarded him with a mixture of surprise and delight before ushering him inside. "This is my granddaughter, Douluo, and my grandson, Douluo. Come here, you 2 little ones, greet Grandpa Lu, a dear friend of mine." Douluo introduced the children, presenting them before the elderly gentleman. "Greetings, Grandpa Lu." Douluo and Douluo saluted the venerable man. Come in, Make yourselves comfortable. Grandpa Lu responded with a warm smile. Old fellow, I've come to seek your assistance with something special. I've procured some fine materials. Would you help me craft 5 beds? Douluo inquired with a grin. 5 beds? Old poison, what size are you? Do you intend to exhaust me? Grandpa Lu retorted, grasping a nearby stick. Ready to jestingly chastise Douluo. You'll understand once you see the materials, Douluo replied, placing a piece of agarwood onto the open ground of the courtyard. Agarwood? With a tree age of 32 years, 5 beds will indeed suffice. What prompted this sudden desire to craft beds? Grandpa Lu, without needing to assess the wood, closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, discerning the quality of the agarwood. Old fellow, it would be too simple if I were to visit you for just that. Douluo continued, producing a piece of blood amber from his soul guide and laying it before them. My heavens, the quality of this jade is truly exceptional. Let us use this to craft the bed frames. Grandpa Lu exclaimed, clearly recognizing the treasure. He tossed aside his cane and approached the blood amber with an eager stride, caressing the stone with a look of sheer reverence that sent shivers down Douluo's spine. Wait, there's more, Douluo interjected suddenly. What could possibly surpass the quality of this jade? Grandpa Lu turned to Douluo, inquiring. While it cannot be deemed superior in quality, it is certainly comparable. Douluo replied. With a flash of light from his soul guide, 6 pieces of wood materialized in Grandpa Lu's courtyard. This is sandalwood, and this is white jade sandalwood? No, this is not white jade sandalwood. What is this? The quality of the material is astonishing. Grandpa Lu's excitement grew as he stroked the wood before him with fervor. Is this warm spirit white jade sandalwood? Did Jin choose this, little Emo? Douluo, having perused the compendium of heavenly medicines, recognized the precious wood at a glance. It is known as warm spirit white jade sandalwood, naturally warm and smooth as jade. Indeed, fine materials are truly remarkable. Who would have thought that the top-grade agarwood would serve merely as a supplementary component? Old Lu chuckled and remarked, in my lifetime, I still have the chance to encounter such exquisite materials. I must busy myself for a while. With a joyful expression, he continued, Old fellow, although I was unable to resolve the issues within your body in the past, I have recently developed new insights regarding poisons over the last 2 years. Perhaps I can assist you in addressing your ailments. Suddenly, Douluo seized Lu's wrist and said, you should take a breather. If you didn't recklessly employ medicine, would I have a head of white hair? If you don't speak of it, who would know we are of the same age? Impatiently, Lu retorted. Let me give it a try. Upon finishing his statement, Douluo grasped Lu's wrist. Lu, devoid of any cultivation, realized he could not break free and thus ceased his struggle. Give me 3 years, and I shall resolve it. Rest assured, Douluo confidently proclaimed after taking Lu's pulse. Humph, you said the same 3 years ago. Hurry along now, do not hinder my work. Lu dismissed him without regard for Douluo's esteemed title. He picked up a cane from the ground and lightly tapped Douluo. Very well, you carry on. We shall prepare something to eat in the backyard. Xiao Mo, do we have any qi-nourishing pills? Please set aside a small bottle for him. Douluo chuckled and glanced at Douluo, adding, Grandpa Lu. These are qi-nourishing pills, just one at a time will suffice. Douluo retrieved a small vial containing 10 pills from the soul-guiding device and handed it to Old Lu. Old Poison Master, I'm familiar with your preferences. You may cook whatever you desire. I will attend to my measurements, Lu stated, pulling a ruler from his pocket to begin measuring the wood, facilitating his design work. Douluo, accompanied by Douluo and Douluyin, ventured into the backyard to commence their culinary endeavors. Chapter 59. The Warmth of Jade and the Scent of Incense, Part 2. After considerable effort, Old Lu finally calculated the measurements for the pieces of wood. However, due to his diminishing soul power, his strength was quite limited. Quietly committing the calculated data to memory, he returned to his room, lit the soul-guiding lamp, and leaned over his desk to begin drafting the design blueprint for the bed requested by Douluo. Such exquisite materials deserved a meticulously crafted design to honor their rarity. Meanwhile, Douluo took it upon himself to cook once more, preparing a meal for Douluo and Douluyin. Grandfather, who is Grandpa Lu? Douluo inquired while seated at the dining table, savoring his meal. He is an old friend of mine, among our group. He once had the greatest chance of breaking through to the title Douluo rank. However, due to certain circumstances, he sacrificed his soul power and devoted himself to craftsmanship. In a few short years, his creations gained widespread acclaim, earning him the title of Master Artisan. Douluo replied with a smile, shaking his head gently. What is the story here? Does Grandpa Lu genuinely love his craft, or is he compelled to do so? I don't quite understand, Grandfather. Douluyin expressed her confusion. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either, but that is not of great importance. Douluo chuckled, serving Douluo a piece of meat. Nonetheless, it seems that Grandpa Lu's fondness for materials is sincere. Perhaps he truly enjoys this work, Douluo pondered, choosing not to press further and instead focused on his meal. It must be said that Douluo's culinary skills were remarkable, with flavors and aromas that delighted both Douluo and Douluo. After their meal, Douluo assigned each of them a room for their stay. Upon returning to their respective rooms, they opted against sleep and instead entered a state of cultivation. However, in the dead of night, the sound of wood being sawed in the courtyard roused both Douluo and Douluo from their slumber. "Silly brother, you were awakened too?" Douluo said, rubbing her eyes as she emerged from her room and spotted Douluo, who had just stepped outside. Of course, Douluo replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, "Grandpa Lu, let me help," Douluo called out as he saw old Lu sawing wood in the courtyard. "Help me polish the wood. Use this paper," old Lu said, glancing at Douluo before tossing him a piece of sandpaper from his pocket. "All right, Grandpa Lu," Douluo responded eagerly, finding a piece of wood that old Lu had cut and beginning the meticulous task of sanding it down. As Douluo observed Douluo diligently approaching to work, she too could no longer withstand the solitude and picked up a sheet of sandpaper to commence polishing another piece of wood. The trio toiled tirelessly throughout the night, with old Lu incessantly cutting wood while Douluo and Douluo polished the wood without a moment's respite. Polishing, by its very nature, is a rather tedious task, compounded by the poor lighting of the night which obscured the fruits of their labor. Thus, Douluo found herself on the brink of giving up at least 10 times. However, witnessing her younger brother, Douluo, persist unwaveringly spurred her on to grit her teeth and endure. When the sun finally rose, casting its first golden rays upon the courtyard, Douluo and Douluo beheld the polished wooden blocks, their surfaces shimmering with beauty. They exchanged a glance filled with pride and accomplishment. "Brother, our polished wood blocks are truly exquisite," Douluo exclaimed with excitement. "Foolish sister. It is merely the quality of the wood," Douluo replied, casting a sidelong glance at Douluo before turning to old Lu. "Grandfather Lu, the warm spirit white jade sandalwood should be ready now, right?" "Indeed," old Lu responded with a wry smile. "Next comes the agarwood. I have gathered the remaining materials for you. I used them quite thoroughly, so there isn't much scrap left. The upcoming work need not be as meticulous. Agarwood pales in comparison to your warm spirit white jade sandalwood." With that, he laboriously lifted a piece of agarwood, beginning the process of cutting and polishing anew. Douluo hurriedly rushed forward to assist old Lu in cutting and polishing the agarwood. Douluo sat quietly in a nearby room, sipping from a cup of wine while observing his grandchildren diligently assisting old Lu with their tasks. It was not until the following night that all the sandalwood had been completely cut, and Douluo had finished the polishing. The next and most crucial step was the cutting of the blood amber stone, which required Douluo's adept hands due to its considerable weight, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. The cutting of the blood amber stone took place indoors. Old Lu rubbed his hands together, conjuring a slender carving knife, and began to slice into the blood amber. Though the blood amber had formed over time through the sedimentation of its essence, its hardness, while not quite that of diamond, was still remarkably high. However, old Lu's martial soul effortlessly cleaved through the blood amber, and in no time, a smooth, mirror-like surface emerged, as if polished by an unseen force. "Such prowess in your martial soul is astonishing," Douluo exclaimed, astonished by the blade's sharpness, which surpassed his expectations. "Old man, I hope you took the pill I gave you yesterday. Otherwise, you might deplete your soul power entirely," Douluo quickly reminded him. "Oh, does that thing restore soul power?" Old Lu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Douluo in surprise. He then retrieved a vial of pills from his robe, poured one into his palm, and swallowed it with a gulp. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance flickered in old Lu's eyes, and the carving knife in his hand transformed into a long, nearly 1 meter straight blade. Without hesitation, he followed the pre-marked lines to cut the largest slab of stone from the center, his hands steady as a machine, devoid of any tremor. With one swift motion above and below, a massive slab was severed, dividing the stone into 3 parts. Quickly, remove the central slab. Old Lu's complexion suddenly paled, and he took 2 steps back to sit in his chair. He urgently instructed Douluo to separate the 3 pieces of stone and extract the central slab, for its subsequent cutting would not require the elongated knife. After a brief respite, he consumed another vitality pill, and the carving knife in his hand expanded once more, ready to continue cutting the remaining 2 slabs. This time, with a couple of decisive strokes, 2 more slabs were detached. Although the consumption of soul power was less than before, old Lu's complexion remained pale. Chapter 60. The Warm Jade and the Collapse of Sandalwood, Part 2. Douluo set aside 3 pre-cut stones against the wall, while the final stone awaited cutting until old Lu recovered. After careful observation, Douluo noted similarities between old Lu's condition and Huang Qing's, that they were not identical. Huang Qing's issue was a shattered dantian, whereas old Lu appeared to have damaged meridians throughout his body. Regardless, healing either condition required a 4th-grade elixir or higher. Huang Qing needed a 4th-grade recovery pill, specifically designed for dantian restoration, while old Lu required a life pulse pill, tailored for repairing broken meridians. However, Douluo realized that contemplating these matters was futile, as he had yet to even refine a 1st-grade elixir. And creating a 4th-grade pill would take him at least 2 to 3 years. At last, the final stone awaited cutting. Old Lu propped himself up and once again brandished a sharp carving knife. The last piece of blood amber crystal was sliced open with 2 precise cuts, yielding 2 smooth slabs. Old man, take a break. There's no rush, Douluo remarked, observing old Lu's pallid complexion. Not at all, not at all. Such fine material stirs my heart. The sooner I can craft it, the better, old Lu replied with a smile, taking a sip from a nearby cup to catch his breath. Once he regained his strength, he consumed a qi-nourishing pill. This time, the carving knife was not as lengthy as before. So old Lu prepared for a meticulous cutting of the blood amber crystal's edges, aware that this was merely the preliminary shaping of the slabs. With the deftness of slicing tofu, old Lu skillfully cut the blood amber crystal from the slabs, transforming 5 irregular pieces into perfectly squared shapes. This task was not overly complex and consumed little soul power. Thus, he completed all 5 slabs without exhausting the energy from a single qi-nourishing pill. Next, old Lu turned to assembling the wooden framework. The edges of the blood amber crystal were enveloped in a layer of warm spirit, white jade sandalwood, with the base also made of the same material, showcasing a white border surrounding a red center, while the bed's feet and ornate carvings were crafted from agar wood. Utilizing traditional joinery, he meticulously assembled the wood, ensuring absolute precision without any discrepancies. In just 10 minutes, a beautifully crafted wooden bed emerged before Douluo's eyes. Grandpa Lu, you are remarkable, Douluo exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Your Grandpa Lu possesses even greater skills. Pay close attention, Douluo responded with a smile. Old Poison Master, you should name your bed. Considering the exquisite materials, it would be a disservice to my craftsmanship not to bestow it a title. Old Lu, drenched in sweat and pale, replied. Warm jade agarwood bed, he declared. Douluo pondered for a moment and remarked, there are still 4 beds that need to be assembled. However, shouldn't your son and daughter-in-law be residing together? Why do we need 5 beds? Suddenly, old Lu inquired with a hint of confusion, his lecherous expression conveying an unmistakable implication. Old man, when did you become so nosy, especially regarding your own nephew? Douluo retorted without hesitation. Should we make the largest stone slab into a double bed? Old Lu raised an eyebrow and suggested. Certainly. However, to whom should the remaining warm jade and fragrant wood bed be assigned? You don't intend to claim it for yourself, do you? Douluo chuckled, contemplating. This item is quite useful to me, old Lu replied earnestly. No problem. The 5th bed is yours, Douluo stated decisively. Old Poison, you're as straightforward as ever. Thank you, old Lu said, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel before proceeding to assemble the 2nd bed, followed closely by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Old Poison, this is a double bed for your son and daughter-in-law. I only require a small bed, and you should only need a small one as well. The medium-sized bed can be for your grandchildren. Such a bed would be more beneficial for them, old Lu commented. You've got quite a knack for this, old man. Douluo laughed. By the way, I've packed up the remaining wood and jade materials for you. You can collect them shortly. Old Lu suddenly recalled the leftover scraps and prepared to hand them over to Douluo. Old man, my visit was not solely to ask for your assistance in assembling beds. There is another matter, Douluo said with a serious tone as he pulled old Lu to sit on the bed. Huh, old Poison, what do you intend to do? I'm nearly exhausted from assembling these 5 beds, and now you want to burden me with more? Old Lu raised an eyebrow, looking at Douluo with an awkward expression. My grandson has established a sect, and he possesses a method to heal your meridians. Therefore, I wish to invite you to step out of retirement and assist my grandson in managing the sect. Douluo sighed and explained. Manage a sect? Do I appear to be someone capable of managing a sect? Old Lu scratched his head, regarding Douluo with a serious gaze. Old man, with you around, I feel at ease. I fear my grandson, being young and impulsive, might cause trouble. With you present, it should be manageable, Douluo earnestly expressed. Is there truly a method to resolve my meridian issues? Old Lu closed his eyes and contemplated. Yes, but I will require 3 years to address your meridian concerns. Douluo mused, considering that 3 years should suffice to refine a 4th-grade elixir. Very well, I'm in. What position will I hold? Old Lu asked without reservation. You shall be the vice sect master, Douluo declared. Agreed. I will accompany you to the Sunset Forest and then to your sect, Old Lu responded. Old Lu cast a serious glance at Douluo and nodded before uttering a few words. Old fellow, is there anything else you need to pack? We may not return for quite some time. Douluo suddenly interjected. Old Poison, proceed to the main hall. There is a piece of wood about the length of a forearm that I need you to fetch. There is nothing else to gather, so let us be off. Fold up the beds. We shall depart shortly. Lu commanded Douluo to retrieve the necessary items. All right, Douluo replied with a smile. Then stored 3 pieces of warm jade and fragrant sandalwood into his soul guide before heading to the main hall for the wood. Douluo and Douluo exchanged a glance, and then each stowed their respective beds into their soul guides. Though the beds were sizable, they posed no issue for the vast space of their soul guides. Subsequently, Douluo assisted Old Lu in exiting the courtyard and boarding the carriage, while Douluo secured the courtyard door. Thus, the group departed from Tiando City, returning to the Sunset Forest. Meanwhile, Ningfengji was nearing the end of his intoxication and would undoubtedly come to visit Douluo. It would be unfortunate if Douluo were not at home. Chapter 61. The Return of Ningfengji. Douluo set forth from the city of Tiando, steering his carriage towards the Sunset Forest. Although the hour was late, it bore no consequence for a soul master wielding serpentine weaponry. Nightfall was, after all, the hour when serpents emerged from their lairs. Xiao, may I inquire about your sect? Do enlighten me about it. After all, one cannot simply assume the role of vice master without merit. Chuckled the elderly Lu as he sat within the carriage. Oh, my sect resides in the remote province of Fasnuo, a place once barren and desolate. However, through certain means, I transformed it into fertile land, cultivating medicinal herbs essential for my alchemical endeavors, thereby enhancing the strength of the soul masters within my sect, replied Douluo. Ah, a secluded location yet with a unique skill set. With gradual development, it could evolve into a formidable sect. Moreover, it is backed by a family supported by a title Douluo, thus ensuring ample human resources, material wealth, and financial backing. All that remains is the passage of time. Mused Lu, contemplating the potential. However, the continent may only enjoy peace for another decade or so. Your window of opportunity is limited. If your sect can endure the forthcoming turmoil, it shall likely ascend to the ranks of the lower 4 or upper 3 sects, Lu continued, articulating his thoughts. At that juncture, provided no unforeseen calamities befall the Douluo family, you may bask in glory for a century or more. With that, Lu closed his eyes, retreating into repose, leaving the carriage enveloped in silence. Exhausted from their day and night of exertions, Douluo and Douluo soon succumbed to slumber. Awaken, it is time to disembark. Douluo's voice echoed from outside. Have we arrived? Douluo jolted awake, calling out to Douluo before leaping from the carriage. The 4 of them entered the courtyard. Uncle Lu, what brings you here? Douluo, hearing commotion outside, stepped out to find the elder Lu entering the yard. Xiao, it is none other than your father who invited me to serve as vice master of your son's sect. Otherwise, would I have emerged from seclusion? Lu shot a bemused glance at Douluo. Greetings, Uncle Lu. Do come in. I shall prepare some delightful dishes for you, when you chimed in. Having heard the elder's arrival, as she made her way to the kitchen, Mother, do prepare a few extra dishes. Ningfengji will be visiting soon. Douluo called out to Anya, convinced that after 2 days, Ningfengji would have regained sobriety and, upon realizing the evolution of his martial soul, would seek out the Sunset Forest to facilitate the evolution of the martial souls of others in his sect. Is he sober now? Douluo inquired. The timing is just right, Douluo replied. Xiao, cease your preparations. Guests will be treating us shortly. You truly arrived at an opportune moment, old man. As soon as you come, there are already guests on the horizon. Douluo smiled at Old Lu and remarked. How is it that you still have ties with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Old Poison? You haven't managed to evolve the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, have you? Old Lu suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in shock. It wasn't me, it was Xiao who achieved it. Douluo gestured towards the seemingly idle Douluo seated on a bench. Such a young lad, yet remarkably capable. Since you have resolved the issues with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, This will greatly aid the development of your sect, old Lu commented. At that moment, a wave of disturbance emanated from the poison formation. Ning Fengji could not help but express his surprise. Just as I mentioned him, he has already arrived. Douluo concluded and, in an instant, manifested his doppelganger to greet Ning Fengji outside the poison formation. After Douluo emerged from the poison formation, he descended from the sky and cast a glance at Ning Fengji and the two titled Douluos behind him. How does it feel, Sect Master Ning? Douluo inquired with a smile as he landed. Quite well, although the after effects are somewhat intense, it would have been better without the medicinal wine. Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, Sect Master Ning, with your vast capacity, how could you not enjoy wine? Come, let us enter and sit down. Douluo chuckled, opening the poison formation to allow Ning Fengji passage. Not today. I shall host a banquet at the Tiando Royal Hotel. Last time, we were interrupted by other matters. Today, I would like to invite you, esteemed Douluo, along with your family, to dine with me. Ning Fengji said with a smile. Very well, I shall go summon them, Douluo responded. Returning alone to the poison formation to inform Douluo and the others to emerge for the banquet in Tiando City. Before long, Douluo Yuan and Wenyu accompanied Douluo and Douluo Yin, followed by an elderly man named Lu. The carriage brought by Ning Fengji was ample enough to accommodate them all, though Jin Douluo, Gu Douluo, and Ning Fengji chose to ride together in a separate carriage. After a bumpy ride, they soon arrived at the foot of Tiando City, where Ning Fengji personally assisted Douluo down from the carriage. The group entered the second floor of the Tiando Royal Hotel in grand fashion. True to its reputation as the wealthiest sect in the Douluo continent, the venue was reserved exclusively for them. As everyone took their seats, Douluo suddenly asked, Sect Master Ning, has the 7 treasure glazed tile tower successfully evolved? It has indeed evolved, and I must thank young Master Douluo for your assistance. Ning Fengji replied with a smile, his left hand opening to reveal a 9-tiered 7 treasure glazed tile tower. Beautiful, exclaimed Douluo Yin, flattering Ning Fengji, which only widened his smile. By the way, Sect Master Ning, I have a favor to ask of you, Douluo said after a moment's contemplation. Please. Young Master Douluo, feel free to speak. I am at your service, Ning Fengji responded, having deduced that it was more likely Douluo who had provided him with the medicinal wine rather than Douluo. Thus he paid closer attention to Douluo. My grandfather requires a set of soul bones. I would appreciate it if you could assist in locating them. However, we do not wish to take them for free. We are prepared to purchase them, Douluo stated after some thought. Soul bones, indeed. I can help you make inquiries. By the way, what type of medicinal wine are you referring to? Ning Fengji suddenly asked. The medicinal wine? The yield for this particular concoction is rather low, but within a year, I can still produce 3 bottles for you, Douluo replied thoughtfully. He knew that speaking too much would lead Ning Fengji to believe he was being deceived, and as this particular medicinal wine was crafted by Douluo, Ning Fengji could not act against the Douluo family. Then I thank you, young Master Douluo. Now, let us dine, Ning Fengji declared. Ning Fengji smiled and remarked, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the support of all esteemed readers, and for their generous votes, collections, and rewards. He humbly acknowledged their kindness. Unfortunately, due to an unforeseen circumstance, he had to visit the hospital after an allergic reaction triggered by overindulgence during his grandmother's birthday celebration. He apologized for not being able to provide an abundance of updates today, but assured that there would be no interruption in the future, with gradual updates to follow. He also mentioned the excellent quality of the hospital's Wi-Fi. Chapter 62, The Black Market, Soulbone Auction. At that moment, the Sword Douluo placed an invitation before Ning Fengji without uttering a word. Curiously, Ning Fengji opened the invitation to discover that Senior Douluo, the young Master Douluo, was hosting a soulbone auction outside of Heaven Do City that evening, inquiring whether they would be interested in attending. Soulbone auction? Such a precious commodity can be auctioned? Are there truly that many soulbones available? How many can be auctioned off in this event? Douluo exclaimed, wide-eyed, for he had never seen a soulbone in his lifetime. Indeed, there are soulbone auctions. Although soul bones are rare and expensive, they continue to emerge over time. Furthermore, when individuals pass away, the soul bones they have absorbed are released. Thus, this black market specializes in auctioning off soul bones of uncertain origin. Ning Fengji explained with a smile. He was meticulous in his selection of soul bones. Otherwise, he would have already adorned himself with many. Given that wealth often facilitates such acquisitions. Grandfather, as a titled Douluo, how could you be unaware of this? Douluo turned in astonishment to Douluo, who also bore a look of confusion. This black market auction is by invitation only. Senior Douluo's aloof nature and limited social circle make it difficult for him to receive such invitations, Ning Fengji remarked with a grin, subtly indicating that Douluo's cantankerous demeanor and lack of friends hindered his prospects. This black market seems intriguing. However, can we enter without an invitation? Douluo inquired again. Considering that Douluo's soul-bone situation required urgent attention, as the toxins within him were impeding his soul power development, I shall extend an invitation to you. Ning Fengji responded with a smile, then elegantly snapped his fingers. A servant clad in a white mask promptly delivered a recommendation letter to Douluo. With 3 hours remaining before the auction commenced, and the venue situated not far from Heavendo City, Ning Fengji suggested they dine first, promising to personally escort them afterward. Ning Fengji smiled as he uttered a phrase, then clapped his hands. Suddenly, the door on the second floor swung open, and a procession of elegantly dressed women in short skirts entered, each bearing a tray laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Over a dozen individuals had ordered more than 30 dishes, each a feast for the senses, causing Douluo to salivate uncontrollably. Let us commence, Ning Fengji cheerfully declared as he began to dine. The others followed suit, picking up their utensils to partake in the meal. Among them, Douluo and the elderly Lu exhibited particularly uncouth manners, devouring their food with abandon, as though they were famished specters returned to the earthly realm. An hour later, having nearly finished their repast, Ning Fengji rose and, accompanied by several companions, made his way to the carriage outside the Tiando Royal Restaurant. Given the clandestine nature of the black market auction, the venue is situated beyond the city limits. Let us proceed outside the city. We shall board the carriage, Ning Fengji announced before leaping onto his carriage. The Douluo family boarded the carriage. Xiaomo, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school owes us a significant favor. A single soul bone cannot compare to the weight of this goodwill regarding the evolution of martial souls, Douluo remarked quietly after they had entered the carriage. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school is a precarious situation. Our family should not meddle too deeply, especially since Ning Fengji is not a benign character. I fear that he may exploit our family to the extent that we end up financing his losses. Moreover, grandfather, it is imperative to manage the toxins within your body swiftly. Only then can you continue your cultivation. The Douluo family and my Dancian sect both require formidable strength to maintain our standing, and your current level of cultivation is insufficient. Douluo explained thoughtfully to Douluo. Xiaomo's reasoning was sound. Old poison. Do not be swayed by the position of the leaders of the upper three sects. The current relationship between the upper three sects and the martial soul hall is exceedingly tense. If we become too closely allied with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, how will the martial soul hall perceive us? Our strength remains far too feeble. Suddenly, old Lu interjected, expressing concern that Douluo might disregard Douluo's words, prompting his timely reminder. Very well, Douluo nodded in agreement with Douluo's perspective. Initially, he had hoped for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to bolster the development of the Dancian sect, but it now seemed that Douluo did not require Ning Fengji's assistance. The location of the black market was in a small village near Tiando City, not far from the city itself. Douluo pondered that this black market likely had substantial ties to the Tiando royal family. He even suspected that the royal family might be the shadowy figures behind it. Before long, their carriage halted at the village entrance. The group disembarked and began their trek toward the mountain village, traversing the path in silence, trailing behind Ning Fengji without a word. This small village contained numerous houses, yet not a single one was illuminated. It seemed the villagers had all been driven away. Subsequently, under Ning Fengji's guidance, they meandered to the only house in the village that radiated light. Put on your masks, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in each person's ears. The masks prepared in advance were donned by all, with Ning Fengji cautioning, do not lose your way. He gestured to the masks laid out on the table nearby, indicating that these had been arranged for the newcomers, as ordinarily, guests would prepare their own masks. As Douluo and his companions each selected a mask, Ning Fengji observed that they had donned them. He then pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was devoid of a floor. Upon entering, one was greeted by an elongated staircase descending into darkness. Without hesitation, Ning Fengji proceeded down the staircase. The others exchanged glances, seeing that Ning Fengji, an auxiliary spirit master, dared to descend. They too cast aside their fears and followed in his footsteps. The staircase was lengthy. Initially, the ambient light within the room illuminated the steps, but soon darkness enveloped them. Ning Fengji produced a fist-sized crystal orb, channeling his spiritual energy into it. A faint glow emerged. allowing the group to discern the staircase as they continued downward for 10 minutes. At last, Ning Fengji halted, confronting a pitch-black door before him. With the orb's meager light, Douluo discerned that it was a thick stone door. "Uncle Bone, may I trouble you?" Ning Fengji gestured for Bone Douluo to take his place. "Watch closely." Bone Douluo pressed both palms against the stone door, and with a creaking sound, it yielded effortlessly to his strength. Outside the door lay an eerie silence, but as a crack formed, a cacophony of voices spilled through, reaching their ears. After a few breaths, the stone door swung fully open, revealing the nature of their surroundings. They found themselves within an expansive auction hall, the floor adorned with black chairs, while colorful soul-guiding lanterns dangled from the ceiling. The sheer size of the hall dwarfed that of a small village, with a ceiling towering 10 meters above. At the farthest end of the hall stood a platform, upon which were more than a dozen boxes draped in red cloth. What lay within those boxes was evident: soul bones. Assuredly, an auction featuring over 10 soul bones. Yet, the din among the attendees clashed discordantly with Ning Fengji's demeanor. "The VIP room," Ning Fengji remarked, pinching a pale blue card between his fingers. Suddenly, a server hurried over from a short distance. "Esteemed guest, please follow me," he said, gesturing courteously. He then led Ning Fengji and his companions through a concealed door, ascending several flights of stairs until they finally entered a private room. This chamber was positioned closest to the platform, offering the finest vantage point for observing the soul bones on display. Moreover, it was spacious and stocked with an array of fruits and delicacies, allowing them to dine while they watched the auction. "Elder Douluo, you may remove your mask. No one else will intrude here," Ning Fengji said with a smile. Douluo and the others removed their masks and found their respective seats. Subsequently, Ning Fengji retrieved a scroll from a concealed compartment in the wall. This was the list of soul bones for the upcoming auction. "Elder Douluo, you may peruse it in advance. Just let me know which soul bone you desire, and I shall procure it for you," Ning Fengji graciously offered as he handed the document detailing the soul bone information to Douluo. "Then I shall not be modest," Douluo replied with a smile, accepting the scroll and carefully examining the information inscribed upon it. Among the listings were the left arm soul bone of the 3,000-year-old Xingyu bamboo, the torso soul bone of the 6,000-year-old netherworld turtle, the left leg soul bone of the 4,000-year-old explosive flame spirit fox, and the left arm soul bone of the 15,000-year-old bloodthirsty spirit snake. This last one was singular in being the only 10,000-year soul bone present, and moreover, it was a serpent type. The bloodthirsty spirit snake's soul bone is indeed quite suitable for Elder Douluo, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile. While the bloodthirsty spirit snake's soul bone possesses inherent toxicity, it can be repurposed to transfer poison. Douluo furrowed his brows, contemplating. "Fear not, Elder Douluo. If this does not pique your interest, there will be others present who will offer additional soul bones for trade or exchange later. The quality of these soul bones varies with each auction, and with a stroke of luck, one might even encounter a 100,000-year soul bone," Ning Fengji continued with a grin. "Ah, such a trading method exists. Nevertheless, I shall first secure this 10,000-year torso soul bone," Douluo concluded after a moment's thought. Chapter 63. The Torso Soul Bone of the Sky-Soaring Serpent. Welcome, esteemed guests. Today, I shall introduce and auction off these 13 soul bones. A middle-aged man dressed in an extravagant tailcoat and adorned with golden-rimmed glasses announced as he ascended the auction stage. His voice held a captivating resonance, and through the amplification of the speaker, every individual present could hear him distinctly. As his voice reverberated through the hall, the attendees fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixated upon the stage, eyes gleaming with fervor. The allure of soul bones for soul masters is akin to that of catnip for felines. The first soul bone up for auction was the left arm soul bone derived from the 3,000-year-old Xingyu bamboo. Absorbing this soul bone would bestow the soul master with a defensive soul skill, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The auctioneer stood smiling at the podium and approached the first glass cabinet. With a swift motion, he pulled away the red cloth covering it, revealing a vibrant green left arm soul bone resting within. Under the illumination of the soul guide apparatus, the soul bone sparkled brilliantly, resembling a magnificent piece of art sculpted from jade, truly breathtaking. "Is this what a soul bone looks like?" Douluo gazed upon the gem-like arm, which resembled a work of art, feeling an innate desire to possess it. It was not merely for the enhancement of combat prowess that he yearned for this soul bone. Rather, it was a pure longing to possess something beautiful. Your reaction resembles that of a child. This soul bone is indeed exquisite, but rest assured, in the future, You will have your own soul bone. This particular one, however, is not suited for you, Douluo remarked with a smile, gently ruffling Douluo's hair. Then, the auctioneer announced, if anyone is interested, please place your bids. The starting price is 10,000 gold soul coins, with each increment no less than 500 gold soul coins. Let the auction commence. He struck the table forcefully with his gavel. A profound silence enveloped the audience. 10,000 gold soul coins. At last, someone in the crowd made a bid. 10,500, 20,000, 21,000. Ultimately, this soul bone sold for 35,000 gold soul coins. However, it is worth noting that the typical price for plant-type soul bones is not as elevated. A common 3,000-year soul bone selling for 30,000 gold soul coins is already commendable. Soul bones derived from plant-type soul beasts are usually more affordable, with this jade-like left arm soul bone typically costing around 25,000 gold soul coins. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the soul bone for 35,000 gold soul coins, the auctioneer proclaimed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, as the selling price exceeded his expectations, ensuring a handsome commission for himself. Meanwhile, the successful auction of the first soul bone ignited the enthusiasm of the audience, who cheered and clamored for the opportunity to bid on the second soul bone. Next, we present the second soul bone of the day, originating from a 6,000-year-old nether turtle. Specifically the trunk soul bone of the nether armored turtle, which is of significant benefit to certain turtle-type soul masters. The auctioneer unveiled the red cloth from the second pedestal. A black vertebra-shaped soul bone emerged, radiating an obsidian-like brilliance. Under the illumination of the soul guide lamps, it shimmered with an alluring black light, dazzling in its display. Without further ado, the starting price is 30,000 gold soul coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 1,000 gold soul coins. The auction is officially underway. The auctioneer's gavel fell once more, signaling the commencement of this sale. 30,000 gold soul coins. 35,000 gold soul coins. Grandfather, isn't this Millennium soul bone rather rare? Is 30,000 gold soul coins a bit excessive for such a soul bone? Douluo inquired. Soul bones from turtle-type soul beasts are indeed quite valuable for defensive soul masters, which is why they are particularly sought after. This soul bone, like the previous jade left arm soul bone, is also a defensive type, hence the higher price by 1,000 gold soul coins, Douluo explained with a smile. In the future, I wish to pursue the path of an assault-type soul master, so the soul bones I aim to absorb should align with that offensive orientation. Douluo stroked his chin and remarked, there is no need to rush. You still have to absorb the soul rings. The enhancement you gain from absorbing both the soul bone and the soul ring of the same soul beast is paramount. Therefore, absorbing a soul bone now may hinder your future acquisitions. Patience is key. Take your time. Douluo offered a comforting smile to Douluo grandfather. Is our aim to acquire that ancient bloodthirsty spirit snake soul bone? Douluo inquired once more. Indeed, this item can be procured at auction. If there are no more suitable soul bones available, I shall have no choice but to assimilate this one, as I must find a soul bone to transfer the toxins from my body, Douluo sighed, expressing that the compatibility of the bloodthirsty spirit snake's soul bone with that of the emerald phosphor snake king was rather low. Thus he did not have a pressing need for it. Since it is unsuitable, let us refrain from bidding. We can wait for a more appropriate soul bone to absorb. Within 5 years, I will discover a method to resolve the toxins in your body, but during this time, you must refrain from advancing your cultivation. Douluo stated earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Then we shall not bid for it now. That will save us some golden soul coins. Douluo replied with a chuckle. Do we truly lack golden soul coins in our family? It is simply that it holds no value for us if it is not suitable. Absorbing it would not enhance your strength and might even diminish it. Which is the reason for my reluctance, Douluo retorted with a resigned glance at Douluo. Then we shall await the free auction. Ning Fengji chimed in with a smile, as Douluo produced 3 boxes and placed them on the table. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the 15,000-year-old bloodthirsty spirit snake soul bone for 540,000 golden soul coins. The auction for soul bones is now drawing to a close, and it is time for everyone to freely exchange their soul bones. I shall take my leave now. The auctioneer adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and smiled as he exited the stage. At that moment, the audience descended into a lively chatter, no one eager to be the first to take the stage. Suddenly, a middle-aged man leaped onto the auction platform. It is I, old chum. Once again initiating the first free auction, still for that soul bone. I wonder if it will sell today. This man, sporting a scruffy beard and a jovial demeanor, produced a spine bone as thick as a man's thigh and as tall as a person from his soul guide device. As per tradition, I am willing to exchange this soul bone for a bear-type left leg soul bone. Is there anyone interested in trading? Old Chung called out to the crowd, his voice amplified for all to hear. Your soul bone looks like a giant bone. It lacks even a hint of luster. What a jest. How could it possibly be a soul bone? Hurry and step down. No one will trade with you. You've appeared for years, returning empty-handed each time. It would be wiser to earn some money and purchase a bear-type left leg soul bone instead, came the derisive response from the audience. In the audience, there were regulars who were aware that this old gentleman came every time, yet no one ever exchanged with him. After all, others were not blind. This particular bone hardly resembled a soul bone in any respect. To speak frankly, the appearance of this soul bone was indeed quite unappealing. It lacked the luster of the previous soul bones and the delicate finesse of others. To put it bluntly, it resembled nothing more than a piece of spine extracted from a soul beast's carcass, suitable only for culinary purposes if it had any flesh on it. No. There was something fundamentally wrong with this bone. Douluo stood in the private room, observing this vertebra and recognizing that there was a significant issue at hand. As Douluo's soul power surged, the ice fire dragon eye activated instantaneously. To his astonishment, Douluo discerned a peculiar energy emanating from the vertebra, which materialized in the sky as a monstrous serpent with ribs and wings. The creature, seemingly composed of this very energy, noticed Douluo observing it through his ice fire dragon eye. It turned its head to regard him, and although it was ethereal, its pupils glimmered with a chilling blue light, brimming with bloodlust and slaughter. Douluo, unnerved by the sight, staggered back 3 steps before collapsing onto the ground. What in the world is this? Douluo cursed inwardly. Master Ning, do you possess a bear-type soul bone? Kindly assist me in exchanging for this one. I apologize for the trouble. Douluo closed his eyes and spoke earnestly to Ning Fengji. Oh, young Mr. Douluo has an interest in this soul bone. Just so happens that I have prepared a bear-type soul bone, though it is not from the left leg, but rather from the right arm. Originally, it was intended for a different exchange, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Thank you, Bone Uncle. Ning Fengji handed one of the 3 boxes to Bone Douluo, who accepted it with a grin and made his way to the edge of the window. 30,000-year-old right arm soul bone of the great strength diamond bear. Exchanged? Bone Douluo's voice resonated, rich and magnetic. Right arm soul bone. Perfect, I lack that one. Let us proceed. Old Chung, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement and promptly handed over the soul bone to the organizers, leaving the subsequent transaction in their capable hands. Goodness. I never expected this fellow would actually sell it. It's truly astonishing that someone would exchange soul bones for bones. Remarkable indeed, remarked a voice from the crowd below. However, before they could ponder further, another individual leapt onto the stage. I possess a 12,000-year-old right leg soul bone of the flame wolf and seek to exchange it for a plant-type right arm soul bone. Is there anyone interested? Asked a figure as slender as a bamboo shoot. Esteemed guest, please submit your soul bone for inspection. Upon completion, we shall provide you with the soul bone you wish to exchange, someone announced. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door of the private room, and a small door opened to reveal a tray being extended. Bone Douluo placed the box containing the soul bone onto the tray and pushed it out of the room. Now we merely await the outcome, Ning Fengji said with a smile at Douluo. Before long, another knock resonated. This time, it was not the small door that opened, but the main door. Standard soul bones could typically be brought in through the small door, but this particular soul bone could not be accommodated. The individual delivering it, cloaked and masked, entered, set down the soul bone, exited the room, and closed the door behind them. Douluo, filled with excitement, stepped forward to touch the soul bone, the body of the Tingsha. Chapter 64. Replacing the 9th soul ring. Young Master Douluo, the auction for soul bones continues below. Is there any piece that piques your interest? I can assist you in acquiring it, Ning Fengji said with a smile, pulling Douluo from his reverie as he contemplated the Tingsha soul bone. Oh, wait a moment, Master Ning. Allow me to first store this item in your soul guide. I have no more space in mine, Douluo called out to Douluo, needing a moment to compose himself. The Tingsha is an ancient divine beast, yet, despite its divine nature, it often appears merely as decorative embellishments. For instance, the Tingsha coils upon the back of the Xuanwu, while some ancient shamans don 2 Tingsha as adornments on their ears or tread upon them beneath their feet, in a dignity that does not diminish its status as a divine creature. Following this, there was a period of free trading of soul bones, which included some exceptionally rare pieces. However, These soul bones held little value for Douluo, as a title Douluo requires soul bones that are at least 10,000 years old. The notion of a prestigious title Douluo absorbing a 1,000-year soul bone would be utterly embarrassing. Before long, no one else ascended the stage to trade soul bones. Douluo quietly calculated in his mind. There had been 13 soul bones traded and 26 in free exchange, indicating that the volume of soul bone transactions was still rather modest. Yet, a bold thought emerged in his mind. Is there any elixir capable of hastening the generation of soul bones from soul beasts? What are you pondering? We should return. Today's events have concluded splendidly, Douluo remarked, patting Douluo on the shoulder. Then rising with the Douluo family to follow Ning Fengji out of the soul bone black market. Young Master Douluo, about the medicinal wine. Ning Fengji inquired after they had departed the market. Let us arrange for you to come back in 4 months to collect the first vial, Douluo replied, considering the timing. After all, one cannot simply escort another through the soul bone black market without purpose. The underlying intent was the medicinal wine in Douluo's possession, which could facilitate the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's martial spirit. Very well, I shall send someone to retrieve the medicinal wine in 4 months. Young Master Douluo, I won't accompany you back to the Sunset Forest. I shall return to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Until we meet again, Ning Fengji said, elegantly shaking his cloak before returning to his personal carriage. Meanwhile, Douluo's family boarded another carriage, setting off towards the Sunset Forest. Xiaomo, is there something particularly special about the spine bone you desired? Douluo inquired, as Douluo Yuan took the reins of the carriage. Indeed, it is a precious treasure. Even if it is not a soul bone, it is still a divine artifact. Once we are home, grandfather, you should first attempt to absorb it, if you can. It may be regarded as a trunk soul bone. If absorption proves impossible, grinding it into powder for medicinal use could significantly enhance your ability to cleanse the toxins from your body, Douluo explained. Douluo, aware that he was surrounded only by trusted companions, exclaimed with excitement, what exactly is this? Douluo inquired further. This is the spine of a Tingsha. The Tingsha is a mythical beast, also known as the flying serpent. Although it possesses potent venom within its body, its skeletal structure is devoid of toxins. Moreover, the residual spirit of this Tingsha is remarkably powerful, leading me to deduce that it must have been a formidable entity in its prime. Potentially a soul beast of over 100,000 years, or even stronger, Douluo articulated, his hands trembling with exhilaration. Tingsha? Douluo mused, observing that the carriage had sufficient space to accommodate the bone. He extracted the spine from the soul guiding device. It emanated a chilling aura, though the passage of time had nearly dissipated its coldness. Let us store it for now. We shall examine it further upon our return to the Sunset Forest, he suggested. Douluo promptly placed the Tingsha's spine into Douluo's embrace. Very well, Douluo replied with a smile at Douluo's enthusiasm, before carefully returning the spine to the soul guiding device. He too had been momentarily astonished upon hearing about the bone of the Tingsha, yet felt at ease to present it for admiration, knowing they were among trusted allies. Douluo retracted his soul bone, narrowing his eyes to adjust his state. Following this, the group fell silent as the carriage sped towards the Sunset Forest. At last, they were home. Douluo Yuan spoke from outside, then gradually brought the carriage to a halt. Wenya, you take Yanzi back to the house to rest. Yuan, you escort old Lu to his quarters. Xiaomo, come with me, Douluo instructed, and with that, he tucked Douluo under his arm and entered his family's secret chamber. Douluo did not doubt them. Rather, he felt uncertain about the matter at hand. Who could fathom the purpose of such a thing? Should he suffer humiliation before his son and daughter-in-law, the consequences would be dire. Grandfather, within this chamber resides the lingering soul of a soaring serpent. I fear you may not be able to contend with its spirit, Douluo remarked with a wry smile while seated in the dimly lit room. A lingering soul? How could I, a dignified title Douluo, be unable to defeat a mere remnant of a spirit? Douluo retorted, unable to tolerate such a statement. Although his strength ranked among the lower echelons of titled Douluos, he would not allow anyone to cast doubt on his prowess. Douluo immediately sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power into the soul bone, while Douluo operated his soul energy, deploying the ice fire dragon's eye, intently gazing at the remnants of the soaring serpent's soul within the bone. A hissing sound resonated throughout the chamber, as Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment at the appearance of a black and white patterned serpent shadow on the vertebra in his hand. Alas, if only I had encountered you, dear serpent, a few centuries earlier, I could have devoured you entirely. Now, I can barely maintain my form. A robust middle-aged man's voice emanated from the soaring serpent. Douluo, astonished, found himself at a loss for words. Little one, have you taken a rather radical path? Yet, encountering you is indeed fate. Since I lack the strength to consume you now, I shall bestow my cultivation upon you. The ethereal silhouette of the soaring serpent suddenly erupted with a dark luminescence, infusing Douluo's body. A sharp pain pierced through Douluo, and soon, his pores began to exude blood, a black and toxic ichor. To his surprise, the toxicity that had constrained him for so long was effortlessly dispelled by the soaring serpent. Do not move recklessly. I am aiding your grandfather, the soaring serpent remarked upon noticing Douluo behind Douluo. Is this the cleansing of the marrow? Douluo raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at the soaring serpent. He found it hard to believe that the serpent would extend such kindness towards Douluo. As the soaring serpent, alongside the 4 divine beasts and the ancient deity, was known to embody calamity and peril, such benevolence seemed inconceivable. Yet, Douluo remained oblivious to the serpent's true intentions. After half an hour, the black blood ceased to ooze from Douluo, who was in excruciating pain. And to his astonishment, his green hair began to darken. Little one, express your gratitude. I have cleansed the toxicity accumulated in your body. However, I survived by refining my bones. Thus my soul ring has been preserved. Therefore, in the spirit of goodwill, I shall first sacrifice my soul ring to you. Then activate my soul bone, allowing you to absorb the soul ring before claiming the soul bone. The soaring serpent spoke to itself, seemingly unconcerned with Douluo's opinion, who, due to the cleansing, was rendered too weak to respond. To disagree would imply acceptance, so I shall commence. The soaring serpent disregarded all else and prepared to make the sacrifice. Grandfather serpent, my grandfather is already a 9-ring title Douluo. How can you still offer a sacrifice to him? Douluo inquired. Do you imply that I should sacrifice to you? The serpent's gaze turned icy as it fixed its eyes on Douluo. Certainly not. ISNT 9 rings the limit? Douluo hastily gestured. This reason is negligible. Shattering his first soul ring will suffice. After Tingsha finished speaking, the ethereal tail of the serpent swept across, causing Douluo to float upwards. At this moment, Douluo was utterly powerless, merely drifting gently in the air. Suddenly, the soul rings behind him were released one by one from his body. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, totaling 9 soul rings. The combination was quite decent, perhaps a century old. Tingsha's phantom joyfully remarked, and then dove down, directly biting onto the soul rings. With a sudden force, the soul rings shattered abruptly, transforming into streams of soul power that dissipated into the air. Simultaneously, Douluo stiffened, spewing forth a mouthful of crimson blood. Higi, the sacrificial process is quite pleasant. Do enjoy it, Tingsha said, and as he finished, his phantom began to crumble inch by inch, ultimately morphing into a red golden 100,000-year soul ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 100,000 years of soul rings. Douluo exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock at the 9 patterns displayed on the soul ring, signifying Tingsha's cultivation. Foolish boy, it is 9,900,000 years. If it weren't for the world's consciousness prohibiting me, a divine beast, from attaining divinity, I would have long ascended to godhood instead of refining myself into a soul bone. Tingsha's voice echoed from an unknown source, reaching Douluo's ears. The soul ring slowly flew towards Douluo, unhesitatingly descending until it settled at his dantian. The soul ring abruptly contracted, and subsequently, the surrounding soul power surged violently into Douluo's body. In an instant, a whirlwind materialized within the chamber. However, this whirlwind came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Soon enough, the influx of soul power ceased, and the whirlwind dissipated. Douluo gently descended from the sky, and Douluo hurriedly pushed a chair over for him to sit upon. Shortly thereafter, Douluo opened his eyes. What just happened? It seems I have acquired 2 new soul abilities, he queried, rubbing his head and glancing at the astonished Douluo grandfather. Release your soul rings, and you will understand. Douluo replied, regaining his composure. What is there to see about soul rings? Douluo responded, yet he proceeded to release his soul rings one by one. 1 yellow? I have another soul ring? Douluo continued releasing his soul rings until the 9th. What of red? Chapter 65, The Conspiracy of Tingsha. Just moments ago, Tingsha had sacrificed its soul ring to you, namely that blood-red 100,000-year soul ring. It first shattered your grandfather's first soul ring, but everything has gone too smoothly. I sense something amiss, Douluo said with a wry smile, still doubting Tingsha's benevolence towards Douluo. Isn't there merely the remnant soul of Tingsha within the soul bone? How could a remnant soul possess such formidable power, and how could it even conduct a sacrifice for me? Douluo furrowed his brow in contemplation, meticulously examining his first 100,000-year soul ring, which bore an array of indistinguishable marks indicative of its considerable age. This soul ring was no ordinary 100,000-year ring. It was, in fact, a rare 99,000-year soul ring. The Tungsha, having reached the pinnacle of 99,000 years, was unable to transcend the million-year threshold, thus refining its essence into its vertebrae. Consequently, both its soul ring and soul bone had been amalgamated within this spine. Moreover, had the Tungsha been alive, one could scarcely fathom the extent of its formidable prowess. Douluo recalled with trepidation the icy glare of the Tungsha's lingering spirit, a gaze that had chilled him to the core, instilling a profound sense of dread. By the way, grandfather, don't all 100,000-year soul rings grant 2 soul skills? What are the new abilities you have acquired? Douluo suddenly remembered the skills bestowed by the Tungsha's soul ring and became curious about the new soul skills his grandfather had obtained. The most remarkable aspect of a 100,000-year soul ring is its ability to provide 2 sources of soul power. One skill is mist transformation, allowing the user to envelop themselves in mist for 10 minutes, rendering them immune to all physical and soul attacks, while also possessing a certain degree of offensive capability and toxicity. The other skill is the poison mist domain, which closely resembles my own poison domain and can be used in tandem, effectively doubling my strength. Douluo smiled as he extended his hand, which instantly transformed into a white, toxic mist. Douluo reached out to touch it, confirming its invulnerability to physical attacks. Indeed, these are commendable soul skills, he remarked with delight. The dual domains would significantly enhance Douluo's combat prowess, greatly contributing to the strength of the Douluo family. Otherwise, either of the sword Douluo or bone Douluo could easily defeat Douluo. However, with the dual domains, he now possessed the capability to contend with them. Moreover, not only do you possess a 99,000-year soul ring, but you also have a 99,000-year soul bone. The Tungsha even urged you to absorb its soul bone, Douluo suddenly recalled and mentioned, though his expression was tinged with hesitation as he struggled to decipher the Tungsha's intentions. So fortunate. The Tungsha has truly prepared a remarkable opportunity for me, Douluo mused, filled with curiosity. Furthermore, grandfather, the toxicity within your body has been entirely eradicated. After all our extensive research, it merely took a black luminous sphere to resolve the issue. I hardly know what to say, Douluo expressed with a sense of resignation. Oh, is that truly the case? The residual toxins in my body have been completely eliminated, and my soul power has now surged to level 93. I may even break through to level 94 within a few days. Douluo exclaimed in astonishment, having not experienced any enhancement in over 5 or 6 years, and now achieving a remarkable 2-level leap. Is it so swift? Grandfather, did you not just recently ascend to level 92? Douluo, astonished, inquired. The enhancement beyond level 90 is indeed substantial at every tier. Absorbing soul rings aids in one's cultivation. However, it is intrinsically linked to the quality of the soul ring. For instance, this 90,000-year soul ring that was sacrificed for me has elevated my soul power by 2 levels. Douluo pondered for a moment before responding. Let us set aside this acquisition for now. Grandfather, could you analyze the intentions of the Tungsha? I find myself perplexed. This is not a benevolent divine beast. What could motivate it to show such kindness to a stranger? First, it detoxified me, then presented a soul ring, and even prepared a soul bone for you. Douluo kicked aside the unaltered colossal vertebra and settled into a chair. It first cleansed the toxins from my body and subsequently offered me a 100,000-year soul ring. Yet, thus far, Tungsha has not exerted any negative influence upon me. I cannot help but wonder what impact the final step may have. Douluo furrowed his brow in contemplation. They had minimal ties to the Tungsha, and he too felt that it would not extend such generosity without ulterior motives. However, he could not discern Tungsha's true intentions. Grandfather, consider this. A being willing to refine its entire cultivation into its bones, what could it possibly desire? Douluo furrowed his brow, attempting to unravel the enigma of what this serpent sought from Douluo. Perhaps Tungsha believes its lifespan has reached its limit and wishes to pass on its legacy. Douluo speculated, yet even he found his own assertion hard to believe. If that were the case, it would hardly part with its possessions so easily in its final moments. Wait, grandfather, you mentioned lifespan? Douluo pondered deeply. This creature intends to seize control. It aims to enhance your body with its waning strength, subsequently bestowing its soul ring upon you. thereby empowering its new vessel. The final act would involve embedding its soul within the soul bone, consuming your essence during your absorption, thus commandeering your body. At that point, it could eliminate me and our family, becoming Douluo. Douluo suddenly grasped Tingsha's intentions. Realizing why it was so relentless in aiding Douluo's transformation and sacrificing the soul ring. Is there a remedy for this? If that is the case, this soul bone is perilous. It should be sealed and buried underground. I have already managed the toxins within my bow. As Douluo has grasped the intentions of the Tingsha, it becomes imperative to address the issue at hand. However, the current inability of Douluo does not preclude future possibilities. Nonetheless, the situation remains perilous. Little Mo, while the enhancement of my abilities is significant, it pales in comparison to the value of life itself. I believe it would be prudent to relinquish this soul bone, Douluo remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Grandfather, you must have faith in me. Allow me one more attempt. If I cannot resolve it, I will acquiesce to burying or destroying it. Douluo replied thoughtfully. Very well. Give it a try, but ensure your safety above all. After all, you are the most gifted among our lineage, the pillar upon which the Douluo family will rely. Douluo nodded, casting an earnest gaze upon Douluo. Rest assured, grandfather, my safety is not a concern. I shall temporarily secure the soul bone and endeavor to manage it. If no viable solution presents itself, then it shall be obliterated or interred, Douluo declared. Reflecting on the immense value of this soul bone, which had existed for 900,000 years. Indeed, prioritize your safety. I too intend to enter seclusion for several days. I aim to break through to level 94, and the subsequent leap to level 95 is the most formidable challenge within the realm of tidal Douluo. Demanding a considerable span of time to achieve, Douluo mused before settling into a chair. Currently, my alchemical skills are insufficient to aid your breakthrough, grandfather. However, since the toxins within your body have been eradicated, you may now consume celestial grade herbs. I suggest you partake of the Yuxiang Chiluo, Douluo advised, pondering that the herbs should not remain as mere ornamentation but should enhance one's strength. Given the daunting nature of breaking through level 95, it would be wise for Douluo to harness the power of celestial grade herbs for his advancement. This approach would facilitate his progression without compromising his foundation and would prevent the accumulation of toxins from further training. Truth be told, I can manage without the celestial grade herbs. Gradual cultivation could also lead to a breakthrough in my soul power. It would be better to reserve the herbs for the younger generation. Douluo felt it somewhat wasteful to utilize the herbs for his own advancement, having accumulated fewer than 10 over countless years, and thus held them in high regard. How can it be considered wasteful when it is not a finite resource? Moreover, should we reserve it for others? Our family comprises 5 members, and having already consumed one, you still require 4. We can certainly spare several for future use, Douluo retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Douluo. Was he truly waiting for Tang San to distribute these herbs among the 7? That would indeed be wasteful. Such treasures ought to be shared among family. Very well. Once I achieve level 94 and solidify my cultivation, I shall consume the Yuxiang Chiluo and strive to break through to level 95 as swiftly as possible, Douluo conceded. Douluo pondered for a moment and concluded that since the celestial grade item had landed in their family, it indicated a fated connection. Delaying further might invite calamity. And Douluo was not a man devoid of ambition. Each time he witnessed the prowess of the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, a profound envy welled within him. His strength paled in comparison to theirs, thus fueling his yearning for greater power. Chapter 66. The journey begins at the Dansen sect. By the way, grandfather, I have devised a plan for the potions required by the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I have already located suitable substitutes for the 9-leaf dragon orchid. And these herbs are not exceedingly rare. They are predominantly annual herbs. As long as we cultivate them timely, we will be able to supply the 7 treasure glazed tile school with sufficient medicinal liquor. Douluo contemplated and continued. After all, I promised to provide them with potions, and they must be delivered punctually. Furthermore, these potions are not given freely. The 7 treasure glazed tile school will compensate us, potentially creating a lucrative avenue. As long as you have a plan in mind, that suffices. Once I break through to level 95, I shall also delve deeply into the study of various herbs. After all, the utility of poisons is rather limited in certain aspects, and at times, I may require assistance from a mere child to extricate me from predicaments. It is quite undignified. Douluo awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, feigning anger as he remarked, Grandfather, I merely resorted to a clever approach. In terms of genuine understanding of herbs, I certainly cannot rival you. Douluo Mo chuckled, acknowledging that without the heavenly herb manual as a cheat, he would struggle to remember so many herbs. In terms of true strength, he could not compare to Douluo. If one could continuously rely on cleverness, it could be deemed a form of strength in itself. Douluo smiled and affectionately ruffled Douluo Mo's hair, expressing his approval. For relying on external assistance was not a legitimate means. True strength lay in self-improvement. By the way, grandfather, I am preparing to embark on my journey back to the Fazano province. I have been away for quite some time, and it is necessary for me to return, as the sect requires my oversight. Douluo Mo contemplated, understanding that while the sect could function without him, the alchemical concoctions could not. He still needed to return to the Fazano province to employ the earthly fire for potion crafting. Originally, he had set out with Douluo to hunt soul beasts and acquire a second soul ring, yet unforeseen events had transpired. First, a confrontation with Ning Fingxi, followed by an encounter with a soul bone auction. Half a month had proven insufficient to accommodate all these delays. Indeed, as the sect master, you cannot remain here indefinitely. It is time for you to return to your sect. However, this time, do not take your sister with you. It is more prudent for her to cultivate alongside your parents, Douluo reflected. Douluo and Douluo Mo are distinct in their natures. Douluo is an ordinary child who will inevitably pursue formal education in the future, as both Douluo and when you possess limited abilities. And Douluo is not particularly adept at teaching students. Therefore, it is imperative that a specialized mentor be appointed to guide Douluo in her cultivation. Indeed, my elder sister aspires to be a refined lady and should not endure the same tumultuous experiences as I have. What if she remains unmarried in the future? Douluo Mo playfully stuck her tongue out at Douluo. Rest assured, my granddaughter Douluo is highly sought after for marriage. You ought to concern yourself more with your own affairs, Douluo replied. He advised Douluo Mo to travel back to the Fazano province alongside Old Lu. Although Old Lu lacks cultivation prowess, his knowledge and experiences far surpass yours, so it is essential to heed his counsel in the future. Douluo, being an intimate friend of Old Lu, had great confidence in his capabilities. As long as Old Lu is around, the Dancian sect will not falter. Very well, grandfather. I shall pack my belongings. You prepare for your seclusion as well. There is no need for you to see me off. Focus on your cultivation. Should I successfully handle that soul bone, I will return it to you. But if I fail, I shall grind it into powder and bury it on the spot. Understood. Once you depart, inform them of my seclusion. Hurry and gather your things to leave with Old Lu. Do not force the use of that soul bone. It is only through life that one possesses everything, Douluo reiterated, unable to restrain himself from offering further advice to Douluo Mo. All right, grandfather. I shall take my leave now. Douluo Mo clasped her fists in respect to Douluo before turning to exit the secret chamber. Upon pushing open the door to the chamber, Douluo Mo reflected that she would soon depart, and it was uncertain when she would return. The task of accelerating the growth of the Blue-Silver Emperor must continue, for in the coming years, Tang Hao remains the strongest within the Dancian sect. However, Douluo Mo first conveyed the news of Douluo's impending seclusion to Douluo and Wenya, urging them to prepare accordingly. Only then did Douluo Mo venture alone to the Eye of Ice and Fire, where she produced 6 rare celestial herbs to extract their essence and enhance the age of the Blue-Silver Emperor. At that moment, the Blue-Silver Emperor had reached a height of 3 meters, its appearance no longer resembling that of a mere herb. More importantly, Douluo Mo could sense the emotions emanating from the Blue-Silver Emperor. Indeed, you have transformed into a formidable being. Fear not, in a few years, you shall regain your cultivation and reunite with your son, Douluo Mo declared, as she infused the life essence extracted from the herbs into the Blue-Silver Emperor. As the Blue-Silver Emperor absorbed the vitality, a faint glow began to emanate from its golden blue leaves, and a gentle joy radiated from its stem, an emotion Douluo Mo could remarkably perceive. I must take my leave now. Fortunately, I have not overexerted my soul power this time. I shall return in a year to further accelerate your growth. Douluo Mo concluded, gathering the jade box and crushing the withered herbs to scatter them as fertilizer on the ground, subsequently planting them near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Douluo Mo returned to the small courtyard of Douluo, where Old Lu had prepared everything and was waiting for him atop the carriage. Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Lu, Douluo Mo said, leaping onto the carriage and entering the compartment. Due to his tender age, he was unable to drive the carriage himself, which is why Old Lu took on that responsibility, as they were embarking on this journey alone. Goodbye, father, mother, and elder sister. Douluo Mo waved farewell to Douluo Yuan and the others. Be safe on the road. Little Mo, is there anything else you need to purchase? Old Lu's voice called from outside the carriage. They had not ventured far from the sunset forest. It seemed they had arrived at Tindo City. Old Lu wished to procure certain items for their journey. I believe there is nothing more that I require. It would be best to return to the Fasnuo province as swiftly as possible. Douluo Mo opened his eyes, diligently cultivating his soul power, determined to make the most of his time. After all, upon returning to the sect, he would need to devote a significant portion of his time to alchemy, as he was currently the only one in the entire sect capable of refining pills. Very well, I shall set off at full speed, Old Lu declared, cracking the whip, which spurred the horses into a faster pace as they continued towards the Fasnuo province. Chapter 67. A lonely dig. Friends, this road is impassable. It would be best for you to depart swiftly and avoid causing us any trouble. Suddenly, several individuals appeared on the road, first greeting Old Lu with a nod before speaking. All right, young brother, such courtesy cannot go unacknowledged. We shall change our course, Old Lu replied, furrowing his brow as he glanced ahead before turning the carriage around. This was a canyon, the quickest route to the Fasnuo province. If they took a detour, both Old Lu and Douluo Mo would likely be delayed for at least 10 more days. Grandpa Lu, what has happened ahead? Douluo Mo sensed the carriage had turned around and peered out at Old Lu. There may have been an incident ahead, however. I suspect it is likely due to the emergence of a treasure, and their strength seems rather lacking, appearing to be a spur-of-the-moment decision, Old Lu replied, his brow still knitted in concern. He guided the carriage into a thicket, surveying the surroundings until the group of individuals was no longer in sight. Old Lu then leaped into the carriage compartment and retrieved a map of the Tindo Empire from his soul guide, searching for a new route to the Fasnuo province. Grandpa Lu, to what extent has your strength regressed? Douluo Mo inquired, drawing closer to Old Lu. Well, I possess level 40 soul power for a duration of 10 minutes. You seem quite ambitious. Are you still considering taking a look? Old Lu tilted his head in surprise, realizing at this moment that Douluo Mo was not like ordinary children. Grandpa Lu, since they have gone to such lengths, I cannot help but feel a sense of curiosity if I do not investigate. Douluo Mo chuckled softly, uttering a phrase before retrieving the meteorite sword from the soul guiding device. He playfully balanced it in his hand, the implications clear without words. I pondered for a moment. We were nearly 300 miles from Tindo City, and there seemed to be no formidable warriors nearby. Yet, I remained uncertain about what we might encounter. Xiao Mo, let us embark on a quest to find a path up the mountain and ascertain what has transpired in this vicinity, suggested Old Lu after a moment's contemplation, emphasizing the importance of safety above all. Very well, Douluo Mo replied, securing the meteorite sword at his waist before leaping down from the carriage. Be careful, Old Lu echoed as he too dismounted, but not before tethering the carriage to a tree, wary of the possibility that upon their return, the carriage might be gone, leaving them to trek to the Fasnuo province on foot. Douluo Mo surveyed his surroundings, and the ice fire dragon eyes had quietly been unleashed. To his astonishment, there was not a soul in sight on the mountain path to the left of the canyon. Were these individuals truly so devoid of vigilance? Douluo Mo raised an eyebrow in confusion and uttered a remark. Suddenly, he found himself losing interest in the objects around him, realizing they were likely of little value. However, having embarked on the ascent, he could not easily abandon his endeavor. Thus, Douluo Mo grasped the meteoric iron sword and swiftly made his way towards the mountain summit. The peak that Douluo Mo is currently ascending is not particularly lofty. However, the surrounding woods are lush, greatly facilitating his climb. In a short while, Douluo Mo reaches the summit. Activating the ice fire dragon's eye, he gazes into the distance and is astonished to discover figures on the opposite side of the canyon, diligently excavating the mountainside. Though their numbers are few, there are indeed a dozen or so individuals. Yet, despite the enhanced vision granted by the ice fire dragon's eye, Douluo Mo remains unable to discern what they are unearthing. Douluo Mo raised his head and caught sight of the old man Lu atop the opposite peak, who gestured to him before resuming his vigilant observation of the surroundings. Both individuals remained quietly attentive to the situation around them. Douluo Mo took a moment to count. The majority of those in the gorge appeared to be ordinary folk, wielding pickaxes and shovels to excavate the mountainside. Nearby, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments sat quietly beside a cart, supervising the operation, accompanied by 2 soul masters, albeit of a meager soul power level of merely over 30. What kind of endeavor is this? If there were truly valuable treasures to be unearthed, Why are there only these two insignificant figures? Douluo furrowed his brow, feeling that these individuals were squandering their potential. Suddenly, Douluo glanced up to see Lu's gesture signaling him to descend. Very well, if necessary, I shall force my way through. Contemplating for a moment, Douluo stood and began his descent, retracting his meteorite sword into his soul guide. The journey down proved far easier than the ascent. Before long, he returned to his cart, where Lu had been waiting patiently. Grandfather Lu, I noticed they were excavating something on your side of the cliff, though I couldn't discern what it was. Additionally, there are hardly any soul masters among them. Only 2 at around 30 levels. Douluo relayed the information he had gathered. It seems they acted on a whim to dig here. But what could they possibly be searching for? Lu pondered, furrowing his brow in thought. Unable to fathom what could be worth excavating from the mountainside. If it were, or being so close to the road, it would have long been discovered by others. It was implausible that anything remained for them to unearth. Grandfather Lu, if there is a chance that there is nothing of value, should we not simply push through? Taking a detour would be a waste of time. They lack powerful soul masters, so our chances of success are quite favorable, Douluo suggested after deliberation. That won't do. They have set up barricades on the opposite side of the road, leaving us little chance of breaking through. If we must take a detour, we could abandon the cart and trek 50 miles on foot to the nearest town to procure a new one, then continue our journey to the Farster province. Lu contemplated deeply. Let us hope they dig to their heart's content and depart by nightfall. I certainly do not wish to walk 50 miles. Douluo remarked with a wry smile. Let us leave the cart at the foot of the mountain and camp atop it for now. This route is indeed the quickest. If they have not left by tomorrow, we shall proceed on foot to the nearest town to buy a cart, Lu proposed, proceeding to gather the necessary items into the soul guide. After completing his preparations, Lu led Douluo back to the summit he had previously scaled. The two set up a tent in a recessed area of the peak, sheltered from the wind and concealed from those in the gorge. They continued to witness the ongoing excavation. What on earth could they possibly be digging for? After Douluo finished tidying up the camp, he climbed to the summit to observe the individuals engaged in a late-night excavation in the valley below. With a wry smile, he remarked, I seem to have spotted the emblem of the Xiangjia sect. Could it possibly be their members? Lu Laotu pondered for a moment before responding, as he had just seen the insignia of the Xiangjia sect. Xiangjia sect? Isn't that one of the lower 4 sects? How could they send just 2 soul masters, both under level 30, to this place in search of treasure? Douluo inquired, astonished. Let us return to rest. They are unlikely to unearth anything of value. I am of an advanced age and require less sleep. I shall remain here to monitor their activities, Lu Laotu stated, settling down at the peak to continue observing the efforts of the group below. Very well, Grandfather Lu. You watch the first half of the night, and I shall take the latter half, allowing you some time to rest, Douluo suggested after a moment's thought, before turning to retire to the tent. Indeed. That sounds good, Lu Laotu replied with a smile as he watched Douluo enter the tent. The lad from the Douluo family is quite commendable, he mused, and then resumed his watch over the members of the Xiangjia sect in the valley. Douluo returned to the tent and immediately reclined on the warm jade-scented couch, quickly drifting into slumber. Sleep was indeed delightful, and the timing was just right. As Douluo opened his eyes and gazed through the tent, he beheld the moon outside. It was not yet the latter half of the night. Grandpa Lu, you should hurry back and rest. I've nearly had enough sleep. Being young is truly wonderful. Douluo remarked with a smile. Very well, then I shall take my leave for rest. There has been nothing unusual this first half of the night, replied the elderly Lu, yawning before returning to the tent to retrieve his own warm jade-scented couch and commencing his slumber. Truly, this group of people is utterly infuriating. They've been digging all day long and still continue without a clue as to what they seek, Douluo said with a wry smile. However, since he had to keep watch over them, he could not practice his cultivation. Thus, he boredly took out a book, reading while keeping an eye on the individuals below in the gorge. The ice fire dragons possessed night vision capabilities, making it effortless to read in the dark. Time passed swiftly. The moon gradually descended while the sun began to rise. Douluo noticed that this group was becoming exceedingly fatigued. One of the individuals exchanged a few words with the elegantly dressed middle-aged man seated by the cart, who nodded in agreement, to Douluo's astonishment. The middle-aged man mounted the cart, prompting the others to gather their belongings and follow suit, simultaneously withdrawing the horses blocking the path. What in the world is this? They've been digging for an entire day and night, and now they leave just after a few words? Douluo Mo raised an eyebrow, exclaiming in exasperation. Is this some kind of joke? Douluo Mo contemplated for a moment, then observed the group of individuals gradually departing in the distance. With a swift glance over his shoulder at the tent behind him, he resolved not to trouble the old master Lu any further. Alone, Douluo Mo began his descent down the mountain when, unexpectedly, a hand grasped him from behind. Douluo Mo was taken aback, swiftly drawing the meteorite sword from his soul-guiding device, and then turned to deliver a swift strike. Grandfather Lu? You're awake. Douluo Mo turned around to discover that it was indeed old Lu who had grasped him, and he promptly sheathed the meteorite sword back into the soul-guiding device. Youngster, hurry over and help me pack our belongings. Let us go and have a look. They likely did not uncover anything, old Lu remarked with a smile. All right, Grandfather Lu. Douluo Mo responded, immediately turning to tidy up the tent. Once everything was in order, Douluo Mo and old Lu descended the mountain, not heading directly for the carriage, but rather making their way into the canyon. Douluo Mo raised his head and surveyed the area, soon locating the site where that group of individuals had been excavating. To his astonishment, they had sealed the entrance with stones. Come on, young lad, you can't expect an old man to do all the work for you, old Lu chuckled, uttering those words with a grin. Chapter 68, The Tomb of the Titled Douluo. Douluo Mo, feeling a sense of helplessness, cast a glance at the old man Lu before beginning to remove the stones that sealed the cave's entrance. Despite his youth, Douluo Mo possessed considerable strength, and as these stones had been moved by ordinary individuals devoid of soul power, he found it effortless to utilize his own soul energy for the task. Before long, the stones that had obstructed the entrance were entirely cleared away. The simplicity of sealing the cave suggested that their expedition would be swift. Otherwise, the resolution of the entrance would not have been so straightforward. The old man Lu stood at the entrance, surveying the interior, which was evidently a passage excavated entirely by hand. The efficiency of these workers was truly remarkable. Having unearthed a tunnel measuring 1 meter in diameter and 3 to 4 meters in length within the span of a single day and night, Douluo Mo arrived at the innermost part of the passage, where the stone wall bore some faint scratches, though they were shallow. Douluo Mo speculated that these markings were the result of inadequate tools used by the workers. Grandpa Lu, take a look at this wall. The hardness seems off. He called to the elder behind him. Douluo Mo sensed that this was a type of metal, though he could not identify it. After all, excessive consumption of metals could lead to swift demise, and traditional alchemy did not include substances like vermilion or mercury. I'll take a look, replied Grandpa Lu. Approaching the stone wall, he produced a soul-guiding lamp and scrutinized the condition of the wall. This is a synthetic metal, not naturally occurring, but forged artificially. However, I've never encountered this particular alloy before, he mused, furrowing his brow in thought, though he could not ascertain its exact composition. If it's synthetic, should we pry it open? Douluo Mo suggested after some contemplation. I'll give it a try. By the way, do we have any of those pills left? I'm concerned my soul power might be insufficient, Grandpa Lu remarked, pondering the matter. Plenty, Douluo Mo replied with a smile. Retrieving a large vial of chi-boosting pills from the soul-guiding device and handing it to the elder. All right, watch me, said Grandpa Lu, taking the pill bottle, opening it, and consuming one. The remarkable, retractable carving knife reappeared, and he deftly inserted it into the alloy wall, which, despite resisting a pickaxe, was penetrated effortlessly as if it were mere tofu. Grandpa Lu then closed his eyes and began to elongate the carving knife, though this process was invisible from the outside. After a minute, he opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and sat down, his face flushed from exertion. This alloy wall is a full half-meter thick. What a waste of materials. Imagine how many weapons could be forged from this. He lamented, gesturing at the wall. Grandpa Lu, did you see what's inside? Douluo Mo could not contain his curiosity about what could possibly warrant such a thick wall. Do you think my carving knife has eyes? We've only gauged the thickness of the wall. As for what lies within, how could I possibly know? Grandpa Lu retorted, a bit irked, before shutting his eyes to regain his composure. Mo, shall we continue? If we do, I may have to cut through the wall. And there could be other unknown entities inside, Grandpa Lu said earnestly, regarding Douluo Mo with a serious expression, the carving knife reappearing in his hand. Let us proceed. I too am curious about what this half-meter thick wall conceals. Perhaps it holds our destiny, Douluo Mo replied thoughtfully. We have come this far, so why hesitate? Let us do it. Very well, then I shall begin, Grandpa Lu declared. Upon finishing his words, old Lu brandished his carving knife once more. This time, his movements were swift and agile, transforming the knife into a half-meter-long blade that he plunged into the alloy wall. Subsequently, with both hands firmly grasping the hilt, he executed a swift rotation before forcefully withdrawing it, causing the metal strip to be drawn out slightly due to inertia. In an instant, old Lu's carving knife vanished, and he, having exhausted his spiritual energy, collapsed onto the ground. Douluo hurriedly assisted the elderly Lu to his feet, simultaneously retrieving a chair from the soul guide device for him to sit upon. Let me see if I can extract that metal rod. My old bones cannot withstand much more strain, Lu sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. His physical condition was poor, with meridians throughout his body severed, and even summoning a soul power of level 40 was a stroke of luck. Grandpa Lu, please rest for a moment while I attempt to pull out this metal rod, Douluo offered, handing Lu a cup of water before approaching the alloy wall, where he grasped the metal rod with pliers and began to tug it slowly outward. However, the rod proved exceedingly heavy, and his progress was painfully sluggish. You foolish boy, why not simply use the soul guide device to transport it away? Lu remarked, sitting in the chair, exasperated. That's a good point, Douluo replied, channeling his soul power and, in the blink of an eye, depositing the metal rod into the soul guide device. This metal must be quite valuable. While I recover, you should restore the stones at the entrance, Lu suggested. Glancing towards the door before turning back to Douluo understood, Douluo replied, promptly rushing to the cave entrance to restore the scattered stones as best he could. Once completed, he found himself quite exhausted. Young man, do you see anything inside? Lu inquired, observing that Douluo had sealed off the entrance, beckoning him to investigate what lay beyond the alloy wall. Of course, Douluo responded, barely catching his breath as he hurried back to the spot where Lu had unearthed the metal rod. Pressing his face against the wall, he scrutinized the situation within. To his astonishment, there was a corridor beyond, also constructed of alloy, and the opposite wall was polished to an extraordinary smoothness, allowing him to catch a glimpse of his own reflection. However, due to the narrowness of the opening, he could discern little more. Grandpa Lu, there is a corridor inside, constructed from the same alloy, Douluo reported earnestly. Let us take a moment to rest, Lu suggested, producing another chi-nourishing pill to consume. Once again, he wielded his carving knife, gauging the distance before forcefully inserting it at the previous hollow's level, twisting and pulling it out deftly. This time, Lu accurately settled back into his chair, panting heavily. Douluo, put it away, he instructed, closing his eyes to rest quietly. Understood, Douluo responded, quickly retrieving the severed metal strip. Thus ensued a cycle of Lu resting intermittently while continuing to cut through the wall. The third incision was made directly beneath the first, the fourth beneath the second, and the fifth at the closest point between the first and second cuts. After 3 additional incisions, a passage wide enough for a person to crawl through was finally created. Douluo, if anything seems amiss, pull me out immediately. Old Lu uttered a phrase, then consumed 2 energy pills before beginning to crawl into the passageway. The half-meter distance was not far, yet old Lu did not immediately emerge from the tunnel. Instead, he cautiously poked his head out to scrutinize his surroundings. The corridor was entirely constructed of metal, and old Lu pressed his hands against the ground, exerting force to ascertain that there were no hidden mechanisms. Only then did he feel reassured enough to crawl out, simultaneously beckoning to Douluo. Come here, it's safe. He called into the passage. All right, coming. Douluo replied, his small stature allowing him to traverse the space much quicker than old Lu. To the left of the corridor stood a metallic wall, leaving only the right side accessible. After glancing at Douluo, old Lu retrieved a soul guiding lamp to illuminate the path and cautiously proceeded along the right side of the corridor. The corridor stretched on, the metallic floor reflecting light like a mirror. Suddenly, a stone door manifested before them. Grandpa Lu, what is this? Douluo inquired, perplexed. How would I know? This isn't my home. Should I make a hole to see what's inside? Old Lu responded, casting a surprised glance at Douluo. Forget it. It would be quite rude to drill a hole in someone else's door. Given that the left side of the corridor is sealed and there are no traps here, it indicates that our entrance is indeed correct. More importantly, it suggests that the owner wishes us to enter, Douluo reasoned as he regained his composure. All right, enough pondering. Let us push the door open, old Lu declared, beginning to shove the stone door. It creaked and groaned as if it had not been moved in ages. Once fully opened, Douluo was left speechless by the sight before him, a mountain constructed of golden soul coins. It was merely the quantity of the coins but the resplendent visual phenomenon that left Douluo utterly astonished. Stammering, he turned to old Lu for a glance. Wipe your drool. You look pitiful, old Lu remarked. Tossing a towel from his pocket to Douluo before circling the golden mountain to see if he could uncover anything of value. Behind the golden mountain, old Lu discovered a stone tablet. Douluo, we have struck gold. We've stumbled upon the tomb of a titled Douluo, he exclaimed. Well, it truly is the tomb of a titled Douluo. Upon hearing the sound, Douluo hastily rushed to the side of old Lu, exclaiming in astonishment. Chapter 69, The Legacy of the Burning Sky Douluo. Grandpa Lu, do you know who this person recorded on the stele is? I have no recollection of him. Douluo turned his head and inquired of old Lu. The Burning Sky Douluo, as inscribed on the stele, must have been a titled Douluo from at least 3 centuries ago, possessing a soul power of level 95 at the time of his death, with the martial soul known as the Flame Monarch. However, I have no memory of such an illustrious titled Douluo. A soul power level of 95 should not be lost amidst the annals of history, old Lu replied, gazing at Douluo with a look of bewilderment. What kind of martial soul is the Flame Monarch? Douluo suddenly recalled something and posed the question to old Lu. It should be a top-tier fire attribute martial soul, but strangely, I have never heard anyone mention it. Moreover, there are no sects or families that possess the inherited martial soul of the Flame Monarch. It must be a variant martial soul. Old Lu circled the stele and then continued deeper into the chamber. This space was vast, however, apart from a golden mountain, there stood only this solitary stele. Stark and monotonous. Let's refrain from touching the golden soul coins for now. Let us examine the surroundings for any hidden compartments. Important items should be located in another chamber. This place likely serves as a trap, old Lu mused, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the intentions of the titled Douluo who had established this place. There were 2 possibilities for its construction. Either it was a treasure trove, or it served as his final resting place. Yet, it seemed more probable that this was where he had met his demise. Douluo and old Lu continuously surveyed the surrounding walls. Yet the craftsmanship here was so exquisite that no seams could be discerned. Grandpa Lu, I find no traces here. What about you? Douluo inquired, furrowing his brow. I find nothing as well, not a single clue. However, there must be some evidence. This cannot be the true location of the treasure. After all, in the eyes of a titled Douluo, gold soul coins are as worthless as dirt. They would not regard refuse as genuine treasure. Old Lu meticulously scrutinized every inch of the walls. Indeed, that stone tablet. Aside from this tablet, there are only gold soul coins. The coins are merely bait. The true treasure must lie beneath this stone tablet. Douluo suddenly felt a surge of excitement as he dashed to the stone tablet. The ice and fire dragon's eyes reappearing as he carefully examined its surface. That makes sense. Old Lu also paused and hurried to the stone tablet. Look here. There's a button. Douluo brushed away the dust on the tablet, pressed the button firmly, and to their astonishment, the stone tablet began to creak and rotate. When it came to a halt, an opening emerged beneath it, just large enough for a single person, revealing a dark abyss before Douluo's eyes. Grandpa Lu, I shall go first. With that, Douluo placed his hands on the edge of the opening, leaping into the void. Thud. Douluo landed not far from the ground. After rising to his feet, he did not immediately call out to old Lu. Instead, he retrieved a lighting soul guide from his soul guide device, channeling his soul power into it. Instantly, the entire space was illuminated. The surroundings revealed reflective alloy walls, while ahead lay a smooth metallic staircase. Douluo reached out to touch the walls, sensing no danger, before raising his voice to old Lu. Grandpa Lu, you can come down now. It's safe. Douluo descended 2 flights of stairs, awaiting the arrival of the elderly Lu. Without hesitation, Lu leaped down, and Douluo promptly steadied him. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they continued their descent together. Just as Douluo's feet touched the ground, the soul-guiding lamps adorning the walls flickered to life, illuminating the space with brilliant clarity. Grandpa Lu, Douluo gestured towards a robed skeleton sitting cross-legged before them. This must be the Burning Sky Douluo mentioned earlier. Lu remained still, carefully surveying the surroundings, cautious of any traps that might have been laid. Despite their uneventful journey thus far, Grandpa Lu, out of respect for the deceased, I shall bow my head, Douluo declared before kneeling down, his forehead meeting the ground 3 times with earnest reverence. Ah, how hasty, Douluo lamented as he rubbed his forehead while seated on the ground. Just before bowing, visions of iconic moments flooded his mind. Duan Yu's bow earning him the Northern Underworld divine skill, and Zhang Wuji's bow granting him the great shift of the universe. However, upon completing his act, Nothing materialized. No treasures arose from the ground, nor did any martial arts manuals appear on the walls. More crucially, the ground was made of alloy, nearly causing injury to Douluo's head. "What are you doing, foolish lad?" Lu remarked with a mix of astonishment and derision at the sight of Douluo bowing. It's nothing, Douluo replied, rising to his feet and approaching the remains of the burning sky Douluo. "The ice fire dragons I manifested again," allowing him to inspect the decrepit garments for any hidden mechanisms. "This fellow is a full soul master," Douluo exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he observed the translucent bones hidden beneath the tattered clothing, undeniably soul bones. "Oh." Lu reached out, tearing away the cloak draped over the skeleton, causing a cascade of bones to clatter to the ground. "Grandpa Lu, that was rather blunt," Douluo commented as he began gathering the scattered soul bones, arranging them into a humanoid shape. "This cloak is of fine quality," Lu mused, disregarding the bones as he lifted the garment to his nose, inhaling deeply. "Grandpa Lu, you have quite a peculiar taste. Aren't you concerned about the smell of a deceased cloak?" Douluo asked, astonished, before casting a disparaging glance. "Foolish child, after 3 centuries. Any moisture has long dissipated, there is no odor. However, I recognize this fabric. It's produced by the finest silk shop in the Douluo Empire. There's no doubt regarding the identity of this titled Douluo," Lu stated, neatly folding the cloak and handing it to Douluo. "Grandpa Lu, please take a look and see which of these soul bones you can absorb." Douluo smiled faintly as he accepted the robe handed to him by the old man Lu, brushing off the dust before storing it within a soul guide. Simultaneously, Douluo gestured towards the soul bones scattered on the ground, inviting the old man to make his selection. "Are you truly giving this to me? So easily relinquished?" The old man Lu, astonished, pointed at the array of soul bones, incredulous at the prospect. "Soul bones are exceedingly precious to anyone, even if one cannot utilize them. They are rarely bestowed so freely upon others. You are not just anyone, you are my vice-sect master. After all, one should not let the good fortune flow to outsiders," Douluo replied with a chuckle, before making his way to the spot where the burning sky Douluo had transcended, carefully examining the remnants left behind by the Douluo. Previously, the corpse of the burning sky Douluo had captured the attention of both Douluo and the old man Lu, overshadowing the other artifacts left behind. Among these was a metallic bed. The reason for the burning sky Douluo's affinity for metal remained a mystery. Did he not fear the discomfort of sleeping upon such a surface? Yet, this bed was unlike ordinary furnishings, possessing several minute fissures. Douluo produced a serpent-shaped dagger and, finding a suitable spot, gently pried it open, causing a steel plate to fly away. "What are you doing, little Imo?" Lu, the elder, turned with an annoyed glance at Douluo, who was intently distinguishing the soul bones. The sudden flight of a steel plate startled him. "There's a hidden compartment. Come take a look, Grandpa Lu." "The soul bones won't go missing," Douluo replied nonchalantly. Curious, the elder approached the bedside and leaned down to inspect what lay within the secret compartment. "This is a soul guide device. It seems the treasures of the burning heaven Douluo are all here," Lu exclaimed with delight, retrieving the soul guide device to examine it in the sunlight. It was a ring adorned with a pigeon egg-sized red gem. Lu infused it with soul power, spilling its contents onto the table. Inside were merely a letter, a few oars, and a book. "This is a letter from the burning heaven Douluo," he remarked. The letter chronicled the Douluo's life. He was not only a titled Douluo but also a divine craftsman. The book contained his lifelong insights on forging, along with several ores Lu had never encountered before. The remainder of his possessions had been used for purchasing alloys, leaving only a pile of golden soul coins. Lu glanced at the letter and tossed the soul guide ring to Douluo. "It seems the pile of golden soul coins also belongs to us." Douluo exclaimed in surprise. "I am in dire need of people. Be cautious when handling it. Beneath lies 2 colossal alloy crossbows. One misstep could be quite chilling." Lu remarked with a hint of mockery. "Greed will not allow one to travel far along the path of cultivation." "Understood," Douluo replied, promptly stowing the alloy bed into the new soul guide ring. He truly intended to take advantage of every opportunity. "Let us hasten our preparations and depart quickly. Retrieving that pile of gold coins will be quite troublesome, and if only we had more time, I could take all these alloys," Lu lamented, gazing wistfully at the alloy serving as a wall, which had been crafted from the possessions of a titled Douluo. "Rest assured, Grandpa Lu, we shall be the ones to return and carry away these alloys in the future," Douluo said with a smile. Suddenly, He recalled that the framework of his Danstian Mountain was constructed from ordinary metals. If he could transport these alloys back to enhanced Danstian Mountain, it would be transformative. Chapter 70. Soul Douluo blocks the door. Grandpa Lu, let us tidy up and head out. The longer we linger, the more I fear that group may return prematurely. Douluo Mo suggested after stowing the alloy bed. Yes, let us secure the soul bones. These few are the most valuable. I'll search a bit more and we'll leave post-haste, Lu replied, picking up the soul bones from the ground and tossing them to Douluo Mo. He surveyed the surroundings for any other items worth taking, his gaze landing on the soul guide lamps hanging on the wall. Grandpa Lu, you handle those soul guide lamps. I'll go retrieve the golden soul coins from above. Douluo Mo retracted the soul bone and then gracefully descended the staircase. Arriving at the level where the golden soul coins were stored, Douluo Mo lay directly on the ground, meticulously collecting the gold soul coins into his gold soul coin card. According to the letter from the burning sky Douluo, this heap of gold soul coins concealed a total of 4 alloy crossbows, each oriented towards a different direction. As for their height, they stood at least 1 meter tall. Therefore, Douluo Mo's position while gathering the gold soul coins posed no threat to him. Even an accidental brush against them would not result in any harm. Douluo Mo's agility was remarkable. In no time, a significant indentation appeared on the golden soul coin before him. Simultaneously, he caught sight of the alloy steel crossbow embedded within the coin, its body glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. There was no doubt that this was a formidable weapon. What a treasure! Douluo Mo exclaimed, gazing at the resplendent crossbow. He reached out to touch it, contemplating that even a soul fighter of legendary status would be pierced through the heart by such an arrow. A flicker of yearning for the fixed soul guide device stirred within him. Although the alloy steel crossbow was immensely powerful, it bore considerable drawbacks. The bowstring required the strength of several individuals to draw, and its weight exceeded several hundred pounds. Such crossbows, forged from alloy, were rarely utilized outside the context of city defense. Continuing his search, Douluo Mo meticulously explored the remaining golden soul coins for a full hour until he had completely sorted through the pile. Before him now stood 4 towering crossbow machines, each already equipped with a massive arrow as thick as a human arm. Grandpa Lu, please hold back for a moment. I shall trigger these crossbows first, Douluo Mo said, then quietly awaited a response from the elderly man. After all, it would be quite the spectacle if Grandpa Lu were to leap from beneath the stone tablet just as Douluo Mo activated the alloy steel crossbow. All right, I'm nearly finished here. Just a few soul guide lamps left to complete, came Lu's reply. Excellent, Douluo Mo responded, retrieving a golden soul coin and leaning against the crossbow machine, tossing the coin onto its surface. Douluo Mo is not Tang San. He lacks the skill to wield hidden weapons, thus he can only rely on sheer numbers to prevail. As a multitude of gold soul coins were cast by Douluo Mo, only a few struck their target, and even those that did lacked sufficient force. Whoosh bang! The first crossbow mechanism was finally triggered by Douluo Mo, and the bolt soared forth with a whoosh, piercing through the alloy wall, leaving only the tail of the arrow embedded in the surface. Whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang. Before long, 3 more crossbow machines were activated, with bolts forcefully embedded into the alloy wall. Is it over? The voice of the old man Lu resonated from beneath the stone tablet. Upon hearing this, Douluo Mo promptly replied, It's done, Grandpa Lu. Come up to collect the crossbows and bolts. Douluo Mo did not wait for old Lu's response. Instead, he charged towards the wall and forcefully extracted the crossbow bolt embedded within. Ah, what a remarkable item this is. After old Lu climbed up, he approached the alloy steel crossbow and excitedly caressed its limbs. Xiaomo, you tend to the crossbow while I shall investigate the entrance, he declared before departing towards the entryway. Douluo Mo swiftly extracted 3 crossbow bolts and stowed the hefty alloy steel crossbow, weighing several hundred pounds, into the soul guiding device. Xiaomo, it seems someone has arrived outside. The voices suggest there are quite a few, Lu Laodu remarked softly, his brow furrowed. So soon? Douluo Mo mused, his gaze shifting as he promptly retrieved the pieces of alloy he had previously cut from his soul guiding device. Douluo Mo retrieved several vials of poison from the soul guide device and scattered them along the passageway, ensuring that anyone who passed by would succumb to its effects. After laying the trap, he swiftly returned behind the alloy wall, collaborating with old Lu to seal it securely with metal bars. Is this poison reliable, Xiaoma? Old Lu inquired, swallowing hard as he regarded the panting Douluo Mo leaning against the wall. Of course. However, its efficacy won't last long. We must quickly find something to barricade these metal slabs, Douluo Mo replied hastily, producing several crossbow bolts to prop up the metal bars, confident that without significant force, their barrier would remain unbreached. I hope the incoming foes are merely soul masters of lower spirit power, Douluo remarked with a wry smile. Shall we hide beneath the monument? He suddenly suggested, recalling the concealed space beneath it. Let us assess the situation first. There is no need to rush. Old Lu calmly advised, pressing his ear against the alloy wall. Unexpectedly, a resonant voice echoed from outside. You truly followed the treasure map to locate the resting place of the burning heaven Douluo. Upon returning to the family, your status will surely be elevated. Where is the entrance? Take me there at once. A treasure map? Douluo exchanged a glance with Old Lu. Silence. Do not utter a word. Old Lu reprimanded him with a furrowed brow, returning his attention to the sounds beyond the wall. Indeed, my humble frame hardly deserves such riches. The entrance lies ahead. Though it is obstructed by a metal barrier, the voice, somewhat effeminate and reminiscent of a sycophant, continued. Let me see what sort of metal it is. The rugged voice drew nearer. Huyan Hong, come with me and Shama beneath the monument. This is another soul Douluo of the elephant armor sect. Old Lu suddenly recognized the voice and, without hesitation, seized Douluo and dashed toward the monument. Although Old Lu typically required a cane for walking, he effortlessly carried Douluo and plunged into the hidden space beneath the monument, accomplishing this in merely 5 breaths, while simultaneously sealing the monument behind them. Don't worry, Grandpa Lu, the poison will take effect in half an hour. I hope they won't discover us before that. Douluo furrowed his brow as he spoke. Even a soul Douluo cannot withstand it? Old Lu asked in astonishment. He would believe this if it were spoken by Douluo, but hearing it from Douluo raised his skepticism. Of course, it won't be lethal, but it should lull them into slumber for a while. Once they are asleep, we can make our escape, Douluo replied with a grin. That makes sense, Old Lu nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Douluo's words. By the way, Grandpa Lu, take this opportunity to search for a soul bone suitable for you to absorb. They won't reach us anytime soon, Douluo said, handing a collection of soul bones to Old Lu. Very well. After Lu Lao finished speaking, he took the soul bone and then produced a lighting soul guide. Squatting in the corner to meticulously examine the attributes and types of the soul bone, a dull thud reverberated throughout the space. It was likely that the soul Douluo Huyan Hong from the elephant armor sect had begun to crash against the walls. Though the crossbow was sturdy, it could not withstand the impact of a soul Douluo. Following a series of collisions, the crossbow finally succumbed. Bending at various angles as the members of the elephant armor sect kicked aside the metal strips and entered the hall through the opening. However, the hall was utterly vacant, leaving no trace of the alloy crossbow behind. What kind of treasure trove is this? It is completely empty. Could this alloy be the treasure? Huyan Hong's voice echoed from outside. This is odd. We excavated precisely according to the map, so how could we find nothing? Has someone been here before? A soft voice came from outside. This dust. No, it seems someone has indeed come recently. By Taohua. Did you enter before me and trick me into this place? Huyan Hong's voice was laden with murderous intent, as he deduced that by Taohua, the owner of that soft voice, was plotting against him. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashes erupted from the steel, accompanied by roars and the spitting of blood. Grandpa Lu. Are they out of their minds? A group of soul masters barely passed level 30 attempting to scheme against a soul Douluo? However, this might work to our advantage. A scuffle could expedite the diffusion of the medicine's effects. In just a few minutes, that soul Douluo should be asleep, Douluo remarked with a smile, pressing his ear against the wall to listen to the commotion above. I have finished selecting the soul bones. You may keep the rest. The soul bones absorbed by the burning heaven Douluo are exceedingly chaotic, comprising a myriad of types, Lu Laotu said as he handed the remaining soul bones to Douluo, who picked one suitable for absorption from the 6 pieces. You dared to poison us. My life is forfeit. In no time, those lower-ranked soul masters had already perished. While the poison Douluo had left and the tunnel began to take effect, Huyan Hong also collapsed to the ground. Grandpa Lu, we should make our exit swiftly. After all, a soul Douluo has a strong resistance to poison, so I cannot ascertain how long this drug will keep him unconscious. After Douluo spoke, he pushed aside the steel, glanced at the drooling Huyan Hong, then tugged at Lu Laotu, and the two departed without looking back. Once outside, they hurriedly sought a carriage and quickly drove away, as it was prudent to distance themselves from this perilous location. Chapter 71. Alchemy Techniques. The 9 Transformations of Fire Control. Douluo and the old man Lu hastened toward the province of Fasnu, for they had inadvertently attracted the attention of a formidable adversary. Should that entity pursue them, Douluo and Lu would stand little chance of defending themselves. However, having traversed the perilous gorge, they found themselves not far from the province of Fasnu. After a day and a night of relentless travel, they finally returned to the familiar territory of the Danstan sect, gazing upon the well-known Danstan mountain and the expansive one-out plain. Grandpa Lu, there's south truly no place like home. Now that we've returned, we need not fear Huyen Hong, for my family has the formidable Haoyan Douluo to shield us. Douluo felt a weight lift from his heart as he beheld Danstan mountain, realizing they were finally safe at home. Is this the sect you established? It appears quite promising. The land has been remarkably transformed. If memory serves me right, this terrain was once rather inhospitable. Moreover, the foundational infrastructure of the sect seems nearly complete, though I suspect it has required quite a sum of gold soul coins. Come, let us venture inside. Do introduce me to the individuals within the sect, as it would be rather unbecoming for me, the vice sect master, to hold an empty title. Lu observed the land with a smile, his interest piqued by the upcoming endeavors. Our sect currently boasts over 1,000 villagers cultivating the fields, all of whom were once my purchased slaves, though they no longer bear the title. The one-out plain spans 30,000 acres, primarily dedicated to the cultivation of medicinal herbs and grains. These herbs will be essential for my future endeavors. Furthermore, the herbs you require, Grandpa Lu, are also cultivated here, though I currently lack the means to utilize them. Additionally, our sect is supported by 4 elders. The Grand Elder Qin Ming, though still young, possesses remarkable potential and, given time, is destined to become a titled Douluo. The second elder, known as Huang Qing, once renowned as the Iron Chain of the city. The third elder, a master acclaimed for his unparalleled theoretical prowess in the world of martial souls. And the fourth elder, the legendary Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao. Oh. And we also have a vice sect master, my elder sister, Douluo. Douluo smiled as he introduced these esteemed individuals to Lu. Quite impressive, indeed. And what of the disciples? How many do we currently have? Lu nodded, pleased with the promising start. We have yet to recruit disciples, but I have discussed with Huang Cheng and Qin Ming about selecting some from among the villagers to join the sect as outer disciples. Douluo's expression bore a hint of embarrassment, as it was somewhat awkward for such a large sect to have no disciples. Ah, you are squandering resources, truly a waste. Allow me to manage the affairs of the sect while you focus on alchemy. You must hasten to concoct the medicine that will cure me. Lu's lips twitched in disbelief at the notion of a sect lacking disciples, yet he found the challenge intriguing. Very well. I shall introduce you to Qin Ming and old Huang shortly. The master and Tang Hao do not partake in the daily operations of the sect. Douluo remarked. In truth, only Qin Ming and Huang Qing constitute my genuine support within the sect, while Tang Hao merely exploits connections. As for the master, his heart is solely devoted to his own territory, utilizing relationships for his own gain. Douluo conveyed the actual state of affairs within the sect to old Lu. Ah, I see. Old Lu nodded in acknowledgement. As fate would have it, just as he spoke, Qin Ming and Huang Qing were patrolling the medicinal herb fields. Old Huang. Brother Qin Ming, I have returned. Douluo greeted them with a smile, and the two, upon seeing him, displayed palpable excitement, hastening to his side. Old Huang. Brother Qin Ming, this is Grandpa Lu, a friend of my grandfather, who will henceforth serve as the vice master of our sect. In my absence, he will have full authority over the sect. Douluo introduced old Lu to Huang Cheng. Master, this is rather unreliable of you, to delegate your responsibilities to another. Huang Cheng, having met the vice master, expressed with a hint of resignation before bowing to old Lu. Iron chains connecting cities. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Old Lu chuckled, steadying Huang Cheng. Qin Ming pays respects to the vice master. Qin Ming said with a smile, bowing to old Lu. No need for excessive formalities. In the future, young Qin shall cultivate alongside me. Although my meridians are severed, I possess considerable experience in cultivation, old Lu replied warmly. Thank you, esteemed elder. Qin Ming beamed, recognizing Douluo's friend as a formidable figure. Despite the severed meridians, his experience would undoubtedly aid Qin Ming on his path of cultivation. Well then, you all continue with your tasks. I shall proceed to concoct elixirs, Douluo declared before turning towards the alchemical chamber. Xiaomo, are you in such haste to brew potions? Perhaps you should rest a while, Wang Cheng suggested, grasping Douluo's arm. I lack proficiency in sect management. I prefer to utilize my strengths in alchemy, striving to heal both of you promptly. Besides, Grandpa Lu is at the helm of the carriage. I am not weary. Douluo replied before making his way to the alchemical chamber. To be frank, as a 6-year-old approaching 7, he possessed little experience in managing a sect. Forcing himself into such a role would only lead to chaos. It was far wiser to leave it all to old Liu. Upon arriving at the alchemical chamber, Douluo retrieved the medicinal ingredients he had prepared for the qi-nourishing pill. Realizing he had forgotten to procure the ingredients for the qi-cultivating pill and would need to write to Douluo for the necessary materials. Let me first refine the alchemical patterns for the qi-nourishing pill, as I have no other ingredients at hand, Douluo muttered to himself. Douluo skillfully cast each medicinal herb into the elixir furnace, subsequently igniting the earth's fire to commence a continuous process of calcination. However, unable to recall the reasons for his previous failure to refine the Danwen, he could only regard this endeavor as an experiment, with adept control over the flames. He transmuted the herbs into elixirs, gently extracting the concoction. The first-grade qi-nourishing pill exhibited 80% potency. Yet the lack of precise flame control during its refinement hindered a more harmonious fusion of medicinal energy. It appeared that the crux of the issue lay in the management of heat. Douluo furrowed his brow in contemplation before placing the pill into a vial. He retrieved another set of herbs to begin the refining process anew. This time, Douluo eschewed an excessive pursuit of speed, instead focusing on meticulously regulating the flames and thoroughly coaxing the medicinal essence from each herb. As a result, he dedicated a full half-hour to this batch. But the time invested was proportionate to the outcome. At the moment of extraction, Douluo was astonished to discern the intricate Danwen upon the pill, signifying success. Remarkable. Yet, the duration of the refining process was rather protracted. Although elated, Douluo recognized the value of time and resolved to concoct a standard qi-nourishing pill. As time and yield must remain commensurate, and what he lacked most was time. The first-grade qi-nourishing pill manifested with a single Danwen, unlocking the alchemical technique. The 9 turns of flame mastery. After a prolonged silence, the 9 turns pill codex shimmered with a golden luminescence, which then soared from the tome and descended upon Douluo's head. To his astonishment, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind, overwhelming him to the point of agony, causing him to collapse and writhe on the ground. As time passed, the pain in his mind gradually subsided, allowing him to begin absorbing the information. The 9 turns of flame mastery served as the foundational method for alchemy. Mastering the control of flames was imperative, lest one squander both time and energy. How long have I languished in ignorance? What a struggle it has been, Douluo lamented, recognizing that the extensive duration of his alchemical endeavors had not only consumed a considerable amount of time, but had also drained his energy, seemingly in vain. He then closed his eyes to absorb the newfound knowledge. The 9 turns of flame mastery encompassed both the hand-seal flame control technique and the spiritual flame control technique. The hand-seal technique comprised 9 sets of hand seals, each containing 9 seals, totaling 81. These hand seals enabled swifter and more precise control over flames. Conversely, the spiritual technique relied on mental fortitude, allowing for even finer and more rapid manipulation of fire. However, Douluo's mental capacity was insufficient to wield the spiritual technique effectively. In the future, as more elixirs were unlocked, additional supportive alchemical methods would emerge. I shall first attempt the refinement of the Huangjing pill, Douluo declared, taking out a collection of herbs specific to the Huangjing pill. This time, he approached the alchemical process not with familiar methods, but by refining each herb individually. Douluo, in his inaugural attempt at utilizing the hand seals, found himself somewhat flustered, mistakenly employing 4 out of the 6 medicinal ingredients with the incorrect hand seals. Consequently, the efficacy of the elixir he ultimately produced was merely 60%. However, Douluo remained undeterred. Sensing that the hand seal technique for controlling fire had unveiled an unprecedented avenue in the realm of alchemy. Subsequently, Douluo resumed his practice with the Huangjing pill, enduring a series of failures. Remarkably, the potency of the Huangjing pill surged from 60%, with nearly every attempt yielding an increase of 10% in its efficacy. Within half an hour, Douluo had reduced the time required to concoct a single Huangjing pill to just 1 minute. In each pill he produced more intricate patterns. Following this, he set aside the Huangjing pill to embark on the creation of the Yangqi pill, recognizing that each type of elixir required a distinct approach with the hand-seal fire control technique. Fortunately, the learning curve for the Yangqi pill was significantly shortened, as Douluo had become considerably adept with the hand seals. As a result, the efficacy of his first Yangqi pill surpassed 80%. Although the hand seals required for crafting the Yangqi pill were notably more complex than those for the Huangjing pill, Douluo's proficiency with the hand seals was advancing at an impressive rate. After 5 attempts, he was able to flawlessly produce a Yangqi pill adorned with a singular pattern, exhibiting an increasingly stable mastery of the craft. The next phase of his training involved an intense focus on enhancing the speed of his hand seal movements and the fluidity of their transitions. By the following morning, Douluo emerged from the earth-fire chamber with a grin, having reduced the time to concoct a Yangqi pill to merely 2 minutes. While the Huangjing pill required only 15 seconds, each creation embellished with intricate patterns. Chapter 72. The Challenging Detoxification Pill. After Douluo departed from the fire chamber, he once again ascended to the surface. It appears that the goal of providing elixirs to our entire sect is drawing ever closer. Douluo settled in a corner, gazing up at the sky before lowering his eyes to behold his hands, swollen like steamed buns. Resigned, he reclined on a rattan chair, continuing to bask in the sun like a languid fish. Yesterday marked his inaugural attempt at concocting elixirs using hand seals. Yet he had tirelessly performed these seals for a full day and night. The mere fact that his hands could still move is a stroke of fortune. It is high time to procure a blood circulation ointment to apply to his hands. This is quite the ordeal. After a day and night of alchemical labor, his hands have endured this fate. What would become of them after several days and nights? Douluo closed his eyes, his mind awash with visions of succulent, tender chicken feet. Douluo is not merely proficient in alchemy. After all, he has meticulously transcribed the compendium of herbal medicine, which has endowed him with unique insights into the art of herbal combinations. Therefore, it is well within his capabilities to concoct a remedy that invigorates blood circulation and disperses stasis. If only Tang San could impart his mystical jade hand to me, I would be free from the worry of swelling. As Douluo basks in the sun, he allows himself to be liberated from worldly concerns. Although Douluo covets Tang San's Xuanyu hand, he would never resort to coercive means. Besides, Tang Hao is still present. And before Huang Qing and Old Lu break through to the title Douluo level, the Danstan sect requires Tang Hao for protection. Little Mo. It's not wise to be so lazy, Huang Qing remarked as he concluded his own tasks and prepared to retire to his elder's chamber for rest. He noticed Douluo basking in the sun in a corner, unable to suppress his murmurs about how busy they all were while Douluo seemed to have the luxury of sunbathing. It's not that I wish to rest. My body simply cannot withstand it any longer. Old Huang, take a look at my hands. Douluo, who had not truly fallen asleep, opened his eyes upon hearing Huang Qing's voice and extended his hand for Huang Qing to see the reason for his work stoppage. My heavens, little Mo. You are far too hard on yourself. Quickly apply some medicine. There's no rush with alchemy. I've endured for decades, and there's no need to hurry. Do not exhaust your body. Huang Qing hastily grasped Douluo's hand, wincing with concern, having long regarded Douluo as a grandson figure since he had no descendants of his own. Everything will be fine. A brief rest is all I need. My soul power is quite effective for healing injuries. And soon I will prepare some herbs to enhance the strength of the muscles in my hand. Douluo reassured him. By the way, old Huang, how is the cultivation of our herbs progressing? Douluo inquired after a moment's reflection. Yes, all the herbs have been planted, and each type has been assigned a dedicated individual for cultivation. They are adhering precisely to the manual you provided, so there is no need for concern. Huang Qing reported as he sat beside Douluo, updating him on the status of the Wanyao plain. Since I cannot refine pills at the moment, I intend to inspect the herb fields. Oh, and about my soul guide device, never mind. I'll address that once my hand has recovered. Douluo began, preparing to hand over the pills he had refined the previous day to Huang Qing for distribution to Old Lu. However, his swollen fingers prevented him from removing the ring, and he feared that if he attempted to retrieve the pill bottles himself, they might slip from his grasp and shatter on the ground, leading to a regrettable loss. Very well, you can take a look at the herb fields yourself. I will prepare the ointment for your hand, Huang Qing said, furrowing his brow. No need. I can manage that myself. Old Huang, you should rest first. Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced, Douluo remarked, noticing Huang Qing's fatigue. I'm fine. It's Old Lu who is truly exhausted. The sect is undergoing reforms and recruiting disciples, which entails a multitude of considerations. Well then, you handle it yourself. I am quite worn out as well. I shall return to rest now. Huang Qing yawned before turning to leave, having not had adequate rest in recent days. Isn't it sufficient for the sect master to merely oversee the herb fields? Douluo chuckled softly. He then rose to his feet, and began to circulate his Longshun gong to alleviate the swelling in his hand. Douluo descended from Dansen Mountain and arrived at the vast expanse of Wanao Plain. He ventured into each medicinal garden, inspecting the herbs cultivated within. For elixirs of the 4th grade and below, the requisite materials were predominantly annual herbs. The potency of these lower-grade elixirs is augmented primarily through the quantity and weight of the herbs incorporated, which is why they are typically the realm of ordinary alchemists. It is only with 5th-grade elixirs that one requires rare celestial and earthly treasures, even divine ingredients. The 5th-grade elixirs truly manifest the allure of alchemy, each possessing its unique attributes. Legendary elixirs capable of reviving the deceased commence at the 5th grade. However, Douluo still found himself quite distant from crafting 5th-grade elixirs. Fortunately, he had already cultivated the necessary herbs for such potions near the dual elemental springs of ice and fire, where these precious materials could rapidly mature, expediting their use in alchemical concoction. After a day of meticulous inspection, Douluo was pleased to discover that the herbs were thriving within half a year. They would be ready for harvest and subsequent drying, paving the way for elixir production. Simultaneously, he entrusted the leftover alchemical byproducts to local farmers, encouraging them to utilize these remnants for the rearing of poultry and livestock. He fondly recalled the exquisite flavor of the Hohan beast chicken he had savored last time, which was far superior to ordinary poultry. After a thorough inspection, Douluo found no discrepancies. The herbs were flourishing splendidly, prompting him to return to his fiery chamber to continue his alchemical pursuits. Douluo was unable to locate the old man Lu. Thus the nourishing elixir in his possession remained unhanded to him. Upon returning to the chamber of the earthly fire, Douluo cast a sweeping glance around. The materials for the chi-nourishing pill were nearly depleted, leaving him with only the ingredients for the 1st-grade antidote pill. The chi-nourishing pill is a medicinal concoction aimed at enhancing one's cultivation. Thus, Douluo's primary focus in alchemy remains the production of chi-nourishing pills. After all, in the Douluo continent, power reigns supreme, making the availability of such strength-enhancing elixirs increasingly desirable. The materials for the antidote pill were merely a secondary acquisition, brought along with the ingredients for the chi-nourishing pill. Douluo retrieved the ingredients for the antidote, each herb untouched and unrefined, as the antidote itself was seldom regarded with importance. After some contemplation, Douluo ultimately resolved to concoct an antidote pill. After all, the creation of a new elixir would enhance Douluo's proficiency in the art of alchemical hand seals. Douluo swiftly produced dozens of ingredients for detoxification pills, deftly handling each herb with both hands, preparing them for use with remarkable efficiency. As for his previously swollen hands, which had ballooned like steamed buns during the day, they had nearly returned to normal under the nurturing effect of the Changchun Gong's spiritual energy by night. However, Douluo had yet to discover a salve to remedy this swelling, necessitating further research and experimentation on his part. Douluo commenced the meticulous selection of medicinal herbs from a collection, ensuring that each herb possessed comparable potency. He understood the necessity of cultivating a careful disposition, for the alchemical process of crafting each elixir demanded unwavering diligence, thereby guaranteeing a stable output in his potion-making endeavors. Douluo skillfully cast the medicinal pills into the Wenyang furnace, then pressed his palms together and began to form intricate hand seals. The flames within the furnace surged rapidly, as the various herbs were swiftly refined by the earth's fire into a potent elixir. The imprint on Douluo's hand suddenly transformed, causing the flames within the Wenyang furnace to surge in intensity once more. However, Douluo's control over the fire unexpectedly faltered. In an instant, the medicinal solution, just a moment before coalescing into a pill, was reduced to ash. How could this happen? I followed the formulation precisely. Douluo gazed at his Wenyang furnace in bewilderment. Douluo once again retrieved a potion and resumed the alchemical process. This time, he exhibited a more meticulous control over the flames. Unfortunately, yet again, he encountered a setback. This time due to a momentary tremor in his hand while extracting the elixir, an unforeseen mishap that indicated Douluo was indeed capable of concocting the antidote. This mistake underscored that the previous failures were attributed to his imprecise management of the heat. Douluo, undeterred, cast another batch of antidote ingredients into the Wenyang furnace, this time with an unwavering focus on the fluctuations of the fire within the cauldron. The 1st-grade antidote, with only 30% efficacy, had suffered from a rather crude control of the heat. The crafting of the antidote posed a far greater challenge than that of the chi-nourishing elixir. As the latter's purpose was to enhance cultivation, relying on materials that inherently ensured their effectiveness regardless of the method of preparation. In contrast, the diverse ingredients required for the antidote demanded far more stringent conditions to achieve the desired detoxifying effect. Douluo pondered deeply on the reasons behind the complexities of crafting the antidote. It appeared that the creation of the antidote truly tested the mettle of an alchemist's skills. A spark of determination ignited in Douluo's gaze. Douluo bravely accepted the challenge once more, presenting a selection of herbs, which he cast into the alchemical furnace to commence the refinement of the elixir. This time, Douluo not only focused his energy on controlling the flames but also dedicated his efforts to the harmonious fusion of the herb's potent properties. Douluo discerned that each medicinal ingredient harbored a distinct potency, thus rendering the refinement of each substance a novel enlightenment for him. As he meticulously crafted antidote pills, his understanding of the art of alchemy deepened with precision. The first-grade antidote pill exhibited a potency of 90%. However, the hand seals lacked fluidity and the flame's temperature was inconsistent. Eureka! I succeeded. Yet, observing his trembling hands from the incessant casting of seals, Douluo could only manage a wry smile. It appeared that the formulation of hand cream must be prioritized. With a resigned sigh, he stored the pills into his soul guide and departed from the fire chamber in search of old Lu, intending to present him with the pills. For Douluo preferred to remain uninvolved in the distribution of elixirs within the sect. Chapter 73. The Broken Jade's 7-Spirit Ointment. After emerging from the underground chamber of fire, Douluo made his way directly to the Elder Hall of the sect. Presently, only 4 individuals occupied the hall: Elder Lu, Huangqing, Qin Ming, and Tang Hao. Tang Hao, apart from his daily alchemical endeavors with Tang San, devoted himself to slumber and cultivation, showing no inclination towards the responsibilities befitting an elder of the sect. After all, he was the young master of the Haotian sect and could hardly be expected to dedicate himself to Douluo's service. Douluo, in turn, had never anticipated that Tang Hao would contribute significantly to the Dancian sect, viewing him primarily as a protector. Meanwhile, the master resided in the library, engrossed in transcribing texts and conducting research, while also examining the training curriculum for Tang San. Douluo had instructed the master to meticulously organize all the books in the library, and he continuously procured volumes from various regions to augment the library's collection. Upon arriving at the Elder Hall, Douluo effortlessly located the residence of the old man Lu. He gently rapped on the door twice. "Who is it?" came Lu's robust voice. "It's me, Grandpa Lu," Douluo replied. "Come in quickly. What brings you here this time?" Lu chuckled as he opened the door, ushering Douluo inside. "Grandpa Lu, I have brought you the elixirs I concocted over the past few days. Here are 3,600 qi nourishing pills and 1,200 huangjing pills. As for the distribution, I shall refrain from involving myself in that matter. I will focus on improving my alchemical skills instead." Douluo settled into a nearby seat. "Distribution? Does the dance insect even have anyone around? How about this? In a month, we shall return to Tiando City together and seek a solution with your grandfather to find a few affiliated soul master families for your sect." Lu responded with a smile, then handed a stack of papers to Douluo. "This contains the management regulations of the sect. I will finalize the distribution guidelines for the elixirs over the next month." "Grandpa Lu, there is no rush for these matters. Your health is paramount. I still have no means to treat your injuries," Douluo said with a wry smile. "My old bones can withstand it. As long as you can restore my meridians to normal, my body will be just fine," Lu replied with a grin. "By the way, Grandpa Lu, I've also developed an antidote pill, though the quantity is not as plentiful as the qi-nourishing pills. Moreover, I am running low on materials for the qi-nourishing pills. When you have a moment, could you send this letter to Manager Luo in Notting City? He is currently overseeing our Douluo family's medicinal supplies there." Douluo placed a pre-written letter on Lu's desk. "The old poisoner mentioned that you have a birthday coming up in a month. This time, when we return to Tiando City, treat yourself to a long-awaited gift. Let him handle the delivery in the future. I'm swamped with tasks and still need to arrange for someone to send messages," Lu said, casting a sidelong glance at Douluo. "Hehe. Once I return, I will indeed acquire a long-awaited gift. Thank you for your assistance, Grandpa Lu. I shall take my leave now." After speaking, Douluo departed, fearing that Lu would not help him with the letter. After all, everything had been clearly conveyed, and he did not wish to disrupt Lu's work. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo realized that he had no place to go. So he returned to the chamber of earth fire. There, he organized the herbs within the chamber and his soul guiding device. In total, He had 7 sets of nourishing chi pills, 2 sets of yellow essence pills, and 320 sets of detoxification pills. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo glanced at his still recovering hands. He then retrieved a warm jade and agarwood mat, seated himself upon the bed, and commenced his cultivation of soul power while nurturing his hands. As the night waned, Douluo opened his eyes, beheld his hands restored to their former glory, and smiled. He then produced the ingredients for Huangjing pills, combining 2 portions of Huangjing pills with 7 portions of Qi nourishing pills to gauge the sensations, before proceeding to concoct detoxification pills. Time slipped away swiftly as Douluo meticulously refined each ingredient into pills, managing to stabilize the efficacy of the detoxification pills at a remarkable 90%. Almost all of the first 100 detoxification pills achieved this level of potency. Yet, Douluo was not one to rest on his laurels. He aspired to elevate the efficacy of the detoxification pills to a higher tier. Thus, he deliberately slowed his pill-making process, refining his control over each hand sign with greater precision and stability. Although the subsequent pills maintained the same 90% efficacy, their color and fragrance surpassed those of the earlier batches. The moment the 188th detoxification pill was extracted from the furnace, Douluo once again perceived the patterns of the pills. The first-tier detoxification pill unlocked a range of other pills: healing pills, chi replenishing pills, second-tier energy pills, and the enigmatic Douluo 7 spirit ointment. Goodness! So many pills unlocked by the first-tier detoxification pill? Douluo marveled as he opened the 9 transformations pill manual, locating the first-tier healing and chi replenishing pills. The healing pill was designed for mending injuries, while the chi replenishing pill restored soul power. Given the lower difficulty in crafting these pills compared to the detoxification pill, Douluo would soon be able to create them, complete with pill patterns. Ah! Found it. The second-tier energy pill? The energy pill? Is it natural gas or coal gas? This pill was known to unleash potential, enhancing strength by 30% at the cost of rendering the body weak for 3 days. Douluo meticulously studied the description of the energy pill within the 9 transformations pill manual. Where is the Douluo 7 spirit ointment? It is not listed among the 5th-tier pills. It must be too advanced for me to concoct at this stage. Douluo leafed through the manual until he finally discovered the introduction to Douluo 7 spirit ointment in the appendix. It promised to enhance muscle elasticity, perfect for my hands. The 9 transformations pill manual is indeed considerate. With a smile, Douluo continued to read the description of Douluo 7 spirit ointment. It was not merely a single ointment, but rather a combination of 7 distinct ointments, each representing a different level of mastery, progressing from the simplest to the most advanced. Ultimately, it could transform one's hands into Douluo hands, capable of cutting through gold and jade effortlessly. This was a unique hand style, on par with the Xinyu hand. The first of the 7 ointments required very common ingredients, readily available from the Douluo family, and could be procured from Nodding City with just a letter. Douluo continued to concoct the detoxifying elixirs, as there remained over 100 medicinal ingredients yet to be successfully refined. By now, the night had deepened, and Douluo completed the remaining batch of detoxifying pills just as the sun began to rise. Douluo carefully placed the final detoxifying elixir into a crystal vial, sealed the eye of earth fire, and tidied up the remnants of alchemical materials scattered across the floor before departing from the chamber of earth fire. The preparation of medicinal herbs by the Douluo family requires a minimum of 1 week, allowing Douluo to rest for that duration. Good morning, Grandpa Lu. Douluo greeted with a smile upon seeing the elderly man. Haha, it's wonderful to see you. I have no one available here, so please take this letter to Nodding City yourself. Grandpa Lu promptly handed a letter from his soul guide device to Douluo. All right. I suppose I shall go on my own, Douluo replied with a resigned shrug, then earnestly accepted the letter and prepared to set off for Nodding City. By the way, Qin Ming will accompany you, Grandpa Lu added. Understood. I will go find Brother Qin Ming right away, Douluo said, raising the letter in his hand before heading off to locate Qin Ming for their journey to Nodding City. Douluo located Qin Ming, and the two of them drove a horse-drawn carriage straight to Nodding City. After half a day's journey, Douluo and Qin Ming finally arrived in Nodding City. Qin Ming parked the carriage at the entrance of the Douluo family's pharmacy. Douluo wrote down the required materials for the essence nourishing pill and the qi cultivating pill on a piece of paper and handed it to Manager Luo, simultaneously requesting him to promptly procure the ingredients for the Douluo 7 spirit ointment, as Douluo intended to concoct the ointment today and test its efficacy. This time, The materials Douluo needed were solely for the essence-nourishing pill and the chi-cultivating pill, as he anticipated that the consumption of these two elixirs would reach astonishing levels in the future. Thus, it was prudent to stockpile more. The sect could not rely solely on a handful of individuals. While arranging for Manager Luo to gather the ingredients, Douluo and Qin Ming made their way to the largest tavern in Notting City, which was also a property of the Douluo family. The medicinal wine business had fully expanded, and various transactions in Notting City contributed significantly to the Douluo family's annual income. Brother Qin Ming, how do you find Grandpa Lu's teachings? Douluo inquired with a smile. Many of my uncertainties have been resolved. In another 2 years, I will be able to reach level 50, which is much sooner than I had anticipated, Qin Ming responded, his demeanor remaining gentle and refined, exuding an innate warmth. That's splendid, Brother Qin Ming. Once the next batch of materials arrives, I will be able to refine the essence-nourishing pill. That elixir will be of great assistance to you. Perhaps within a year, it will enable you to break through to level 50, Douluo remarked thoughtfully. Then I must thank you, little Mo. Let us eat. We need to return to the sect tonight, Qin Ming said with a smile, adding more dishes to Douluo's plate. Douluo replied, quietly devouring his meal. After finishing their dinner, they returned to the Douluo family's pharmacy, where Manager Luo had already gathered 20 sets of materials for the essence-nourishing pill and nearly 200 sets for the chi-cultivating pill. Most importantly, he had found 3 sets of the ingredients for the Douluo 7-spirit ointment. Douluo, filled with delight, carefully stored these medicinal herbs in her soul guide device, and then accompanied Qin Ming back to the Dancian sect. Upon returning to the sect, Douluo made his way to his private fire chamber. There, he meticulously ground the medicinal ingredients for the Douluo chilling ointment into a fine powder, subsequently casting them into the Wentian furnace to commence the heating process. As the materials transformed into a liquid form, he extracted it with precision, yielding the coveted Douluo chilling ointment he sought. The creation of this ointment was relatively straightforward, prompting Douluo to replicate the process with the remaining 2 sets of ingredients, ultimately producing 3 portions of the ointment. Observing the trio of jars, a smile graced his lips, for he thought, this time, Mother need not worry about my hands swelling like steam buns. Chapter 74. Returning home for the new year. Douluo evenly applied the Douluo chilling ointment to his hands, using nearly 1/10 of the salve in a single application. At this moment, there remained a full month until his birthday, a period perfectly suited to exhaust the 3 portions of the ointment. Just as Douluo stowed the remaining Douluo chilling ointment back into his soul guide, the medicinal properties took effect, unleashing an excruciating pain that radiated from his hands, akin to the crushing of his bones by a colossal hammer. With a gasp, the muscles in Douluo's arms tensed instantaneously, the veins visibly swelling beneath his skin. His once fair hands flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of freshly boiled crabs, as he struggled to control them, yet they trembled uncontrollably. This torment persisted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding, allowing his hands to return to their original hue. However, the stimulation from the Douluo chilling ointment enabled him to discern that his hands had become not only more supple but also imbued with newfound strength. In the fleeting moment when the pain vanished entirely, Douluo experienced an exhilarating coolness enveloping his hands. It appeared that this month would be filled with relentless trials for him. With a wry smile, he meticulously prepared the various medicinal ingredients and commenced the alchemical process. The materials he had brought back from Notting City would suffice for only a few hours of refining. Consequently, Douluo's life became exceedingly regimented. For a full 7 days, prior to Douluo's delivery of the medicinal supplies, he devoted every hour of the day to cultivating his soul power, refraining from consuming any elixirs. Remarkably, he achieved a breakthrough in his soul power level, ascending to the 22nd rank. Throughout the year, Douluo had scarcely focused on cultivating his soul power, instead dedicating himself to enhancing his alchemical skills. Nevertheless, Douluo's innate soul power level surpassed that of the average individual, and with the accelerated growth afforded by his cultivation methods, it was inevitable that he would one day attain the status of a titled Douluo. This conviction allowed him to prioritize alchemy, for he was still young, and the ascension to titled Douluo was still a distant prospect. On the 7th day, Master Luo personally delivered the medicinal supplies to the Dancian sect. This time, Douluo had prepared tens of thousands of each ingredient for Douluo, sufficient to last him for a considerable while. Additionally, Master Luo brought along a handwritten letter from Douluo, urging Douluo to return home soon. As his birthday coincided with the year's end, a perfect opportunity for family reunion. Upon receiving the medicinal herbs, Douluo placed the ingredients for the chi-nourishing pill into another soul guide device. Douluo currently possesses a green soul guiding ring and a ruby ring of the burning heaven Douluo, both of which boast remarkably vast internal spaces. Douluo skillfully prepared the medicinal materials required for the refinement of the chi-nourishing pill. The next step was the actual alchemical process. Although the chi-nourishing pill is classified as a second-tier elixir, it is still considered a common product below the fourth tier, thus presenting no insurmountable challenges. The procedure, however, entails twice the steps compared to a first-tier elixir, making it a considerable challenge for Douluo, as the greater number of steps necessitates a more intricate series of hand seals and their seamless transitions. While he could produce a first-tier chi-nourishing pill in a mere minute, it took him half an hour to concoct a single second-tier chi-nourishing pill, and even then, the quality of the elixir was somewhat lacking, with an efficacy of only 50%. This shortcoming stemmed from issues in the transition of his fire control hand seals, indicating a need for greater proficiency. Over the subsequent 3 weeks, Douluo relentlessly practiced the refinement of the chi-nourishing pill. Whenever his hands became swollen, he would apply the Jade 7 Spirit Ointment and cultivate his soul power until his hands recovered, only to return to the alchemical process. By the end of this period, he had successfully refined nearly 800 chi-nourishing pills, with the highest efficacy reaching 80%. His struggles were not due to a lack of effort. Rather, the complexity of the hand seals and their quantity led to various errors in their execution. Nevertheless, through diligent practice, Douluo gained a deeper and more nuanced understanding of the hand seals and alchemy, significantly improving the transitions between them. He was now able to reduce the refinement time for the chi-nourishing pill to just half a minute, marking a substantial advancement. Finally, Douluo was ready to leave the earth fire chamber. However, prior to his departure, he ensured that the chamber was meticulously organized. Douluo had not seen the sun for a full 3 weeks, emerging from the underworld like a dirt-covered specter. In just 2 days, we shall return to Tiendo City together, so you must hastily tidy yourself up. You resemble a ghost, and it would do you well to rest. Old Liu, upon witnessing Douluo's disheveled state, could not help but mutter under his breath, "Not much better than a beggar." "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." "I have indeed been exceedingly busy of late," Douluo replied as he retrieved a mirror to assess his current appearance, which he found utterly deplorable. His garments were stained with grease, and after 3 weeks without a bath, he exuded an odd odor. It seemed imperative to establish a bathing facility in the underworld. Emerging in such a filthy state each time was rather inconvenient and detrimental to my image, he mused as he hurried along. Half an hour later, Douluo emerged from his master's quarters, clad in fresh attire and invigorated after a cleansing bath. Douluo made his way directly to Qin Ming's residence. "Brother Qin Ming, I've come to bring you something wonderful," Douluo called out as he knocked on the door. "Hurry and come in, Xiaomo," Qin Ming replied, stepping out of his meditative state, jumping off the bed, and opening the door to welcome Douluo inside. "I will be returning to the Sunset Forest in a few days, so I wanted to leave you a parting gift," Douluo said with a smile, pulling out 100 chi-nourishing pills from his soul guide and placing them on Qin Ming's desk. "What are these? New pills?" Qin Ming tilted his head, asking with curiosity. "Indeed, these are second-grade chi-nourishing pills. The chi-nurturing pills are suitable for soul masters below level 20, while the chi-nourishing pills are designed to enhance the soul power of soul masters between levels 20 and 40. Although they may still be inferior to your soul power level, they will yield significantly better results for you than the chi-nurturing pills," Douluo said cheerfully. Uncorking the bottle and handing one pill to Qin Ming accepted the pill, placing it directly in his mouth before closing his eyes to fully release the soul power within him. Indeed, the soul power contained in the chi-nourishing pill was far more potent than that of the chi-nurturing pill, yet it was easier to absorb. "Xiaomo, this pill contains a significant amount of soul power. I may need some time to absorb it fully, so please wait for me," Qin Ming remarked. Feeling the soul power within his body, he quickly settled into a cross-legged position on the ground to expedite the absorption process. "Hiki, Brother Qin Ming, I've left you 100 of these pills. I should only be home for about a month, so 100 pills should suffice for your consumption during that time," Douluo said with a smile, sitting quietly while waiting for Qin Ming to absorb the soul power. 2 hours later, Qin Ming opened his eyes, having absorbed all the soul power from the chi-nourishing pill. Normally, this process would take 5 to 6 hours, but knowing that Douluo was waiting nearby, he had hastened the pace. intending to refine the absorbed soul power after Douluo had departed. For now, he merely stored it within him. Brother Qinming, once I return home, the sect will rely on you and old Huang. After all, there are not many people in the sect at the moment, so there aren't many tasks to handle. However, the herbs in the Wanyao Plains still require your attention, Douluo remarked thoughtfully. Rest assured, Xiaomo, I will take good care of the Wanyao Plain. Uncle Huang is unable to cultivate during this time, so he will be dedicating more of his efforts to it. Qinming replied after considering the matter. Yes, let us be considerate of old Huang. Just make sure to bring him some delicious food. I will strive to elevate my alchemy skills to the 4th grade within 2 years, at which point I will be able to address old Huang's Dantian issues. Brother Qinming, the pills have been delivered, so I shall take my leave now, Douluo concluded, having fulfilled his purpose. Douluo harbors substantial expectations for Qinming, as he perceives him to be the pinnacle of strength within his sect, undoubtedly surpassing Tang Hao. After Douluo departed from Qinming's room, he made his way directly to the winery at the foot of the mountain. As the end of the month approached, Huang Qing was likely supervising the brewing process at the winery. Old Huang, come out for a moment. I need to speak with you, Douluo called out. Having found Huang Cheng, who was overseeing the brewing. Xiaomo, are you preparing to head back? Huang Qing inquired with a knowing smile as he stepped out of the winery. Indeed, I am. My birthday is approaching, and I need to return. Moreover, Grandpa Lu has other matters to attend to, Douluo replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on Wanyao Plain and the winery while you are home. You need not worry, old Huang said, gently ruffling Douluo's hair. Thank you, old Huang. Within 2 years, my alchemical skills will aid you in regaining your strength. Achieving the rank of title Douluo will be no challenge. Douluo exclaimed joyfully, bowing to old Huang. Ha, do not worry. I will look after your sect. Old Huang waved his hand dismissively. In truth, Douluo was already fortunate to have escaped from the slave market. Having found employment again, he had discovered a new direction in life, and his expectations for restoring his strength had diminished significantly. By the way, old Huang, do not consume the longya rice after it is harvested. I need it for brewing medicinal wine when I return, Douluo said with a smile. Longya rice is harvested twice a year, and since Douluo had been away, it was likely nearing harvest time, prompting his desire to use it for brewing. Understood. I will set it aside. Huang Qing nodded, aware of the significance of longya rice, to Douluo. All right, old Huang. I am preparing to head home. Drink less alcohol. It is not good for your health, Douluo advised before taking his leave. Grandpa Lu had long been ready with the carriage at the entrance of Wanyao Plain, awaiting Douluo's departure. Grandpa Lu, let us set off. Back home. Chapter 75. Returning home for a birthday this time, Grandpa Lu chose a route back to Tiando City that was somewhat longer than before. It had only been a month since the ambush on Huyin Hong, and at this time, the members of the Elephant Armor sect were likely still lurking in that canyon. This group, known for their defensive strategies, preferred stillness and awaited opportunities. Grandpa Lu speculated that Huyin Hong was undoubtedly accompanied by a throng of followers in that canyon. The sun had just set. Douluo and the old man Lu halted their journey, opting for a detour that led them far from any towns, forcing them to camp in the wild. Grandpa Lu, with 3 days left, will we be able to return in time if we take this route? Douluo was busy pitching the tent while Lu was tending to the campfire. 3 days is just sufficient, although this path is longer if we hasten our pace. Returning to Tiando City within that time is entirely feasible. Lu soon finished setting up the fire and turned a glance at Douluo, who had also completed the tent. Suddenly, Lu produced 2 freshly prepared chickens from his soul guide, grasping them with long tongs to roast over the fire. Are these soul beast chickens raised on medicinal herbs from the Wanyao Plains? How many did you bring, Grandpa Lu? Douluo's eyes lit up at the sight of the chickens. Naturally, he accepted one from Lu's hands to roast it himself, simultaneously retrieving various seasonings from his soul guide to enhance his chicken. This represents a new avenue for our sect's income. Before we can sell pills, medicinal wine serves as our mainstay, and gold soul coins are always in demand. Thus, these soul beast chickens could generate substantial profit for us, Lu remarked with a smile. Can the soul rings of livestock also be absorbed? Douluo suddenly pondered aloud. If livestock's martial souls could be absorbed, the potential earnings for Douluo would multiply. Selling soul beasts could yield exorbitant profits. Ordinary individuals would likely refrain from absorbing the soul rings of livestock. The strength of soul skills correlates directly with the power of the soul beasts, and livestock possess virtually no combat capability. No one would choose to absorb a soul ring devoid of offensive power, Lu interjected, interrupting Douluo's musings with a knowing glance. What if we sold them to regular folks? They lack the qualifications to enter the soul beast forest or the ability to hunt soul beasts. Douluo raised an eyebrow and suggested, but do they have money? Lu sighed, covering his forehead with his hand. True, if they had money. They'd simply hire someone to hunt soul beasts in the forest, Douluo admitted sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. The income from medicinal wine alone suffices for our sect's regular expenses and reserves, so there is no need to fret about finances. Achieving self-sufficiency is no challenge. And we could even support the Douluo family in return. However, having excessive wealth serves little purpose, Lu chuckled, ruffling Douluo's hair. Indeed, money is not the crux. Sufficient funds will suffice, Douluo mused, smiling with a sense of liberation. It's splendid that you can think this way. In the Douluo continent, strength reigns supreme. Possessing vast wealth without the strength to protect it renders one akin to a sheep awaiting slaughter, Lu imparted solemnly to Douluo. I understand. I am confident that I will one day attain the title of Douluo. The title Douluo I aspire to achieve will not be reliant on poison. I shall demonstrate to the world that the Douluo family harbors formidable strength, Douluo declared with unwavering determination. Douluo gazed up at the vast expanse of twinkling stars and earnestly remarked, You mustn't let your grandfather hear this. Otherwise, your birthday might not go well. And you could end up bedridden for a while, chuckled old Lu. Grandpa Lu, the roast chicken is nearly ready to be savored, but honestly, the meat from a soul beast chicken is far more delectable than that of an ordinary domestic chicken. Douluo said as he tore off a chicken leg and took a bite. Indeed, the flesh nourished by soul energy is bound to be more exquisite. Finish your meal quickly so you can rest. We have an early journey ahead of us tomorrow, old Lu responded, indulging in the culinary delights before him. The crispy golden skin and tender chicken meat were soon devoured by the two of them, after which they returned to their respective tents. Although winter had arrived, both Douluo and old Lu possessed their warm jade incense beds. Once placed inside the tent, the temperature would rise significantly, allowing old Lu to brave the winter wilderness. 3 days later, they arrived at the outskirts of the sunset forest. Little Emo, I won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you. Happy early birthday. I have some urgent matters to attend to in Heavendos City, old Lu said, ruffling Douluo's hair. What urgent matters does Grandpa Lu have? Douluo inquired, puzzled. Significant affairs related to the sect, of course. I've already notified your father to come fetch you. Once he arrives, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your birthday at home, old Lu said, glancing into the forest and spotting Douluo approaching. Thank you, Grandpa Lu, Douluo said, bowing respectfully. Uncle Lu, I've come to collect little Emo, Douluo announced as he drove a carriage out from the sunset forest, promptly dismounting to greet old Lu. All right, take little Emo home quickly. We haven't had a proper place to rest for the past 3 days. I'm off to Heavendos City, old Lu declared before leaping onto his carriage and departing. Father, Douluo said cheerfully. Come on, your mother has prepared a feast for you. Douluo laughed as he lifted Douluo into his carriage. Thus, Douluo brought Douluo into the lively courtyard of Douluo, which was bustling more than usual. In the center of the yard, a grand table filled with an array of dishes awaited. Douluo, Wenya, and Douluo awaited eagerly at the table, anticipating the arrival of Douluo, who was celebrating his birthday today. Grandfather, mother, elder sister, Douluo exclaimed as he leapt down from the carriage, greeting his family with a cheerful smile. Come in quickly to warm up, and then let us dine, Douluo said, affectionately ruffling Douluo's hair. Although it was winter, Douluo's courtyard, despite being open to the elements, radiated warmth, resembling a haven detached from the frigid world outside. Happy birthday, exclaimed Wenya and Douluo, raising their glasses of juice in celebration. The group then settled down, relishing the delightful feast before them. Chapter 76. The Affiliated Soul Master Family. After the meal, the members of the Douluo family gathered around the table for a conversation. Father, mother, I have successfully elevated my alchemical skills to the 2nd rank, and I have also concocted the 2nd rank Qi Nourishing Pill. This elixir will significantly enhance your cultivation speed, so I shall entrust the remaining Qi Nourishing Pills to my elder sister. Douluo patted his full belly, then activated his soul guide, retrieving the remaining 700 Qi Nourishing Pills to hand over to Douluo. Currently, Douluo's soul power level stands at 51, while Wenya's is at 43. Making them both suitable candidates for the Qi Nourishing Pills. However, Douluo, at level 22, should continue taking the Qi cultivation pills to solidify her foundations. She must reach at least level 25 before she can begin using the Qi nourishing pills, as premature use could destabilize her foundation. Nevertheless, Douluo Yan's advancement will be swift. Given her exceptional talent and the assistance of the Qi cultivation pills, she should reach level 25 in approximately a year. By the way, Xiaomo, what plans do you have for your dance sect? Old Lu mentioned that your sect currently lacks members. Do you have any good strategies? Douluo inquired with a smile. I have no effective solutions. I can only elevate some talented slaves to become outer disciples, but this approach would lead to slow development for the sect. Unfortunately, I have no better options at the moment, Douluo replied, furrowing his brow, having contemplated this issue himself but finding no satisfactory resolution. Old Lu wrote to me about this matter, and we have found a solution, Douluo remarked with a grin. What solution? Are we purchasing Soul Master slaves? That would be unwise, as these slaves would lack affinity for the sect, grandfather. Douluo pondered for a moment, recalling that this idea had previously been dismissed by Huang Qing. Of course, we are not buying slaves. Old Lu and I have personally contacted several Soul Master families to bolster the number of Soul Masters within your sect. These affiliated families will have a deeper connection with the sect, sending some of their gifted children to join. In this way, your sect will gain members, Douluo said, smiling as he handed a document from the Soul Guide to Douluo affiliated Soul Master families. What an excellent idea. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Douluo's mind. His family could not support a sect on its own, so he contemplated the possibility of several Soul Master families joining forces to establish one. After all, a Soul sect cannot exist without Soul Masters. After our deliberations, we selected 3 families: the Feng family, the Zhao family, and the Meng family. The former 2 boasted the highest strength of merely around level 60 Soul Emperors, while the Meng family had a Soul Douluo and a Soul Saint. However, their clan was rather sparse, lacking in members. More importantly, they had a granddaughter. Douluo's face broke into a benevolent smile, reminiscent of a grandfather anticipating the arrival of a great-grandchild, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable hope. Grandfather, snap out of it. I am only 7 years old. I have the will but lack the strength. Douluo lamented as he gently placed his hand on his forehead, pulling Douluo from his reverie. Indeed, we must nurture this relationship and cultivate our bonds. Such matters cannot be rushed. As for the tentative affiliations with the 3 families, I have already dispatched someone to establish contact with them, and we should receive news soon. Lu, the old man, has also gone to Tiando City for the purpose of liaising with these affiliated Soul Master families. Douluo chuckled heartily and remarked, grandson, the Feng family's martial spirit is the white flower snake, and the Zhao family's martial spirit is the mixed iron spear. Both possess commendable combat capabilities. Yet I yearn to find a family of auxiliary Soul Masters, for logistical support is paramount for a sect. Douluo pondered for a moment and replied, do you think Soul Master families are as common as cabbages? It is not so easy to find one. Auxiliary Soul Master families have always been in high demand. They are not easily obtainable. Douluo retorted with a hint of exasperation, playfully delivering a light smack to Douluo's head. In the world of Douluo, nearly every sect has its own affiliated Soul Master family or sect, like the Tai family of Haotian sect or the Yang family. However, in the case of Douluo's Danstin sect, the next generation of the Douluo family consists solely of Douluo and Douluo Yan, making it impossible for the Danstin sect to emulate the Haotian sect, which has the entire clan wielding the Haotian hammer. The future sources of Soul Masters for Danstin sect will likely be quite diverse. Ouch. Douluo rubbed his head, his thoughts consumed with strategies to entice a few auxiliary Soul Masters to join their sect. Let us rest well today. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Ice and Fire in Yagai together. As for the affiliated Soul Master families, we shall seek them out in Tiando City once we receive their response, Douluo suggested after some contemplation. Is there something going on at the Ice and Fire in Yagai? Douluo inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Well, it isn't quite a problem, I suppose. We shall discover the details tomorrow. The sky is darkening. Let us return and rest, Douluo concluded, before retreating to his bedroom for the night. The couple, Douluo Yuan and his spouse, returned to their chamber with the elixirs in hand and commenced their cultivation. Douluo Yin returned to her chamber to engage in her cultivation. Meanwhile, Douluo, holding the documents in his hand, was lost in contemplation. To be candid, a high school student who had never even held the position of class leader, suddenly transported to the Douluo continent, aspired to establish a sect. This ambition stemmed from Douluo's determination to concoct a significant quantity of elixirs, which could be utilized to nurture a group of individuals. However, he was genuinely at a loss regarding the management of the sect. Douluo lifted his gaze, surveying the desolate courtyard that was now devoid of any company save for himself. He then rose to his feet, clutching the documents as he made his way back to his chamber. Douluo began to reminisce about the information nestled within his mind regarding the original text. The Ming family's Soul Douluo and Soul Saint must correspond to the Dragon Prince Meng Shu and the Serpent Matron Xiao Tianxiang, while the granddaughter in question is likely Meng Iran, who excels in the art of hidden weapons. However, the Feng and Zhao families did not make an appearance in the original narrative. Their martial souls are rather commonplace, suggesting they are not particularly promising soul master clans. Such families must be quite numerous. Douluo spent the entire night meticulously reviewing the information concerning the Feng and Zhao families. The Feng family boasts a total of 32 soul masters, including one at the esteemed level of 60, while the Zhao family consists of 28 soul masters, among whom 2 have achieved the same level of 60. The remaining soul masters from both families predominantly fall within the range of levels 10 to 20. The number of soul masters possessed by these 2 families is quite considerable, making them notable even among ordinary soul master clans. In contrast, the Ming family is significantly less endowed, with only 12 soul masters, 1 soul Douluo, 1 soul sage, and 2 soul emperors, with the rest being lower-ranked soul masters. Should the Ming family consent to join the Dance-In sect, Douluo would find himself bolstered in confidence. He is certain that once the medicinal pills are revealed, Long Gong and Shi Po would agree to the Meng family's involvement in the Dance-In sect for Meng Iran's sake. Chapter 77. Goodness. Is that a calabash baby? Early the next morning, Douluo rapped on Douluo's door, as they had agreed the previous day to embark together to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Has little Mo risen? We must set off to the Eye of Ice and Fire. There are matters to attend to, Douluo called out, refraining from entering and patiently waiting outside. Oh, I'm awake. Just a moment. I shall be out shortly. I need to don some warmer clothing as it is quite chilly outside, Douluo replied hurriedly, hastily putting away his notes, which contained insights gleaned from his review of the affiliated sect's information. After all, as a sect leader, although he currently refrains from managing affairs directly, it is essential to possess a foundational understanding of the conditions surrounding his sect's subordinate powers. Douluo donned a brand new cotton garment, for she was to venture to the Eye of Ice and Fire shortly. Although the courtyard was as warm as spring, the outside world was a frigid expanse of snow and ice. It was indeed essential to keep warm, as falling ill would be a regrettable consequence. As Douluo stepped out of the house, he was swiftly seized by Douluo, lifting him under his arm and soaring skyward towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. The moment they departed the confines of the courtyard, Douluo was enveloped by an icy chill. The biting wind stung his face painfully. However, Douluo's speed was remarkable, and soon they descended near the Eye of Ice and Fire, sparing Douluo from prolonged exposure to the cold. Although the temperature in the vicinity was not particularly high, Douluo found himself in a state of comfortable neutrality, neither hot nor cold. There, a newly sprouted seedling caught Douluo's attention. I can't discern what it is. Can you recognize it? He asked, delivering a playful kick to Douluo, as not knowing would be quite embarrassing for him, and he felt compelled to vent his frustration. Ouch! Douluo stumbled slightly and followed Douluo's gaze, spotting the recently emerged seedling. The portion above the soil bore only 2 tender green leaves, making it exceedingly difficult to identify, explaining Douluo's confusion. Nevertheless, armed with the Heaven and Earth Herbal Compendium, Douluo knew that plants flourishing near the Eye of Ice and Fire were likely exceptional treasures rather than mundane flora. Thus, he crouched down, delicately brushing his fingers against the tender leaves, exercising utmost caution. This is a gathering spirit gourd seedling, a rare treasure suitable for crafting containers for elixirs. The conditions for its refinement are triggered by the maturity of a gathering spirit gourd, he mused. The gourd seedling is not only medicinal but also delicious when prepared cold, possessing an exceptionally sweet flavor. It will take another 9 years to mature, with the Eye of Ice and Fire accelerating that time by 10 months and 24 days. Grandfather, this is a gourd seedling, Douluo exclaimed, rising in excitement to share his discovery with Douluo. However, he lamented that this particular gourd would not produce the legendary gourd babies, but would merely serve as a container. Do you think I am unaware that it is a gourd seedling? Yet, is the gourd seedling found near the Eye of Ice and Fire an ordinary one? I wish to know what type of gourd it is, Douluo retorted, his tone tinged with irritation, suggesting that without a satisfactory answer from Douluo, he might resort to more forceful measures. This is indeed the seedling of the gathering spirit gourd, which can be utilized for alchemical containers. However, I am uncertain about the specific advantages offered by containers crafted from the gathering spirit gourd in relation to the elixirs produced within. At the very least, it should preserve the potency of the elixirs for several years, Douluo replied, swallowing hard and retreating a couple of steps, aware that even the most ferocious of beasts do not consume their own offspring, yet a grandson might not enjoy the same privilege. Douluo pondered for a moment, nodding in understanding and abandoning any thoughts of aggression, clearly deciding to spare Douluo. There are some fully matured medicinal herbs over there, all of which you planted the last time you left. You should harvest them quickly. I am off to enjoy a soak in the hot springs, he declared before shedding his clothes and plunging into the eye of ice and fire. Grandfather, you didn't bring me here just to toil away collecting herbs, did you? Douluo asked, his lips twitching with incredulity. I came to enjoy the hot springs, Douluo replied. Douluo turned his head and smiled as he spoke. Douluo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them to rush to the periphery of the ice and fire yin-yang to harvest the herbs required for concocting 5th-grade elixirs. In truth, the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang did not cultivate all the herbs necessary for every 5th-grade elixir. Douluo selectively gathered those herbs that would enhance cultivation, break through bottlenecks, heal injuries, and augment innate talents. After all, the ice and fire yin-yang occupies a limited area, which must also accommodate the cultivation of 7th, 8th, 9th grade, and even celestial grade herbs. Thus, only the essential herbs for pivotal elixirs were chosen for planting, with the intention of growing other varieties at a later time when Douluo had more opportunity. At this moment, apart from a few celestial grade plants, the landscape of the ice and fire yin-yang had undergone significant alteration, now primarily featuring precious seedlings and rare medicinal herbs, while the mature ones had been entirely harvested by the Douluo grandfather and grandson duo. The ice and fire yin-yang facilitates an astounding 10-fold growth rate for herbs, resulting in the plants sown 4 months prior reaching maturity and ready for harvesting. After Douluo harvested all the medicinal herbs, it was already noon. He then proceeded to sow the seeds of these herbs back into the fields. Additionally, he took the opportunity to plant the rare herbs required for the subsequent bombs of the Duan Yuqi Ling ointment, finding gaps to accommodate them. After all, the radiation range of the ice and fire duality is limited, given that the herbs necessary for the latter bombs of the Duan Yuqi Ling ointment are also quite scarce. He took proactive measures to ensure that supplies would not run low in the future. After finishing all these tasks, Douluo realized it was already afternoon. At that moment, Douluo emerged from the hot springs of the ice and fire duality ice. This unique spring could extract the toxins from Douluo's body, a discovery he had made only recently, which prompted him to frequently visit this rejuvenating retreat. In truth, the last time, Tongxi had thoroughly cleansed Douluo of all toxins. However, the benefits of the toxin technique on his cultivation were simply too remarkable, compelling Douluo to continue his practice. Furthermore, the toxins within him also served to enhance the power of the ice and fire duality eyes. Xiaomo, have you completed everything? Douluo inquired with a smile as he approached Douluo, gently patting her head. Grandfather, I wish to soak in the hot springs. Douluo replied, lifting her head with a hint of longing. There's no rush. We can do it next time, Douluo replied, and with that, he took Douluo in his arms and soared into the sky towards their courtyard. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, Douluo entered his chamber once more, resuming his study of the information pertaining to the affiliated soul master families. After leaving the fiery depths, Douluo resolved never to expend his soul power on alchemy again, as the consumption was excessively taxing. He deemed it far more prudent to dedicate this time to cultivation or the acquisition of knowledge. Chapter 78. The three families agree. Early the next morning, Douluo was once again roused by Douluo, who informed him that old Lu had sent word that the three affiliated soul master families had arrived in Heavendoe City and wished to meet the sect leader, Douluo, to discuss certain matters. Grandfather, must we rise at such an early hour every day? I have only just returned home and yearn for a good night's rest. Douluo grumbled, rubbing his still sleepy eyes after donning his attire. Be quick about it, Douluo retorted impatiently, waving his hand, enveloping Douluo in a faint scent of bitter almonds. Grandfather, even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. Why must you resort to poison? Douluo replied sarcastically. though the aroma of the toxin did indeed invigorate him somewhat. Douluo retrieved an antidote pill from his soul-guiding device, swallowing it without a sip of water. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. Mere seconds before ingesting the pill, his visage had already taken on a ghastly green hue. However, after consuming the antidote, the pallor gradually receded. For Douluo's poison was not particularly potent, thus allowing this first-grade antidote to be effective. What is this marvelous substance? It appears quite promising. Do share some with me. With a subtle flick of his finger, Douluo seized the vial containing the antidote from Douluo's grasp before the latter could react. Carelessly tossing a pill into his own mouth without regard for any potential toxicity. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant. Douluo smacked his lips. Observing that Douluo had regained his composure and clarity. Seizing Douluo, he ascended into the sky, making a beeline for Heaven-Do City. Douluo landed gracefully outside the city gates, refraining from entering the city of Tiando directly, considering the somewhat ambiguous relationship he maintained with the Tiando royal family. It was essential to uphold a semblance of decorum, and the guards stationed at the city walls were no longer surprised by his antics, clearly. This was not the first time Douluo had engaged in such behavior. Let us proceed to the Tiando Royal Restaurant, on the 3rd floor as per our reservation. He chuckled, leading Douluo upward. The 3rd floor was not merely accessible to anyone with wealth. It required the endorsement of the Tiando royalty for entry. The previous absence of an invitation from Ningfengji to host Douluo on the 3rd floor suggested a degree of disdain towards him. The 2nd floor of the Tiando Royal Restaurant was already opulent, but the 3rd floor surpassed it in extravagance, with all utensils crafted from gold and dedicated attendants serving alongside. The aroma of delectable dishes wafting in from beyond the entrance. "Ah, the poison Douluo has arrived," exclaimed an elderly man, Lu, as he rose with a smile. Showing no regard for Douluo in the presence of others. Alongside him stood 3 individuals, one of whom was a spirited elder, his gaze fixed keenly upon Douluo. Sensing this scrutiny, Douluo quickly deduced that the individual was none other than the renowned Dragon Duke, Meng Shu, known for his unmistakable aura. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency the Poison Douluo," the 3 individuals chorused in unison. "Please, rise. Are we all clear on the purpose of today's gathering?" Douluo inquired with a smile, a subtle yet palpable authority emanating from him, reflecting the confidence and presence of one in a position of power. "We are grateful for your invitation, Your Excellency. Mr. Lu has informed us, and we 3 have deliberated and agreed to join the sect founded by your grandson, thereby becoming an affiliated family of soul masters to your esteemed sect," replied Meng Shu, the highest ranked among the trio, assuming the role of spokesperson for their discussions with Douluo. "Of course, your affiliation will not be without its rewards. Here, I present to you a recently formulated elixir for enhancing one's cultivation. Come, have a taste, it is quite delightful." Douluo playfully tapped Douluo on the back of the head, signaling him to present the Huangjing pills for the trio's inspection. Douluo cast a sideways glance at Douluo, a hint of annoyance in his expression. Yet he obediently produced the Huangjing pill from his possession and offered it to Meng Shu and the others for tasting. Douluo understood the necessity of the Huangjing pill, especially since the production of the qi-nourishing pill was not abundant. Upon receiving the pill, Meng Shu furrowed his brow and shot a wary glance at Douluo. The caution in his eyes unmistakable. "Rest assured, if I were to poison you, it would not be in this manner. This is a pill designed to enhance one's cultivation. Do give it a try. From now on, Xiaomo will distribute these to you. Thus this particular pill is no longer my concern. You may allocate it amongst yourselves," Douluo remarked with a smile, subsequently shaking his head and choosing not to elaborate further. "My apologies, Your Grace, the poison Douluo. I have been overly cautious," Meng Shu replied with a slight nod. He then uncorked the vial, retrieved a pill, and placed it into his mouth before passing the vial to the heads of the other 2 families. The 3 of them consumed the pills simultaneously and closed their eyes to absorb the energy contained within. "While it may not benefit us, it is indeed effective for the younger generation," one of the family heads exclaimed, his eyes suddenly widening in surprise. Douluo turned his head to glance at the elderly Lu, who was indulging in a chicken leg with both hands slicked in grease. "Ah, this is Meng Shu, the head of the Meng family. This is Zhao Wu, the head of the Zhao family. And that gentleman is Feng Pashing from the Feng clan. Little Mo, these esteemed individuals are your seniors. Do pay your respects," Lu said, wiping his mouth with his sleeve before introducing Douluo. "I am Douluo. I have had the honor of meeting all of you," Douluo respectfully acknowledged, bowing to the 3 distinguished figures. "Such courtesy is unnecessary. You shall henceforth be our sect leader," so there is no need for excessive formalities, Meng Shu remarked, casting a glance at the others before continuing. By the way, Your Grace, the poison Douluo, how many of these elixirs can be distributed? Meng Shu pondered for a moment before responding. Although this elixir is not easily concocted, our sect possesses 30,000 acres of medicinal fields, so we should have no issue supplying the necessary herbs. At that moment, Lu had finished his chicken leg and, having wiped his hands clean, smiled and added, "Excellent." The three gentlemen expressed their delight in unison. By the way, esteemed sirs, what plans do your families have? Douluo interjected with a smile. Our families all intend to relocate our residences to the Fasnuo province, Xiao chimed in. Haha, thank you all. We shall discuss the remaining matters upon our arrival in Fasnuo province. For now, let us enjoy our meal, Douluo said, spreading his hands in a gesture of goodwill. The group proceeded to savor a delightful feast, and one must commend the culinary skills of the chefs at the Tiando Royal Restaurant. The dishes on the third floor were particularly exquisite. After dining to their heart's content, Douluo and Douluo took their leave. Chapter 79. The maturation of dragon tooth rice. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the heads of the three families took their leave. Having gained significant advantages from their visit, an opportunity to join the sect of Douluo, and the development of a remarkable elixir. Hence, they departed the dining table to discuss matters with their families. Only Douluo, Douluo, and the elderly Lu remained on the third floor of the Tiando Royal Restaurant. Xiaomo, we shall set forth to the Fasno province tomorrow. These families will also be relocating there in the coming days. So we need to return to the sect beforehand to make the necessary preparations. I apologize, but the holiday is cancelled, Lu chuckled, casting a glance at Douluo. Grandfather Lu, I have only spent 2 days at home, and I didn't even manage to take a leisurely nap, Douluo lamented, his expression resembling that of a bitter melon. At such a tender age, you ought to strive for progress rather than indulge in leisure. Lu, take him with you, Douluo remarked, furrowing his brow as he delivered a sharp slap to the back of Douluo's head. Grandfather, if you wish for me to leave, you need not strike me, Douluo protested, rubbing the back of his head, aware that he should seize the moment while he was still young. This trio of affiliated soul master families is relatively compliant and manageable. However, you must impart more knowledge to Xiao regarding administration. He is still quite young, Douluo said, affectionately ruffling Douluo's hair after the chastisement. One must discipline when necessary, yet still feel a pang of concern afterward. Rest assured, I will assist Xiao in managing these affairs, Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, with you around, I find solace. Otherwise, I would be quite uneasy allowing such a young child to roam outside, Douluo reflected, sighing softly. Truth be told, Douluo had contemplated relocating the Douluo family estate closer to the Dancian sect more than once. However, the invaluable ice and fire eyes kept him firmly anchored here. With this departure, who knows when we shall meet again? Take care, Douluo said with a smile, raising his cup for a sip. Kiki, grandfather, if you miss me, you can always come to visit. Although Fasno province is quite distant from Tiando city, with your speed, you could reach it in no time, Douluo teased, playfully stroking Douluo's beard. Very well, if I miss you, I shall come to see you, Douluo chuckled, affectionately tousling Douluo's hair. Enough of your antics, old poison master. Everything we do is for the sake of gaining greater strength. Without strength, all is mere talk. Now, both of you, cease your girlish demeanor. Xiao, let us gather our belongings in preparation for our return to Fasno province, Lu remarked, shaking his head before rising and departing the third floor. Kiki, grandfather, I shall take my leave first. Next time I return, I will surely bring you something good, Douluo grinned, waving goodbye to Douluo as he exited. Douluo sat before a table laden with exquisite delicacies, yet he found himself lacking in appetite. He lifted a wine jug, filled a cup for himself, and drank it in one gulp before rising and departing from the Tiando Royal Restaurant. 3 days later, Grandpa Lu. It seems that the members of the Elephant Armor sect are still lurking about, Douluo remarked while seated in the carriage. Upon their return, they had not traversed the canyon, but from a distance, Douluo noticed curling wisps of smoke rising above the gorge, indicating that the Elephant Armor sect had not yet departed. Indeed, these defensive spirit masters possess remarkable patience, Grandpa Lu concurred. At this juncture, they were not far from the Wanao plain, and thus the carriage swiftly made its way into the expansive fields. Upon entering the Wanao plain, they were greeted by the sound of laborers calling out rhythmic work songs. Grandpa Lu, it seems a certain herb has ripened. Let us go take a look, Douluo suggested thoughtfully. Certainly, Grandpa Lu replied, guiding the carriage toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Douluo lifted the curtain, gazing at the surrounding scenery. While his mind wandered, attempting to recall which plant had reached maturity, there were indeed numerous varieties of herbs that could be ripe at the same time. And for a moment, Douluo struggled to pinpoint the specific herb in question. Dragon tooth rice. As the carriage ventured deeper into the worn-out plain, the realization dawned upon him. Grandpa Lu, I'll run ahead to take a look, Douluo exclaimed, leaping from the carriage and sprinting toward the fields where the dragon tooth rice was cultivated. Xiaomo, when did you return? Huang Qing, who was harvesting rice, spotted Douluo and inquired, puzzled, as he assumed Douluo should be celebrating his birthday at home. Hee, old Huang, I came back early. I just entered the sect and happened to stumble upon you harvesting dragon tooth rice. Allow me to assist you, Douluo replied with a grin. He picked up a sickle from a pile of farming tools and jumped into the paddy to begin harvesting the dragon tooth rice. The rice ears were as thick as Douluo's forearm, yet each ear contained only a few grains of dragon tooth rice, after all. It was not ordinary rice, but rather a remarkable variety. As he harvested, he breathed in the sweet, fragrant aroma that was characteristic of dragon tooth rice. Harvesting dragon tooth rice required no special skill and was akin to harvesting ordinary rice paddies, being a domesticated treasure of heaven and earth. The stalks were not tough at all. After a flurry of activity, dozens of workers completed the harvest, leaving the rice to dry before processing it into rice. However, at the Dancian sect, natural drying was unnecessary, since Douluo required dried herbs for alchemy. A drying room was located at the foot of the mountain of the Dancian sect. Within half a day, the dragon tooth rice could be hulled, yielding the true dragon tooth rice. Suddenly, Douluo recalled the remaining fragments of the blood amber crystal in his possession. He meticulously buried these scraps in the rice field, gradually enhancing the growth conditions for the dragon tooth rice. Truly, I am a creature of ceaseless toil. After a 3-day journey, I return home only to commence labor anew. How industrious I am. As Douluo mused, he found himself amused by his own words. Throughout the journey, it was old Lu who drove the cart, showing no signs of fatigue. Xiaomo, take a moment to rest. I will finish shelling the dragon tooth rice and then deliver it to you, Huang Qing suggested thoughtfully, recognizing the effort Douluo had expended on the journey. All right, I appreciate it, Grandpa Huang, Douluo replied with a smile, pleased that this time it was not old Huang. Chapter 80. The Employment of Child Labor, Second Update. Upon returning to his residence, Douluo did not take the time to rest but immediately commenced his cultivation of soul power. After all, Huang Qing would soon deliver the longya rice, at which point he would begin brewing longya wine. This was why Douluo refrained from descending to the alchemy room to refine elixirs, instead opting to wait in his chamber for Huang Qing's arrival. A few hours later, a knock resonated at Douluo's door. Xiaomo, the longya rice has been processed. I have already taken it to the distillery, Huang Qing called from the threshold. Grandfather Huang, let me come out to examine the longya rice first. By the way, how many pounds did we harvest this time? Douluo inquired, tilting his head slightly. Don't mention it. The yield of longya rice is exceedingly low, from 1,000 acres. Each acre produced merely a pound of longya rice. Thankfully, we planted extensively, which resulted in a total of 1,000 pounds, Huang Qing lamented, having anticipated a much higher yield. That is still quite commendable, Grandfather Huang. The fact that each acre yielded a pound has exceeded my expectations. This is a rare treasure. Not mere vegetables, Douluo reassured Huang Qing with a smile. The two then proceeded down the mountain to assess the quality of the newly harvested longya rice. Upon arriving at the distillery, they beheld 10 large burlap sacks piled in a corner, which presumably contained the longya rice. Douluo stepped forward, extending his hand to grasp a handful of dragon tooth rice, bringing it to his nose to inhale its faintly sweet aroma. The quality is commendable, Grandpa Huang. You've done well. This year, I've added blood amber crystals to the fields, and the yield of dragon tooth rice will continue to rise for the new year. Douluo raised his head, smiling as he spoke to Huang Qing. As long as the quality is satisfactory, how should we distribute this dragon tooth rice? Huang Qing patted his chest, worried he hadn't taken proper care of the rice. Let us do this. Send 300 pounds back to my home, 100 for myself, 100 for Grandpa Lu, and don't forget Brother Qin Ming, as well as Tang Hao and the Master. The final 500 pounds will be used for brewing wine. However, brewing with dragon tooth rice differs from the usual methods. I'll handle that. Also, ensure we save enough seeds. Douluo quickly devised a plan for the distribution of the dragon tooth rice. Very well. You can simply use the soul guide device to transport it, Huang Qing replied, pulling a qi-nourishing pill from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. He then opened the soul guide device and packed 4 bags of dragon tooth rice, leaving the rest for Douluo Mo to carry. Grandpa Huang. I'll return to brew the wine now, Douluo Mo said, turning to leave for his fiery chamber to commence the brewing of dragon tooth wine. However, just as he exited the brewing workshop, he noticed a group of individuals moving golden straw. Isn't that the straw from the dragon tooth rice? Douluo Mo inquired, puzzled. Indeed, master, this is the straw remaining after harvesting the dragon tooth rice. We intend to use it to feed the chickens and cattle, Lanhua replied with a smile. Such a precious resource being used to feed cattle. Douluo Mo frowned. Pondering that dragon tooth rice not only promotes the evolutionary bloodline of serpents, but also seems capable of enhancing the bloodline strength of other animals. Yet, what if the cattle, after consuming the straw, turned into powerful beasts, akin to the first soul beast bull that met its demise by crashing into a wall in a moment of excitement? What if it were to collide with a person? Let us start by feeding one cow and observe the effects before proceeding further. I fear these livestock could become aggressive if they turn into soul beasts, Douluo Mo contemplated aloud. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu happened to approach. Wow, this looks delicious, Xiao Wu exclaimed, eagerly stepping forward, almost ready to munch on the straw. Xiao Wu, being a 10,000-year soul beast herself, could potentially subdue any aggressive tendencies in the cattle if they transformed. An idea sparked in Douluo Mo's mind. Xiao Wu, how about I give you 10 pounds of this rice to feed the cows for 2 months? Douluo Mo chuckled softly, addressing her. This is dragon tooth rice. Master, you possess remarkable skills, Tang San remarked, picking up a straw and examining it closely before looking up at Douluo Mo in astonishment. Just a trivial matter, Xiao Wu. Will you accept this task? Douluo Mo closed his eyes and, upon a burlap sack within the soul guidance device, opened a small aperture to extract 10 pounds of dragon tooth rice. He then presented this fragrant rice to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Wow, how delightful, exclaimed Xiao Wu, her large eyes wide with wonder, hesitating to touch it as she glanced back at Tang San. The sect leader is indeed generous. In that case, we shall assist you in feeding the cattle for 2 months, Tang San said with a smile, offering a respectful gesture to Douluo Mo agreed. Lanhua, please transport all the straw near the cattle shed and have them feed the cows. Additionally, arrange for 2 individuals to clean the cattle shed. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Upon concluding his words, Douluo Mo tossed the dragon tooth rice he held to Tang San and turned to depart. Upon returning to the magma chamber, Douluo Mo first released the Wuni furnace, opened the eye of the earth fire, and began nurturing the furnace. He then retrieved 5 bags of dragon tooth rice from the soul guidance device, along with a vial of qi-nourishing pills. For a soul master of over 20 levels, refining 500 pounds of dragon tooth rice would undoubtedly require more soul power than he possessed. Douluo Mo observed that the temperature within the Wenyang furnace had reached an adequate level. He then opened a bag of dragon tooth rice, pouring it into the furnace basin by basin. The capacity of the Wenyang furnace was rather limited, accommodating only 100 pounds of dragon tooth rice at a time. Douluo Mo sat silently before the Wenyang furnace, deftly performing a series of incantations to gradually elevate the temperature of the alchemical cauldron. The dragon tooth rice possesses a unique characteristic. When cooked with water, it yields a delectable and fragrant dish, while the unmoistened grains are as hard as iron, embodying the properties of a heavenly treasure. As the temperature within the furnace rose, the dragon tooth rice began to transform, becoming increasingly translucent. Subsequently, droplets of a deep crimson liquid slowly seeped from the grains, falling to the base of the furnace before flowing into the crystal vial that Douluo Mo had meticulously prepared. This process was excruciatingly slow, enduring for a full 3 hours, resulting in merely 3 pounds of the blood-red liquid extracted from 100 pounds of rice. Following this, the remaining 400 pounds of dragon tooth rice were entirely transformed into the crimson essence, and by this point, there were already 15 pounds of the liquid obtained from the rice. Next, Douluo Mo retrieved a grain of yeast typically used in winemaking and cast it into the crystal vial, sealing the gaps of the cork with resin before placing it in the corner of the geothermal chamber, leaving the rest to the passage of time. Chapter 81. The arrival of the 3 major affiliated soul master families. Third update. After finishing the dragon tooth wine, Douluo Mo, feeling a twinge of boredom, decided to continue refining the second-tier elixir, the qi-nourishing pill. His primary focus had shifted to this particular concoction. for it was only through relentless challenges that he could elevate his alchemical skills. Moreover, the rewards bestowed upon successfully transcending the first-tier elixirs were exceedingly generous, making Douluo particularly eager for the bounties that second-tier elixirs promised. However, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to produce any elixirs today. As Huang Cheng's voice echoed through the communication device, Xiao Mo, Brother Lu asked me to call you. The affiliated Soul Master family of our sect has arrived. I understand. Douluo replied, extinguishing the flames in the Winyang furnace before gathering it and descending from the underground fire chamber. They are awaiting you in the main hall of the sect. To be honest, this marks the first occasion the main hall has been utilized since its construction. Huang Cheng remarked, a frown suddenly etching his features. Douluo paid no heed to Huang Cheng and made his way to the grand hall of the sect. To be frank, it was only his second visit to this place. The atmosphere in the grand hall had transformed from its usual desolation to a lively bustle, with people coming and going. Naturally, the seat of honor was left vacant for Douluo, while old Lu occupied the left side and Ming Shu took the right. Beside Ming Shu sat an elderly lady with a head of white hair, undoubtedly the famed Shi Pachao Tianxiang. Douluo clasped his hands respectfully and naturally made his way to the central position of the sect's grand hall, taking a seat at the head of the assembly. Greetings, Sect Master. Upon settling in, the others rose to pay their respects to Douluo. You are all too kind. There is no need for such formalities. Please, take your seat so we may converse comfortably. Douluo responded with a warm smile. May I inquire where your respective residences will be located? The elder Lu suddenly posed a question. We have yet to commence the construction of our lodgings, as we await your arrangements, Sect Master, replied the head of the Feng family. Let us not forget, the majority of matters within the sect are orchestrated by Elder Lu. While my focus lies solely on the enhancement of my cultivation, Douluo humbly remarked, implying that he was delegating authority to Elder Lu and suggesting they consult him for any matters. Indeed, I shall make arrangements for the residences of each family. Elder Lu replied without hesitation. He then retrieved a map from his soul guide device, unfurling it upon the conference table. He pointed to several pre-marked locations, indicating his chosen sites. These sites were situated on the borders of the Fastner province, ideally suited for trade and conveniently close to the Dansen sect, thus serving as the first line of defense for the sect. The individuals regarded the location selected by Elder Lu with approval, nodding in agreement. Sect Master, regarding the elixirs bestowed upon us by the poisoned Douluo during the banquet, how may we exchange for them? The head of the Feng family inquired, rubbing his hands nervously. Anything can be offered in exchange. Rare herbs, peculiar soul guide devices, unique ores, and precious texts are all valid for trade. Even gold soul coins can be utilized. However, we encourage the use of unusual items for barter, as it adds a touch of benefit, considering such items are often deemed impractical. Douluo chuckled, emphasizing the importance of discretion. These elixirs must not be leaked outside. Our sect lacks the capability for self-preservation and commercial sale, as you all understand. Furthermore, each family may exchange for up to 300 elixirs annually, Douluo added, realizing the necessity of limiting the quantity to prevent potential sales. 300? That is splendid, exclaimed the head of the Zhao family, his excitement palpable. For smaller soul master families like his, primarily composed of lower-ranking soul masters, the Huangjing pills were particularly beneficial. Sect Master, I possess a soul guide device capable of storing live creatures. How many Huangjing pills could it be exchanged for? The head of the Feng family promptly produced a green pendant from his robes and presented it to Douluo. Douluo smiled as she received the soul guiding device from the hands of the Feng family. Upon infusing it with her soul energy, she discovered a remarkable expanse of 100 square meters within. Astonishingly, this pendant possessed the ability to exchange air with the outside world, allowing for the cultivation of various vegetables without any issues. She presented 50 Huangjing pills, taking out 2 small vials and handing them to the head of the Feng family. Such a soul guiding device could fetch a price of over 100,000 gold soul coins in the outside market. What Douluo truly desired was for them to intensify their efforts in gathering various items from the Douluo continent. Furthermore, in the future, Douluo intended to present the qi-nourishing pills to the affiliated soul master families, at which point the value of these pills would significantly increase. Regardless of how much they possessed, ultimately, everything would belong to Douluo. Subsequently, several family heads began to present their long-treasured treasures to Douluo. In total, Douluo received 5 soul guide devices, 4 gemstones, 2 ores, and 6 ancient tomes, one of which contained the cultivation insights of a snake-type martial soul master. Once the individuals had acquired sufficient Huangjing pills, they bid farewell, eager to return home to distribute the pills and arrange for people to scour the continent in search of various treasures to exchange with Douluo for more pills. Xiaomo, moving forward, we could recruit some members from their soul master families to bolster the number of soul masters in our sect. Otherwise, our sect feels rather empty. Lu, the old man, remarked with a smile while observing Douluo, who was grinning foolishly while holding these items. Grandpa Lu, why didn't you mention this when they were here? Douluo tilted his head in inquiry. There is no need to mention it. They should be sending their disciples over tomorrow, Lu replied, still wearing a faint smile. Oh, Douluo said, as he stored the ores within the soul guide device. While handing over the ancient tomes and soul guide devices to Lu, recognizing their utility for the sect. By the way, I instructed you to purchase 2 personal attendants in Tiando City, but due to the journey, it didn't materialize. However, rest assured, as disciples will soon arrive here. I have procured a batch of slaves to assist in managing the daily lives of our sect members, Lu added. Douluo nodded slightly, then handed over all the gold soul coins he had scavenged from the burning sky Douluo to the old man Lu. Grandfather Lu, I entrust the matters of the sect to you. Next, I shall focus on enhancing my alchemical skills to expedite your recovery of cultivation. Douluo said with a smile before taking his leave. Chapter 82. The 9 Revolution Elixir Chi Technique upon returning to the fire chamber. Douluo once again immersed himself in the cultivation of the Chi-nourishing pill. He felt an overwhelming discomfort coursing through his body until he successfully inscribed the pill with its intricate patterns. The last time, he had scarcely utilized the batch of medicinal herbs he procured from Douluo before his birthday arrived, leaving him with an abundance of remaining materials. Douluo released the Wani furnace and began the alchemical process of concocting elixirs. One by one, he cast various medicinal ingredients into the cauldron, and soon, an array of pills emerged from the outlet. With each elixir he refined and the nurturing of the Duanyu 7 spirit ointment, Douluo's hands grew increasingly supple. Each hand gesture became more exquisite and fluid. This enhancement resulted in a continuous amplification of the elixir's efficacy. However, as is often the case, a bottleneck soon emerged. When the efficacy of the Chi-nourishing pill reached 80%, no amount of effort could elevate it to 90%, despite Douluo's relentless endeavor to master the flames. For an entire month, he secluded himself within the earth-fire chamber, diligently crafting pills, yet no breakthroughs were achieved. In a moment of inspiration, Douluo procured a water tank from outside. While refining the pills, he submerged his hands in the water, utilizing its resistance to enhance his control over the gestures. Another month passed, and Douluo found himself capable of producing Chi-nourishing pills with an efficacy of 80% even while submerged. After 2 months of neglecting his appearance, Douluo's hair was a tangled mess, his garments glimmered with an unkempt sheen, and a rather pungent odor emanated from him. Nevertheless, his eyes sparkled with fervent determination. This time, I shall succeed, he declared, his pallid visage betraying the intensity of his focus. He retrieved a fresh batch of materials for the Chi-nourishing pill and embarked on the alchemical journey anew. Step by step, as he extracted and condensed, each hand gesture flowed with an extraordinary grace, evoking a sense of aesthetic beauty. As he reached the final, tense moment of extraction, Douluo's expression grew grave as he steadied his wrist, smoothly drawing the pill from the outlet. In that fleeting instant, as the elixir emerged from the furnace, a fragrant aroma enveloped the entire chamber, and 2 exquisite patterns materialized on the Chi-nourishing pill. I have succeeded. A 2-pattern Chi-nourishing pill, Douluo exclaimed in exhilaration, embracing the pill and planting a couple of kisses upon it, before reverently placing it into a pre-prepared crystal vial. The second tier 2-pattern Chi-nourishing pill unlocked access to the 3rd-tier transformation pill, the 3rd-tier breath-holding pill, and the 2nd-tier averting hunger pill, while also granting access to the auxiliary cultivation technique. The 9 Revolutions Pill Chi Method. 3 types of elixirs. However, aside from the transformation pill, the practical effects of the other 2 are rather negligible. The breath-holding pill allows one to hold their breath for 3 hours, while the averting hunger pill permits a full day without sustenance. Why on earth do these pills warrant being classified as 2nd tier? And what on earth is this auxiliary cultivation technique? Douluo glanced at the introduction to the pills from the 3rd Academy and then turned to the back of the 9 Transformation Pill Manual, where he found the description of the 9 Transformation Pill Chi technique and its cultivation methods. Once the elixirs are refined, a substance known as Pill Chi emerges. Under normal circumstances, this Pill Chi enters the human body upon consumption of the elixir. However, if the body lacks the proper absorption techniques, this vital essence may dissipate naturally. The 9 transformation pill chi technique is designed to absorb this pill chi, utilizing it to enhance one's cultivation without any adverse effects. How perfectly suited this is for me. I have been so engrossed in alchemy that I scarcely have time to cultivate my soul power. With this technique, I can refine pills while simultaneously advancing my cultivation, achieving both goals without conflict. Douluo exclaimed in delight and then began practicing the 9 transformation pill chi technique. The first step of the 9 transformation pill chi technique is to attune oneself to the pill chi within the elixir. After all, if one cannot sense the pill chi, how could one hope to utilize it for cultivation? Suddenly, a proud smile spread across Douluo's lips as he uncorked a myriad of elixirs from a multitude of bottles extracted from his soul-guiding device, leaving the ground cluttered with an overwhelming array of potion vials, nearly depriving him of any space to stand. Douluo closed his eyes and began to sense the essence of elixir energy in the air, employing the techniques recorded within the 9 transformation elixir chi method. Remarkably, within a mere second, Douluo was able to perceive the presence of elixir energy. While most practitioners typically relied on one or even several elixirs to attune themselves to this energy, Douluo, on the other hand, utilized thousands of elixirs to release the elixir energy, elevating the concentration of this mystical essence to an extraordinary level throughout the entire fiery chamber. Douluo felt an inexplicable presence, as if a ghost had emerged. As Douluo began to transform the elixir energy into soul power according to the 9 transformations of elixir energy technique, he noticed that once the soul power reached a certain threshold, the 9 transformations technique spontaneously activated the Changchun skill, commencing the absorption and transformation of the soul power without any need for Douluo's intervention. This process did not burden his mind, allowing him to focus entirely on the alchemical creation of elixirs. After 2 full hours, the elixir energy in the underground chamber had been completely absorbed by Douluo. Upon opening his eyes, he exhaled deeply. In that very instant, his soul power level surged dramatically, elevating 5 ranks. He had now attained a soul power level of 27, which, when compared to Tang San at the age of 12, highlighted Douluo's remarkable achievement of reaching the same level at merely 7 years old, just 2 ranks shy of matching Tang San's prowess. Subsequently, Douluo meticulously sealed each elixir in its vial and stored them back in his soul guide device. After stretching his limbs, he ascended to the surface. Following 2 hours of grooming, he had finally restored his tidy appearance. Though the extended time spent underground had left his complexion somewhat pallid, a bit of sunlight would surely remedy that. More pressing was the fact that his hands had swollen to the size of buns. For the next fortnight, he would be unable to concoct any elixirs. And in his current state, he couldn't even form the necessary hand seals. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu approached outside his dwelling. Esteemed leader, the cattle have been fed for 2 months. Perhaps you would like to inspect them personally, Tang San said with a gentle smile. Indeed, after 2 months of alchemical labor, it was time for Douluo to stretch his limbs. With that, he followed Tang San down the mountain to see the cattle. As Douluo descended the mountain, he observed the increasingly lively scene at the Dancian sect, where servants tending to the spirit masters bustled about, likely the slaves purchased by the old man Lu. Among them, he also noticed a few children, slightly older than himself, yet he exchanged no greetings with them, nor did they with him. Before long, Douluo arrived at the cattle shed at the foot of the mountain. Goodness, he exclaimed, taken aback by the sight before him. Chapter 83, The Millennium Soul Beast. What captivated the eye most about this cow were its impressive horns, which extended beyond a third of its body length. However, due to its diet of medicinal herbs, it exhibited a remarkably docile temperament, contentedly grazing in the grass. Xiao San, what level do you believe this cow has attained? Douluo turned to Tang San. Knowing that the latter specialized in the study of spirit masters and spirit beasts, this resembles a certain type of soul beast known as the Great Horned Cow. With horns measuring a meter in length, it likely signifies a breakthrough of a millennium, Tang San explained with confidence. Have I really cultivated a millennium soul beast so swiftly? Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. However, this great horned cow can reach a maximum age of only 1,500 years, meaning it has likely reached its limit. Moreover, we've only fed it a third of the dragon toothrice straw, Tang San continued, once again embodying the role of an encyclopedia. You too. Go summon Vice Sect Master Lu and the Master to come and inspect this cow, Douluo instructed, pointing to the 2 individuals cleaning the cattle shed. Yes, Sect Master, they replied. Originally slaves purchased by Douluo, They had now become villagers in the Wanhao Plain, and thus were deeply grateful to him. After observing the magnificent creature for a while, Douluo gently stroked his chin, his curiosity piqued by the impressive pair of horns. Xiao-san, Xiao-wu, please assist me in leading it out. Let us assess its strength, he contemplated, considering the prospect of employing a millennium-old soul beast for plowing. Very well. You are the sect leader. Your word is final, Tang-san replied with a hint of irritation, and alongside Xiao-wu, they grasped the bull's nostrils, prompting the obedient beast to rise and follow them out of the barn. Douluo ventured forth to discover a tract of land being diligently cultivated. He summoned the few individuals accompanying him, unfastening the plowing apparatus from the oxen and transferring it onto the formidable horned beast. Despite the considerable size of the horns, the equipment fit seamlessly. Tang-san and Xiao-wu ascended onto the back of the ox, with Xiao-wu leaning close to the creature's ear to murmur a few words. Instantly, the ox sprang into the field, commencing its plowing with remarkable vigor. The horned beast moved with astonishing agility through the farmland, the plow trailing behind as if it were weightless. In no time, the entire plot was expertly tilled. Indeed, the spirit beast is unmistakably an ox. Douluo gazed at the soul beast bull with increasing fondness when, at that moment, old Lu and the master arrived. Xiao-san, be careful, the master exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Tang-san riding atop the great horned bull. It's all right, master. This bull is very gentle, Xiao-wu responded, surprisingly standing on the bull's back and waving at the master. The master was left utterly astonished. Xiao-mo, this is the soul beast bull you nurtured with medicinal herbs, isn't it? It indeed resembles the great horned bull, old Lu remarked with a smile, lacking the master's scholarly fervor. Master, could you assess the cultivation level of this bull and estimate its age? Douluo inquired with a playful pat on the master's waist. This must pertain to the bloodline of the great horned bull. The length of the horn indicates 1,000 years for every meter. Given that this bull's horn measures approximately 1.2 meters, its cultivation should be around 1,200 years, the master pondered before responding. Before Douluo could revel in his joy, the great horned bull abruptly halted, collapsing stiffly in the field. A violet soul ring materialized before the astonished eyes of several individuals. What on earth is happening? How did it perish so suddenly? Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief, at a loss for words, having just witnessed its vitality moments ago. After Douluo finished speaking, he leaped into the field to inspect the lifeless bull, which was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It has been overfed, Xiao murmured softly. The bloodline quality of such a soul beast was exceedingly low. The dragon tooth rice straw was far too nourishing for it. The recent exertion had enhanced its digestion and absorption of the straw in its stomach, leading to its demise. Lu Laotu echoed Xiao Wu's sentiment, lamenting, tonight we shall have beef hot pot. Douluo, initially feeling a tinge of sorrow for the fallen soul beast, suddenly found joy at the thought of a meal. Stop thinking about food. You all, go fetch the boy from the Zhao family, Zhao Chong. If you hadn't neglected to call for me, I would have arranged for someone to take him to hunt soul beasts, as he has just broken through to level 30. Lu Laotu instructed, pointing to a villager to assist in summoning Zhao Chong. Before long, a burly young man, around 20 years old, came running over, carrying a thick iron spear. Did you call for me, sect leader Lu? Zhao Chong greeted Lu Laotu respectfully. This bull committed suicide. You should try to absorb its soul ring, or it would be a waste. Lu Laotu gestured towards the purple soul ring. 1,000-year soul ring? Zhao Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. Moreover, it's from the great horned bull, which matches your martial soul exceptionally well. So go ahead and absorb it. Douluo added with a smile. This is our sect's leader. I am the vice leader, Lu Laotu clarified. I, Zhao Chong, have met the esteemed leader, Zhao Chong replied. Momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure, bowing to Douluo, hurry and absorb the soul ring. It will dissipate soon, Douluo urged with a smile. Thank you. Esteemed leader, Zhao Chong said, dashing to the side of the great horned bull, planting his iron spear before him, and sitting cross-legged to begin the absorption of the soul ring. Having cultivated to level 30, Zhao Chong possessed some experience in the absorption process, skillfully guiding the soul ring to envelop him. Normally, one would face resistance from the lingering consciousness of the soul beast within the soul ring. But this time there was none. In fact, Zhao Chong felt an eagerness from the soul ring to merge with him. It's done. Zhao Chong opened his eyes, and with a flicker of his soul power, a purple soul ring appeared behind him. Zhao Chong, what soul skill have you acquired? Lu Laotu inquired, raising an eyebrow. Brutal charge. It exceeds my expectations. Zhao Cheng exclaimed excitedly, gripping his spear and charging forward. Indeed. This is a soul skill that can only be possessed by the great horned bull. The master nodded in approval. Then it is confirmed that the soul beast is truly a great horned bull, Lu Lao pondered. My friends, shouldn't we be focusing on the remains of this soul beast instead? Douluo exclaimed in surprise, questioning the appropriateness of discussing such matters in this place. It was only then that Douluo intervened. Chapter 84, Departure to the Starry Forest. Several individuals, led by Douluo, removed the horned cattle from the fields without pausing, delivering them directly to the kitchen, as Douluo intended to prepare a delightful beef hot pot for dinner. Master Lu, is our sect leader not in his right mind? The meat of soul beasts is notoriously sour and bitter. How can one possibly consume it? Zhao Cheng furrowed his brow and questioned the old man Lu. Do not concern yourself. Once you taste a portion of the meat, you shall understand. Lu chuckled in response before seeking out Douluo. Unlike others, Lu was well aware of the taste of domesticated soul beasts, for he indulged in a roasted chicken daily. However, Douluo was currently expending a considerable amount of medicinal materials in alchemy, thus there was ample poultry to satisfy his needs. Soon, Douluo and his companions arrived at a dining hall within the Elders' Pavilion, as the sect leader's hall lacked such facilities. After all, there was only one sect leader, making a restaurant there rather superfluous. Seated at the table were Lu, Huangqing, Qin Ming, Tang Hao, the master, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu. They had initially planned to hunt soul beasts with a few children today, yet Zhao Cheng had already acquired his soul ring, leaving only two youngsters still in pursuit of theirs, namely, Tang San and Xiao Wu, as indicated by Lu. Have you two already surpassed level 20? So swiftly? Douluo inquired with a frown. With the sect leader's elixirs and dragon tooth rice, it would be peculiar if we did not advance, Tang San replied with a smile. Originally, Tang San had broken through to level 29 at the age of 12, averaging a 10-level increase every 2 years. Even accounting for rapid progress, it typically took a year and a half to reach level 20. Now just over a year and 2 months had passed, and Tang San had achieved this milestone 4 months ahead of schedule. Indeed, that makes sense. Good elixirs do yield good results. Douluo nodded in agreement. Since we are gathered here for hot pot, we can postpone the soul beast hunt until tomorrow. One day makes little difference, Tang Hao remarked cheerfully. Feeling optimistic now that his wife had a chance at revival, and with a promising son and daughter-in-law, he found it rather frivolous to maintain a cold demeanor. We have yet to taste soul beast beef. The flavor should be exquisite, Douluo exclaimed joyfully, pouring a platter of beef into the hot pot. Although the chef's skills were lacking, resulting in unevenly sliced beef, the inherent flavor of the meat perfectly masked the discrepancies in craftsmanship, causing no detriment to the hot pot experience. Before long, Douluo was the first to retrieve a piece of beef from the pot, disregarding its temperature, and promptly placed it into his mouth. Tender, juicy, and delectably springy. This is truly exceptional, he declared. What are you all staring at? Hurry and eat, or else it'll all end up in my stomach. Douluo glanced around at his companions, who, aside from Lu and Huangqing, regarded him with peculiar expressions. Everyone knows that soul beast meat is inedible due to its sour and bitter qualities, the master remarked, frowning. Do not overthink it. This is all my own livestock. Just savor it. If you doubt me, ask Tang San. He fed this cow for 2 months. Douluo pouted slightly and, while savoring his meat, remarked, honestly, theories are ailments for which there is no remedy. Indeed, teacher, this cow was indeed raised by us. Tang San nodded, expressing his understanding. He dared not move his chopsticks as the master had not yet done so. However, Xiao Wu, unperturbed by such formalities, wrinkled her delicate nose, evidently enticed by the aroma, and promptly began to pick up pieces of beef with her chopsticks. Soon after, the master also joined in the feast. The only sounds that lingered were those of the hot pot as conversation dwindled to silence. By the way, where are we heading for the soul beast hunt? Douluo inquired, patting his round belly. To the Douluo forest. It is the nearest soul beast forest from here, and we shall be hunting century-old soul beasts, which can easily be found on the outskirts, Tang San replied with a smile. Though young, he possessed a commendable grasp of poise. The Douluo forest? Douluo's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Xiao Wu. He felt no trepidation about potentially provoking that peculiar creature, Ming. Yet, he chose to remain silent, his thoughts unclear. I wish to go to the Douluo forest as well, Douluo declared, raising his head. Given the temperament of the locals in Douluo continent, it was likely that the diverse medicinal resources in the Douluo forest remained untouched. Thus, Douluo intended to assume the role of a herbalist, hoping to discover some rare treasures of heaven and earth within its depths. In truth, Douluo would not venture out if unoccupied, having spent 2 consecutive months refining pills. He would be unable to concoct any for the forthcoming month. Hence, he sought some engagement, and should he encounter Erming, Xiaowu's presence should mitigate any danger. Xiaomo, have you broken through to level 30? Huang Qing exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the speed of his advancement. No. I merely wish to gather herbs in the Douluo forest, Douluo replied with a smile. You must be out of your mind, old Lu retorted without hesitation. Will you be accompanying us, Huitian Douluo? Douluo queried Tang Hao. Yes, Tang Hao contemplated briefly before responding. That's settled then, with Uncle Hao going. We should face little peril, Douluo said, patting his chest. Very well, if that is the case, it's settled. Tomorrow morning. I shall set off with you all to the Douluo forest, Douluo announced, rising from his seat. Xiaomo, I shall accompany you, Qin Ming suddenly declared. Standing up. That is splendid news. After Douluo finished speaking, he sat down to continue his meal. This hot pot feast lasted an entire afternoon, and each person returned to their respective abodes to rest for the night, preparing for their journey to the starry forest the following day. At the break of dawn, Douluo awaited at the entrance of the sect. Although the swelling in his hands had subsided, he still found himself lacking strength. Soon, Tang Hao, the master, Qin Ming, and the 2 little spirits arrived beside the carriage. Tang Hao, cloaked and assuming the role of the driver, took the reins. That morning, Douluo fed the horse a modest amount of dragon toothrice straw, enough to invigorate it without endangering its health, causing it to gallop as if under the influence of a stimulant. The journey from the Danxian sect to the starry forest would take 2 days. Throughout this passage, Douluo diligently practiced his soul power. Finally, on the 2nd day, he beheld the outskirts of the starry forest, though it was already afternoon by the time they arrived. Thus, the group decided to rest for the night in a nearby town before setting off again the next day. The town outside the starry forest was indeed more prosperous than many small cities, with countless vendors peddling their wares along the streets. The nighttime atmosphere was remarkably more vibrant than that of the day. After 2 exhausting days of travel, Douluo and his companions were too fatigued to explore, so they settled into an inn for the night. Chapter 85, Speak of the Devil, and he appears early the next morning. Douluo's party entered the Douluo forest, accompanied by several other teams. However, upon entering, they instinctively dispersed. Initially, these individuals had intended to ambush Douluo and his group, but after Tang Hao subtly exuded a bit of pressure, they obediently retreated. Are there truly so many people here in the Douluo forest hunting for soul beasts? Douluo inquired in astonishment. In his mind, the soul beasts within the Douluo forest were of considerable strength, typically attracting only highly skilled soul masters for their pursuit. In total, 3 teams of soul masters had entered alongside them, each seeking soul rings of varying levels, the 4th, 5th, and 7th rings. Qin Ming adjusted his glasses and remarked that he had been meticulously observing the surrounding environment. This time, we shall only hunt 200-year-old soul beasts. You all proceed to search for the beast while I seek medicinal herbs, Douluo said with a wry smile. After Douluo finished speaking, he swiftly disappeared into the woods, searching for herbs. He contemplated the possibility that Xiaowu might attract Erming's attention. However, they were on the outskirts, quite distant from the core area, and it was unlikely that Erming would arrive swiftly. Let's establish our camp here, Huitian Douluo, Qin Ming suggested. If Xiaomo returns, he will be able to find us. Without waiting for Tang Hao's approval, he began to set up the camp, retrieving the necessary supplies from the soul guide. Although the night in the Douluo forest was fraught with danger, spending a night on the outskirts should pose little risk, especially with Tang Hao present, as most soul beasts would not dare to approach him. Due to his small stature and remarkable agility, Douluo swiftly navigated through the forest, diligently searching for various medicinal herbs. In a short span of time, he successfully gathered several ginseng roots. Just as he was in the midst of collecting a rare lingji mushroom, he was abruptly startled by a furious roar, one that was unmistakably not of human origin, resembling that of a gorilla. To his dismay, Douluo wondered if Erming had truly arrived. Without a second thought for the herbs he had intended to gather from the starry forest, he hastily retraced his steps, unprepared for Erming's swift approach. When Douluo returned, he happened to witness Tang Haofei soaring through the sky while a colossal gorilla, akin to a small mountain, roared furiously below. Brother Qin Ming. What has prompted their confrontation? Douluo observed Qin Ming and the master, who were idly watching the scene unfold. I have no idea, Qin Ming replied, raising an eyebrow. Just moments ago, the Titan Great Ape charged forward, attempting to seize Tang San and Xiao Wu, which compelled Hao Yin to ascend into the sky to engage in battle. Titan Great Ape, Tang Hao said, his voice low and steady, we have merely come to hunt 2-century-old soul beasts. There is no need for hostility, is there? If I am not mistaken, you seek Xiao Wu, do you not? He whispered into the ear of the Titan Great Ape, aware of Xiao Wu's true identity. A secret unknown to others, which he sought to protect. Roar. Roar. The Titan Great Ape thumped its chest, releasing an earth-shaking roar. What did you say? I couldn't comprehend. Tang Hao replied, exasperation evident in his tone. What is he saying? Tang Hao turned back to Xiao Wu, who was already unconscious. Having been knocked out by her biological father with a single strike, Tang Hao had long recognized Xiao Wu's identity, and thus deduced that the Titan Great Ape's arrival was indeed for her. He wished to keep Tang San in the dark about Xiao Wu's identity for a while longer, hence the decision to render him unconscious. He claims you, as a titled Douluo, can see through my identity and that I am unsafe in your presence, Xiao Wu stated. Being held by Tang Hao, serving as a translator. What do you intend, Titan Great Ape? Will you stay or leave? The choice is yours, Tang Hao said. Feeling helpless, should they engage in battle, Xiao Wu was still present, yet remaining in a stalemate was equally untenable. Roar, roar, roar. The Titan Great Ape scratched its head, appearing somewhat foolish. He says he wishes to invite us to his home as guests and would like the Sky Blue Bull Python to have a word with you. Xiao Wu translated, scratching her own head. I will consult with Xiao Mo. If he is unwilling, then it is settled. Tang Hao contemplated before descending from the sky to Douluo Mo's side. Xiao Mo, the Titan Great Ape wishes to extend an invitation for us to visit their home. Tang Hao inquired awkwardly, the situation being unclear yet significant, as it pertained to the happiness of his son's future. Absolutely. We must go. The vicinity of a 10,000-year soul beast is bound to harbor rare treasures, Douluo Mo exclaimed with delight, initially expecting Ming to depart immediately, but surprised by the invitation to visit. Very well, let us set off and accompany them, Tang Hao declared. He first placed Tang San and Xiao Wu upon the back of the Titan Great Ape, then hoisted Douluo Mo and Qin Ming onto its back as well. The group then rode the Titan Great Ape, soaring towards the depths of the Star Doe forest, eventually traversing through a dimly lit woodland before arriving at a spacious clearing. Moo! A sudden bellow of a cow echoed through the air. Roar! 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 The man is holding on to Sister Xiao Wu. I wish for you to converse with them. The Titan giant ape trembled, and a few individuals, including Douluo Mo, tumbled from its form. Tang Hao grasped both Tang San and Xiao Wu, while Qin Ming embraced Douluo Mo, safely descending to the ground. Next ensued the peculiar communication between Daming and Erming. Douluo Mo rose from the ground, curiously surveying the serene forest surrounding them, with the focal point being a vast pool of water, from which ripples emanated rhythmically. Xiao Wu. What are they discussing? Douluo Mo inquired, leaning closer to her. They're deliberating on how to handle us. Rest assured, with me here, they will not harm you. Xiao Wu replied tersely. By the way, Xiao Wu, you should quickly condense your soul ring now. Otherwise, once little San awakens, you will lack the time to do so. Douluo Mo suggested. That makes sense. Xiao Wu promptly seated herself on the ground to begin condensing her soul ring. Meanwhile, Douluo Mo activated his soul power, employing the ice fire dragon eye to scan the environment. To his astonishment, he discovered that near the pool thrived a multitude of rare plants, including a few precious herbs. As Daming and Erming continued their discourse, Douluo Mo remained still, cautious not to disturb them. After a while, the two soul beasts ceased their communication. Esteemed guests from afar, please come here and rest, intoned the voice of the Tianqing bull python, deep and resonant, instilling a sense of trust. Chapter 86, The Tianqing Bull Python, Xiao Wu. Are there any special customs we should observe with your soul beasts? Douluo Mo found himself perplexed by the Tianqing bull python's address, though it was not directed at him, but rather at Tang Hao. In the realm of soul beasts, strength is revered above all. They only respect those of formidable power, and someone like Douluo Mo, barely above level 20, would be disregarded. Honorable soul beast, it is an honor to be here and to meet you. Might we converse? Tang Hao stepped forward with a smile, his gaze firmly fixed on the pool, while Erming had taken to resting against a nearby tree. A massive bull head gradually emerged from beneath the water's surface, revealing a serpent-like body beneath its neck. This is the Tianqing bull python, exclaimed Douluo Mo, his eyes widening in awe. As the Tianqing bull python raised its head, a faint pressure began to permeate the air, causing Tang Hao to squint slightly as his killing god domain quietly expanded from his form. The two domains engaged in a silent contest, and gradually, the pressure from the Tianqing bull python began to suppress Tang Hao's killing god domain. Indeed, in the end, the one who had lived longer prevailed. Observing Qin Ming struggle against the oppressive force, Douluo Mo couldn't help but smile wryly, stepping in front of Qin Ming to assist in resisting the weight of the pressure. Douluo Mo was enveloped in a layer of external soul bone, its silver scales pulsating rhythmically with the pressure, effectively creating a vacuum around him. Indeed, the Tianqing Yopong lived up to its reputation. I concede defeat, Tang Hao remarked with a slight smile, bowing in acknowledgement of his loss. The man and the soul beast simultaneously and tacitly retracted their respective domains into their bodies. You must be Tang Hao, your strength is impressive. And I can detect the scent of Ain upon you. The Tianqing Yopong chuckled heartily. You know my wife? Tang Hao asked in surprise, although not well acquainted. We have interacted as fellow 10,000-year soul beasts within the Stardo Great Forest, the Tianqing Yopong replied. I have invited you here today to request a favor. I wish for you to look after Xiao Wu. Though we can protect her during her transformation into a titled Douluo, she must learn to adapt to the human world to truly become human. The Tianqing Yopong sighed, casting a helpless glance at Tang Hao. There is nothing urgent at this time. If you have no further matters, you may leave. Ming can escort you, the Tianqing Yopong stated, preparing to retreat deeper into the pond to continue its cultivation. Please, wait a moment. Douluo Mo composed himself, stepping forward with calm demeanor and an air of command. Esteemed elders, I possess a potion that allows you to assume human form without depleting your cultivation, and it can be done discreetly, Douluo Mo proposed with a smile. Oh, such a remarkable item exists. Show it to me, the Tianqing Yopong responded, intrigued by Douluo Mo's claim. For countless years, all soul beasts seeking to take human form had to sacrifice their cultivation, enduring a perilous journey of recultivation. The prospect of a potion that could facilitate the transformation directly piqued the Tianqing Yopong's interest. I am unable to concoct it at present. However, if you grant me a few years, I will need some time. Douluo Mo maintained a gentle smile, unfazed by the Tianqing Yopong's formidable presence. The transformation pill is a 7th-grade elixir, and even if Douluo Mo had the ingredients, he lacked the ability to refine such a high-tier potion. Are you not afraid I might consume you? The Tianqing Yopong's pupils suddenly turned crimson, exuding an aura of terror. Elder, please show mercy. Might you spare him for my sake? Tang Hao hurriedly positioned himself in front of Douluo Mo, bowing respectfully. Ming, I have faith in his capabilities, Xiao Wu interjected. Raising her head, a yellow soul ring manifesting behind her, indicating that she had already consolidated her second soul ring. Ming was momentarily taken aback. Humans are all deceivers. Xiao Wu, do not be misled by them. Suddenly, Deming furrowed his brow and exclaimed in anger. Deming, let's do it this way. To demonstrate my sincerity, why don't you try this first before passing judgment? After speaking, Douluo Mo produced half a gene of dragon tooth wine and tossed it to the Tianqing Yomang. The Tianqing Yomang's gaze shifted, and a bubble emerged above the water, enveloping the crystal bottle within. As the bottle's cork came undone, an intoxicating fragrance wafted forth from the crystal vessel. Human brat, what is this elixir, and why does my bloodline stir with such vigor? Deming remarked, his brow still furrowed. His subconscious informed him that consuming this substance would greatly benefit his bloodline. However, the Tianqing Yomang was hesitant to drink something offered by a human. Rest assured, this is a marvelous concoction known as dragon tooth wine, brewed from dragon tooth rice, which can enhance the evolution of serpent-type spirit beast bloodlines. There is no poison in it, and Ming is here as well. If I were to harm you, he would not hesitate to strike me down, Douluo Mo explained with a smile. Very well. The Tianqing Yomang opened its maw wide, and the bottle of dragon tooth wine, along with the crystal vessel, was consumed in one gulp. The Tianqing Yomang closed its eyes, beginning to absorb the medicinal properties of the wine. Suddenly, the Tianqing Yomang opened its eyes, threw back its head, and let out a long howl. To its astonishment, its horns fell away, replaced by two round, tender white horns resembling buns. Roar. At last, I have broken through the constraints of my bloodline. The Tianqing Yomang gazed at its reflection on the water's surface, exuberantly howling in celebration. Congratulations, big brother. Ming, having awakened, excitedly patted his chest and exclaimed. Deming's bloodline had indeed surpassed its limitations. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, jumped up in joy. This is not the outcome I anticipated. I did not foresee that your bloodline had reached its bottleneck. Tianqing Yomang, Douluo remarked with a hint of resignation. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, human. The Tianqing Niumang, being a spirit beast of several 100,000 years, soon regained its composure. In truth, the Tianqing Niumang's bloodline was inherently strong, and it had indeed reached a bottleneck that required stimulation to break through its power. The dragon tooth wine was the key to shattering that barrier. As for the fallen horns, the new growths were, in fact, dragon horns. Chapter 87. Ling Luo Hu Mo unceremoniously stowed away the cow horn that had naturally fallen from the Tianqing Niumang into his soul guide. This horn was a precious medicinal material. The water buffalo horn itself possessed the ability to clear heat and detoxify, while the horn of a soul beast aged over 100,000 years held even more extraordinary properties. Moreover, the sixth type of spirit paste in the Duanyu 7 spirit ointment required the horn of a water buffalo type spirit beast. And if the Tianqing Niumang's horn were to be used, the efficacy of the ointment would be significantly enhanced. The Tianqing Niumang lowered its head and inquired, somewhat convinced of Douluo's sincerity, about the elixir that could transform them into human form. Douluo responded with a smile, affirming its existence. Though he admitted that at his current skill level, he could not concoct it yet. However, he was confident it could be achieved within a decade. Humans favor trade. You would not simply grant us access to such an elixir, the Tianqing Niumang replied, now considerably more courteous than before. Douluo proposed, I wish to search for medicinal herbs in the Douluo forest and would require Erming to serve as my bodyguard for a while. Erming expressed his confusion, questioning the simplicity of the request. Douluo clarified, this is merely the reward for the dragon tooth wine. The transformation elixir requires your protection for a millennium. His brow raised, he spoke earnestly. A millennium? The Tianqing Niumang frowned, his meaning clear. Douluo reassured him, our Danstin sect may lack in many things, but we possess ample medicinal pills. When the time comes, assisting you in breaking through to a million-year soul beast shall not be out of the question. Erming hesitated to agree. Rest assured, we shall take it one step at a time. First, we will explore the transformation elixir, then discuss the breakthrough to a million-year soul beast, Douluo said with a smile. Very well. If such an elixir truly exists, bring it to us. If its effects are as you claim, I shall consent to guard your sect for a millennium, the Tianqing Niumang replied earnestly. Roar. Erming echoed in agreement, with Xiao translating his affirmation. All right, Uncle Hao, let us first assist Xiao San in locating his second soul ring, Douluo instructed, glancing at the still unconscious Tang San. Indeed, Tang Hao is a fierce father. Despite the passage of time, Tang San remained in a state of unconsciousness. Subsequently, Erming gestured for Douluo, Qin Ming, and the master to stand on his palm, while Tang Hao lifted Tang San and Xiao Wu, soaring towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Soon, they reached the periphery of the Douluo forest. Uncle Hao, Master, Brother Qin Ming, you three quickly help Xiao San find his soul ring. Xiao Wu will stay here. Douluo organized the tasks before embarking on his solitary quest for medicinal herbs. As Douluo took merely 3 steps forward, he became fixated on a vine nestled among the trees, turning to the master to utter a remark. The Along Tuoyi, a subpar treasure of heaven and earth, aged 899 years, had developed a faint spark of intelligence, rendering it unsuitable for medicinal use. It is a universal principle that any treasure imbued with consciousness cannot be utilized in pharmacology, though its medicinal properties still linger. Forcing it into concoctions would undoubtedly harm the sentient being, disrupting the natural order. Is this not the soul ring of the Little Three? This entity surpasses the ghost vine by a considerable margin. Douluo furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly. The Along Tuoyi is reputed to be the most audacious of treasures, relentlessly seizing the essence of other plants while offering only minimal returns to ensure the survival of its host. Thus, the soul ring derived from it should exhibit characteristics of rapid growth, attachment, and absorption. This soul ring is significantly superior to the parasitic nature of the second soul ring previously obtained from the ghost vine. Uncle Hao, cease your search and summon the Little Three. The soul beast is quite fitting for him, Douluo remarked upon noticing the group prepared to embark on their quest. Oh, what is this? The master hurried over, though such treasures had rarely been encountered, making it unlikely for him to recognize it. It was only then that Tang Hao remembered that Tang San was still unconscious and promptly infused him with some soul power, awakening him. Little Three, do you recognize this? Douluo inquired of Tang San. This is the Along Tuoyi. Tang San, initially dazed, felt a surge in blood pressure upon seeing it, dispelling his dizziness and sharpening his vision. It has developed intelligence and can absorb soul rings, but it can no longer be used medicinally. Douluo Emo smiled as he spoke. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Is this plant soul beast indeed suitable to become your soul ring? The master asked as he approached Tang San. This plant-type soul beast will yield results superior to the ghost vine we previously identified, Tang San affirmed with a serious tone. Very well then. Let us proceed to absorb this soul ring. The master nodded in agreement, confident in Tang San's judgment after their extensive training together. By the way, what of Xiaowu? Has her soul ring been found? Tang San suddenly inquired. She has just finished absorbing her soul ring. Focus on absorbing yours, so we may promptly depart from the Douluo forest. Tang Hao cast a glance at Xiaowu before addressing Tang San. Tang San nodded and retrieved a dagger from his soul guide, swiftly severing the root of the Chiluate. He then delicately split the Chiluate along a slender white vine. A stream of white sap began to flow gently from the plant, collecting entirely in Tang San's hands. Once the sap had drained completely, a yellow soul ring materialized above the Chiluate. Positioned before the soul ring, Tang San activated his Xiantian Gong to commence the absorption of the soul ring before him. The soul rings born from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, once imbued with sentience, possess a potency far surpassing that of ordinary soul rings. Thus, a look of anguish gradually emerged on Tang San's visage. It's all right, although this soul ring is formidable. Xiao San is stronger than we anticipate, Tang Hao interjected, halting Master who was poised to step forward. Gradually, the expression of torment on Tang San's face began to fade, and his soul power level surged dramatically, breaking through to level 22. This was due to the fact that while the Chiluate is indeed a heavenly treasure, its medicinal properties had diminished significantly. Had he consumed it directly, Tang San would have elevated his soul power by at least 7 or 8 levels. Douluo Emo disregarded Tang San's soul skills and instead picked up the discarded vine of the Chiluate. The sap within the vine was the essence of this rare treasure. Yet the vine itself bore no significant value. Ah, the vitality. Douluo Emo was astonished to sense that this vine still possessed life. Is it not true that soul beasts only manifest soul rings upon death? How could this be? Yet, if it has indeed returned to life after dying once, then it must be fate. After speaking, Douluo Emo planted the vine into the soil of his pendant, intending to seek an object to serve as a symbiotic vessel for the Chiluate. However, lacking such an item at present, he had no choice but to allow the Chiluate to rest upon the ground for a while. Chapter 88, The Treasure Hunting Weasel. After meticulously organizing the Chiluate, Douluo Emo entrusted a letter from his soul guiding device to Qin Ming. Brother Qin, I must remain in the Douluo forest for at least a month. However, there is no need for concern. I have the Titan Great Ape to protect me, so I shall encounter no issues here. I need you to deliver this letter to my family shop and then return to the town to await my return in a month. It is impossible for me to journey back to the Dancian sect alone from the Douluo forest, Douluo Emo thoughtfully explained. The letter primarily contained a list of medicinal herbs required for the 3rd grade Qi nourishing pill. Douluo Emo instructed Douluo Yuan to send the herbs directly to the Dancian sect, ensuring that upon his return, he could commence the alchemical process without delay. Rest assured, I will promptly deliver the letter to your family shop and then return to the town to await your arrival, as we agreed before.